Chapter 361: A sneak attack from Baisha Town. Just as the players were lurking in Blackrock Town, collecting intelligence and editing posts to the forum, at the other end of Boca Bay, Baisha Town, 500 kilometers away from Blackrock Town, was now a solemn scene of preparation. Unlike Blackrock Town and other surrounding areas, the prison is in charge of prison number 430. The news that prison number 444 and prison number 445 fell one after another had spread here half a year ago. Those daring escapees not only killed the people in the prison, but also formed a new army, the Resistance Army, with the local indigenous people. Then, these guys began to say that they would destroy the prison in Boca Bay and let the prisoners regain their freedom. When these news spread to other prisons in Boca Bay, some prisoners working on the dock suddenly had an idea and wanted to imitate the Resistance Army and kill these prison guards. But not everyone can succeed. At least in their prison number 430. All those blind guys were executed. And it was in front of the whole town. Seeing the miserable end of the rebels, the prisoners who were originally ready to make a move all stopped thinking. After that, prison number 430 recruited more people and strengthened the defense of Baisha Town and the surrounding areas, making the area as solid as an iron barrel. As expected by the top leaders of prison number 430, the rebels fought along the towns of Boca Bay with Blackstone Town as the center, trying to conquer other prisons. Admittedly, they were successful at the beginning, but the closer they were to prison number 430, the more difficult it was to advance the front line. After all, prison number 430 was still a long way from the last place they conquered, in the depths of the desert where there was no village in front and no shop behind. It was obviously not a good thing to stretch the supply line too long, because of the geographical location and the abundant manpower and weapons here. Prison number 430 is like a hard bone to chew. Finally, after several unsuccessful attempts and suffering considerable losses, the rebels gradually withdrew. As a result, the rebels formed by prison number 430 and prison number 444 have been in a stalemate for more than half a year. One firmly controls the north, and the other occupies the entire southern side of Boca Bay, although both sides have stopped the war on the surface. In fact, neither side has given up on advancing the front lines secretly. Just like now, the prison guards of prison number 430, who have been silent for more than half a year, are now preparing to give a severe lesson to the ignorant prisoners in the south. In Baisha Port, General Wellman, who is in charge of this operation, is standing on the deck of the ship to give a pre-departure speech. According to reliable information, a cargo ship from Paradise Port will arrive in Blackstone Town the night after tomorrow. It is said that the ship is full of munitions, and all we have to do is rob it. We have been patient with those bastards for more than half a year. We don't have to be patient anymore. After Wellman's impassioned speech, the soldiers on the deck shouted excitedly, "Yes!" In order to teach those guys in the south a lesson, they even transformed the ship originally used for cargo transportation into a warship, and moved all the guns and cannons that could be loaded on the ship. The first person to propose this was their commander-in-chief, Abraham, the warden of number 430. Since the reactionary prisoners were dealt with, and the army was recruited to fight the South, number 430 prison has been in name only. Compared with the prison detention center, it is now more like a large military base. As a former warden, Abraham naturally changed his name. He asked his subordinates to call him the commander-in-chief, and gave his adjutant Wellman a promotion. Oh no! It was a promotion. He promoted him to general. Although the prison committee was not finished when this guy did this. Chairman George at the time was obsessed with expanding eastward. How could he pay attention to the movement of a small prison in the westernmost part of the desert that had long been marginalized by the prison committee? It is precisely because of the indifference of the prison committee that the number 430 prison has been able to expand its army, change its appearance, and transform its warships very smoothly. Although Abraham does not know how to modify weapons, this does not prevent him from proposing such an idea. Some old books and newspapers left in this prison once recorded that there were sea warships in Gulba and even earlier periods. Although these warships have now disappeared in the long river of history, he can completely transform a cargo ship into something similar based on his understanding and imagination. Looking at the huge monster in the distance, Abraham's dark, thin and straight face showed a smug smile. Even if this thing has not left the port yet, he can already imagine the expressions of the hateful sea cockroaches in the south when they see this warship. On the deserted planet, the speed of information dissemination is extremely uneven. The more remote and backward the place is, the slower the circulation of information is. For example, in Jeanshaw City, The local residents' ways of understanding the outside world are no longer limited to news broadcasts and newspapers. They can also learn about this planet, and even many things happening outside the planet through TV programs and the internet. All this is due to the joint efforts of the slime family, some foreign investors and local residents. In contrast, Boca Bay at the end of the Western Desert is still in the backward telegraph era. It is precisely because of this that the spread of news carries a certain degree of inaccuracy. Many people don't even know that there is a group of slimes who can speak human language living in the East. If you tell the locals that those slimes who can speak human language are now the actual managers of the most prosperous sand city in the East, the local residents will definitely roll their eyes and think you are talking nonsense. On the other hand, it is precisely because of the inconvenience of information transmission. The prisoner riots in this area have gradually become simple jailbreaks as the distance of transmission increases. Although some refugees who escaped from Blackstone Town in Boca Bay brought this matter out. For the residents of Sand City, what happened nearly 2,000 kilometers away is not important. They only care about practical issues such as what to eat today and when to get their monthly salary. What's more, those refugees are just the lowest level victims, and they don't know the whole story. From their perspective, they are just living a good life in the town. But they never thought that one day the crazy prisoners suddenly rioted and directly destroyed their originally peaceful life. As for how the chaos on the dock started on the day of the riot, and who was the mastermind of the whole thing, they don't know anything. After fleeing to Jinsha City, with the help of the refugee shelter office, these people's lives gradually stabilized. Now it is even more impossible to take the initiative to mention the dark and unfortunate memories of the past. If it weren't for the fact that some players happened to go out to play in the sandstorm weather, and happened to be blown here by the wind, and happened to meet someone who knew the inside story, I'm afraid no one would know what happened in Blackstone Town at the beginning. And through the offline forum plugin, some players can get news from other players even if they are not in the Western Desert. Earth. Official website. After reading the posts about Black Rock Town and prison number 444 posted by the Desert Trio, the forum was immediately abuzz with discussion. Lu Zhu was Xiao, at first. I was surprised that so many refugees suddenly came to the east. It turned out that this was a foreshadowing for the plot here. Wang Wang Xiao Xiao Su. That was several months ago. Right? Did the planners lay this plot line for so long? Brick Moving Boy. The planners are awesome. Snail Noodle King. So this Black Rock Town and the so-called prison number 444 are the new expansion packs that the official will launch next. Chocolate Lava Cake. They are the rebels. Not prison number 444. Those people don't want others to say that they are prisoners. So they call themselves the rebels. And they claim that this organization was established to fight against the violent rule of the prison. But this is obviously self-glorification. They killed a lot of innocent people at the beginning. Snail Noodle King. Okay. The rebels. So when will the expansion pack be released? Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. I want to ask the same question. Hiding in the city and watching the sand every day. I feel like I'm going to be bored to death. Chocolate Lava Cake. You have to ask the planner about this. But according to my guess, we have to wait for the sandstorm to end. Luzhu Huishao. Wait for the sandstorm to end. Then it must be another month later. Right? Snail Noodle King. Not necessarily. A few days have passed. And strictly speaking, there should be less than a month left. Luzhu Huishao. Can't we just run outside the city and let the wind blow us away like them? Snail Noodle King. Wang Wang Xiaoxiaosu. You really dare to think. Not to mention that the Patriarch has opened the protective shield. There is no sign of wind outside the storm city, including the area near prison number 9. Even if there is wind, how can we guarantee that the wind will definitely blow them to the right destination? Although this is a game, many things that happen are random, and there is no pattern to follow. Lemon Egg Tart, yes. We were indeed lucky to be blown here by the wind. You'd better not learn from us. It's too dangerous. Dapping Zanki, if you really want to go, you can actually choose to drive there by yourself. Of course, the premise is that the protective shield opened by the Patriarch is wide enough to block the sandstorm along the way. Otherwise, once you leave the safe zone, you will be blown into the sky by the wind. Luzhu Huishao. Luzhu Huishao, now that you say that, I suddenly don't want to go. Snail Noodle King, let's wait until the sandstorm is over. Gotham Iron Man, a bunch of cowards. Isn't it just a sandstorm? A true warrior must dare to face the wind and waves. Hands on hips. Fried Kidney Flour. Squinting smile. It seems that Brother Gotham is planning to go? Gotham Iron Man, of course. I decided to go the first time I saw this post. Brick moving boy. 6. Fried kidney flour. What kind of earth-shaking and tearful new invention is this? Gotham Iron Man. Vigilance. How do you know? Fried kidney flour. Picking nose. Do you even need to ask? This is the only thing that can make you so active. You are not the kind of person who is keen on exploring every new map. Gotham Iron Man. Wow. I can't tell. You know me well. Fried kidney. That's right. I'm your father. So what new thing has Gotham brother come up with this time? Gotham Iron Man. Sunglasses. You will never guess what this thing is. You will definitely be shocked when I tell you. Fried kidney. What is it? Don't keep it a secret. Gotham Iron Man. Fully automatic wind-powered aircraft. Isn't it a great idea? Without waiting for netizens to respond, Gotham brother has already expressed his own ideas. Now that cars are starting to abandon gasoline and use new energy, I think our aircraft should also keep up with the times. Use electricity to replace traditional fuel. It just so happens that this western sandstorm gave me a lot of inspiration. This place has such a strong wind. It would be a pity not to use it. If wind power can directly replace fuel motors, then my plane will be more awesome than Tesla. Right? Netizens. It is indeed awesome. The only person who can come up with such an idea of a wind-powered plane in sandstorm weather is probably Gotham. Of course. What is even more bizarre is that he actually wants to test the performance of this thing in sandstorm weather. Isn't this a dead end? Strawberry donut. Although there is no sandstorm in Boca Bay. Gotham Iron Man. Sunglasses. There is no sandstorm, but there is the sea. Sea breeze is also wind. There is not much difference between flying in the desert and flying on the sea. There are so many complaints that the old players have given up complaining. After all, Gotham is a face-saving guy with a poisonous mouth. If you really pour cold water on him in front of him, he will probably be sprayed. What's more, most of the players are also fun people. So they all want to see what new things Gotham can come up with. So, a group of people praised Gotham, making this famous cute pet in Wild Planet a little flattered. I knew you would definitely appreciate this great idea this time. Then I saw Gotham brother boasting, let's do this. If this experiment is successful, I will hold a lottery on the forum. I will randomly select a lucky person to give away this prototype. By then, you will be the first person in the server to own a fully automatic wind-powered aircraft besides me. Don't thank me too much. Seeing Gotham say this, the players who were not optimistic about it before immediately asked about the time and method of the lottery. After all, this is an airplane. And it's a free airplane. Let's not talk about whether it is useful or not. Gotham, the stingy guy, is rarely generous. They must seize the opportunity. Just as the players on the forum asked Gotham about the fully automatic wind-powered aircraft and the lottery. On the other hand, the unknown story of Boca Bay in the game is also quietly happening. Night falls. On the endless sea, 5 fleets converted from cargo ships have quietly arrived in the waters near Blackstone Town. These ships are painted black from head to toe, so that they can look more concealed in the night. Without the support of technology, they could not build nuclear submarines or real warships. So they could only use this stupid method to conceal themselves and achieve the purpose of sneak attacking the enemy. 2 days ago, they set out from Bishop Port and quietly headed for Blackstone Town. The purpose of this trip south was to intercept the cargo ship full of arms that was said to have come from Paradise Port in the New World. At present, there were still a few hours before the cargo ship arrived at the port, and they still had time to rest. Looking at the dark and shimmering sea in the distance, Wellman narrowed his eyes. They had been deadlocked with the rebels for more than half a year. Recently, the group of idiots finally remembered that they could actually attack Bishop Town directly without going by land. So, these guys secretly bought arms and ships and prepared to land directly in Bishop Town by boat. When he learned the news, he and Warden Abraham, oh no, it was the Grand Commander, who immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although Blackstone Town and White Sand Town are 500 kilometers apart, this is only the distance by land. If you take a boat, this distance will be reduced by more than half. When he thought that the enemy would soon come to his face, General Abraham immediately came up with a countermeasure. They must strike first. They must take away all the arms of those sea cockroaches and then destroy their ships. In this way, those guys will not be able to reach White Sand Town. On the other hand, they can not only expand their own strength through the arms they have seized, but also take this opportunity to severely dampen the spirit of those sea cockroaches. If this operation goes well, they may also be able to carry out a beach landing battle. Of course, beach landing is only plan B. The The most important thing is to intercept the arms. Looking at the small dots that suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance, Willman's face was stern. Here it comes. Chapter 362 Night Raid. The cargo ship of paradise. On the deck, a group of people tied tightly with hemp ropes looked at the uninvited guests in front of them with fear. Don't kill me. I can give you any money you want. The person who said this seemed to be the person in charge of the ship, judging from his bright and beautiful clothes. Even if this guy is not the owner of the cargo ship, he is most likely the agent of the arms dealer behind the scenes. Although the man was trembling all over, he still pretended to be calm and wanted to negotiate with them. Willman smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. We just want this cargo. As long as you keep quiet and don't shout, you can save your life naturally." Hearing this, the businessman named Dulike seemed to understand something. His pupils slightly opened and nodded with fear. Those who can do arms business are naturally not fools, especially the arms dealers who travel between the planets in this galaxy. Although Delico has only been doing business in Paradise Port for a short year, he knows very well what happened on the other side of this continent. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way to Black Rock Town to sell arms. At this time, the only one who could not fear death and rob Black Rock Town of arms was prison number 430, which was at odds with the other side in the north of Boca Bay. But what he didn't expect was why the news of the rebels secretly buying arms would spread to prison number 430. They have been deadlocked for more than half a year, and the other side should not know the rebels' plans. Unless there are spies from prison number 430 in Black Rock Town. Thinking of this, Delico couldn't help but take a breath. Good guy. What kind of shocking secret did he know? He wouldn't be silenced by these people. In fear, Delico closed his mouth more and more, trying his best to pretend to be a naive person who knew nothing. Willman couldn't help but sneer at the sight. In his opinion, the other party's behavior was obviously an attempt to cover up their true intentions. To be honest, he didn't mind if this guy saw through their identities and knew their secrets, because he didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Anyway, it won't be long before Blackstone Town will be in the hands of their prison number 430. The moment he successfully seized control of the cargo ship, he had already sent a message to General Abraham. The support from White Sand Port will be dispatched soon. Before that, he only needs to take these 5 modified warships to hold back the rebels in Blackstone Town. Looking at the dim street lights in the port in the distance, Willman narrowed his eyes. A smile of determination appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's time to act. Guys. The dock of Blackstone Port. A dozen men carrying guns carried their guns while smoking cigarettes and looking at the dark sea in the distance. These are the rebels. According to the instructions from above, a cargo ship from the direction of Paradise Port will arrive at Black Rock Port tonight, carrying a large amount of arms. Their task is to be responsible for the delivery of goods and the settlement of payment with the other party. The rebels have been in a stalemate with prison number 430 for more than half a year, because there is a large uninhabited desert between Black Rock Town and White Sand Town where prison number 430 is located. The supply in the rear cannot keep up with the battlefield in front, so the front line has been unable to advance. After a long attack, Lord Polly finally decided to give up the land offensive and switch to the sea offensive. After smoking a cigarette, Doug threw the cigarette but on the ground and crushed it with his feet. To be honest, he had long felt that he should do this. Black Rock Town and White Sand Town are both located on the coast of Boca Bay, but one is in the northernmost part and the other is in the south of the center of the bay. According to the desolate environment of saline alkali land and desert to the east of Boca Bay, it takes much more time to go by land than by water. It is better to take a boat directly. He is not the only one who thinks the same way, but they didn't dare to say this directly before. After all, everyone can see Lord Polly's temper. If you say this to his face, it will most likely not end well. Thinking of this, Doug smiled helplessly. Recently, he always doubted from time to time whether this Lord Polly could really lead them to a better new life. Since the northern expedition began, everything in this town has changed. Everything the people living here do is to prepare for war. And all this is because Lord Polly wants to conquer the entire Boca Bay and even the prison committee further east. Admittedly, this is a very grand vision, but the destructiveness caused by the long-term war is also real. Because of the war mobilization, normal social production has been suspended for a long time, and victory is still far away, including him. The people living here are tired of the life of fighting. But once the war machine is turned on, it is not so easy to stop. This is like a sailor who gets on a cargo ship but doesn't know when he can dock. Once he gets on, he can't get off halfway. because outside the ship is an unfathomable sea. If you don't want to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish, you can only bite the bullet and listen to the captain's words. If the munitions that have landed this time cannot bring them an overwhelming victory on the battlefield, I am afraid that this ship called war will sooner or later sink to the bottom of the sea because of the holes in the hull. Doug looked at his watch under the street light and looked at the empty sea in the distance. Merchants in Paradise Port have always been punctual in doing business. It is almost half an hour later, but there is still no sign of the cargo ship. This situation has never happened before. Could it be that something happened on the way? Instinctively, Doug felt a little uneasy in his heart. However, other colleagues around him disagreed. It is so dark. Sailing at night is always not safer than during the day. It is understandable to be a little slower. In the past, cargo ships from Paradise Port arrived at the port during the day, but this time they were in a hurry to get the goods. So the other party sent the ship in advance. This also caused the arrival time of the cargo ship to change from morning to midnight. For unfamiliar night voyages, it is understandable that the other side is 1 or 2 hours slower. Relax, brother. Tony put his hand on Doug's shoulder and took out a stack of cards. Since we were free anyway, why not play a round of cards? This thing called playing cards was brought by merchants from Paradise Harbor. It is said that many planets outside the deserted planets use this kind of playing cards as a form of entertainment to relieve boredom. And its founder is a group of slimes. Although he didn't know what this creature called slime was. As long as the game was fun, it would be fine. Doug ignored Tony's invitation and only cast his eyes on the dark sea in the distance. Then, his pupils widened slightly. A small black dot appeared on the sea's surface, illuminated by the faint light of the stars in the distance. Obviously, that was the cargo ship they were waiting for. Taking Tony's arm off his shoulder, Doug said, "Don't play poker. The ship is coming." As he said that, he walked straight towards the port, looking at the black dot slowly heading towards the dock in the distance. Tony curled his lips with some regret. It was too coincidental that he didn't come earlier or later, but came when they were going to play cards. Although he was dissatisfied with the unpunctuality of these businessmen, he still had to do what he had to do. Picking up the intercom, Tony immediately ordered his men who were lazy nearby, "Hurry up. Come to work." As soon as the voice fell, a flame suddenly lit up on the sea in the distance. Seeing this, Tony was stunned. What's going on? Boom! A thick flame leaped up from the deck of the cargo ship, like Thor's giant hammer, smashing the port in front of him, blowing the brick and stone road into pieces. On the shore, the rebels who were preparing to meet the docked cargo ship did not understand what happened at all, and were sent to another world by a sudden artillery fire. Although some unlucky people who were a little further away were not sent to H.L. by a cannon. They flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string in the shock wave of the explosion, and then fell heavily in the ruins and broke their bones, wailing in the pain of dying. "Ah, my leg. It hurts. No, I don't want to die." However, all this is just the beginning. The second SH.L. flew from the deck again, bringing another earth-shattering bang, looking at the streets that turned into ruins in an instant. No matter how late they realized it, the rebels understood it at this moment. The cargo ship from Paradise Port in front of them betrayed them. They defected to prison number 430. And those grandsons are now using the weapons they bought to deal with them. However, even knowing this is useless, because they can't stop the crazy guys on the opposite side from firing. Blackstone Port was originally just an ordinary cargo port, and ordinary bricks and stones were as fragile as paper under the attack of powerful artillery fire. Looking at the rain of fire falling in the distance, Doug, who was lying in the ruins, felt desperate and scared. So why did they provoke these guys? Obviously, their lives were so peaceful in the past. Even if the masters of prison number 444 were a little bad-tempered and arrogant, they would not kill people casually. Lord Polly. No. The prisoners in prison 444 have already obtained the freedom they wanted. But why did they go north? Why did they provoke other prisons? It's all their fault. If it weren't for their inflated ambitions, Blackstone Harbor wouldn't be what it is now. Doug wanted to curse Polly and the warlords of the rebels, but the pain of the fracture made him unable to utter a syllable. Looking at the blood flowing all over the ground, Doug's heart was full of despair. He was afraid that he would not live long. If he had known this, he should have had the courage to leave here with his uncle's family and head to the east, even if he might encounter sandstorms, hunger or robbers on the way out of his hometown. It would be better than lying here and watching his life slip away bit by bit. Just when Doug thought he was going to die in this pile of ruins, He suddenly felt a slightly cool touch from his legs. This feeling was like the coolness brought by the hot summer sea water over his instep, and like the gentle comfort of his mother when he was a child coaxing him to sleep. In this strange and gentle touch, he gradually felt that the pain in his body seemed to have eased a lot. Although his body was still unable to move, it was much better than the feeling of losing blood and waiting to die just now. Just as Doug was puzzled by the strange changes that happened to him, 3 round and strange creatures suddenly appeared beside him. Lemon Tart, do we need to save him? This guy is a member of the Resistance Army. Chocolate Lava Cake, although he is a member of the Resistance Army, he is so handsome. It would be a pity if he died like this. Besides, don't you think he looks a bit like Leo? I mean the young Leo. Hearing this, Lemon Tart took a look at the blood-stained man in front of him. Now that you say that, it seems that there is a bit of similarity. Chocolate Lava Cake, so it's rare to see handsome guys like Leo. It's a pity to die? Lemon Tart, that makes sense. Strawberry Donut, stop chatting. Everyone, it's not safe here. Hearing this, the two stopped joking immediately. Chocolate Lava Cake looked at Lemon Tart. It's up to you. Lemon Tart then opened the skill panel. Skill, Infinite Strength, enabled. When the first skill is triggered, the player can carry an object 100 times heavier than his own weight. When the second skill is triggered, the player can carry an object 500 times heavier, including but not limited to living things. Doug didn't know what the creatures in front of him were. He only heard a strange sound coming from the mouths of these creatures, as if they were discussing something. And then he saw one of the light-colored creatures walk up to him and lift him up. In just a moment, Doug was in a mess. What does this thing want to do? Seeing this, Strawberry Donut was a little worried. Lemon, is it really okay for you to move him like this? It looks like he has a broken bone. Lemon Tart, I can't do anything about it. We don't have a stretcher. It's okay. The Chocolate Lava Cake on the side said carelessly. I just used my skill to stop his bleeding. Although the problem of the fracture has not been solved, he won't die for a while with my skill. The skill of Chocolate Lava Cake is called Save Your Life. Although the name sounds a bit funny, it is a relatively practical healing skill. Although this skill has no effect on slimes, it has a very powerful effect on humans, because it can pull the dying person back from the brink of death. To put it in game terms, it can restore 30% of the health bar that is about to be cleared. In other words, even if the NPC is about to die, she can use skills to revive him. Of course, Doug, as the NPC himself, has no idea about this. He only knows that things have become strange since the appearance of these creatures. However, facing these strange creatures, he has no spare power to resist. He can only let the other party do whatever they want. No one noticed the movement in the ruins. The dock in the distance was in chaos, as the sound of artillery fire gradually stopped. More and more strange ships approached the port. The soldiers from prison number 430 rushed ashore together. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. It's just a group of prisoners. They dared to provoke them again and wanted to annex their territory. It was simply looking for death. At this moment, the townspeople who were awakened by the movement of the port looked at a group of people in black uniforms with guns in their homes with panic, venting their anger with bullets. The people from prison 430 didn't care whether the people in front of them were civilians or rebels. In their opinion, there was no difference between these guys. After all, it was because of the support of the so-called civilians in the town that the prisoners dared to bark at them so arrogantly. Aren't you very capable? Don't you want to flatten our prison 430 and take over the entire Boca Bay? Come on, you hacking cowards. A bunch of cowards. After beating the man in front of him to a bloody mess, the prison guard seemed to be unsatisfied and shot the guy a few more times. On the side, his colleagues frowned when they saw this. You are wasting bullets like this. The prison guard wiped the blood off his face and smiled indifferently. Anyway, it's the money of these cowards. The colleague shrugged disapprovingly. Okay, the people here are dead. Go find the rebels quickly. TSK. Got it. While the people from prison number 430 were carrying out an inhumane cleansing of Blackstone Town, several rebels, who had finally escaped, ran to their superiors with a look of horror. It's bad. Lord Polly, the people from prison number 430 have already landed at the port. They have robbed our weapons. And we can't stop them. As early as the first loud explosion at the port, Polly had already noticed something was wrong. He never thought that he would receive such bad news just when he had just gathered people and was about to go to the port to check the situation. Those are 5 100mm cannons, and 10,000 revolver submachine guns. These were all bought by him at a huge price to deal with prison number 430. Now, all these things are used to deal with their own people. Thinking of this, Polly couldn't help but grit his teeth. He grabbed the guy who reported the news in front of him and said, "I don't care what method you use. You must stop them. Otherwise, we will all die tonight." But, the messenger whose neck was strangled by Polly had a red face and sweat on his forehead. The weapons were in their hands. I said, no matter what method, no matter what the price, we must stop them, Polly roared, pulled out a gun and pointed it at the head of the man in front of him. "Go! Get the weapon back for me. Otherwise I will kill you now." Looking at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him, the soldier who was ordered to die had a heartbeat as fast as a drum. He nodded tremblingly, and then stumbled out. Seeing the other party leave, Polly looked at the panicked officers behind him with red eyes. These were the prisoners who had fought with him out of prison number 444. Now they have all become the upper class of this town. And all this is thanks to him. You have to go too. Polly pointed the gun at them. If you don't want to become a prisoner again. Looking at Polly's unfriendly face, the officers had to bite the bullet and walk out the door, even though they knew that doing so would be tantamount to sending themselves to death. But compared to letting this madman shoot to death immediately, they would rather go out. At least leaving can find a chance to get away. The room suddenly became quiet. Polly trembled as he put down his gun and looked out the window. There was a red fire in the distance. This scene seemed familiar, just like the scene when they overthrew the tyranny of prison number 444. It was just that they were the ones who set the fire, and now they were the ones who were burned by the fire. But why is this? He had obviously taken power and became the master of this town. He was so close to victory. If he hadn't encountered this raid, he should have taken these arms to the north to flatten the white sand town where prison number 430 was located and take over the entire Boca Bay. After that, he could accumulate more land and wealth and continue to march eastward to take down the prison committee. Even continue eastward to take down the Golden Sand City further east, and thus unify the desolate planet. But there is no if. His grand ambitions and hegemony had not even taken the first step before he had already fallen on the land under his feet. And he was defeated by an unexpected sneak attack. How did prison number 430 know that arms would be shipped to Blackstone Port tonight? It was obvious that there was a traitor in the resistance army. But who betrayed him? He knew nothing. He was like a fool who was blindfolded and fooled around. And he didn't know the seriousness of the problem until the knife fell. Thinking of this, Polly closed his eyes painfully. The guys in prison 430 would never let him go. Maybe, if he ended his life now, he wouldn't have to endure such great pain in the future. Thinking of this, he raised the gun and pointed it at his temple. However, the index finger on the trigger was reluctant to move. No. He didn't want to die. He finally escaped from prison and became a big man admired by everyone. How could he die here? Absolutely not. He wanted to live. While those guys were still stalling time on the front line, he had to leave here quickly. Do we really not need to care? Looking at the town with flames in the distance, Strawberry Donut couldn't help asking, how to care? Chocolate Lava Cake fixed the splint to the NPC on the ground without raising his head. There were only 3 of us. How could we possibly defeat these guys? Not to mention they have cannons in their hands. Besides, in war, there are always casualties. Let's just treat it as a plot. Strawberry Donut remained silent. That being said, the graphics of this game are too real. Although some particularly bloody scenes are mosaicked, it still makes people feel uncomfortable. On the side, the lemon tart, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. I feel very conflicted. Although I know that many people in this town have done wrong things that are intolerable to heaven. When I saw them suffer such a tragedy with my own eyes, I still can't help but sympathize with them. This is normal. Chocolate Lava Cake looked at her. And human nature is complicated. In this world, people who are all black or all white are still a minority. And most people are in the gray area in the middle. They may be a kind and good person today, but become a disgusting and annoying ghost tomorrow. Chocolate Lava Cake paused and said, this is just a game. If you delve too deeply into this issue, we won't be able to continue playing next. Lemon Tart sighed, just suddenly feeling something. What should we do next? Wait first. Putting down the bandaged right leg of the NPC, Chocolate Lava Cake looked into the distance. Those people can't keep fighting like this. After all, it's no good for them to kill all the people. If there are no slaves in a colony, then its existence has no meaning. Chapter 363 about Paradise Port. As Chocolate Lava Cake said, the massacre ended not long after. However, the reason why these people stopped the attack was not only to ensure the sustainable development of this new colony, but also because they caught the thorn in the side of prison number 430. Polly, the leader of the rebels in Blackstone Town, not to mention running out of the town. This guy had just sneaked out of his luxurious villa with his packed luggage, and was collectively betrayed by his subordinates, who pretended to obey, but did not obey. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that was such a huge difference in firepower between the two sides. It was simply wishful thinking to want to take back the weapons and defeat these people. And Polly's previous order was tantamount to sending them to death. It was obvious that the other party did this to let them delay time, so as to seek a way out for themselves. The rebels were not fools. They would choose to continue jumping down when they knew that there was a fire pit ahead. Anyway, they would die anyway. So they might as well take a gamble and give up the instigator. Maybe they could still seek a way out. However, what the officers of the rebel army did not expect was that it was not just them who had the same idea, but also other surviving townspeople in the town. Looking at the town that was destroyed beyond recognition, the townspeople were both afraid and angry. They were afraid of the brutal prison guards from prison number 430. But they hated Polly and his rebels, who brought this catastrophe to the town even more. If it were not for the growing ambitions of these people, if it were not for them reaching out to the territory of Baisha Town, Blackstone Town would not have to suffer such a catastrophe. With hatred for the rebels, the people of prison number 430 did not need to talk much. And the townspeople of Blackstone Town had already stood up and sold out those people. It was precisely because of this that when the officers of the rebel army tied up their former boss and prepared to show goodwill to the new master, they not only did not get the way to live they wanted, but were shot dead by the other side, and their bodies sank directly into the sea. Looking at the blood-stained dock in the distance, people murmured and lowered their heads. This scene seemed familiar. They had experienced it more than half a year ago. Once upon a time, the rebels treated them the same way. They asked the people in the town to hand over everyone who had a connection with prison number 444. Whether it was the family of the prison guards, or the wealthy businessmen who had done business with the prison guards, or the families of the wealthy businessmen. Some people willingly became their running dogs. Others did not do it because they did not want to violate their conscience. It was precisely because of this that the latter were labeled as dissidents, and went straight to death. Under the instigation of this group of lunatics, no one who was related to prison number 444 survived. No, there may be an exception. Elizabeth, the daughter of Warden Rhodes. Since the incident, the lady has never appeared again. Some people say that she sank into the sea, and some people say that she may have escaped from the town a long time ago. But no one knows what the truth is. But there are more unclear things in this world. They don't even know where their future will go. Just like the prisoners of the rebels. When they forced the townspeople to make a choice, they probably didn't expect that they would be handed over to their mortal enemies as a token of surrender one day. If they knew, they might have retained some rationality and not done some things to the extreme. But this is impossible. People are not gods and cannot predict their own destiny. Just as the people of this town can't imagine what a big change they will experience in the future. It's dawn. Blackstone Port, which has been noisy all night, has once again returned to peace. After clearing out all the rebels, the town was officially included in the sphere of influence of prison number 430. After a night of thrilling, the townspeople who survived the disaster are now curled up in their homes to catch up on sleep. And the foreign prison guards have also entered the old site of prison number 444 and are resting there. This also made the dessert trio who just came online feel relieved. Originally, they were worried that the guys would search the whole town. The three of them were slimes, so it was easy to hide. But if the living person in front of them was found, they would be dead. Looking at the NPC in front of him with his eyes closed, pale face and cold sweat, Lemon Egg Tart was a little worried. Could he not hold on and die? No way. Strawberry Donut exclaimed, if he died, wouldn't we have worked in vain? Let me take a look, Chocolate Lava Cake said. And then he came forward and stretched out his gel-like little hand to touch his forehead, and then opened the NPC's eyelids to take a look. The pupil did not dilate. The forehead was hot, but the temperature was not high. As he said, Chocolate Lava Cake made a diagnosis. Maybe he caught a cold after hiding in this reef cave for a night. So he had a low fever. What should I do? We don't have antipyretics here. It's not a big deal. As he said, Chocolate Lava Cake retracted his little hand and turned back to his round shape. climbing onto the head of the NPC in front of him. Looking at the chocolate slime sitting on the NPC's head, Strawberry Donut was puzzled. What are you doing? Physical cooling. Although, even if it is physical cooling, there is no need to sit on the NPC's face. It's offensive. This way the cooling area is large. What's the point of being polite when human lives are at stake? Chocolate Lava Cake disagrees. Besides, what else is more suitable for ice compresses than a cold slime? Strawberry Donut and Lemon Tart. Suddenly I feel that what you said makes sense. And I am speechless. But, after hesitating for a moment, Strawberry Donut couldn't help but say, you keep sitting on his head like this. What if you want to fart later? Chocolate Lava Cake. Doug, who was trapped in a nightmare, vaguely heard a female voice, with a slightly weird pronunciation, but still graceful. Listening carefully, it even sounded a little familiar. He didn't understand why he felt familiar with this sound. But at this moment, he only felt that his head, which was originally swollen with heat, suddenly became heavy, and he also felt a familiar cool touch, which was very comfortable. With the noisy, strange but pleasant female voice beside his ear, Doug, who had been tormented by injuries and nightmares all night, gradually relaxed. He moved his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. And then he saw a huge shadow above his head. Ah! He woke up, facing a pair of dark eyes. The shadow on his head disappeared instantly. The brain that originally felt heavy suddenly became much lighter. His sluggish perception gradually recovered, and he finally understood where the heaviness on his head came from. It turned out to be caused by being pressed. Strawberry Donut, did you wake up so soon? Your physical cooling is too effective. Doug blinked blankly and slowly looked at the source of the sound. Then, he saw 3 round jelly gel creatures of different colors. He remembered that last night, prison number 430 attacked their black stone port, and he was injured by artillery fire. And then, he saw these 3 creatures. They not only lifted him up and took him away from the battlefield, but also bandaged his wounds. Thinking about it, Doug looked down. As expected, there were splints and bandages wrapped around his legs. It turned out that the scene he saw last night was not a dream. They really saved him. But compared to the fact that he was still alive, Doug was more shocked that the 3 strange jelly-like creatures in front of him could actually speak human language. Facing the 3 pairs of shining bean eyes, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What are you? After saying this, he paused again. Am I stupid? Even if I ask, these creatures can't understand human language. However, at this moment, I heard a clear desert language from my ear. We are slimes. Doug, they can actually speak human language. Don't be too shocked. As if he had already gotten used to the reactions of some NPCs in the game. Lemon Tart explained very calmly, we can understand what you are saying, and we can also speak a little of your language. Hearing this answer, Doug was shocked. He had never seen or heard of any non-human creature that could speak human language, which was far beyond his cognition. Although he was shocked by the scene in front of him, he still forced himself to stay calm and looked at the group of creatures in front of him, who called themselves slimes, and nodded slightly. So that's it. You saved me last night. Right. Thank you. So you still remember? Lemon Tart was a little surprised. After all, the guy's condition was not very good at that time. If Chocolate hadn't used his skills to restore some blood to him and pulled him back from the brink of death, I'm afraid this guy would have gone to see the god of the desert. Doug nodded. I remember that there was a light-colored round thing that lifted me up, and there was a black thing that bandaged my wound. As for what happened later, I don't remember much. Light-colored round thing. Black thing. Although I know that this NPC is talking about the color of his skin, it still sounds a bit uncomfortable to be described like this. Strawberry Donut coughed, interrupting this slightly embarrassing scene. Can you tell us what happened last night? Don't be too nervous. We don't mean any harm. I know. Doug lowered his eyelashes and pursed his pale lips slightly. After all, his life was saved by these slimes. If they really had malicious intentions, there would be no need to spend effort to save him. We were attacked by people from prison number 430. They knew our plan, so they took our munitions in advance and used them against us. Hearing this, the players looked at each other. Can you explain it more clearly? What plan? What munitions? Doug did not answer immediately, but slowly sat up and turned his head to look at the messy dock in the distance. It seems that the town has fallen. After a long silence, he sighed. In this case, there is nothing I can't say. Then, Doug told everything he knew. Through his narration, the players finally knew the ins and outs of everything. It turned out that the leader of the resistance bought a large number of munitions from Paradise Port and planned to launch an attack on prison number 430 in the north. Unexpectedly, the news leaked out, and prison number 430 robbed the weapons that originally belonged to them and used them on themselves. After hearing this, Strawberry Donut thought for a moment and suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. What kind of place is that Paradise Port? Can it even sell arms? Hearing this, Chocolate Lava Cake and Lemon Tart were stunned. Then they remembered this question that they had ignored for a long time. After mistakenly entering Blackstone Town, they only cared about understanding the past of this town and paying attention to the struggle between the resistance army and prison number 430. But they always ignored an important clue. That is the so-called New World. From the closed beta to the present, their understanding of the desolate planet is limited to the division of the East and West, as well as the superficial settings that the East is mountainous and the West is desert. The East was once the territory of the landlords and nobles, and the West is the territory of the prison. It is precisely because of these settings that they have always thought that the map of the desolate planet is divided into mountains and deserts in half. It was not until this time that they accidentally entered the westernmost part of the desert due to the sandstorm that they realized that there was a sea on the desert planet, and even a new continent. This also made them feel strange. After all, it was not that no players had left the desert planet before, but no one had ever mentioned that there was a sea and a new continent on the desert planet. Could it be that because they took off from the east, they could not see the other side of the planet? Unable to figure out the reason, the three of them immediately blamed the problem on the game bug. Doug didn't know that the thoughts of these slimes had drifted to outer space above the desert planet. When asked about Paradise Port, he didn't think much about it, but answered with a longing face it was a prosperous port that was 10 or even dozens of times larger than Blackstone Port. As its name says, it is like a paradise on earth. I don't know what language to use to describe the prosperity there. In short, the people living there live a rich life and have no worries about food and drink. If possible, I want to move my home there in the future. There are no prisons or prisoners, let alone slaves and landlords. There are only beautiful houses, bustling commercial streets and bars, and factories. The arms you just asked about are just one of the most insignificant of their many production lines. They actually produce many more interesting things. It's a pity that they are unwilling to sell those things. Even buying their arms can only be settled with their currency. They don't accept gold, silver and copper coins from the barren planet. Fortunately, the black pearls and red corals produced in our Blackstone Port are very popular among the local rich. Selling these things to Paradise Port can be exchanged for their currency, and then use the money to buy arms. Hearing this, the players looked at each other. Lemon Tart, is there any way to get there? Hearing this question, Doug's mood instantly dropped. Originally, there were fixed flights to the port, but now, even if he didn't say it clearly, the players could understand what he meant. I saw the Chocolate Lava Cake split out a cold little hand and patted his arm. Don't worry. We will settle this bad debt between you and prison number 430 through the offline dissemination of the dessert trio. The second tragedy in Blackstone Town quickly spread throughout the game. This news was passed on to the NPCs in the game by the players. In front of the newsstand in Jeanshaw City, people were watching with the latest issue of Slime Daily. The headline of this newspaper not only recorded the tragedy in Black Rock Town a few days ago, but also told about the large-scale jailbreak that happened there more than half a year ago. Once the news was published, it immediately aroused heated discussions among people. Who would have thought that those innocent people who were wrongly imprisoned would eventually become executioners with butcher knives? Not only did they wield knives against those who had bullied them, but they also did not let go of other innocent townspeople in the town. Even after these people had mastered freedom and power, they still felt it was not enough, and they wanted to seek more power. It was precisely because of their growing ambitions that the entire town was finally destroyed. It is hard to imagine that this incident first happened more than half a year ago, but due to the lag in the news, they did not know what happened in the westernmost part of the desert until now. But this happened in the west, too far away from the residents of Jeanshaw City. Most people just sighed a few words and put it down after reading this tragic story. In comparison, Storm City, which is relatively closer to Blackstone Town, reacted more strongly to this incident. These people are too rampant. An old man looked angry after reading the report. I don't know if he was scolding the rebels or the ruthless prison number 430. On the side, the young man was stunned when he heard the words. Do you mean the people in prison number 430? No, I mean the prisoners. The old man was full of anger. If it weren't for them, nothing would have happened. But they were forced to do it at the beginning. The young man hesitated to speak. If it weren't for the prison guards beating and killing prisoners at will, they wouldn't have gone to that step. The old man frowned. But what they did had already exceeded the limit. More than half a year ago, those who they killed were not all prison guards. There were many innocent people among them. The young man was ashamed. This is right. The old man folded the newspaper. They could use their own power to take revenge. But that didn't mean they could abuse their power on innocent people. What's the difference between doing this and the prison guards who bullied them in the past? It's just a cycle. Not to mention that Polly, who tied the whole town to his chariot for his own selfish desires. As a result, the whole town is now in trouble with him. As he said, the old man sighed, there are other people in that town. They never thought of uniting to resist, but only thought of selling out others in exchange for survival. Sooner or later, they will be sold out by others, just like the prison committee in the past. Although on the surface, these prison guards stationed in Storm City look very deterrent in their specially made black uniforms and guns. But in fact, without this layer of disguise, they are nothing. Before the slime arrived, they were showing off their power in the city, and everyone had to respectfully call them prison guards. But after the slime bombarded the city with artillery fire, they didn't even dare to fart and handed over the entire Storm City. Not to mention Chairman George. He didn't even resist. He just ran away in the tunnel like a rat. Although he was killed in the end. As a resident of Storm City, he didn't care whether the master above him was a human or a slime. Anyway, as long as it didn't affect his life, he didn't care who would be the lord of the city. In fact, compared with the former prison committee, he actually preferred these slimes to govern the city. However, one thing is one thing. Putting similar stories on the townspeople and the prisoner resistance. He had a mentality of being angry at them for not fighting. These people obviously had better choices. But they chose to go on a path worse than the prison rule period. Especially with the slime family as a comparison. This approach is really hard to understand. These slimes did not oppress them like the prison guards, but instead started a Republican alliance for common development, which made them see another possibility. It turns out that they don't need to find a master or an adult to manage themselves to make their lives better. It has only been a few months, and Storm City has already undergone significant changes, not to mention the more distant Sand City. Although there are no slimes in Black Rock Town, and although they have not formed any Republican alliance, they have the opportunity to live a better life with their own hands. But they succumbed to those prisoners, and now they continue to succumb to the new prison guards. Thinking of this, the old man sighed and shook his head. This group of people is hopeless. Different from the unique point of view of this old man. After some angry young men learned about the Black Rock Town, their first reaction was not that those people were really pitiful or cowardly, but the prison guards actually killed innocent people. Although there are hundreds of prisons of all sizes in this desert, even people can be good and bad, not to mention prisons. But even so, some people still cannot avoid resentment towards the prison guards. After all, the residents living in Storm City have been oppressed by these black uniforms in the past to a greater or lesser extent. Although there would not be any brutal incidents like the bloodbath in Black Rock Town at 430 prison, they really didn't like these guys in black. This also led to some prison guards, who stayed in Storm City, for work reasons being looked down upon. However, most people were still rational. Although they sympathized with the plight of Black Rock Town, they did not vent their anger on innocent people. Especially since the dozen prisons have now become affiliated areas of Storm City. In addition, since those black uniforms are now keeping their tails between their legs, they can't find any reason to target them. In the breakfast shop, players were eating steamed buns while talking about what happened recently in Black Rock Town. Brick moving boy, so those prisoner rebels are just a bunch of cannon fodder? What we really have to deal with are the people in prison number 430. Stir-fried kidneys, obviously. According to the normal plot development, the next scene should be the drama of the slime clan liberating the townspeople oppressed by prison colonization. Pink spreads his wings. Liberating Black Rock Town is secondary. According to the information provided by Chocolate and the others, there is a new continent opposite Boca Bay. The people of Black Rock Town bought arms through the Paradise Port in the new continent. I heard that the people there use another currency system. Ultraman of Light, this is normal. On Earth, every country has its own currency. On the contrary, it is rare for such a large area like the desert planet to use the same currency. According to my speculation, this is probably because the desert planet has been colonized. in order to facilitate unified management. The same currency is used. I am your father. Why do people in the New World use another set of currencies? Like man, maybe they became independent a long time ago. Or maybe they were lucky enough to escape the colonial rule of alien colonists due to geographical reasons? It is hard to say what the specific reason is now. Everything will have to wait until we go there to investigate. Chapter 364 What's Going On? I didn't expect so many things to happen in places we didn't know about. After reading the newspaper in front of him, Zhang Binhua's face was full of emotion. In fact, the prison committee's control over this desert has long been less than before. The area near Storm City is okay. The farther away, the weaker the control of the prison committee. On the opposite side, Xiaoming nodded slightly. I see. Otherwise, when he asked the players to occupy prison number 9, the prison committee would not have been silent for so long. Although this also played a role in him asking the prison guards to keep their mouths shut. But if the power of the prison committee was really that strong, I'm afraid there would be more than one brat in prison number 9. As if he understood the innuendo in Xiaoming's words, Zhang Binhua smiled. What are you going to do next? What do you want to do? Looking at the golden slime blinking innocently, Zhang Binhua was stunned. You don't plan to take care of this matter? How to take care of it? Xiaoming said calmly. Even the original prison committee didn't care. So what name can we take care of? You also said that it was the prison committee. Zhang Binhua seemed to want to continue persuading. But you are different. You obviously have the ability to change their lives. The Republican Alliance is not a charity dedicated to poverty alleviation. The slime in front of him looked at him steadily. There are too many chaos on this planet. In addition to the Blackstone town in Boca Bay, there are many places we can't take care of. If we have to take care of every place, then the time, money, manpower and material resources we spend are huge. There is an old proverb in our slime clan. Don't be generous to others. It means not to use other people's property to do favors. We do have that ability. But the Republican Alliance is not only the Republican Alliance of our slimes, but also many people living in the sphere of influence of the Republican Alliance. We can't use the wealth created by their labor to subsidize a border town that is not yet one of us. As you once told me, even if they are all in the name of prisons, not everyone recognizes that they are a member of the prison committee. This statement is now also applicable to the current situation. Even if Storm City is now a city of the Republican Alliance, it does not mean that other towns in the West also belong to the Republican Alliance. After listening to the words of the slime in front of him, Zhang Binhua was stunned. But didn't you also cross 1,500 kilometers from Jinsha City to Storm City? That's different. Xiaoming said seriously. Going west is the only choice for the people in the east. If you don't do this, you will never be able to end the unfair tax system. Zhang Binhua pursed his lips, and his resolute face gradually became serious. Indeed, as the other party said, the Republican Alliance is not the Republican Alliance of the Slime Clan. In fact, the members of this organization are not only slimes, but also many ordinary people living under this banner. The Slime Clan liberated them and brought them a new management system. But it was them who finally continued this system. And it was also them who created wealth with labor to make their lives better. Throughout the history of the desolate planet, there is no lack of one-man rule. But these one-man regimes or organizations eventually went to extinction without exception. Now the Republican Alliance created by the Golden Slime has given him a different perspective. The people's will is the most important. He can't just let the other party take the wealth of ordinary people to do something that has nothing to do with the settlement under his feet. What's the difference between this and the one-man rule in the past? Thinking of this, Zhang Binhua sighed. I didn't think about it. Xiaoming smiled. Don't blame yourself too much. This is also human nature. Although he is the warden who is feared by Westerners, Xiaoming can see that this serious man who seems to be unsmiling at first glance actually has a soft heart. He may be harsh to colleagues in high positions and ruthless to criminals, but he has always been kind to innocent weak people. This is why Xiaoming did not classify prison number 3 into the subsidiary area of Storm City like he did with the other dozen prisons, but retained a certain degree of autonomy, because he would not play stupid and useless tricks on him like those guys did. Although this Warden Zhang has a face of a villain, he is a normal good man. If he was indifferent to the tragic situation in Blackstone Town, Xiaoming would think that he had misjudged him. Thinking of this, Xiaoming looked at the man in front of him. Although I can't use the interests of the Republic Alliance to help those poor people, but as the patriarch of the Slime Clan, I believe that my people are still willing to lend a helping hand to them. Hearing this, Zhang Binhua paused. After a moment of shock, a trace of emotion flashed across his face. which was always serious. Xiao Ming was too familiar with such eyes. When the lizard disaster witnessed the heroic sacrifice of the slime clan last year, the other party had the same expression. In order to avoid being looked at with such disgusting eyes, Xiao Ming coughed lightly and said, "Don't worry. My people have already taken action." Zhang Benoit? Already taken action? When did it happen? When we didn't know? Not intending to continue to explore this topic in depth, Xiao Ming said, in short, "I believe they will definitely bring good news." To be honest, Xiao Ming didn't expect his little players to be so quick. After learning that there was a new continent that had never been visited on the other side of the sea, they packed their bags and prepared to go to Boca Bay, the westernmost part of the desert, for a field investigation without waiting for the official update announcement. Among these players, there are individual adventurers who never follow a group, and there are also caravans who like to act in groups. Of course, there is also the Gotham brother who never takes the usual path. It's just that this guy had already left Storm City in his fully automatic wind-powered aircraft when the wind and sand stopped a few days ago. As for what happened along the way, no one knows. Since leaving Storm City, this guy has never shown up on the forum. Some people speculated that this guy was most likely blown to some corner by the wind because of a failed test flight. But he was too embarrassed to say it, so he didn't show up. The evidence is that Gotham, who always gets angry at the slightest provocation, didn't jump out to refute it immediately after hearing such remarks. It can be seen that most of the netizen speculations are true. Xiao Ming naturally supports the player's plan to explore the new world from the bottom of his heart. This is not only conducive to changing the situation in the entire Boca Bay, but also means that the light of order of the Republican Alliance will go further with the player's footsteps. Many things are not convenient for him as an NPC to do personally, but players can become his spokesperson, his eyes and ears, and help him understand everything around him. And the order established by the players in the new map will eventually become part of the Republican Alliance. This is an inevitable result, because from the moment they came to this world with the body of a slime after getting the game, they have shared the honor and disgrace with the Slime Clan and the current Republican Alliance. They are like the missionaries of the deserted planet, spreading new hope to these areas that have not yet been liberated and are still suffering. Of course, without violating the clan rules, the Player's Handbook, and the new laws of the Republican Alliance. Xiao Ming is very happy for them to explore how to change the land under their feet by themselves, instead of waiting for playing updates all the time. After all, this is not a real game, and his plan is also a fake one. It is impossible to do everything well. At this time, players need to use their subjective initiative to explore and enrich the game content. After all, Wild Star World is originally an MMO sandbox game with a very high degree of freedom. Whether it is finding problems or solving problems, it is the fun of the game. Obviously, the players in front of them have deeply experienced the fun of exploration. Boca Bay, located at the end of the western desert, has a total coastline of more than 3,000 kilometers. Because the shape of the entire bay is like a bird's beak with a big mouth, it is named because Poca means bird's beak in the Wild Star language. It is said that during the prosperous Gubar period, the coast here was once full of seabirds. Some wealthy people used this as a gimmick to develop a number of sea view villa resorts in this area. But with the outbreak of war and the deterioration of the environment, everything turned into smoke. Until the end of the war, the residents living nearby used the building materials and equipment left here by the developers at that time to build settlements on the coast. Later, the prison committee built prisons nearby, and the peaceful life of local residents gradually ended. Although the black uniforms had been domineering in this land for a long time, the subsequent prison committee's policy of letting them go forced them to unite. They built docks and ports, and found a new way to survive in the gradually deteriorating environment around them by going out to sea to fish. More than 100 years later, through sailing on the sea, they discovered the New World. The New World not only improved their fishing skills, but also allowed the free people of Boca Bay to live a relatively affluent life through trade. Today, the population of the entire Boca Bay has grown to hundreds of thousands compared to the tens of thousands at the beginning. Going out to sea not only brought them rich catches, but also brought many new things that this desert had never had. For example, many industrial and light industrial products such as clothes and canned fruits. Another example is the arms from Paradise Harbor. To be honest, when I learned about this history from the NPC named Doug, Lemon Tart wanted to question it more than once. Can those pearl corals really be sold for so much money? It's fine if it's just food and daily necessities, but the rebels can actually buy so many arms. Isn't this too exaggerated? Not at all. Chocolate Lava Cake said, top-grade pearls and corals are not cheaper than diamonds at all. What's more, Blackstone Harbor produces black pearls and red corals, which are worth a lot even on Earth. Especially red corals. The top grade aka costs tens of thousands per gram. And in our country, red corals are first-class protected animals, and it is illegal to buy them in unauthorized places. After listening to Chocolate's popular science, Lemon Tart nodded suddenly. I didn't expect that there are so many tricks in this. Don't you think the situation here is very similar to the movie? Strawberry Donut, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Movie? Have you seen Blood Diamond? It's the movie starring Leo. In 1999, in Sierra Leone, Africa, there was a group of smuggled diamonds mined and sold for the purchase of weapons. In addition to stopping the rebels, the weapons exchanged for diamonds were also used to fight against the government and kill innocent people. Hearing this, Lemon Tart blinked. It seems that it is really similar when you put it that way. It's just that the exchange of jewelry for weapons is similar. Chocolate Lava Cake said, Sierra Leone is a famous diamond exporter in Africa. It is precisely because of the huge interests that there has been civil strife there for many years. To put it bluntly, they fight to control the country's diamond exports. And the purpose is to compete for wealth. But the situation here in Blackstone Town is completely different. All conflicts are based on class contradictions. Whether it is the contradiction between prisons and prisoners, the contradiction between prisoners and townspeople, or the contradiction between prisons and townspeople, it is not just a simple struggle for wealth. If it was just for the black pearls and red corals in front of them, the rebels like Polly would not have continued to attack other prisons, but would have stayed in their own small piece of land and become landlords. Strawberry Donut suddenly realized that what you said seemed to be true. Chocolate Lava Cake, the riot that happened here is just a small microcosm of many prisons. What happened in the Blackstone Town area seems to be just a war between warlords at first glance. But in fact it is a contradiction between the oppressing class and the oppressed class. If this contradiction is not completely resolved, it will cause more problems in the future. As he said, Chocolate paused and looked at the crowded dock in the distance. It has only been 2 days since the attack that night. An order has been restored on the dock. The bricks and stone garbage that were previously shattered by the artillery fire were all cleaned up by the townspeople. But even so, the traces of the artillery fire on the buildings and streets still exist. Similarly, these traces remain in people's hearts. Not only the scars caused that night, but also the new wounds that are growing now. The new prison number 430 that took over Black Rock Town is much more excessive than the previous prison number 444. In the past, as long as the townspeople were respectful and polite to the prison guards, they could live in peace as free citizens. But prison number 430 obviously did not intend to treat the townspeople here as human beings. After occupying Blackstone Town, they directly adopted military management and treated the entire town as prisoners. The townspeople lined up and walked to the dock to unload the goods with their heads down. During this period, some people were beaten and scolded by the black uniforms in charge from time to time because of their clumsy hands and feet. Seeing such a scene, the townspeople bowed their heads even lower, as if doing so would make those black uniforms ignore them. However, everyone knows that this approach is actually no different from an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Looking at the townspeople who fell to the ground and cried in pain, Lemon Egg Tart couldn't bear to turn his eyes away. The prison guards here are really more inhuman than one another. Chocolate Lava Cake sighed. The surrender brought about by armed suppression is only temporary after all. I have a hunch that it won't be long before a new battle will break out here. Although everyone bowed and knelt in a cautious and submissive manner to the new prison guards, no one knew what kind of expressions these people had under their lowered heads. Was it fear? Was it resentment? Or anger and dissatisfaction? At this moment, the sound of strawberry donuts interrupted her thoughts. Look! What is that? Following the direction pointed by the other party, the players looked up. In the distant east sky, a small white plane was flying through the clouds. The shape of this plane was neither a fighter nor a transport plane, but a glider. But it was different from the gliders they had seen. Its flying method was too unstable. It went up and down, just like flying a kite. And compared to the strange flying method of this plane, they wanted to know why this thing appeared here, and who was driving this plane. Suddenly, Lemon Tart seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, could it be the Gotham boss? I remember he said on the forum that he wanted to come here to test the performance of the aircraft. After saying that, the three of them looked up at the horizon. The white plane that was flying a little erratically in the distance suddenly spun in the air, and then rushed towards the port in front. Dessert Trio. What's going on? Chapter 365 anyway. No matter how you choose him, you won't suffer. Gotham didn't know what went wrong with his plane suddenly. After leaving Storm City, he experienced another sandstorm on the way. Although the plane landed in time, it was inevitably bumped in the wind for a while when it was forced to land. From that time on, the stability of the flight was affected. This is also the fundamental reason why when the Dessert Trio saw this plane, the other party looked like a kite swaying. After nearly 3 days of flying, Gotham finally arrived at Boca Bay and saw the coast of his dreams. However, the problem of the aircraft's electrical system failure caused by the sandstorm weather has not been solved. So, after a long and bumpy journey, the plane finally went into a runaway state. Although he tried his best to control the joystick to control the plane to land on the beach, he was still unable to change the end of the crash. At the dock, not only the townspeople and prison guards of Blackstone Town, but also the cargo ship not far from the shore, were all shocked by the huge monster that suddenly fell from the sky. After seeing what the white thing was, Shiku, the captain of the guard team in charge of public security at the dock, grabbed the communicator and ordered loudly, "Get out of the way!" It turned out that his warning was correct, because the next second, a huge ball of fire suddenly exploded in front of him. A few days later, the dock was surrounded by flames again. Some people who were slower in dodge were instantly thrown into the sea by the airflow of the explosion, and screams were heard for a while. Damn! The players hiding in the dark opened their mouths and looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. He is worthy of being the big boss of Gotham. The noise of this appearance was too big. Speaking of which, Strawberry Donut hesitated to say, can he survive if he does this? Lemon Tart, hard. Unless he has a resurrection armor. However, this kind of thing is almost impossible. After all, it was an explosion. To be able to dodge such a big explosion, this luck is not ordinary. As soon as the voice fell, a small fluorescent green dot fell from the sky in the distance, and a small white parachute was opened. However, under the cover of the explosion and the thick smoke, no one on the dock noticed this inconspicuous scene. Only the slime players hiding near the beach reefs noticed the iconic fluorescent green and the bright game ID on the other party's head at a glance. It was Gotham Brother without a doubt. Dessert Trio. Good guy. He actually managed to dodge it. Looking at the black smoke on the dock, the sailors on the cargo ship in the distance, who were preparing to return to Paradise Port, stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Was that a plane just now? How could it be a plane? Have you seen such a small plane? It's more like a plane model. So why did the plane model appear here? And it exploded? Is there any need to ask? It must be equipped with a bomb. A sailor who thought he had seen through all the truth made a very clear analysis. This thing was obviously coming for us, because it knew we would leave the port by ship today. So this thing just happened to appear at the dock. All this is the rebels' revenge on us, and the purpose is to punish us for our betrayal a few days ago. Hearing this, there was an uproar on the ship. Dulike looked at the burning flames in the distance with a pale face, and he couldn't help feeling a little scared. If his ship had left the shore later, he would have been buried in the sea of fire like those people just now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sweat on his back. The situation in this place is far more complicated than he imagined. After doing this, he would rather go to the planet Shida to supply arms to those armed rebels than come here. At least the rebels over there will not threaten people with weapons at every turn. Nor will they blame the arms dealers for such things because they lost the war. There are many people who feel scared like Dulike. But some people are very indignant about this. This can't be blamed on us. At that time, those guys directly put guns to our heads. How could we not agree? That's right. Speaking of it, we are still the most unlucky. I just came here to do business with my boss, but I almost lost my life. Be content. At least we are still alive and got the money. This is what we deserve. That's right. The sailors nodded one after another. After calming down, Dulika said, those guys are not so shameless as to swallow our payment. After all, if they dare to do so, our boss will not let them go. No matter which planet or territory. Those who can do arms business are not ordinary people. What is that? Suddenly, someone pointed at a white object floating on the sea in the distance and exclaimed, is it garbage? It looks like some kind of cloth. Just as people were talking about it, they saw a bright green round object hanging at the end of the white canvas. At first, they thought that this thing was probably an anchor or buoy, the purpose of which was to facilitate recycling. But they never thought that the next second, They saw that the fluorescent green thing actually moved. It was not pushed by the waves on the sea. It moved by itself. Subconsciously, the people on the boat took out their telescopes and aimed at the fluorescent green on the sea. Then, they saw a jaw-dropping scene. The blinding green unknown creature slowly climbed onto the white canvas, then took out a white plastic sheet that he didn't know where it came from and began to paddle on the water. Everyone. Good guy. Is this canvas a boat? I've never seen such a spiritual creature. Just as the people on the boat were watching the fluorescent green slime on the sea, the slime on the sea also noticed the group of people on the cargo ship, looking at the pairs of wide eyes on the boat. Brother Gotham immediately became alert. Are these guys going to do anything to me? Thinking of this, he immediately opened the game panel and tried to identify the camp of the NPC in front of him. Not seeing the red name, Gotham was slightly relieved. But it was only a little bit. After all, this game sometimes does not always display the red-named boss. But the fights that need to be fought should still be fought. After staring at the people on the boat for a long time, seeing that these people did not seem to have any ill intentions, Gotham continued to pull the wind blades that were torn off the plane before the crash and paddled hard in an attempt to swim to the other side. The dog planner did a good job. I didn't expect that this sea was not a sticker. Feeling the cold sea water hitting his body, Gotham rowed while muttering, but this thing is too difficult to row. Right? If it were in real life, I would have swum over such a short distance long ago. Why would I bother with so much effort? This is the bad thing about becoming a slime. It is inconvenient to swim without hands and feet, and I can only float on the water. Just as Gotham brother was busy trying to get himself ashore, the sailors on the cargo ship not far away were all dumbfounded. Dulike pondered for a moment and then ordered, "Pull the boat over and take a look." Hearing this, the driver in the cab immediately responded. The cargo ship broke through the waves and headed towards the white canvas floating on the sea. Noticing the movement around him, Gotham Iron Man, who was paddling on the canvas, immediately cast a puzzled and vigilant look at the big ship in front of him. What's going on? Could it be that he triggered some plot interaction? With this thought in mind, Gotham took the initiative and shouted to the people on the boat. What's up? Hearing the wild language coming into their ears, the people on the boat were shocked again. This green thing can actually speak human language. Although Dulike was also shocked, he still tried his best to respond calmly. Do you need help? Upon hearing this, Gotham was instantly happy. Good guy. I'm sending you a pillow when you're dozing off. So he triggered the NPC rescue plot. Right? Without any hesitation, Gotham immediately said, of course I need it. It should be said that he couldn't ask for more. If someone had doubted whether he had heard it wrong before. At this moment, the sailors on the boat immediately gave up the idea after hearing such a coherent wild language. This green thing really speaks human language. Unlike the startled sailors, Dulike, the leader of the caravan, was much calmer. After hearing the other party's response, he immediately asked people to lower the rope and escalator and pull up the strange green creature in front of him. Thank you, brother. The Gotham man who successfully escaped also paid attention to the etiquette and thanked the NPCs in front of him. Looking at the round green creature in front of him, which looked like jelly gel, Dooley could suddenly remember the rumors he heard about slimes that could speak human language on the deserted planet when he was sailing in the interstellar space. At that time, he didn't care about such rumors. After all, he had heard no less than hundreds of rumors in the future galaxy after traveling all over the country for so many years. Most of these rumors were nonsense that were spread by word of mouth. If he had to pay attention to and verify every one he heard, wouldn't he be busy to death? Moreover, as a businessman, where there are business opportunities to make money is what he should pay attention to. Dooley didn't expect that the rumors he had not taken seriously before would become a reality one day and appear in front of him. For a time, his mood was both excited and complicated. Excited because finally a rumor that sounded bizarre was true. The complexity is because I missed such a good business opportunity. This is a slime that can speak human language. If I sell it on some planets, it will definitely generate huge profits. Although this creature called slime looks like a jelly gel, it is not as pleasing as those creatures with soft fur. But it can speak human language and seems to have its own thoughts, which are enough to surpass ordinary pets. Moreover, it is much more interesting than a simple AI bionic robot. Some rich people on some planets will definitely be willing to pay for this thing. Although he missed these slimes in the past. But good things come late. And it is not too late for him to catch this opportunity now. Thinking of this, Dulike's face immediately raised a gentle smile. Introduce yourself. My name is Dulike. And I am a businessman. The cargo ship we are on is about to arrive at the Paradise Port on the Wilk continent. Looking at the smiling young man in front of him, Gotham didn't think much, and just replied politely, "Gotham Iron Man. You can just call me Gotham. As you can see, I am a slime." Dulike nodded slightly, revealing a hint of just the right concern in his face. "Why are you in the sea for no reason?" Hearing this question, Brother Gotham was instantly embarrassed. You can't say that the new energy aircraft he developed exploded due to a malfunction and fell into the sea. Right? It's one thing to be embarrassed, and it's another to explain it. After all, the businessman in front of him, named Dulike, doesn't look smart. It's estimated that with the other party's IQ, it should be difficult to understand the greatness of the fully automatic wind-powered aircraft. In order to avoid causing the other party to be unhappy because of his IQ crushing, he should not explain everything so clearly. Thinking of it, Gotham coughed and answered in a pretentious way, "It's a long story. It's all because of an accident. I was blown here by the wind." Dulike surprisingly didn't doubt Gotham's half-hearted reason, because he knew that there was a desert further east of Boca Bay, where sandstorms would be experienced every year. Although Boca Bay was hardly affected by sandstorms, this slime was small and light, and it seemed possible that it was blown here by the wind. "That's really unfortunate," Dulike sighed, and then asked, "Where is your home? If it's not far, I can ask someone to take you back. No need to bother." Hearing this, Brother Gotham quickly declined the other party's kindness. What a joke. He scrapped a plane and finally arrived at Boca Bay. How could he go home without even looking at the new map? Seeing the slime's attitude in front of him was so firm, Dulike was stunned, as if realizing that his answer was a bit tough. Gotham coughed. My home is quite far from here. I guess you guys are not on the way. No need to bother." Hearing this, Dulike was a little disappointed. "I thought I could take this opportunity to send the other party to his hometown to have a look." Unwilling to give up, he asked another question. "How far is it?" "Very far. In the Golden Sands City in the east." "Then," Gotham added, "it is the capital of the Republican Alliance." Republican Alliance? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Dulike was stunned. What is that? Seeing that the NPC in front of him didn't seem to know the situation, Gotham was a little confused. Didn't the official update the camp name? What's wrong with this NPC? He doesn't even know what the Republican Alliance is? Is the new map not ready yet? Although he was puzzled, Gotham still explained it again. The Republican Alliance is a political organization. Our predecessor was the eastern region of the deserted planet. However, since we occupied Storm City and reached a friendly settlement with more than a dozen prisons, the Republican Alliance's sphere of influence also includes some towns and prisons in the west. Hearing the slime's clear explanation, Dulike was thoughtful. He first heard about the rumor that a group of slimes that could speak human language appeared on the deserted planet last year. It is said that they call themselves the Slime Clan and live in the eastern part of the deserted planet. And they are very smart and can use and make human tools. At that time, there were even rumors that they had superior combat power and directly defeated the thieves entrenched in the mountains and forests in the east of the deserted planet. But at that time, he even doubted whether the slimes that could speak human language really existed, let alone such nonsense. Thinking of this, Dulike narrowed his eyes. If those rumors are true, then the new business opportunity of slime pets will be ruined. A group of slimes that can speak, think, and fight bravely will not become pets raised by humans. This can be seen from the fact that they have established this so-called Republican Alliance regime in just over a year. If he insists on doing such a business, he will probably lose more than he gains. Perhaps he should change his ideas and strategies to face the slimes in front of him. Gotham didn't know what the NPC in front of him was thinking. Recalling the other party's self-introduction just now, he immediately understood that the so-called Wilk continent should be the new continent mentioned by the dessert trio before. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. The plane crashed into the sea and was not only rescued by the NPC, but the ship the other party was on happened to be heading to the new map. And he didn't even have to pay for the boat ticket to go there directly. Thinking of it, Gotham grinned and said, "Meeting his fate. If possible, I would like to visit you." Upon hearing this, Dulike smiled again. "Of course. We welcome friends from afar to visit Paradise Port." As he said this, he calmly observed the slime in front of him whose skin color was so bright that it hurt people's eyes. Brave and good at fighting. Although it is hard to see what is special about this round creature in front of him except for its color. If the rumor is true, then he may have a better idea. If it goes well, It will make more money than simply selling pets. The planet Zidar is currently in civil strife. In addition to the need for a large amount of arms, they also need a large number of mercenaries to help fight the war. And he was originally in the arms business. Since he has already sold arms, why not do the mercenary business as well? Of course, all this is based on the premise that the rumor is true. After all, everything about the Republic Alliance is just one-sided words of the slime in front of him. Whether it is true or not, no one knows. Perhaps he should test this slime named Gotham. If it is fake, then he can give up the idea of slime mercenary and change his target to the original slime pet business. Anyway, no matter which of these two options he chooses, he will not suffer any loss. I believe the boss will also be happy with his proposal. Chapter 366 2.01 version update. Earth. Official website. Lemon Tart. We just met the Gotham boss in Blackstone Town. Brick-carrying boy? Stir-fried big kidney. Surprise face.jpg. Snail Noodle King. Braised pork and fire. He has arrived? We are still on the way. Chocolate lava cake. Not only did he arrive, but he also made quite a commotion. Chocolate lava cake. 1.jpg 2.jpg. I am your father, oh. Stir-fried big kidney. 666. Braised pork and fire. Shock face. This is called a big commotion? He made the whole dock fall to the ground with his own strength. This commotion can be regarded as earth-shattering. Right? Black Garung Don'tyoung. Screenshot. Don't tell me that all this was done by Gotham. Strawberry Donut. It was him. The three of us saw it with our own eyes. There is video as evidence. As he said that, the other side threw out a video. In the picture, a strange-looking small plane suddenly swooped over the dock. Then, there was a loud bang. After the fire flashed, a fluorescent green dot fell under the white parachute and swayed and disappeared in the smoke. And in the gray fog, a familiar ID loomed. Hey Gulong Don'tyoung, good guy. It was really him. Peng Zhanqi. I would not be surprised no matter what Gotham did. After all, this guy had a glorious history of almost setting the mountain on fire during a blasting experiment near the novice village, and sending all friendly troops to defeat the boss in a team battle. It is not surprising that he is now bombing the dock like 911. By Wuchang, since he is still alive. Why didn't he refute the rumor 2 days ago? Netizens on the forum said that the Gotham experiment failed, and he and his small plane were most likely in some corner eating sand. According to Gotham's temperament, it is unexpected that he can still tolerate such words. Fried kidney flour, although it is also possible that he did not go to the forum at all. Since he did not go to the forum, it is normal that he did not know those people's ridicule. Braised pork and fire roasted strawberry donut. So have you met up with Gotham boss now? Strawberry donut. No. The boss fell into the sea. Laughing and crying. Braised pork and fire roast? Lemon egg tart. And he has not landed yet. Snail Noodle King. Could it be that he was sent? Chocolate lava cake. I can't say. White impermanence. He didn't send it when he encountered a sandstorm while flying a plane, but he sent it when he fell into the sea. Isn't this too bad? Lemon egg tart. He may not die. I remember there was a ship on the sea at that time. With Gotham boss's ability, it should be no problem to get on the ship. Snail Noodle King. Fishing boat? Lemon egg tart. It doesn't look like it. Those people were unloading the cargo at the port earlier. It should be a cargo ship. Snail Noodle King. Cargo ship? Snail Noodle King. Could this ship be heading to the New World Paradise port? Braised pork and fire roast. White impermanence. Damn. Stir-fried kidney flour. Oh. Lemon egg tart. Possibly. Chocolate lava cake. If we had known, we would have taken that ship to have a look. Lemon tart. No. That place is farther away than Boca Bay. If we die, we will have played for nothing. Chocolate lava tart. That's true. After all, Storm City still has no save point. If we die, the nearest resurrection point is the slime biological laboratory under prison number 9. Because only there is a slime summoning pool. It takes a long time to resurrect from prison number 9 and rush to Boca Bay, which is farther away than Storm City. Lemon tart. This new map has been open for so long. Why haven't you added a new login save resurrection point? Chocolate lava cake. That's right. Storm City must be added anyway. Otherwise, it would be so troublesome to take a plane every time we run the map. Strawberry donut. Did the planner forget it? Just when the players were talking about it, some cloud players, who were peeking at the screen on the forum couldn't help but jump out to find a sense of existence. How could they forget such a thing? They must have done it on purpose. Anyway, the railway outside Storm City is already under construction. In the future, you only need to buy a ticket to travel to the west. This not only saves trouble and effort, but also consumes the player's game coins. If I were a planner, I would do the same. I agree with the above. Although I don't need the money to buy a few tickets. I have to say that the planner is too bad. Isn't it? This is the first time I've seen a game where you have to spend money to travel. Although, it has been a long time since you have to spend money to travel in the world of the deserted planet. We also have to buy tickets at our own expense to go to Zukum Star and the Future Alliance. Some players are still rational after all, and they are not led by the other party's words. However, it is different for some cloud players. Can this be the same? Zukum Star and the Future Alliance are foreign forces in the deserted planet. I can accept the setting that cross-border travel requires payment. But can't you switch with one click in the native land of the deserted planet? That's right. This game is too lame to travel. Facing the criticism from these cloud players, the closed beta player with weaker combat power could only weakly refute. I can only say that this game is more realistic in some places. After all, we have to spend our own money to buy air tickets and train tickets when traveling in real life. Don't make up for the official. This is just cutting leaks. Who doesn't know that the price of slime coins has risen again recently? The official is doing this to adjust the price of slime coins in the future. At this point, some old players can't stand it. Relying on running map tickets to adjust the price of game coins? What are you kidding? Only idiots will believe this kind of rhetoric. That's it. He thinks he knows the most in the world. And others are fools. Isn't it? Doesn't understand him. Let's not chat with these idiots. Say something to these guys who don't even have internal test marks. Still cutting leaks. This game didn't even charge us a dime for helmets. The offline transaction of slime coins is purely a benefit for us. Okay? Isn't it? I am very familiar with the IDs of those yuns above. I often see them on the trading board of slime coins. I guess they have made a lot of money. Now they put down their chopsticks and curse their mothers. They are really promising. As the number of game reservations increases, a large number of netizens have flooded into the official website forum. When there are so many people, all kinds of monsters and demons are there. But any player who has actually played the game would not say such stupid words as the official is unscrupulous and cutting leaks. For such a conscientious game, let alone cutting leaks from them, they can raise funds to the production team to make games. Under the criticism of a group of combative old players, those few knowledgeable players were all sprayed and shut up. At this moment, Xiao Ming, who had been posting here, felt a little complicated. It was not because he was misunderstood and smeared, but because he did not expect that his work mistakes would make netizens have so many fantasies, which made him feel ashamed. Yes, Xiao Ming really forgot. As the territory of the Slime Clan expanded, he had endless work to deal with every day, not only in Storm City, but also in the Eastern Sand City and the Slime Biological Laboratory. There were so many things that even he forgot that he had actually unlocked the reward of the number 5 Slime Summoning Pool. After all, he has not yet received the task reward issued by the summoner. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming immediately clicked on the system message page. Then he saw a red dot flashing on the email icon in the corner. After clicking, a message popped up immediately. Mission, destroy the lizard god. Completed. Reward 2 million points. Slime Summoning Pool number 5, customizable placement. After receiving the reward, Xiao Ming immediately placed Summoning Pool number 5 in the underground of the Storm City Judgment Tower. It used to be Chairman George's tank garage. But now those antiques have been moved to a new place by Xiao Ming. So the huge underground space has been left vacant. But now, this place happens to have a new use. The reason why Xiao Ming put the login resurrection point here is not only because this tower is a landmark building in Storm City, but also because this place is close to the City Lord's mansion. Within his sight, players will also weigh their actions and will not mess around. Of course, the more important point is that there is less traffic here. So even if players keep coming out from the underground, they are not afraid of scaring the local residents. After placing the summoning pool, Xiao Ming immediately posted an update patch on the official website. Desolate Star World 2.01 version update. 1. Slime Summoning Pool number 5 is unlocked, and the Storm City login save point is updated. The new login save point is located in the underground weapon warehouse of the Judgment Tower, former tank warehouse, with sufficient area and unlimited login. 2. Unlock the new map Boca Bay. 3. Unlock the new Forces number 430 prison and number 444 Prisoner Rebellion. 4. Add several NPCs. 5. Optimize scene modeling. The unexpected update of the official website made the netizens who were still madly complaining about the dog planner cutting leak shut up immediately. It also made the players laugh at those kings of understanding. Of course, compared to those jumping clowns, most people are happier that from now on, they don't have to take a plane to run the map near the Western Storm City. They can directly switch the login location when logging in. After reading the update announcement of the official website, Strawberry Donut sighed. When will we update a login save point here? It is estimated that we have to wait until Boca Bay becomes the territory of the Slime Clan. As she said that, Lemon Tart sighed. There is still a long way to go. I don't know how the guy named Doug is doing now. Chocolate Lava Cake suddenly said, without my skills to extend his life, he wouldn't die. Right? It shouldn't be that. Lemon Tart, didn't the priestess say she could heal injuries? After rescuing the injured rebel member, who looked like Leo a few days ago, the three of them secretly sent him to the temple of the desert god in the town under the instructions of the other party. Unlike the indigenous people in the eastern mountains and forests, most people living in the western desert believe in the desert god. Even the Boca Bay area near the sea is no exception. Whether it is the prison guards of prison number 430, or the prisoner rebels of prison number 444. They did not dare to act recklessly in the temple of the desert god when they were carrying out a forceful purge in Black Rock Town. If they did this because they had respect and fear for the gods, they would have committed so many heinous crimes in front of the gods. But if they didn't avoid it, they avoided the temple in the 2 bloodbaths of the town. After thinking about it, Lemon Tart felt that it was probably because they thought that such a place should not hide anyone. After all, it was called a temple. But in fact it was just a small temple with an area of less than 10 square meters that enshrined the statue of God. Of course, her companions didn't think so. Strawberry Donut felt that these people were just deceiving themselves. They thought that as long as they bypassed the temple, they could avoid the gaze of the gods and do whatever they wanted. Anyway, it's still early. Why don't we go to the temple to see the situation? Chocolate Lava Cake said, I always have a hunch that that place must be able to trigger the subsequent key tasks. Otherwise, why did that Doug brother have to run to such a small temple when he was seriously injured? Even if that place is a blind spot for the prison guards patrols, it is not particularly safe. Based on her experience summed up from playing games for many years, there must be other more important plots waiting for them there. Seeing that Chocolate was so persistent, the two did not dissuade him. Anyway, they really have nothing else to do right now. While the players who stayed in Blackrock Town were busy exploring the plot of the new map, Gotham Iron Man, who was on a cargo ship to Paradise Port, finally arrived at his destination after nearly a week of turbulence on the sea. On the deck of the Adventurer transport cargo ship, the brown-haired and bearded captain looked at the port in the distance with emotion. This trip is really exciting. A few days ago, I almost thought I would never come back. Duolingo, who was standing aside, nodded slightly. Even though it has been a week, he still feels scared when he thinks about it now. Paradise Port is still good. Cargo ships and passenger ships are coming in and out of the port, and the docks are full of mediocre people. All the scenes are still exactly the same as when they left. No, there are actually some differences. For example, the large transport ships that occasionally pass over the Wilt continent are much more than when they left. The sharp-eyed Dulike immediately spotted the logo of his own business on the hull and felt strange for a moment. What are these ships transporting? The deputy beside him laughed and said, What you said. Our Black Phantom doesn't sell anything except weapons. Dulike. That's why he felt strange. As the person who actually manages the business of Black Phantom, he doesn't remember that they have shipped such a large number of goods recently. Could it be that during his absence, the boss received a new order? Just when Dulike was wondering what was going on the other side of the deck, a fluorescent green slime was excitedly looking at the port in the distance. So this is the Paradise Port in the New World. This is too awesome. Compared with Sand City, it is more modern. Although it is not as futuristic and technological as the Future Alliance, it did give him a great shock. In order to brag to others after returning, Gotham immediately turned on the camera function of the game panel to record the scene of this new map that has not yet been officially unlocked. However, just as he was about to take a picture of the giant circular landmark in the center of Paradise Harbor, which was similar to a Ferris wheel, he suddenly found that there was a small red dot on his message panel that had not been moved for a long time. This is the symbol of the mission information. Gotham didn't think much about it. After all, he was about to step into a new map area that had not been officially unlocked in the game. so it was normal to trigger the mission. However, before he had time to check the specific content of the mission, the adventurer cargo ship under his feet had already docked. A man in a white uniform, who seemed to be a customs officer, was standing quietly at the dock waiting. Dulike seemed to know this person. When he saw the other party, a warm smile suddenly appeared on his face. Long time no see. Brother Feynman. Where is it long? We haven't seen each other for more than half a month. Hearing Dulike's insincere greeting, the man named Feynman showed a slightly speechless expression. Dulike then said, although it has only been a short period of more than half a month, you can never imagine what I have experienced during this period of time. Feynman glanced at him. What happened? I was kidnapped. Finally meeting someone to complain to. Dulike hurriedly said, our entire ship was kidnapped by the buyer's mortal enemy. Those guys even stole our goods. Hearing this gossip, Feynman, who was originally uninterested, suddenly became interested. Who is so bold that he dares to rob your Black Phantom's goods? Who else could it be? The guys in the prison. Dulike sighed as he spoke, with an expression that was hard to describe. In short, the rebels were not only robbed of their weapons, but also beaten to a pulp by the other side with the weapons they bought with their own money. I couldn't bear to look at that scene. Feynman didn't care about what happened on the other side of the continent. He just looked at his old friend curiously. So you didn't make a penny on this order, and you made a wasted trip? Dulike shook his head. That's not the case. Although the customer was changed in the middle, we still got the money we deserved. The people in prison number 430 extorted a sum of money from the rebels, and directly paid the balance of the shipload of arms. As for the weapons on that shipload, they now belong to the men in black uniforms. Since the deal has been done, Dulike certainly doesn't care who will use those guns and cannons in the end. Anyway, he just needs to take the cash payment to report to his superiors. Feynman nodded slightly. But even if you don't get the money this time, I don't think your boss will be too angry. Why? Dulike was puzzled. Feynman pointed at the spaceships that had just left in the distant sky. Did you see them? They are all your Black Phantom's goods. Speaking of this, I still want to ask. Where are all these goods going to be sent? Where else can they be sent? Shida Star. Didn't they just send a batch last month? Dulike was a little surprised. The Shida rebels consumed ammunition too quickly. I don't know about that. Feynman shrugged. But fighting a war is a waste of ammunition. And I heard that in order to suppress the slave rebels, the Shida Star royal family even spent a lot of money to hire a group of mercenaries from the Space Legion. The rebels were probably getting anxious, so they wanted to buy more weapons and ammunition to win by numbers. You know, since the Zidar royal family made such a fuss, there are not many arms dealers in the entire galaxy willing to provide them with weapons and equipment. Dulike nodded slightly. He had also heard about this matter. It was said that in order to obtain political support to suppress the rebels, the Zidar royal family reached some agreement with the head of the Future Alliance in private. Later, the Future Alliance officially ordered that any external forces be prohibited from interfering in the internal affairs of Zidar. It was precisely because of this ban that now almost all arms dealers, big and small, in the entire future galaxy dare not deliver weapons to Zidar in public. But this did not hinder the business of their Black Phantom company. After all, it was not only the slave-owning royal family who would use the back door to smooth relations. But what he did not expect was that the Zidar royal family was willing to spend a lot of money to hire mercenaries from the Space Legion this time. It seemed that they really wanted to push these rebellious slaves back into the mines. It seemed that the rebels were in danger. Thinking of this, Duliko's expression gradually became serious. Although the Space Corps has gradually declined in recent years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. When it comes to fighting, they are second. And no one in the entire future galaxy dares to claim to be the first. However, Duliko glanced at the fluorescent green slime standing on the dock in the distance and looking around. If the business of slime mercenaries can really succeed, maybe those minor slaves will not necessarily lose, because there is still business to do next. After the ship's berthing registration is completed, Duliko did not continue to chat with his old friend. After handing over the subsequent cleanup work to his subordinates, Duliko immediately walked towards Gotham Iron Man. There are all kinds of people here. For your safety, don't speak loudly when it is not necessary. I mean human language. After all, not everyone here is as friendly as us. Hearing the warning of the NPC in front of him, Gotham Iron Man was stunned for a moment, and then nodded to show that he understood. I know. After speaking, he lowered his voice and asked, where are we going next? Seeing Gotham looking nervous, Dulike smiled and said, go and meet someone. Chapter 367 Elizabeth. In the northeast of Blackstone Town, in the area closest to the desert, stands a small temple. This is the temple of the god of the desert. Every year on the birthday of the god of the desert, local residents come here to worship. However, as local residents have gradually moved towards the ocean in recent years, a large number of people who go out to sea to make a living have turned to believe in the god of the sea. Today, the belief in the god of the desert in the entire Boca Bay is no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. It is precisely for this reason that this temple has become desolate and lonely. Of course, not everyone will abandon their old beliefs. For example, Elizabeth, more than half a year ago, when Blackstone Town fell for the first time, she hid in this small temple with the help of her maid Mary and escaped. In fact, there is more than one temple in the whole town. But because this temple is the smallest and most remote, there are not many people here on weekdays. It is precisely because of this that she accidentally escaped the search of the rebels. And what most people don't know is that there is actually another layer of space under this temple. In the past, this was where the temple priests lived, because in the old belief of the god of the desert, everyone would return to the sand after death. Therefore, the underground of the temple is also the place closest to the god of the desert. The original temple priests built this basement with such selfishness. But no one expected that with the decline of the belief in the god of the desert, this place would become her hiding place. Relying on the help of the maid Mary, Elizabeth hid here for more than half a year. And she also relied on the temple priests to cover her head and face to survive the crisis safely. Nowadays, the local people have long forgotten the story of the daughter of the Warden of Rhodes. After all, it was more than half a year ago. And now the prisoner rebels in prison number 444 have been dealt with by the black uniforms of the White Sand Town. So it is even more impossible to find trouble with these former alien party widows. But what Elizabeth didn't expect was that after she spent more than half a year in peace, this peaceful and uninhabited place was actually visited by unexpected people. That morning, she had just come out of the basement and was about to wipe the dust off the statue. But she unexpectedly found a handsome man with injured feet lying outside the gate of the temple. At that time, there were three strange creatures of different colors, like jelly gel, beside him. These creatures who could speak human language called themselves slimes, and claimed that the man was attacked by artillery fire, and wanted to come to the temple of the desert god to seek shelter and help. Elizabeth noticed the clothes on the man. He seemed to be a rebel, and his embarrassment did prove that what the slime said was true. But even so, she was actually hesitant when the other party asked her like this. She had heard a little about what happened in the town in the past 2 days, and it would be very dangerous for her to rashly accept a rebel. And privately, she didn't have any good feelings towards the rebels. After all, her father and her family were destroyed by these people. Although she also knew that the man in front of her might not be the real murderer of her father. But it is not so easy to overcome this hurdle in her heart. But Elizabeth is kind after all. Although she felt uncomfortable, she knew clearly that the fuse of all this was inseparable from prison number 444 and her father. If they had not done too much at the beginning, they would not have caused the situation that could not be resolved later. And now, these prisoner rebels who gained power by overthrowing the old forces of the prison are gradually going to extinction in their growing ambitions. The newly landed prison number 430 used the same means as the prisoner rebels to treat innocent civilians in Blackstone Town to deal with them. More than half a year later, blood once again dyed the land under our feet red. History is staged again. It's just that the oppressors have become the oppressed this time. Thinking of this, Elizabeth suddenly let go. She lost everything. And these people finally got nothing. From prison number 444 to the prisoner rebels, and now prison number 430. This town seems to have a strange disease, repeating the past tragedy in a vicious cycle. Even though the people in prison number 430 had just entered Blackrock Town, she could fully foresee what would happen here in the future. She didn't want to experience the same scene for the third time. But with her current identity, she had no way to stop or change it. All she could do now was to let go of hatred, focus on the present, and help everyone who could help. Thinking about it, Elizabeth finally agreed to the slime's request and took the initiative to help the man heal his wounds. So, the man named Doug hid in the basement of the temple. In the next few days, the slimes never appeared again. Until today, they suddenly appeared at the door of the temple and proposed to visit Doug. Faced with such a request, Elizabeth would naturally not refuse. Lighting a candle, she took the three slimes who came to visit the temple to the underground. As the residence of the temple priests, this underground space is much larger than the players imagined. After twists and turns, Elizabeth brought the players to an empty stone chamber. This was the study room of the former priest. Elizabeth usually reads books here to kill time, so it is relatively clean. It is a hot summer outside, but it is a bit cold in the stone room. Doug was lying on the temporary bed in the stone room, covered with a thick blanket and quietly recuperating. Doug was stunned when he saw the visitor. Then, he glanced at the 3 slimes at the feet of the black-clad priestess. It seemed that he did not expect that these slimes who saved his life would come to visit him. Subconsciously, he wanted to sit up and greet the other party. Lie down. Your injury is not healed yet. Elizabeth stopped him. Hearing the other party's unquestionable tone, Doug was stunned, and then lay down again. Putting down the candlestick, Elizabeth turned and left the stone room, leaving the space to these slimes and the man named Doug. Doug was muttering in his heart about the sudden visit of the slimes. Although they came under the pretext of visiting a patient, he always felt that their visit this time was more than just a simple visit. Just as he was quietly waiting for the other party to speak, he saw that the 3 slimes in front of him said nothing, but only looked around the stone room in front of them and whispered to each other in a strange language that he could not understand at all. Chocolate lava cake. Did you find anything? Lemon tart. No. But I was quite surprised that the underground space of this temple was so large. Strawberry donut. Although this should be a temple. Lemon tart. How can there be such a small temple? It's like a land temple. When the teammates seemed to be arguing about such trivial matters, Chocolate lava cake interrupted. Okay. Don't worry about these details. Now let me tell you about my discovery. Upon hearing this, the players looked over. Did you find a clue? Of course. Seeing the teammates looking over, Chocolate lava cake lowered his voice and said, I think the priestess of this temple is a little strange. What's strange? The 2 times we met her, she covered her face and body tightly. If it weren't for the fact that the background of Boca Bay has nothing to do with, I would have thought I had come to the Arab region. Maybe. It's just that her face modeling is not done well. Strawberry Donut speculated that of course, it is not ruled out that covering the head and face is originally a unique dress of local clergy. You have a point. But I always feel that the identity of this priestess is not simple. Chocolate lava cake said, although this game sometimes deliberately releases some useless information to interfere with the player's judgment, in most cases the unlocked information will be linked to the next important plot. Lemon tart. It seems that you already have an idea. Chocolate lava cake nodded slightly. Do you remember the story we heard first? Miss Elizabeth, who disappeared in the turmoil and never appeared again. Seeing that she bandaged Doug before, she didn't look like a novice. By the way, Miss Elizabeth also studied medicine. Lemon tart. Do you suspect that the priestess is her? Well, even if it's not Elizabeth herself, she should be an insider. Chocolate lava cake. Maybe she has helped many victims in Blackstone Town before, and Miss Elizabeth might be one of them. Lemon tart pondered. Although there is no evidence, it is not impossible. When playing games, everyone makes inferences based on the context. In the absence of evidence, simple inference is also a way to break the deadlock. Chocolate lava cake said calmly, if my inference is correct, we may be able to find Elizabeth as the daughter of the warden of number 444. She must have other clues that have not been discovered. Looking at the slimes in front of him, who ignored him and started to talk back and forth, Doug hesitated again and finally couldn't help but interrupt. What are you doing here? Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately stopped the topic and turned to look at the man lying on the bed in front of them with an inexplicable face. For a moment, they remembered that there was such a tool man next to them. Chocolate lava cake said nonsense without any guilt. Of course we are here to visit you. You should take good care of your injuries here and don't run around these days. It's not safe outside now. Doug, where can he run to now that his legs are broken? Doug was speechless at the slime's half-hearted answers. But since the other party was unwilling to answer, he couldn't ask further. Anyway, after this incident, he didn't want to get involved in anything that might bring him risks. Although these slimes saved his life, due to their strange origins and the timing of their appearance, he instinctively felt that the water behind them was definitely much deeper than he expected. He just received arms at the dock, but both legs were broken. If this was mixed up with something strange, I'm afraid he would have to pay for his life. Doug thought he didn't have such great ambitions. Even if he joined the rebels at the beginning, it was mainly because of the coercion and inducement of those people. Although the treatment provided by the rebels was good, the money was not enough to buy his legs and his life. Seeing that the NPC in front of them didn't say a word, the players didn't think much about it and just regarded him as the background board of the game. After a few casual words, the 3 of them stood up and said goodbye. and turned to find the real target of their visit. Inside the temple, the masked priestess, who was wiping the statue with a wet rag, stopped her action when she saw the 3 slimes coming out from the ground. "Thank you for your help. Mr. Doug's condition looks much better." In front of him, the slime with the color of camel dung suddenly spoke. Elizabeth nodded slightly. "You're welcome. As a believer of the desert god, all this is what I should do. Chocolate lava cake, judging from the way you bandaged the wound, you must have studied medicine, right?" Hearing this, the black-clothed masked priestess paused. "I just read the relevant books and taught myself." "So that's it," Chocolate lava cake said. "Then you must have rescued a lot of people to bandage such beautiful wounds." The black shadow in front of him was silent for a moment, and said, "A lot of things happened in the town in the past, and I did help a lot of people." Upon hearing this, the players looked at each other. "There's a chance. Then, there must be a lot of old, weak women and children among the rescued people, right? I heard that many prison guards died in the town at that time." As soon as the voice fell, the person in front of him put down the rag and turned around. A face covered with black cloth met 3 pairs of dark eyes on the ground. "What exactly do you want to say, sir?" Chocolate lava cake was a little surprised that the NPC in front of her would react like this. She felt that what she said just now was quite tactful. So how could it arouse the other party's suspicion? The other party's attitude made her feel more and more that there was something fishy. This priestess is definitely problematic. Thinking about it, Chocolate lava cake said immediately, "These days, we have heard a lot about the past in the town. For example, the story about Miss Elizabeth, the daughter of the former warden of prison number 444. There are many different opinions about her whereabouts in the town. Some say that she jumped into the sea and committed suicide. Some say that she was insulted and committed suicide by the rebels. And some say that she escaped. You just said that you have helped many people in the past. So we want to ask you about Miss Elizabeth." As she spoke, she looked at the black-clad priestess in front of her. She was motionless and didn't know what she was thinking. After a long time, she said in a deep voice, "Why are you asking about her? You don't have to be nervous. We have no ill intentions. We are just a little curious." Chocolate lava cake said, "I heard from some old people in the town that although Miss Elizabeth is the daughter of the warden, she is kind and beautiful, and often helps those poor families with free medical treatment. For this reason, she is often scolded by her father." On the side, Lemon Tart took over the conversation. "Such a kind lady. We don't want her to end as tragically as the rumors say. If she is still alive, I hope you can reveal something." On the opposite side, the black priestess was silent. "What does it matter if you know whether she is dead or alive? She can cure people's diseases, but she can't cure the diseases of this town. You can only watch the disaster happen again and again." Looking at the silent woman in front of him, the players looked at each other. After a glance, Strawberry Donut mustered up the courage to speak. "Actually, you are Miss Elizabeth, right?" After speaking, the body of the priestess in front of him was obviously slightly stiff. After a long time, the woman raised her hand and lifted the black cloth covering her face, revealing an exquisite and soft face. "How did you recognize me?" "Guessed," Chocolate lava cake answered. She didn't lie. After all, she had guessed that the priestess might be Elizabeth, because both of them knew medical skills, and Elizabeth's whereabouts were unknown. She wanted to take a gamble. Unexpectedly, the gamble was right. "Since you already know that I'm still alive, can you leave now?" Hearing Elizabeth's slightly sharp order to leave, Strawberry Donut knew that they had upset the NPC. So she hurried to make amends. "You misunderstood. We really have no ill intentions." However, before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Chocolate beside her. "Have you never thought about saving this town?" Seeing the beautiful NPC in front of him looking at her coldly, Chocolate immediately said, "No matter how good the medical skills are, they can only save a few people. But not everyone. Of course I know this kind of thing." Elizabeth interrupted coldly, "But what can I do? I don't know what you slimes are, and why you can speak human language. But if you just want to accuse me from a moral high ground, then please go back. You misunderstood. We don't mean to accuse you." Chocolate paused and said, "If I say I have a way to save this town, are you willing to help us?" Elizabeth didn't expect these slimes to say such unexpected words. If the townspeople of Blackstone Town said this, she might believe it. But the reality is that these words were said by a slime. It is not a human, and does not live in Blackstone Town. It is really hard to believe that such a character, and such a position would say such words. Admittedly, She was somewhat tempted by the other party's proposal, but reason told her not to believe it. Why do you want to save this town? Elizabeth blinked her blue eyes and looked at the slime in front of her, trying to see the real intention from its face. Unfortunately, she saw nothing, because we all don't want to continue to see the tragedy happen. Chocolate Lava Cake paused. This town has bled enough. If the cancer rooted in this land is not completely removed, then all efforts will be in vain. Rather than who will control the power of this town. What they need now is ideological enlightenment. Only when the people in the town recognize the reality of the situation will they want to change from the bottom of their hearts. Otherwise, they can only send off a wave of prison guards and then welcome the prisoners. And then welcome the new prison guards after the fall of the prisoners. Blackstone Town is the town of the residents of Blackstone Town. Just as Boca Bay is the Boca Bay belonging to the people of Boca Bay. No one can choose how to spend the rest of their lives for the people living here. Only they themselves have this power. Elizabeth did not expect that she could hear such words from the mouth of a non-human creature. She stared at the brown slime in front of her in a daze. Her expression suddenly clear. Yes, this is the problem. Whether it was the prison number 444 in the past, the prisoner rebels who escaped from prison, or the prison number 430 today, each of them took this town for granted as their own. These people do whatever they want. And no one cares what the people living here think. They only care about their own interests. It is precisely because of this that tragedies happen one after another. As the slime said, no one can make choices for the people living here. Power should return to the people. At this moment, all vigilance was thrown behind her. Elizabeth asked with a steady gaze, "What should I do?" The slime in front of her smiled. "You are a medical student. You must know better than me. Treat the body if the body is sick. Treat the mind if the mind is sick. Awakening the cowardly thoughts of the ignorant and weak people can only be done with spicy articles." Thinking about it, Chocolate Lava Cake said, "Let's run a newspaper." Chapter 368 Poseidon Gospel. Looking at the rise of the Enlightenment movement around the world, literature and paper media have played an indispensable role. This is why Chocolate Lava Cake suggested this to Elizabeth. Even when the Slime Clan first entered the Sand City, the local residents were not able to accept the idea of equality for all at the beginning. It was only later that the chieftain, the Golden Slime, did a trick and used the radio to brainwash the local natives and spread egalitarianism, which slowly revitalized their decadent ideas. Playing the core socialist values on the radio every day, even a primitive man can make progress in his thinking. However, in the Blackstone town of Boca Bay, which is not yet within the scope of the slime territory, this kind of gameplay is obviously not feasible. Therefore, they can only choose to run a newspaper in a roundabout way. There are too many historical problems left on the barren planet. Change is not something that can be achieved overnight. Compared with the traditional feudal slave owner autocracy in the East, the situation in the areas ruled by the Western prison is more complicated, especially Boca Bay, which is far away from the core jurisdiction of the prison committee. Because of the relatively closed environment and historical factors, the locals have become accustomed to the rule of the prison. Some people do not realize that they need to resist when facing oppression. Their first reaction is often to endure. And prisoners like Polly who take the initiative to take the lead in resistance are still a minority after all. Most people would rather bury their heads in the ground and act like ostriches than be the one who stands out. Of course, if someone is willing to stand out, that's another matter. After all, there are tall people to support the sky when it falls. This is also the fundamental reason why Polly slapped his head and instigated other prisoners in the prison to break out and resist. And the other party was willing to respond. It is true that those prisoners resent the prison and the prison guards in their hearts. But if no one takes the lead, it is absolutely impossible for them to fire the first shot themselves. But it is different if someone takes the lead. If they succeed, they can regain their freedom. If they fail, they will definitely not be the first to be held accountable. Although such an idea is naive and a little ridiculous, the locals do think so. When a group of people have become used to weak backbones, it is ridiculous to ask them to stand up and become tough men. Therefore, how to awaken the numb souls of the locals and let them straighten their spines again is the way to get this town out of the vicious circle. And now, Elizabeth, who carries the heavy responsibility of changing the old era, decided to name this newly opened newspaper Gospel of Poseidon. There is no better way to promote than in the name of religion, especially in this town. The main reason why the newspaper is not named Gospel of the Desert God is that the town's belief in the god of the sea is much higher than that in the god of the desert. Although as a priest of the god of the desert, Elizabeth also thinks that this is not a good idea. The god of the desert blessed her, But she turned around and used the sea as a newspaper. But this is all for the purpose of better dissemination of the newspaper. There must be someone to read the things written with painstaking efforts. Otherwise, the meaning of enlightenment will be lost. All this is for this town. I believe that the Lord of the Desert will understand and forgive her. Thinking of this, Elizabeth bowed to the statue in front of her again and again. Although there are paper mills and printing factories in Blackstone Town, they cannot afford it now because of the high fees charged by the factories. Therefore, the first issue of God of the Sea was made by the three little players in the basement of the Temple of the God of the Desert after they learned how to make paper and print through offline research. During this period, after learning about their plan to run a newspaper, Doug, who was recovering from his injuries, took the initiative to offer to help. However, due to his physical condition, he can't do physical work at present, and can only do some work of copying text at the desk. Coincidentally, before becoming a rebel, Doug was a servant of a wealthy businessman in the town. The wealthy businessman usually behaved like an aristocrat. So when he hired a tutor to teach his children, he also asked the servants in the mansion to listen in. It was because of this that Doug was able to learn to read and write. During the first incident in Black Rock Town, the rebels rushed into the rich businessman's house and killed his family, leaving only the trembling servants. At that time, the gang left them two choices, either to join them or to die like their master and his wife. Doug didn't want to die, so he had to choose to join them. Recalling the not-so-good past, a trace of depression flashed in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't hate his former boss. Although the master was a little arrogant and his words were not very pleasant, he was generous to his subordinates and didn't beat and scold people like those prison guards. When the master's family was killed by the rebels, he actually felt bad. But what can you do? If you can't change your fate, you can only obey it. Just like those fishing boats going out to sea to fish. They can only struggle on the rough sea when encountering bad weather. Everything is for survival. When Doug learned that the priestess of the temple and the slimes wanted to change the town by publishing a newspaper, his first reaction was that they were daydreaming. In his opinion, how powerful could a small newspaper be? Those black uniformed prison guards and the prisoner rebels had repeatedly ravaged this land so many times. But they did not give those people the courage to oppose those things they felt were unfair. Even he himself did not have that courage, even though he had briefly gained power in his hands. But with the defeat of the rebels, the power he relied on also disappeared. In an instant, he seemed to have become an ordinary person again, a servant of a wealthy businessman. During this period, he seriously thought about why things turned out like this more than once. Is it because the prisoner rebels themselves did not come from a legitimate source? Or is it because the prison was originally the orthodox ruler of this land? And no matter what they did, they were just insignificant ants under the feet of these people? It's a pity that no matter how he thought about it, he could never get the answer he really wanted. It was at this time that the masked priestess and the slime decided to publish a newspaper called The Gospel of Poseidon. They claimed that this newspaper might be able to change the current predicament of Black Rock Town. Although he was not optimistic about the role of a newspaper, it did not prevent him from wanting to see how they did it. Maybe in the future, he can really find the answer from this newspaper? Because Blackstone Town has gradually turned to believe in Poseidon in recent years. The shadow of Poseidon statues is everywhere on the docks at the port. So after discussion, Chocolate Lava Cake decided to let Elizabeth's maid Mary dress up as a Poseidon priest and distribute the Poseidon Gospel to fishermen, sailors and dock workers traveling to and from the port for free near the statue. Admittedly, distributing newspapers for free is a huge loss for a newly established tabloid like them. But Chocolate Lava Cake always insists on doing so. When Elizabeth asked the other party why she did this, the other party asked back, "If it were you, would you spend money to buy a newspaper you have never heard of?" This question immediately stumped Elizabeth. If it was in the past when she had no worries about food and clothing, she really couldn't say it. But in the current situation, she naturally wouldn't. Seeing Elizabeth silent, Chocolate Lava Cake spread her hands and said, "Isn't that right? Most of the people who make a living on the docks are poor. They don't have much extra money in their pockets. So how could they be willing to spend money to buy an unknown newspaper?" The first issue of the Gospel of Poseidon was distributed for free to make it famous and let more people know about the existence of this newspaper. After they have read and understood the content of the newspaper, they will naturally become our readers. It won't be too late for us to charge them then. This is called hunger marketing. After listening to the explanation of Chocolate Lava Cake, Doug, who had not interrupted, couldn't help asking, What if they don't want to buy it after we charge? No. Chocolate Lava Cake stretched out his slender little hand and patted his shoulder, saying, "You have to have confidence in our articles." As he said that, Chocolate glanced at his little friend beside him. Lemon Egg Tart took out a stack of manuscripts and began to read aloud in the language of the deserted star. The Legend of Jack the Dockworker. Written by Miss Slime. Jack is an ordinary dockworker. He works diligently at the dock every day, just to let his family live in a house that is airtight one day. But things go against his wishes. His wages are always deducted and owed by his boss for various reasons. This month, his boss owes him wages again, seeing that his daughter's birthday is coming. Jack feels that this cannot go on. So, he took the initiative to find his boss, Master Grandet, and asked him to pay his wages. Unexpectedly, Grandet directly asked his gang of black-clothed thugs to beat him out with sticks. On the street, Jack sat up from the ground, covering his bleeding wound. He didn't understand why he was treated like this just to take back what belonged to him. Jack's coworker Bruce also felt incomprehensible. Like Jack, he was also owed wages by the stingy Master Grandet. However, what is worse than Jack is that he is still waiting for this money to treat his mother, because Grandet refused to pay. Bruce went to his house and wanted to get some valuable goods from him to sell. Unexpectedly, this move was discovered by Grandet. The other party directly asked the thugs to beat him half to death and threw him into the sea. Jack witnessed this tragedy with his own eyes. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. In his opinion, Bruce just wanted to take back what belonged to him. Recalling what happened during this period, he began to hate this world. He began to hate those bosses who rode on their heads and did whatever they wanted. He wanted to redress Bruce's injustice. But he was just an ordinary dock worker. How could he fight against the rich and powerful Master Grandet? Not to mention that he had so many thugs under his command, and the whole town was afraid of offending them. But should he continue to endure it? Jack didn't want to, and didn't want to endure it. He knew that there were many people in this town who hated Boss Grandet like him, but they only dared to curse him behind his back. But when they met, they all smiled servilely. Everyone was doing things against their will, and all this was just for the little money the other party gave every month. However, now, these guys are not willing to give even a few cents. Then what's the point of their patience? Maybe they can team up to tie up Grandet and beat him up. Use force to force the other party to hand over the wages they deserve. But soon, Jack hesitated again. Even if he beat him up, what would happen? Even if he got this month's wages, according to the character of Boss Grandet, he would have to start next month. Even the result is worse than this. He might beat them half to death and throw them into the sea to feed the fish like he did to Bruce. Since he can't beat him, why not just kill him? Soon, Jack rejected this idea again. Even if Master Grandet is killed, what would happen? Because there are too many guys like Grandet in this town. Kill one Grandet, and there are hundreds of Grandets. This place will not change because of the death of a few people. And he still had to find a job to make a living after the death of Master Grandet. And then continue to meet the next stingy boss, who didn't treat people as human beings. Even if he left the town, it would be the same. Other nearby towns are not much better than here. Thinking of this, Jack suddenly realized a truth. This town needs to change. A thorough change. Only by completely eliminating those Grandets can they have the opportunity to welcome and create a better future. The power of one person may be weak, but when the power of a group of people comes together, miracles can be created. The reading stopped here. Doug was stunned when he heard it. That's it? Lemon Tart. That's it. That's not right. Elizabeth's eyes widened. You haven't told me how Jack plans to eliminate Grandet and change the town. Lemon Tart. To know what happened next, please listen to the next chapter. Why is it like this? A look of disappointment flashed in Elizabeth's eyes. The story must be told from beginning to end. Lemon Tart, isn't it? Since we are following the latest update, we must finish it from beginning to end. Hearing this, Elizabeth blinked. Suddenly, she seemed to understand the other party's intention and opened her mouth slightly. So, what you mean is? Chocolate Lava Cake grinned and said, that's right. Since they have read the story in the first issue, they will naturally want to read the second issue. After reading the second issue, they will want to read the third issue. When the legendary story of the dock workers spreads on the dock, are we still afraid that the newspaper will not be sold? Hearing the theory of the slime in front of them, Doug and Elizabeth showed admiration in their eyes at the same time. Awesome. Chapter 369 Jean Victor Vilmani. While the dessert trio and the NPCs in Blackstone Town were busy publishing newspapers. Gotham Iron Man on the other side officially embarked on a journey to explore Paradise Port on the Wilk continent. Compared to the western desert and Boca Bay on the other side of the sea, the climate here is obviously much more humid. By analogy, the environment is a bit like the Mediterranean region in reality. And after observation, the local crops are basically fruits and vegetables such as grapes, olives, and citrus. What surprised Gotham even more was that there seemed to be no poor people in the entire Paradise Port along the way. At least there were no people who looked particularly poor at first glance. Not only the appearance and mental outlook of the people, but also the local buildings are all small ground floor villas. In addition to some differences in the area and design, every household has a yard, and various shrubs and gardening plants are planted in the yard. This is a bit like the real-life Middle Eastern tycoons, and the locals don't seem to lack money to spend. However, even in the rich countries in the Middle East, the migrant workers living there are not so wealthy. This is also what Gotham finds strange. The reason why the Middle East can be like this is purely because it relies on abundant associated resources such as oil and natural gas. And Paradise Port. Forgive his poor eyesight. I really can't see what's special about it. Well, actually, it's not completely without any special features. At least there are quite a few factories here, and almost all of them are fully automatic production lines. In other words, the factories here don't require a lot of labor. Moreover, he also observed carefully that except for some factories that produce daily necessities, the rest are basically military industrial products. It is impossible for all the arms produced to be used by themselves. In other words, arms are an important industry here, and the cargo ships seen on the dock before are probably used to transport arms. Obviously, it is not just the prisoners of Prison 444 who buy arms from Paradise Port. The vast majority of buyers here come from other planets, or forces outside the deserted planet. So the question is, why did they know nothing about the situation here before? Even before Chocolate and the others came to Boca Bay, no one in the game even knew about the existence of the New World. After thinking about it, Gotham finally attributed this reason to the fact that the official at that time had not planned the plot and map so far. Of course, it is also possible that because Boca Bay is located in a remote area, prisons such as number 444 and number 430 in the jurisdiction have little presence among the many prisons in the West. Moreover, the locals all go out to sea for trade based on the principle of making a fortune in silence. And even if they know about the existence of the New World, they will not spread it everywhere. Therefore, it is not surprising that people in the West, and even the East, do not know about the New World and Paradise Port. After all, before the rise of the Slime Clan, the entire East was still in a very backward feudal slave society. People can hardly even meet the conditions of having enough food and clothing. So how can they pay attention to what is in a place that is tens of thousands of miles away from them? Even if he wanted to know, there was no channel. Following Dulik all the way south, they soon came to a place called the Diamond District. This seemed to be where the richest class in Paradise Port lived. Compared with other neighborhoods along the way, the facilities here were obviously more luxurious and high-end. Of course, it was also more futuristic. After seeing several flying motorboats passing over their heads in succession, Gotham couldn't help but secretly gasp. It was really hard to imagine that such an unknown paradise existed on such a backward planet. No wonder the locals named this place Paradise Port. This also made him more curious about the identity of the NPC he was about to meet. From the previous conversation between Dulik and the port customs, it can be learned that the other parties seemed to be engaged in arms trading, and there seemed to be a big boss above him. If he guessed correctly, the other party should take him to see this big boss. Although he was dealing in weapons, it was the first time that Gotham had serious contact with other arms dealers. Rank, the white-haired boy, didn't count. This guy's father is from the Future Alliance military, and the things he can get are all official discarded or failed products. In other words, he is just picking up junk, although he picked up official junk. But the arms dealers in Paradise Port are different. What they sell are all genuine good goods. Maybe the technological content is not as good as the Future Alliance, but arms are cheap, easy to use, and powerful, which makes them more popular. After all, there is a saying that caliber is justice. Judging from the videos and photos uploaded by Chocolate and others, the weapons from Paradise Port that were robbed by prison number 430 are not small in power. If he can learn from them, maybe he can develop more powerful weapons. Dulik didn't know what the slime next to him was thinking, because soon, they stopped in front of a black and red villa with a house number of 666. Although he had roughly guessed the true identity of the owner of the villa, Gotham still asked pretentiously, "Where is this place?" Dulac smiled and said, "This is one of my boss's properties in Paradise Harbor. The person I want to take you to see is him." Hearing this, Gotham blinked. One of the properties in Paradise Harbor? This means that their boss has houses in other places. TSK. It turns out that those who do arms business are rich. Boss Julian, who made a fortune by making medicine with the Slime Clan, is not so rich. Thinking of this in his heart, Gotham still pretended to be innocent and nodded. Passing through the tall courtyard wall of the villa, there was a strict security inside. It was at this time that Gotham felt that he had come to the right place this time. However, what he didn't know was that this black and red villa with the house number 666 was actually a restricted area in the local area, because this place belongs to the Wilmani family, and the Wilmani family is the actual controller of the entire Paradise Harbor and even the Wilk continent. As everyone knows, those who can do arms business are not ordinary people. Jean Victor Wilmani, as the actual ruler of the Wilmani family of this generation, is a well-known figure in the entire Wilk continent. It can be said that he is the godfather of this land. From arms, construction, medical care, education, transportation, to service industry, bars, casinos, the entire Wilk continent is full of the Wilmani family's industries. As for the history of the Wilmani family's rise, it can be traced back to the distant Golba period. At that time, the ancestor of the Wilmani family, Kamasina Wilmani, was just an officer of the Golba government, and the Wilk continent is just a slightly larger but sparsely populated island on the Golba planet, where the most abundant things are wild animals and plants. Similar to Australia in the real world, the Golba authorities have always regarded the Wilk continent as a large wildlife park on the planet. After the war broke out, because the government was defeated, foreign enemies landed in Golba. The defeated Golba army fled everywhere. It was at that time that Machino Wilmani and his men fled here by boat. Compared with the fiercely fighting central continent, this place is incredibly peaceful. There were large tracts of uncultivated wasteland and wild animals, as well as a small number of indigenous people living there. Seeing this pure natural ecology and large tracts of land, Machino Wilmani felt that this was a paradise on earth. He could completely avoid the war here and create a kingdom of his own here. Having made up his mind, he rode a unicorn borrowed from local residents to patrol along the coastline of the continent. Then he found Bill, the governor here at that time. Although he was called the governor in name, due to the special use of the Wilk continent, this place did not belong to the radiation area of the core power of the Golba government. Therefore, the governors on this continent are actually a group of security guards with nominal positions. Machino Wilmani proposed to the other party the idea of establishing an immigration zone here. Bill did not stop him. After all, this continent is too backward. As a wildlife sanctuary on the Golba Star, the government has always required that the original ecological environment be maintained here. Therefore, there is basically no infrastructure here. Now it is the best thing for this officer from the Golba government to build an immigration zone here. With the support of Governor Bill, Machino Wilmani immediately began to build his kingdom. With the joint efforts of 200 Wilks, 30 guards, 100 unicorns and 30 ox carts full of food, seeds, and ammunition, the group began to expand the territory on the island. After a few years, the continent that was originally as barren as a zoo began to have streets, taverns, and warehouses. Even though the central continent of Golba was suffering from the impact of war, the Wilkie continent was still calm, because they have completely achieved a self-sufficient internal circulation economy. As the founder of all this, Machino Wilmani has accumulated a lot of wealth and owns a large number of manors and mansions. At this time, the Space Corps and the Future Alliance had just joined forces to defeat Golba. As the victors, they began to divide the Golba planet as a trophy. After discussion, the barren planet was divided into two by them. The Eastern Hemisphere belongs to the Future Alliance, and the Western Hemisphere belongs to the Space Corps. The central continent, which spans the Eastern and Western Hemispheres, was therefore divided into the Eastern and Western parts. Logically, the Wilk continent in the Western Hemisphere should also fall under the jurisdiction of the Space Corps. But because of the famous wildlife park in Golba, the Space Corps has not paid attention to this place for several years after the war. Until one day, a senior official of the Space Corps stationed in the colony suddenly wanted to visit the wildlife park. Then, the secrets of the Wilk continent were exposed. As part of the colony, The senior official naturally wanted to take back the management rights of this continent. But Machino Vermani was unwilling to give up the kingdom he had built. So he clashed with this group of people. Because the senior official came to the Wilk continent for fun. He did not bring many helpers. He was soon killed by Machino Vermani, a local snake. Faced with the enemy's large number of people, the few remaining subordinates of the senior official took the initiative to surrender to Machino Vermani. On the other hand, the colonial authorities found that the senior official had not returned yet. So they sent people to the Wilk continent to investigate. Unexpectedly, such behavior gave the other party another wave of heads. No one knows why the agents who went there disappeared. They just thought that the wild animals on the island were too fierce and killed those people directly. Since then, the official Space Corps Colonial Bureau has regarded the Wilk continent as a dangerous restricted area and no longer sent people there. On the other hand, Machino Vermani sees the important means of transportation to leave the deserted planet the aircraft through these two groups of heads. It is precisely because of this that Machino Vermani was able to leave the Wilk continent and go to other planets outside the deserted planet and gain more development opportunities. Today, the Vermani family has become the actual controller of the Black Phantom Company, the largest mafia organization in the Wilk continent. They have a series of industries that are both shady and visible. Of course, Brother Gotham is not aware of this. At this time, he is still thinking about how to get the wool from this arms dealer next. After being led into the house by Dulik, he finally met the owner of the villa, Jean-Victor Vilmani. Long before they arrived, Jean-Victor Vilmani had already learned about the slime through the text message sent by Dulisai. To be honest, it was beyond his expectation that this creature actually existed. The Vilmani family has been operating various black and white industrial chains in this galaxy for many years, and naturally heard rumors about slimes in the eastern part of the deserted planet earlier. But like his subordinate Dulisai, he did not expect that this rumor, which even children might not believe, was actually true. It is not clear whether these jelly-like gel creatures can fight, but at least it is true that they can speak human language. Because at this moment, this fluorescent green slime with a dazzling color that makes people feel a little sick directly stretched out a small tentacle and shook it at him. Hello. My name is Gotham Iron Man. You can also call me Gotham. As you can see, I am a slime. In the past, in the territory of the slime, Gotham would definitely not be so respectful and polite to an ordinary human NPC. But now in a strange map outside the territory of the slime, coupled with the identity of the other party's arms dealer, Gotham has to weigh everything he does. So this guy even talked about the rules. Seeing the slime in front of him take the initiative to greet him, Jean-Victor suppressed his inner surprise and shook the little hand that was not much thicker than his index finger. Nice to meet you, Gotham. I am Jean-Victor Vermani, the boss of Dulik. Hearing this long list of dizzying names, Gotham was stunned. Why is the name of this new map NPC so long? Can't the dog planner give it a shorter name? Although he complained in his heart, Gotham still grinned and said, Hello, Mr. Vermani. Jean-Victor Vermani smiled and said, Just call me Jean. Okay, Mr. Jean. What a strange name. Jean-Victor didn't see anything from the green face in front of him. He just smiled gently. I heard about the legend of the bravery of the slime tribe in the east of the wasteland planet a long time ago. I didn't expect that today I could see the living legend with my own eyes. It's really exciting. Hearing this, the smart brother Gotham immediately smelled a different smell. This familiar and routine opening remark. Will this NPC issue a task to him next? Muttering in his heart, Gotham immediately said modestly, You are polite. I am just an ordinary member of the slime tribe. Speaking of legends, it has to be our patriarch, the golden slime. Gotham flattered his own patriarch in front of the new NPC in front of him, and unceremoniously acknowledged the influence of the slime tribe. I hope that even if they are thousands of miles apart, the patriarch can understand his good intentions and improve his favorability. It is not known whether the patriarch's favorability towards Gotham has increased. However, Gotham's words made Jean-Victor Vermani's eyebrows slightly raised. Obviously, the other party was quite interested in his topic. Oh, how legendary is it? Can you tell me about it? When asked by Jean-Victor Vermani, Gotham paused. How does he know such a thing? Except for the early closed beta, the Patriarch fought on the front line with them. In the current versions, the Patriarch has obviously begun to retreat behind the scenes and become a mascot-like existence in the game. Although players in the game often shout Long live the Patriarch and flatter him. All this is to improve the favorability and trigger the Patriarch's mission. As for the legendary event of the Patriarch, Does it count if the red flame anaconda and the bat-winged lizard stop attacking with just one sentence? After thinking about it, Gotham felt that he still had to beautify the image of the Patriarch. After all, it is the image representative of the Slime Clan, and is also an important leader of the Republican Alliance today. Thinking of the earliest rumors circulating in the slime farm, Gotham coughed lightly and said, "Our Patriarch, Golden Slime, is the chief messenger under the throne of the God of the universe. He followed the will of God and led us to this world and this planet in order to save the suffering people there. After our unremitting efforts, the poor people who used to be hungry and cold in the eastern part of the deserted planet now live a peaceful and happy life. And it took us only more than a year to get them out of poverty and turbulent life. Isn't this a legend?" Hearing this, Jean-Victor Wilmani was stunned. He never thought that this slime would reveal to him so directly that they were actually messengers sent by the God of the universe. This kind of thing is even more incredible than the slime speaking human words. Although there are beliefs in the God of the sea and the God of the desert in the Boca Bay area nearly 10,000 kilometers away from Paradise Port, Jean-Victor Wilmani is a true atheist. In other words, he doesn't actually believe the nonsense of this slime. Having said that, what this slime called Gotham said is indeed correct. He has some understanding of the situation in the eastern part of the central continent. It only took 1 year to do these things. The Slime Clan is indeed not to be underestimated. Regardless of whether these slimes are real messengers of God or a group of charlatans who claim to believe in the God of the universe, he can use them. Thinking of this, a touch of just the right amount of admiration and surprise appeared on Jean-Victor Wilmani's face. This is indeed a legend. It's simply unbelievable. Seeing that the NPC in front of him seemed to believe his words, Gotham was relieved. Fortunately, he fooled him. Jean-Victor on the opposite side changed the subject. "So you slimes came to this world with the will of the God of the universe, right?" Gotham's heart skipped a beat when he was asked this question by the other party. But he still nodded in a very serious manner. "That's right. So, is it the will of the God of the universe to save the suffering people in this world?" "Well, I guess so." Gotham kept muttering in his heart while answering. What exactly does this NPC want to say? Could he be doubting him? It doesn't make sense. They didn't say anything at the beginning. But the workers of the slime farm had already fabricated the identity of the God's messenger for the players, making the players themselves almost believe this setting. It doesn't make sense that this setting will not work if the map is changed. Just when Gotham was very confused about this, he saw a thankful expression on the face of the man opposite. "That's really great. Gotham? What's good? Why is it so great?" Then Jean-Victor Wilmani sighed and said, "In fact, there are many suffering people on other planets outside the wasteland. They need help from the outside world. It would be great if the Slime Clan could rescue these poor people while rescuing the people of the wasteland." Hearing this, Gotham blinked. So, is this a mission for him? Realizing this possibility, Gotham instantly became interested. If there is a need, we are naturally willing to lend a hand to anyone who needs help. Upon hearing this, Jean-Victor almost couldn't hold back his smile. But he quickly controlled his expression and looked serious. It was on a planet called Heidel. The people living there made a living by mining ore. The mining and selling rights of all the minerals on that planet were in the hands of the Heidel royal family. And the miners and slaves working for the royal family had no living security at all. Under the pressure of hunger, cold and illness, those poor people finally couldn't help but explode. As the rulers, the royal family naturally did not allow those people to revolt. So they sent troops to suppress them. They even spent a lot of money to hire mercenaries from the Space Corps. At present, Heidel is in chaos. The local people are living in dire straits. As he said, Jean-Victor looked at the slime in front of him. "I think they urgently need your help now." Hearing this, Gotham narrowed his eyes. Heidel? This place sounds a bit familiar. Chapter 370. The Legend of Jack the Dockworker. Soon, Gotham remembered where exactly this Zidar star was. It was the most famous or producing area in the entire future interstellar. From small salt mines to large energy crystal mines required by spacecraft, Zidar star has them all. It can be said that the ore and processed derivatives produced from Zidar occupy the most important link in the mineral resource supply chain of the entire future galaxy. Even on the barren planet, the salt they eat is produced by Zidar star. And the game warehouse store in the novice village always has refined salt produced by Zidar star on the shelves. However, what Gotham did not expect was that this planet, which was the same as the background board of the game, would suddenly erupt into a civil war plot. Well, actually, it was not sudden. Some players in the merchant trade flow in the game had long heard about the news that Zidar Star was fighting. At that time, the prices of important minerals such as iron, ore, and sulfur soared. And some people made a lot of money from it. It's just that too few people care about this matter. Because at that time, the Slime Clan was mobilizing for war and preparing to march westward. What people didn't expect was that the plot buried at that time would be triggered in the new world map that had not been officially unlocked. Could it be that the arms dealer named Jean Victor in front of him had some connection with the rebels of the planet Zidar? As an arms dealer, his main task was to sell weapons at the highest price possible. However, compared with the miners and slaves who seemed to have little money, Jean Victor should have chosen the royal family of Zidar, who seemed to be more wealthy. But the other party now said this to him, which really made people think more. When did arms dealers pay so much attention to feelings? Don't these people want the world to be in chaos and fight everywhere before they can sell weapons? Now he actually told him that he hoped the Slime Clan would lend a hand. If Duliko hadn't introduced his boss as just a businessman, Gotham would even suspect whether he had a hidden identity as the president of a certain country, and had estimated the political benefits in advance while providing arms to other countries. Of course, this does not rule out the idea that the other party does want to make a political investment. If the rebellion of Zidar wins, the new regime rising on the planet will definitely not forget the old friend who helped them in their time of need. But the charcoal that the other party wants to send now looks more like a generous gift to others. Instead of selling good arms, they set their sights on slimes. It is obvious that the other party has taken a fancy to the combat effectiveness of the slime family, and wants to use players to achieve this political investment. Moreover, this old bastard does not seem to want to spend money. Otherwise, he should not have sighed that it was great after listening to his nonsense setting of the God's messenger, and then proposed to him that the people of Zidar planet needed the help of slimes, and then did not mention any benefits. This guy doesn't think that letting the slime family send troops is like letting the Christian world launch a crusade like the Crusades? Just move your lips to inspire people, and don't spend a penny. Thinking of this, Gotham couldn't help but be amazed. The NPCs in this game are getting smarter and smarter. If I hadn't played in Desolate Planet World for a year and was familiar with the routines in it, it is possible that the other party would say whatever he said, and he would be directly led into the ditch by the NPC to become the victim of this free volunteer army. Jean Victor Wilmani didn't know what the slime in front of him was thinking. At this moment, he just observed the other party calmly, trying to find out its attitude towards this matter. Unfortunately, facing the jelly gel head that was greener than cabbage, he really couldn't see anything. In addition, this slime named Gotham hadn't spoken since just now, so he was not sure whether the other party would agree to this matter. Of course, Gotham's answer was secondary. The key point is to see the attitude of their patriarch, the Golden Slime. After all, only it has the right to decide the whole thing. Although Gotham described the expansion of the Slime Clan's territory as coming to this world to save the people in accordance with the will of the God of the universe. But in fact, he knew clearly in his heart that this kind of rhetoric was most likely a lie. In this case, no one could guarantee that the Golden Slime would be willing to let its people go to the planet Zidar, which is 100 million kilometers away from the desolate planet, to fight this interplanetary war that has nothing to do with it. Unless the benefits are enough. But what good would it be for him to do this? As a businessman, if the cost is too high, this deal is not worth executing even if it has a promising future. Moreover, for him, this business is dispensable. And the reason why he is willing to spend precious time sitting here to meet the slime is purely because he is curious to see whether Dulik's proposal can be successful. After all, the name of Slime Mercenary sounds very different. Such a business potential project may become the main business of their Black Phantom in the future. However, all this is based on the premise that the Slime Clan will not ask for too much. Of course, it would be better if they could join the war as volunteers for the reason of saving war refugees. In this way, he can sell these volunteers to the resistance army of Zidar at a low price in the name of mercenaries without paying a penny, making a lucrative business. If the Zidar royal family can be completely defeated, he can also take this opportunity to share a share of the spoils after the war. Of course, he also knows that this possibility is extremely low. After all, judging from the behavior of the slimes in front of him, this race is not stupid. It is impossible to suffer losses in vain. As Jean Victor expected, Gotham did not rashly agree to his request. This matter is of great importance, and I cannot make a decision on behalf of the whole tribe. Please allow me to report this matter to the tribe leader first. and then I can give you an answer." This answer did not exceed his expectations, and Jean-Victor was not surprised. He just smiled and expressed his understanding. After finishing this topic, in order to express his welcome to the guests from afar, he took the initiative to invite Gotham to dinner, and asked a lot of questions about the Slime tribe and the Eastern region during the dinner. After learning that the Slime clan had not only taken down the prison committee, but had also recently established the Republic Alliance on the barren planet, and that this organization covered the entire Eastern region, Storm City in the west, and more than a dozen of the top 20 prisons, Jean-Victor's eyes could not help but flash with a hint of shock. This kind of thing cannot be faked, and a little investigation will tell whether the other party is lying or not. Since the other party dared to say so, it was obvious that he was not afraid of him to investigate. "I didn't expect that the Slime clan's power on the barren planet has become so huge. It seems that they are much stronger than I imagined. In the future, I may have to treat them with a more cautious attitude. After all, there are many black industries under the Wilmani family. It would be troublesome if these creatures with a sense of justice directly took away everything that their family had worked hard for generations." Thinking of this, Jean-Victor's smiling eyes froze. He raised a curve at the corner of his mouth and acted like a host who was enthusiastically entertaining guests. This posture immediately scared Gotham. If you are too attentive for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. In addition, they hit it off right away when they met for the first time. This Victor must have something up his mind. Just as Gotham and Jean-Victor were having dinner together with different thoughts. On the other side of Will Continent, the first issue of God of the Sea was officially launched in Blackstone Town, Boca Bay. Since that incident, the entire Blackstone town has become much more depressed. Many shops in the town were ordered to close for rectification. It was not until a few days ago that General Wellman, who was sent by Warden number 430 to manage this place, lifted the ban, and local self-employed business owners began to open one after another. But even so, the business of these shops is far less than in the past. After all the people are dead, and no one knows who to sell the things to. In the past, there were still those wealthy businessmen and the wives and young masters and young ladies of the prison guards' families who often came to consume. Now there are basically only some poor people left in the town. Fortunately, there are no consumers in the shops. Although the prison number 444 and its prisoners have withdrawn from the stage of history, the black uniforms of the prison number 430 that took over here are still here. Some people were transferred from Bishop Port in the north because of work transfer. This has injected economic vitality into the originally depressed town. Although these prison guards of number 430 are more arrogant than those of number 444, they have a lot of money in their pockets, and a little money slipping out from their fingers is enough for them to make a living. For well-off families who already have assets such as shops, they don't have to worry too much about living problems. But for some poor townspeople who don't have much assets, they are not so lucky. Those who have boats are fine. At least they can go out to sea to fish. And those who have nothing can only work as porters at the docks of Blackstone Port. Because the prisoner resistance of number 444 prison has completely died out, there is a lack of capable people on the docks, which has forced many townspeople to switch to coolies. Being a coolie is fine, and the salary offered by the prison is also extremely low. But facing a group of ferocious-looking prison guards carrying guns and cannons, they dared not complain at all. In order to make a living, everyone is swallowing their anger. At the junction of the Black Rock Port Wharf and the Southern Block, there is a small and old tavern. The name of the tavern is Black Pearl, and its logo is the black butterfly SHL painted on the doorplate. There are several small wooden tables and a pile of empty barrels at the door of the tavern, which are the tables and chairs of the tavern. After a day of work, the dock workers occasionally take out a copper coin to buy a cheap beer to forget the troubles and depression at work. Even if you don't buy beer, you can move a barrel in front of the store and sit in the corner, looking at the port and the sea in the distance and sighing. Anyway, the people who come to this shabby tavern to consume are basically poor people. Everyone here has a hard life. At this time, everyone just gathers together to complain about the family affairs of the family, which makes the originally difficult life seem less difficult. But today is slightly different from usual. These people no longer stare at the sea in a daze, nor do they gather in twos and threes to smoke and chat. Instead, people gathered under the street lamps, holding a newspaper and reading it carefully. This newspaper, called The Gospel of Poseidon, was obtained from a masked Poseidon priest at the statue of Poseidon near the dock this evening, because the other party claimed that the newspaper was free. Many people asked for one at that time. Walking to the street lamp at the end of the street and squatting down, Maury opened the newspaper and read the contents attentively. The Legend of Jack the Dockworker? What is that? An interview? No. There doesn't seem to be anyone named Jack here. Could it be a novel? But how could there be such a thing in the Gospel of Poseidon? Maury muttered a few words in confusion, and then continued to read. As he guessed, this is indeed a novel. It tells the story of a dock worker named Jack, who was determined to change the town after his black-hearted boss Grandet maliciously withheld his salary and killed his co-workers. Although the outline of the story looks ordinary, he was completely attracted after reading the first 100 words. This is not only because the writer of this story has a good literary style, but also because the protagonist of the story, Jack, is a dock worker like himself. Although he was actually a small tailor before the fall of Blackstone Port. At that time, the prison guards used artillery fire to destroy his old employer and his shop when they landed at the port. So, he was forced to change his career and become a dock worker. But during the days of moving goods at the dock, he experienced all kinds of hardships. Jack's unfortunate experience in the story actually overlapped with his own in reality. This made him angry and excited. He was eager to know how the plot would develop later. How would Jack fight against Master Grandet? How would he seek justice for his coworkers? And how would he change this town? However, after reading all the text in the newspaper, he did not find the story behind. In the end, he only saw a line in the corner of the newspaper. To know what happened next, please listen to the next chapter. Seeing this, Maury was stunned. So does this mean that he should wait for the next issue? At the entrance of the tavern in the distance, the group of workers standing under the streetlight holding newspapers also exclaimed in surprise and regret. It seems that he is not the only one who is looking forward to the sequel of the story. Everyone is eager to know what Jack did later. Did he team up with other workers to catch Master Grandet and his thugs and beat them up? Or kill them directly? Or eliminate the mayor who colluded with the masters? For a moment, countless sequels of this story flashed through Maury's mind. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't think of the most perfect ending. With a long sigh, he looked up at the starry night sky and whispered, "If only I could be Jack. Then he could smear the noses of those prison guards without caring." After all, in the world of novels, the protagonists are invincible. Shaking off the absurd delusions in his mind, Maury laughed and folded the newspaper carefully and put it neatly into the outer pocket of his washed white clothes. Although I don't know who wrote this article, it seems that he now has a better way to kill time than drinking at the Black Pearl Tavern and staring at the coast. Chapter 371 Offline Financing. Just when the workers on the dock were obsessed with the story of The Legend of Jack the Dockworker, the dessert trio posted the news that they were running a newspaper in Blackstone Town on the forum. As soon as the news came out, many people came to watch the fun. Fried Kidney, 666. You are going to promote the ideological enlightenment movement in Boca Bay. Lemon Tart, shame, it's just Blackstone Town. The scope of Boca Bay is still a bit too wide. Brick Moving Boy, so what is the name of your newspaper? Chocolate Lava Cake. The Gospel of Poseidon. Brick Moving Boy. I am your father. This name. Fried Kidney. This name is pretty good. Those who don't know would think it is a missionary newspaper. It won't arouse the suspicion of the prison guards. Chocolate Lava Cake. That's right. It is for this purpose that we chose this name. The locals believe in the Poseidon because they need to go to the sea. Pork stewed with vermicelli. I'm just curious. Does anyone contribute to your newspaper? Strawberry Donut. Because the newspaper is still in its early stages. It is not well known, and no one contributes articles. We wrote all the articles ourselves. Even the articles on the main page were written by Lemon. I am your father. Surprised face. Lemon wrote it? Fried Kidney. Awesome. Strawberry Donut. She majored in Chinese language and literature in the Chinese Department of University. So writing a few articles is not a problem. Sheep Village Boiling Sheep, but can those NPCs understand the content of the articles with their cultural level? Chocolate Lava Cake. How could they not understand? What is written in the newspaper is not something very profound, but a novel based on the actual situation of the local area. Fried Kidney. Squinting smile. It's Lucerne literature. Right? Sheep Village Boiling Sheep. 6666. Lemon Egg Tart. If you are interested, you can also contribute to our Gospel of Poseidon, or make suggestions to see how to make this newspaper bigger and stronger. I want to be read. Wow. Are you starting to attract investment now? Chocolate Lava Cake. Grin, of course. After all, the newspaper is still in its infancy, And there are still many shortcomings. We really need your support. Chocolate lava cake. Those who are interested in the field of cultural media can consider investing in our Gospel of Poseidon. The newly opened map has a very broad market. And there is a new continent on the other side of the sea. The future is really promising. I want to be read. Squinting smile I. Wand will you follow this project? The sun is like fire. I will invest 500,000. Lemon tart. Strawberry donut. Chocolate lava cake. Starry eyes thank you. Big man. Ultraman of light at brother sun is like fire. Are you serious? The sun is like fire. Yeah. Anyway. It's only 500,000. I invested because it looked interesting. Only 500,000? Although the veteran players in the game are not short of money now. There are still few people who are willing to invest so much money at once. Unless they are playing the trade flow themselves. After all, according to the current market price of slime coin, it would be worth 30 million renminbi. Although no one in the game is willing to sell slime coins now. The market is still there. Throwing out 30 million to play all at once. How to say? The boss is worthy of being a boss. With a player taking the lead. More and more old players, who were originally watching the market came out. Stir-fried kidney flour. It seems quite interesting. So I'll invest 100,000 to play. I want to be famous, and me. Slime Canteen Catering Industry invest 100,000. I am your father. Can I invest 50,000? Chocolate lava cake. Of course. You can invest as much as you want. I will count the number of people and make a table later. And then make a contract according to the proportion of each person's investment. If we make a profit in the future, we can also give dividends to the bosses. Brick moving boy. Damn! So serious? I feel tempted too. Chocolate lava cake. Welcome. The more the better. Lemon egg tart never thought that things would turn out like this. My original intention was to collect news articles from players. But I never thought that the investment promotion that was originally just a side job would be pulled up first. Strawberry donut, although. Wouldn't it be a waste to invest so much money in just a newspaper? Chocolate lava cake. How can this be a waste? Although the Gospel of Poseidon is still just a newspaper. With the in-depth exploration of the Boca Bay map, it will definitely develop into other media such as television and the internet in the future. We must take a long-term view and expand the pattern. Fried big kidney flour. Squinting smile. Maybe in the future, we can create something like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or IG on the deserted planet. I want to be read. Weibo, Douyin or Kuaishou may also appear. The lilies in my hometown are blooming. Those are too common. Since the other side of the sea is the new world. In the future, the Gospel of Poseidon may become a media like Al Jazeera that speaks to the world or even the interstellar. Strawberry donut. Chocolate lava cake. Cool. Brick carrying boy. I feel so excited for no reason. What's going on? Seeing that the topic of the post was getting more and more off topic, Lemon Tart couldn't help but interrupt. Can anyone pay attention to me? The Gospel of Poseidon is recruiting contributions. 20 per 1,000 words. If you are interested, you can chat privately. Being interrupted by this, the players who were attracted by the investment news before remembered the collection of manuscripts. So some literary enthusiasts hurriedly signed up to participate. Just when the dessert trio was busy soliciting investment and collecting manuscripts with the Gospel of Poseidon on the forum. On the other side, Xiaoming also received a report sent to him by Gotham, far away in Paradise Port. Wise and great patriarch. When you receive this report, I am already on the Wilk continent at the other end of the Boca Bay waters. In the Paradise Port of this new continent, I met an arms dealer named Jean Victor Wilmani. The other party is the one who recently provided ammunition to the Blackstone Town rebels to attack the White Sand Town prison number 430. Although this batch of arms eventually fell into the hands of the prison guards of prison number 430. I will not go into the details of the complicated process here. Let's get back to the point. Jean Victor told me that there is a civil war going on the planet Zidar. Countless miners and slaves oppressed by the royal family rose up in rebellion, and the place was in ruins under the ravages of war. He hoped that the Slime Clan could come forward to help those poor people in the war. Although I doubt that guy's ulterior motives. His proposal is not completely without benefits after careful consideration. If the rebels of Zidar Star can win this war, then the Zidar Star, which is in ruins, will definitely need a lot of infrastructure construction, which are all very good investment opportunities. And as a newly established regime, the new currency they issue does not have market stability. Therefore, we can let them use mineral resources for settlement. Doing so will not only solve our demand for mineral resources, but also drive local employment, which is a win-win situation. In addition, we can also expand the influence of the Republican Alliance and the Slime Clan by helping the local residents of Zidar Star. Maybe we can even plant the red flag on their land. To sum up, whether from an economic or political perspective, as a planet with rich mineral resources, I think Heidel is still very worthy of assistance and investment. And we only need to pay the price of the slime army and ammunition, which we have no shortage of. Of course, we are not doing charity for nothing. If you agree to send troops, we can discuss the details of the cost of this operation with Jean-Victor Vermani and the leader of the Heidel rebels. I hope you can give a reply as soon as possible after reading this report. If you have such intention, your most loyal subordinate, Gotham Iron Man. After seeing this report or the message called email, Xiao Ming couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise in his eyes. Sure enough, a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. I didn't expect that the guy in Gotham who was known as the master of weapons, broken, weapons, bad, could actually write such a penetrating report. He was sensible for once. Not only did he not cause any trouble for himself, but he also thought about the update content of the next battle activity in advance. These little players are really getting more and more capable. Although the content of the email is basically Gotham speculation based on the current situation. To put it bluntly, it's just a pie in the sky. But this pie does look very tempting. And it's not completely impossible to achieve. After reading the report carefully several times, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, opened the backstage, and began to edit the reply. To my loyal subordinate Gotham Iron Man, I am very happy to receive your report. From the reckless boy who almost set the mountain on fire because of the experiment in the past to the smart slime with a long-term overall view now. As the leader of the tribe, I am very pleased to see your growth. Because you have already started to think about how to expand our power, and let the glory of the Republic Alliance shine to more distant places on the desolate planet. But the premise of all this is that you have to make sure that we will not be deceived by the arms dealer. Since you said in the report that you suspected he had ulterior motives. Well, before that, you have to find out what he has hidden from us. If it is just pure monetary interests, it is fine. If the other party has joined forces with some forces to deliberately set a trap for us, then as the Patriarch and the leader of the Republican Alliance, I will never allow this to happen. If none of the above problems exist, then I am willing to accept your proposal to form a slime volunteer army to go to the Heidel Star. Of course, food, water, and other living supplies must be supplied. In addition, you also need to spread the ideas of the Republican Alliance in the local area and help them establish and maintain order. Although this is a difficult task, I believe you will be able to complete it well. Patriarch Golden Slime. After editing the message, Xiao Ming checked it several times and then pressed the send button. After that, Xiao Ming edited another activity announcement about recruiting volunteers and stored it in the document library in the background. He would not send the announcement until Gotham had investigated the matter clearly. After all, joining the war is not a trivial matter. The arms dealer named Jean-Victor Vermani is still unknown what he is planning. If he acts rashly, he will be cheated, and there will be no place to cry. On this side, when Xiao Ming was handling official business, Elizabeth and Doug in Blackstone Town began to prepare the second issue of the newspaper in full swing. Because the newspaper had just been established, it was short of manpower. The two of them began to take on multiple duties. They were responsible for typesetting and printing, and for external contacts. During this period, they had to write some articles about Poseidon to expand the page. After all, this newspaper was nominally under the name of spreading the belief in Poseidon. How could it be if there was nothing about the belief in Poseidon in the newspaper? Fortunately, they still had 3 slime helpers to help share the workload, so they were not too busy. But even so, the two of them were still spinning like a top these days. Poseidon Gospel was the first newspaper they published, and the distribution range was mainly at the docks near Blackstone Port. The readers were basically dock workers. In order to save costs, they only printed 200 copies of the first issue. But even so, they still spent hundreds of silver coins. This is the cost of their expenses after deducting the costs of labor, venues, etc. As for the income, because it is free, it is equivalent to not making a penny, but losing money. Fortunately, their promotion still worked, as the story of The Legend of Jack the Dockworker gradually spread among the dock workers. The name of The Gospel of Poseidon gradually became famous in the lower-class market. As the fame gradually increased, they also began to worry whether this rebellious newspaper would be discovered by the prison. in order to avoid attracting the attention of the prison guards and the Temple of Poseidon. This time they decided to change the distribution address of the Gospel of Poseidon from the statue by the dock to the taverns, grocery stores, and even small street vendors frequented by dock workers in the town. This time, the newspaper is no longer free, and the price of one copy is 1 copper coin. Those shop owners can get a commission of 0.5 copper coins for each copy sold. Hearing about the good thing of getting goods for free and selling them, the shop owners naturally would not refuse, because they have a stable sales channel. This time they decided to take a gamble and double the printing quantity to 400 copies. As for how many copies can be sold, it is up to fate. Doug was a little worried. The first issue was free, so the 200 newspapers were quickly sold out. But this time, they have to charge. Will those people not buy it? The market in the town is not good now, and the wages of dock workers are low. Will they be willing to spend money to buy a newspaper? After all, this thing is not a necessity of life. Knowing his concerns, Chocolate Lava Cake comforted him very calmly. Don't worry. It won't happen. Our pricing is reasonable, and the content quality is excellent. There is no reason for them not to buy a single copy. Doug is still not optimistic. Even if 1 copy can be sold, it is only 1 copy. If we can't sell all of them, we will continue to lose money. Although the initial capital for the establishment of the newspaper was provided by Elizabeth and the Slimes, the newspaper can't keep losing money like this. After all, the money will be spent sooner or later. Hearing this, Elizabeth's face was filled with confusion and worry. You don't have to worry about losses. I saw Chocolate Lava Cake suddenly jumped onto the table. Because we have already attracted investment. Elizabeth and Doug? When did it happen? Doug looked unbelievable. They have been working together these days. I have never seen these slimes leave alone. Chocolate Lava Cake, just now, I contacted my fellow tribesmen. They are very interested in the newspaper we founded. And now we have nearly 1 million slime coins invested. Slime coin? It is the currency circulated within our slime tribe. On the side, Strawberry Donut explained. Chocolate Lava Cake nodded. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1 slime coin. This also means that we now have an investment of nearly 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins? What an astronomical figure. Looking at the 2 people in front of him who were stunned, Chocolate blinked his dark eyes. So you don't have to worry about the funding problem now. There is only one thing we have to do now. Make the Gospel of Poseidon famous and let more people know about its existence. When the townspeople of this town start to buy our newspapers in the future, Blackstone Town will gather countless sparks. Those flames will eventually gather together and burst out with amazing power. And this power will completely change this land. When he said this, not only Chocolate himself, but even Doug, who was not optimistic about the newspaper business before, began to get excited. During this period of time, he gradually learned about other more distant places outside this town through the slimes. He learned that the Golden Sand City in the east and the Storm City in the west had joined the Republican Alliance organization established by the Slime Clan. He also learned that the residents of the Republican Alliance live a happy and peaceful life. They don't have to worry about oppression and war, let alone poverty and hunger, because all the masters who were oppressing those people have been overthrown. The people who were originally oppressed have all been reborn. They are the masters of their own homes, and they are creating a better future with their own hard-working hands. Such a place is like heaven for them who live under the oppression of prison. At first, when the slimes told him these things, he thought they were telling fairy tales, because everything they said was too beautiful. So beautiful that it was hard to believe. But they swore to themselves that all this was true, and he could see it with his own eyes. They even told him that Blackstone Town would become as good as the cities of the Republican Alliance in the future. It was because of these words that he decided to join their newspaper business. If the vision described by the other party can be realized, then all the efforts and sacrifices they are making now will be worth it. Chapter 372: A Battle of Wits and Courage with NPCs. What does it mean to be a reckless kid who almost set the mountain on fire? I've already said that it was just an accident. After receiving the reply email from the Patriarch, Gotham couldn't help but twitch his face. But he wasn't too angry. After all, the other party's second half of the sentence was still praising him. After patiently reading the entire content of the email, Gotham was thoughtful, investigating what Jean Victor had concealed. This was really a troublesome task. After all, he wasn't a worm in this guy's stomach. How could he know what the other party had concealed? If he had a teammate with control skills around him, he might be able to make the other party speak the truth. But the problem was that he was alone now, and all the problems had to be solved by himself. This task was much more difficult than asking him to mix explosives. However, if he wanted to expand the map of the Heidel star, he had no choice but to accept it. Thinking of this, Gotham sighed lightly, and finally accepted the investigation task assigned by the Patriarch. However, just when Gotham was thinking hard about how to pry the answer out of the arms dealer, the other party took the initiative to show up. At first, he thought that the man with a high nose wanted to find out from him the attitude of the chieftain on sending troops to the Heidel star. But then, he thought that the other party probably didn't know that he had contacted the chieftain. After all, he stayed in the guest room after dinner, and he didn't carry any communication tools. And Jean Victor probably didn't know that slimes don't need any external communication tools to communicate with each other. Thinking of this, Gotham was a little amused by Jean Victor's visit. If he didn't come to get intelligence, what was he doing this time? It's not that he came to treat him to a meal just to show his hospitality, right? However, when he was brought to the luxurious restaurant in front of him, and saw the table full of food, his eyes widened. He actually came to treat him to a meal? For a moment, Gotham couldn't help but be alert and secretly looked at the man in front of him. Unfortunately, he didn't see any clues from the other's smiling face. Jean Victor didn't know what Slime was thinking, and just kept recommending food to him. Of course, he invited Gotham to dinner this time not just to show the hospitality of the host, but for something more important. After a good meal, he finally revealed his true purpose. Regarding what I said yesterday, I suddenly thought of some ignored details after I went back. Putting down the high-heeled wine glass in his hand, Jean Victor stared at the slime in front of him with his dark brown eyes. Although my original intention of proposing was to help those poor people in the war, but I also ignored your ideas. Sorry. After all, war is not a joke, and you can't do things that disregard the interests of the Republic Alliance. Hearing this, Gotham looked at the man in front of him with some surprise. What is this guy singing? Not very good at roundabout conversations. Gotham finally chose to go straight to the point. I'm a little curious. Why are you so concerned about the war on the Star Heidel? Although those refugees are indeed pitiful, as an arms dealer, shouldn't you be happy? Hearing this, Jean Victor paused, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. I am indeed an arms dealer, but I am not a person without conscience. In order to suppress the uprising, the Zidar royal family has already swung the butcher knife at ordinary innocent people. This is completely beyond the scope of humanitarianism. If this war is allowed to continue, things will only become more and more serious. When order is out of control, no one will benefit. Of course, this also includes me who used to do business with Zidar. Although I also know that this is a bit difficult for you, I still hope that you can lend a hand to those poor people, even in the form of mercenaries. Mercenaries? Hearing this, Gotham paused. A pair of dark bean eyes looked at the man with a high nose in front of him calmly. Could this be his real purpose? The more Gotham thought about it, the more he felt that it might be the case. After all, there is no gain without early action. He didn't believe that this guy was really for the greater good as he said. If Jean Victor really cared about the refugees of Zidar, why didn't he help the rebels with money and weapons? Instead, he went to Slime in a roundabout way. Obviously, he wanted to do the business of Slime mercenaries, because he knew that the Slime tribe was brave and good at fighting and wanted to be the savior. He wanted to use this to export the players, the fighters, to Zidar. If he won, the subsequent benefits would definitely not be lower than selling arms. Even if he lost, he would not lose too much. Anyway, those buyers who wanted to ask Slimes to work would definitely advance part of the money in advance. As a seller, he basically made a profit. If he really agreed to Jean Victor on impulse yesterday, the other party would not have said this to him today. And the way the Slime tribe said troops could only be volunteers. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they also had to pay manpower and material resources to help others fight. And the guy in front of him could completely conceal the fact that they were volunteers and make money by trading with Zidar's rebels in the form of mercenaries in private. After figuring this out, Gotham couldn't help but be amazed. This old bastard is so cunning. It is probably because he saw that he hesitated yesterday and didn't give a definite answer immediately. So he told him all this today. Of course, it is not ruled out that this guy was worried that he would get into trouble if he was too ruthless after learning about the strength of the Republican Alliance. So he retreated to advance and proposed to cooperate as a mercenary. If it is really as he guessed, then he should be glad that he remained rational and vigilant yesterday and did not rashly make a promise because of the other party's few words. Thinking of this, Gotham couldn't help but tut his lips. The arms dealer in front of him, who is also an NPC, is not as cute as the group of farmhands in the novice village. One is as cunning as a lotus root, and the other is simple and honest. Could it be that the IQ of NPCs in this game will increase with the improvement of the map level? On the opposite side, Jean Victor couldn't hear the complaints in the slime's heart. He just continued to wear the mask of concern for the country and the people, looking at Gotham with hope. I wonder what you think. Gotham was a little slow to react after being interrupted. What? Jean Victor, I mean the mercenaries. Hearing this, Gotham came back to his senses, looked at him calmly, and said in a casual tone, You just said it. Sending troops is a very serious matter. We cannot ignore the collective interests of the Republican Alliance and care about things 100 million kilometers away from us. Jean Victor was stunned. But, didn't you come to this world to rescue the suffering people under the will of the God of the universe? The people of Zidar are in misery right now. They are in misery. But the God of the universe only asked us to rescue the barren planet, and did not tell us to save humans on other planets. Gotham lied without changing his face. In other words, what happened on Zidar does not belong to the oracle of the God of the universe. These two sentences instantly blocked the road on the opposite side. In just a moment, Jean Victor didn't know how to continue. After a long time, he seemed to think of something, and then asked, You said yesterday that you would report this matter to your patriarch. What if it asked the God of the universe after hearing the news? And the God expressed his willingness to rescue those poor people? How is it possible? Gotham glanced at him. Shida Star should not believe in the God of the universe. Right? Hearing this sentence unexpectedly, Jean Victor was speechless. It is indeed as it said. Shida Star does not believe in the God of the universe. They believe in the stone god. Then the slime in front of him said slowly, Since they do not believe in the God of the universe, why should the Lord God of the universe go to such great lengths to save humans, who are not his believers? Hearing this, even if Jean Victor had a lot of sophistry in his stomach, he could not say a word at this moment. As if he had swallowed a fly. Looking at Jean Victor's frustrated expression, Gotham was secretly happy in his heart. Although he was not very interested in the religious background of this game, it had been more than a year since he finished it, and he had more or less passively learned about it. The belief in gods in this world can be said to be complicated. There are already 3 known ones on the deserted planet. The God of the universe in the east, the God of the desert in the west, and the God of the sea in Boca Bay. Although some places do not believe in just one God. In general, the gods of this world are still regional. For example, the orcs on the first planet they visited, Zukum, not only believe in a guy called Zushin, but also believe in the god of beasts. In addition to the above 2 categories, orcs of different species also believe in the gods of their own tribe. For example, the wolf tribe believes in the wolf god, and the deer tribe believes in the deer god. If it is the future alliance, the situation is completely different. The people there have no beliefs at all. If you insist on saying what they believe in, it is only technology. I believe that the Zidar star, which is 100 million kilometers away from the desolate star, should also have its own beliefs. Slime is nominally a messenger sent by the God of the universe. In this case, everything they do represents the will of God. He said that God did not allow people to be saved. And this guy couldn't say anything. Who made the other party want to take advantage of the slime tribe in the name of religion from the beginning? Anyway, the people of the planet Hilder have their own beliefs. So let their own God save them. Jean Victor didn't expect that in just a few words. This slime named Gotham would directly block the topic. How could he continue? It seems that it is impossible to ask the slime to send troops in the name of the God Savior. At present, the only thing that can persuade the other party is probably the real benefits. Thinking of this, Jean Victor sat up straight with a faint expression, 20% and 80%. What? Gotham was a little confused when he heard such a sentence out of the blue. The share of slime mercenaries and mercenary companies. Jean Victor didn't seem to want to continue pretending. And he came straight to the point. To be honest, I plan to set up a mercenary company. And this civil war on the star Zidar is the first test of this mercenary company. I hope my company can have warriors as brave as you. Gotham blinked. Good guy. Is this a direct showdown? It's just, are you 20% and we 80%? Hearing Gotham's question, Jean Victor couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. No. Hearing this, Gotham curled his lips. I knew this old BXXXH had bad intentions. Others risked their lives and died. And he took the lion's share. How shameless. even if the player could revive infinitely. He didn't want to give this old BXXXH a break. Thinking of this, Gotham immediately picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. Forget it. As I said just now, there is no need for us to go to the areas governed by other gods to meddle in their affairs. He said that he jumped off the table and looked like he was going to leave. Jean Victor clenched the tablecloth at hand, stood up and called him 30% to 70%. However, the fluorescent green didn't mean to stop. Jean Victor gritted his teeth. 40% to 60%. 40% to 60% is okay? The slime still ignored him. 50% to 50%. This is my bottom line. Hearing this, Gotham paused, seeing the slime in front of him stop. Jean Victor was relieved. However, the next second, the other party's words made his head buzz again. We take 70% and you take 30%. Otherwise there is no need to talk. Jean Victor felt a little painful when he saw the pair of unquestionable black eyes in front of him. Okay. 30% is 30%. Slime takes 70%. You take 30%. Gotham corrected. Jean Victor looked aggrieved and nodded for a long time. Okay. I take 30%. You take 70%. That's okay. As he said, he took out a tablet and tapped it a few times. And handed it over. Since the deal has been reached, let's sign the contract. Gotham glanced at the tablet and pushed it away calmly. No hurry. I haven't asked the Patriarch for instructions on this matter yet. Jean Victor handed the tablet to it again. It's not too late to contact it now. If you have its contact information. No need for that. We slimes have our own contact information. As he said, Gotham looked at him. You just need to tell me the specific price of this order. Chapter 373 2.02 version update. My most respected clan leader. The matter you asked me to investigate has come to fruition. The arms dealer named Jean Victor Vermani does have ulterior motives. He wants to set up a mercenary company. And the civil war on the Heidel Star is their first business after opening. Because I heard that the slime tribe is brave and good at fighting. I want to ask the slime to work under him. But this guy didn't tell me the truth before. I guess he wants to use our sympathy to let the slime tribe go to Heidel Star to help in the name of volunteers. In this way, he can collect money from the Heidel rebels without spending a penny. But all of this was seen through by your subordinates. In order to gain the support of the slime, Jean Victor had to lay everything bare. And he also proposed a 30 to 70 split. You don't have to worry. We are the ones who get the biggest share. The most worrying problem has been solved. And nothing can stop us from moving forward. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Slime Clan can use this expedition to spread the reputation of the Republic Alliance to the planet Zidar, 100 million kilometers away, and inject the light of order of the Republic into that backward monarchical planet. I believe that you, as wise as you are, must have made all preparations. The specific plan for this expedition to Zidar is as follows. Attached document. If you have no other instructions, please allow me to boldly sign a cooperation agreement with the arms dealer on behalf of the Slime Clan. I hope you can reply to me as soon as possible after reading the email. Your most loyal subordinate, Gotham Iron Man. When Xiaoming saw this email, he had just finished a meeting with the Lizard Disaster Self-Control Committee to discuss the governance of the Lizard Disaster after this year's sandstorm. The busyness during this period made him fully aware of the need to build up the leadership team of Storm City. In this way, even if he leaves this city in the future, it will still be able to operate normally. Of course, even if the Lizard Disaster Self-Control Committee is established, it is not a one-time thing. The successful operation of any organizational structure must be constrained by relevant laws to prevent the abuse of power. Therefore, Xiaoming supplemented and modified the original Jinsha City Code and relaunched a Republican Alliance Code. All citizens under the banner of the Republican Alliance must abide by this law. So far, the implementation effect of both the new law and the Lizard Disaster Self-Control Committee is not bad. This also made Xiaoming temporarily relieved. The sandstorm weather will soon end. Under the effect of the retractable nanoprotective barrier, the disaster situation in various towns in the west this year is not particularly serious. But this is only the first level that needs to be overcome this year. Because soon, the Lizard Disaster will come. In addition, there is also the civil strife on the Zidar Star. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help thinking. Should he find a way to get some more players in? Including the batch that was just released in the 2.0 version. There are only 5,000 people in the game now. And some of these newcomers, who have just entered the game, have not even completed the tasks of the novice village. Not to mention activating skills. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt that he should set some more standards. For example, when the game level reaches LV3, the Slime Evolution Ball reward can be unlocked. In this way, even if the players want to unlock skills as soon as possible, they will work hard to upgrade. Before that, he had to appease the players who have reached LV3 or above in the game but have not yet obtained skills. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming immediately opened the background of the summoner and began to re-edit the update announcement. Earth. Official website. WildStar World. 2.02 version update. 1. The upper limit of closed beta players increased from 5,000 to 10,000 people. 2. A new event, Idle Civil War, is about to be launched. Event plot. A few months ago, civil war broke out on Idle Star, 100 million kilometers away from the Wild Star. The miners and slaves oppressed by the royal family finally couldn't stand the oppressed life and raised the banner of rebellion. Today, the war has entered a white-hot state. In order to suppress the rebels, the Zidar royal family even invited mercenaries from the Space Corps. The people of Zidar are now living in dire straits. In order to save their hometown, the Zidar rebels hereby send a call for help to the Slime Clan. Participation method. Players can click to sign up on the event page to participate. At that time, players will join the reinforcements as mercenaries. Completing the event tasks will get points rewards, and the points can be drawn or exchanged for prizes after the event. Friendly reminder, since Zidar has no login save point and the situation is complicated, the level of players participating in this event will be limited to LV10 or above, and require citizenship and above titles. Players can participate in the registration as individuals or as groups, legions. 3. Unlock the new map Zidar. 4. Fix a small number of bugs, add a number of NPCs, and optimize scene modeling. 5. Add achievement rewards. Players who reach LV3 can unlock the reward Slime Evolution Ball activation skill. Snail Rice Noodle King. I am your father, I Jiao. A new map is open again. Sheep Village Fiangyang. Combat professional players are ecstatic. Brick Carrying Boy. Finally something new. The West was so boring during the sandstorm that I went back to Sand City to play. Luju Wishao. What? A new job? Wangwang Zioxiaosu. Isn't the new job in Black Rock Town in Boca Bay? Did we make a wasted trip? A Zheng, it was indeed a wasted trip. Now Black Rock Town has been merged with prison number 430. And the battles that should be fought have been fought. There is no place for us to use our skills. Chocolate Lava Cake. You can stay and help us run the newspaper. Luju Wishao. Forget it. I am not good at writing and can't write articles. Wangwang Zioxiaosu at Snail Noodle King. Captain. Do we still need to withdraw now? Snail Noodle King. It's too late to withdraw now. Isn't there a new continent on the other side of the sea? Since we are here, let's just go and take a look. Wangwang Zioxiaosu. Luju Wishao. Great. Compared to the old players, who are qualified enough to participate in the new activities, the new players who have just entered the game are helpless. They definitely missed this event. Fortunately, the official update also took into account the feelings of these newbies, and directly changed the Slime Evolution Balls given out in irregular draws to achievement rewards unlocked when they grow to a certain level. Now, they only need to upgrade to LV3 to get the Evolution Ball to activate skills. In just a moment, the newbies became more and more diligent in doing tasks. While the newbies were busy upgrading, the cloud players, who were still queuing up on the forum to get the closed beta number, also cheered for this update. Puppy Guai Guai. Ha ha ha. Finally won. Pink Tractor. I won too. Thank you. The Planner Dad. Mapo Tofu. Woo woo woo. Why didn't I? Dog Planner. Can't I call you Dad? Famous Steamed Egg Conan. Kneeling down. JPG. Dad. Give your son a helmet. Which little cookie are you? I want a helmet too. I also want to be a mercenary in the new map. Loud and Pickled Cabbage Noodles. Don't think about it. Even if you get the helmet now, you can't go to the new map. There is a level limit. A cabbage, indeed. If you get the helmet now, you can only catch up with the Lizard Plague. Which cookie are you? QAQ. Pink Tractor. Lizard Plague? Didn't we fight lizards once some time ago? A cabbage. Those are just mutant lizards entrenched in the underground of Storm City. The real Lizard Plague hasn't started yet. Pink Tractor. Oh wow. Pass every exam. If you can't catch up with the new map event, it's okay to catch up with the Lizard Plague. I'm not picky. Please ask the planner to take a look at the poor child. Some people are happy and some are sad. The same scene has been staged countless times on the forum, and old players are not surprised. I am your father. This should be the second activity outside the deserted planet after Homeward Journey on Zukum last year. Right? Pork stewed with vermicelli. No. There is also giant spider nest. I am your father. Yes. 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 And this. Pork stewed with vermicelli. But the location of the giant spider nest is an asteroid, which is different from Zukum. Brick-carrying boy, what's the difference? Anyway, you can't save the game. And it's useless to die once. Big IQ girl, although. Can't you save the game on Zukum now? Brick-carrying boy, that's now. It wasn't possible when the map event just started last year. Big IQ girl, shame, it's still safe for life professional players. While the players were discussing the content of the event, Gotham Iron Man in Paradise Port finally received the reply from the tribe leader. Agency authority has been approved. Looking at the email in front of him, and the update announcement that just popped up, Gotham blinked in surprise. Has the event on Hilder been updated so quickly? The tribe leader replied that it seemed to be just now. Although he felt that the event update came too quickly, Gotham didn't think much about it. He just thought it was a plot event triggered by his opening up a new map on the Wilk continent. Now, with the approval of the clan leader, he immediately went to Jean Victor Vilmani to sign a mercenary cooperation agreement. After signing the contract on behalf of the clan leader, Gotham extended a small tentacle and waved it in front of the man. Happy cooperation. Jean Victor pulled the corner of his mouth, and his smile was a little forced. Happy cooperation. No one would be happy if they encountered such a thing. According to the original expectation, he wanted to take the biggest share, but he never thought that the slime would take 70% of the commission in the end. Although 30% is not a loss for him, he still couldn't help but feel pain when he thought that the other party took 70%. But he couldn't hold the slime if he didn't want to spend money. If it weren't for the investment in the rebels on the Shida Star, how could he give in so quickly? At present, the Shida royal family not only has enough weapons, but also has a group of mercenaries from the Space Army. The rebels had previously lost a lot of ammunition and manpower. If they didn't do something powerful, defeat would probably be a foregone conclusion. Those poor guys haven't even paid the balance of the batch of arms yet. If he loses, he won't get a penny. Thinking of this, Jean Victor felt more and more annoyed. I shouldn't have believed the words of the rebel leader Pirmo at the beginning. What? Invest in their weapons, and you'll get a mine. Forget about the mine. He hasn't even seen a stone yet. However, the pirate ship has been boarded, and the goods have been handed over. He can't get off the ship halfway, so he can only bite the bullet and go all the way. At the moment, he only hopes that these slimes can be more powerful, save the declining situation of the rebels, and beat the royal family. Only in this way can he get the mine he wants as he wishes. Thinking of the mine promised by Pimo, Jean Victor's heart, which was hurt by the slime in front of him, was slightly comforted. Isn't it just 70% commission? With a mine, why should he care about such a small profit? After self-enlightenment, Jean Victor's stiff expression gradually softened, making his originally fake smile reveal a rare sincerity. After looking at the smile on the man's face in front of him, Gotham couldn't help but murmur. Could this man be holding back some bad water to trick him again? Thinking about it, Gotham instantly became alert. However, Jean Victor did nothing. He only told him that he would prepare the spacecraft to Zidar in Sand City and Storm City respectively in the next 2 days, hoping that the Slime Clan would quickly deploy manpower and weapons to Zidar Star to fight. These were originally discussed in advance, and Gotham was not too surprised. However, seeing Jean Victor so anxious, it can be imagined that the situation of the Zidar Star Rebellion army is probably not very good. Otherwise, he would not agree to the conditions of Slime 7 and himself 3 so quickly. If he guessed correctly, this guy must have bet a lot of money on that group of people. If the other party loses, it will be a real investment failure, and the meat bun will be thrown to the dog without return. But these are none of his business. Anyway, as a matchmaker, he has completed his task. In addition, the event has been updated. Thinking of this, Gotham paused and said, "Can you take me with you when you arrange the spaceship to pick them up?" Hearing this, Jean Victor paused for a moment. It was possible. You want to join the battle too? Then the fluorescent green slime on the opposite side grinned and raised an arc. Of course. Anyway, I'm free. In the past 2 days, he has been wandering around Paradise Port under Jean Victor's arrangement, and even visited the military factory. It seems that there is nothing to do if he continues to stay here, so he might as well take this opportunity to go to Heidel Star to have fun. What's more, He has already clicked to sign up when the event announcement was updated. He can't not go. Moreover, he also wants to go to the new map to experiment with the effectiveness of the new weapons. Chapter 374 Battlefield. Earth. Official website. Limited time event. Civil War in Zidar. Registered 2,352 people. In the first 10 minutes after the registration page for the new event was opened, the number of people who participated in the registration had soared to more than 1,000. If it weren't for the level limit of this event, I'm afraid this number could rise even higher. As of today, the number of registered people has reached more than 2,000. And this number is still slowly rising. Although the number of players in the game has been increased to 10,000 by Xiaoming, the map range of the wasteland is too wide. There are not many people left after 10,000 players are distributed to each area. Now because of this battle event, some T0, T1, and T2 class combat professional bosses, who have been upgraded to elite, have all gone to the new map to become mercenaries. There are only some live professional players, and newly born newbies on the wasteland, who are busy working hard in the novice village to build their homes. After all, a rookie who hasn't even activated his skills will die even if he goes to the battlefield. It's better to practice in the novice village before going out. After closing the registration page for the event, Xiaoming browsed a few pages of posts on the forum and found that some players had already started to discuss combat plans. Although they had not been to the new map yet, and did not know much about the situation there, these active players had already prepared plans to deal with all emergencies. It must be said that even Xiaoming himself felt ashamed of this efficient execution. The two spaceships from Will Continent had arrived in Storm City and Sand City one after another. The long-awaited players had already packed their bags and boarded the spaceships to prepare for the front line. Since all the ammunition for this operation was paid by themselves, some players began to complain that the rebels on Zidar were stingy. However, others said that the mercenaries in the real world were equipped by themselves, and it was normal for them to pay for their own ammunition for this expedition. After all, the price of mercenaries is high, and the money paid by the employer originally includes the cost of weapons and ammunition. Most of the players who can participate in this event are still not short of money for ammunition, so they don't care much about these details. In their view, weapons and ammunition are consumables just like the stamina and gold coins in traditional mobile games. When they are used up, you can just complete tasks and earn money to buy more. There is no need to make such a big deal. Looking at the relatively peaceful forum, Gotham smiled with relief. Didn't he feel bored because there were no activities during the sandstorm? Now the sandstorm is over, and the new map and the new amusement park have been built. Let's go play. Just as the players were riding the arms dealer spaceship to the Zidar Star 100 million kilometers away, the core war zone of Zidar Star on the other side was a completely different scene. Crisoto Province, Ruby County. This is the largest energy crystal or producing area on Zidar Star, and the first shot of the Zidar Rebellion was fired from here, just after sending the injured teammates back to the base of operations for treatment. Tommy ran to the position to count the casualties. Who would have thought that the rebels, who had been stalemate with them for several months, would suddenly launch a night raid on them this time? For a while, they had to get up from the bed and fight the other side in a hurry. However, under the strong fire suppression, the rebels had no chance of winning. The attackers were quickly defeated. The blood dyed the land of the whole forest red. This battle was more tragic than everyone expected. Looking at the bodies being carried out of the woods in the distance, Tommy's eyebrows gradually twisted into a knot. These people died in a very tragic way. Some of them were burned to charcoal because they were hit by the bombs, and it was hard to tell whether they were their own people or rebels. Some were shot several times, and some were broken arms or legs by bombs, and the whole person was torn into pieces. Some of them were rebels, and some were regular army members of the kingdom. Regardless of their identities in life, they all lay here quietly in the end. If it was when he just went to the battlefield, he might feel sick and uncomfortable when he saw so many corpses. But in the past few months on the front line, he has become accustomed to corpses and blood. After all, people die almost every day on the battlefield. It's just a matter of whether more or less people die, although reason tells him that it's nothing. This time when he saw so many corpses that were no longer human, he couldn't help but feel suffocated in his chest. Stepping over the crater mixed with mud and blood in front of him, Tommy walked silently to the tree beside him and lit a cigarette. As a burst of smoke rings was exhaled, nicotine gradually paralyzed the already exhausted brain. In the distance, his superior, Centurion Philip, handed a cigar to the captain of the mercenary who had just joined their team. and then began to talk and laugh with him. The battle was over. They successfully resisted the attack of the rebels, and gave them a severe lesson. Although this lesson also cost them a lot. It was obvious that this did not prevent them from being happy about it. Because soon, this battle report will be transmitted to the capital to be presented to His Majesty the Emperor. And after being depressed for several months, they can finally be proud of themselves. Maybe they can get a generous reward. Unlike these officers, the soldiers below had a stern face, without any sense of joy of victory. Too many people have died. Not only the enemy but also their own people, and even many innocent civilians. In order to prevent the uprising from growing stronger, the superiors recently issued an order requiring them to clear all the villages along the route of the uprising. As long as people died, those guys would not be able to expand their manpower. Since the uprising broke out in the mines of Ruby County, everyone has been swept here by the machine of war. Whether it is the group of crazy people who are killing Red Eyes on the opposite side, or these royal soldiers from the capital. Although they had sworn to be loyal to the royal family and the kingdom of Heidel for their entire lives on the day they joined the kingdom army. After they experienced the baptism of death again and again on the front line in the past few months, many people began to waver. Is it still necessary to continue to persevere? What is the meaning of this war? When they recited the oath of allegiance to the flag of the kingdom, they did not think that one day the butcher knife in their hands would be swung at innocent civilians. While the soldiers were struggling, their superiors also finished talking to the captain of the mercenaries from the Space Corps. Thank you for your help. Otherwise we don't know when this battle will be over. The captain of the mercenaries smiled, with neither enthusiasm nor indifference on his face. It's nothing. Your emperor hired us, so we will not let him spend the money in vain. Don't worry. According to the strength of these people, you can go home in a month at most. Hearing these words that sounded humble at first, but actually implied boasting, Captain Philip was stunned, and the smile on his face faded for a while. The captain of the mercenaries naturally saw the displeasure of the person in front of him, but he didn't intend to say anything to ease the relationship between the two sides. In his opinion, he, who came from the Space Corps, came to this remote place to help these guys fight, which was already a kind of condescension. These feudal slave owners in Zidar have no other skills, but they are first class at oppressing the lower class people. Even he looked down on these people. Although as a mercenary, he had no right to sympathize with these people. After all, he himself had attacked them many times. But this was only because of different positions. Who asked them to do it was the royal family. Although they looked down on these feudal slave owners, no one would go against money. Since King Zidar was willing to spend so much money to find their Space Corps special mercenary force, then as a qualified war exporter, the captain would naturally not miss this opportunity to make money. But although this money is easy to make, shit is really bad. Fortunately, the war will soon be over. Mill Village in the west of Ruby County. A 4 or 5 meter wide river flows near the quiet village. What is out of tune with the picturesque scene in front of us is that the other side of the river is full of dead bodies and war debris. A transport truck carrying various military supplies drove across the river and rushed to the front line of the battlefield under the horrified gaze of the surviving villagers in the village. That was the 25th Detachment of the Kingdom Army. Not long ago, they used the SH.LS bought from the alien arms dealers to baptize the entire forest near the village. It is said that there are rebels hiding there. The artillery fire lasted all night and gradually stopped in the early morning. It was finally over. The villagers who had not been able to sleep all night felt a sense of fear when the SH.Ling sounded last night. Everyone was worried that those guys would cross the river and attack the village. They had already handed over all the food in the village to the Kingdom Army as military rations. If these people killed everyone in the village like other detachments of the Kingdom Army, they would have no way to deal with it. Fortunately, what they worried about did not happen in the end. All these people left. Obviously, the rebels hiding in the woods had been dealt with by them. Otherwise, they would not have left so confidently. Thinking of this, the village chief was relieved. Captain Thomas I did not know what these people were thinking. Or he did not take these ants seriously at all. Because he has more important things to do right now. Most of the rebels have fled to the east of Ruby County. According to intelligence, Pirmo has gathered about 20,000 people to go to White County next door. It won't be long before the two groups of people will gather together. But Thomas didn't care. After all, a large part of the people gathered by Pirmo were farmers, miners and slaves in the mines. They had never even touched a gun in the past, let alone fighting. In addition, their ammunition has been almost consumed now. On the other hand, the Kingdom Army not only has advanced weapons and sufficient ammunition, but also has the blessing of professional mercenaries. How can that mob fight them? Looking at the intelligence in front of him, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the man sitting in the military vehicle. But soon, he was attracted by the following content again. Slime mercenaries? What the hell is this? Seeing the commander's slightly dumbfounded expression, the adjutant beside him whispered, "It is said to be a creature that looks like jelly gel. Last year, they emerged on the barren planet. I heard that they have unified the eastern part of the entire central continent of the deserted planet, and even part of the territory of the western prison has been taken over by them." As he said that, the adjutant took out a tablet and flipped out a photo from it. "This is the slime. I heard that the slimes on the deserted planet have many colors, and some even have patterns and gradient colors." Thomas glanced at it, and when he saw the round gelatinous creatures in the picture, his brows slightly frowned. It turned out that they were not human. "I thought it was the name of a mercenary group." Adjutant, resisting the desire to complain, the adjutant continued, "In short, those slimes are very good at fighting. Although I don't know how Pierre got in touch with the slimes on the deserted planet. If this news is true, we should probably be careful." Looking at the cautious adjutant, Thomas sneered, obviously not taking the other person's words to heart. No matter how good he is at fighting, he is not a human. What's so scary about a guy who is not even a human? Adjutant, it's because he is not a human that he is scary. Although he wanted to refute, the adjutant finally chose to shut up based on his understanding of his superior. Having said that, it is still right to be cautious in everything. Unlike the superior, he had heard about the rumors of the slime on the desert planet a long time ago. At first, he also thought it was nonsense. It was not until he left the planet Shida to go to the Future Alliance to do business, and accidentally saw a group of colorful slimes, that he realized that those creatures were not just illusory rumors, but real creatures. Although he had not seen the battle of those creatures with his own eyes, he could feel through their seemingly harmless appearance that they were definitely a group of guys who were not easy to mess with. Unlike the adjutant, who was full of worries, Thomas did not take these creatures called slimes too seriously. He just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. It doesn't matter if you are cautious or not. Anyway, everything is garbage in front of the 900mm heavy artillery SH.LS. Not to mention that we also have the mercenaries of the Space Corps. They are all a group of ruthless people who can fight. Seeing that his superior didn't care, the adjutant lowered his eyes slightly, and finally said nothing. After putting away the intelligence, Thomas was about to discuss the next strategic deployment with his adjutant, when a deafening explosion suddenly came from afar. The sudden explosion caused the ground under the military vehicle to shake violently. Regardless of the unhappiness in his heart, the adjutant hurriedly picked up the communicator and asked, "What happened?" After a burst of electric current, an anxious voice was heard from the communicator. "Just now, someone accidentally triggered the landmine buried in the middle of the road. Although the team avoided it in time, it still suffered a little loss." Hearing this, the adjutant's heart sank. How serious was the loss? 1 person died. 7 people were injured. And a transport vehicle was also blown up. Hearing this answer, Thomas's brows were furrowed even more. Not only because of the loss suffered during the march, but also because of the sudden landmine. Unexpectedly, the rebels did not forget to bury landmines for them when they retreated. Obviously, they wanted to block their pursuit. Thinking of this, Thomas narrowed his eyes, picked up the communicator, and gave an order. "Hurry up and let the team stop first. Let someone check the road conditions to see if there are any mines." Hearing this, a crisp answer came from the other end of the communicator. "Yes." At the same time, when the 25th Detachment of the Kingdom Army stopped the team to clear the mines, the rebels who had just retreated to the border of Ruby County and White County breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, before this raid, they had people buried mines on the road that must be passed, and they were familiar with the unknown mines, and could naturally return to their own base safely through this road. Although this was arranged, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. No one knew how long those mines could stop those guys. Thinking back to what happened last night, Chiwa still felt a chill on his back. Who would have thought that the Kingdom Army had such a large caliber artillery in their hands? And the entire hillside would be blown up with one SH.L. Fortunately, he was far from the center of the SH.L at that time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to come back alive. Thinking of this, Chiwa's heart gradually sank. Unexpectedly, in addition to the mercenaries, the Kingdom Army actually held such a big trump card in their hands. No wonder they were so confident. On the other hand, more than half of their people died, And their weapons were just some ordinary guns and cannons. How could they beat those guys with large numbers and elite equipment? Although General Pierre told them before this departure that the reinforcements he had invited would arrive in Zidar soon. But to be honest, he didn't know who those so-called reinforcements were. He also didn't know how General Pierre could be sure that those reinforcements would definitely beat the mercenaries invited by the Kingdom Army. Even last night when they were dizzy from the bombardment of the Kingdom Army's huge cannons, he actually suspected whether General Pierre was deceiving them. But reason told him that General Pierre was not such a person. He was a hero who led hundreds of miners and slaves to escape from the mines. He was a man who stood tall and proud. Anyone could deceive them, but he alone could not. Maybe there really are reinforcements. After all, having hope is better than facing despair. Just as Chivo was comforting himself like this, he suddenly heard a movement above his head. He subconsciously raised his head. Then he saw a huge aircraft flying in the distant sky. Not only him, but every surviving rebel was looking at the scene in front of them with a confused look. It was a silver-gray transport spacecraft with a familiar logo on the outside of the spacecraft. It was the spacecraft of the arms dealer. After a moment of stunned silence, Chivo's dirty face suddenly showed a happy smile. It's reinforcements. The reinforcements invited by General Pierre have arrived. Chapter 375 The First Battle of Heidel. Just when the first ship carrying the players arrived at the east side of Ruby County, another ship rushed to another important war zone, Green County, on the north side of Ruby County. There, the 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army was engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the 20,000th Rebel Army led by Dylan. Unlike Ruby County, 80% of the land in Green County is forested. And it is precisely because of this. The 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army was not equipped with artillery armored vehicles like the 25th Detachment, but adopted a lightweight special infantry configuration. Such a design may not be able to achieve strong firepower suppression, but it is very suitable for single-soldier combat and guerrilla warfare. However, although this strategy is good, it is not completely flawless. After all, the entire Kingdom Army is not very good at guerrilla warfare. It is precisely because of this that the rebels who have lived in mines, mountains and forests for many years can fight the Kingdom Army on par with their relatively backward weapons and equipment and weaker personnel configuration. Although General Nert, the commander-in-chief of the Kingdom Army, later specially pulled a group of officers to make up for the guerrilla experience, they still suffered several losses due to their unfamiliarity with the terrain. After all, these King's Direct troops stationed in the capital had never been to Green County before. So how could they compare with the rebels who lived there? This led to a very embarrassing situation. The Kingdom Army, equipped with high-precision weapons and bulletproof armor, was shot in the head by the enemy before they found the rebels. Seeing that his troops were exposed to the enemy's range, Menhir, the captain of the 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army, had to bite the bullet and let people retreat first. However, at this moment, a grenade flew towards him. The sharp-eyed Menhir hurriedly fell into the bushes. Although he avoided the center of the explosion, he was still hit by the flying shrapnel. Looking at the hole in the bulletproof armor, Menhir felt a sense of fear and anger. These damn miner slaves. However, the whizzing sound of gunfire behind him did not allow him to turn back and retaliate, because soon, 2 more grenades flew in the distance. In just a moment, the commander of thousands of troops fled like a rat crossing the street. Not far away, the centurion under his command was sent to H.L. by a grenade before he even had time to escape. Seeing that the commander was killed by the enemy, the soldiers of the 15th Detachment did not care about retreating for a while, and immediately raised their guns and began to shoot wildly at the woods in front of them regardless of whether they could see anyone. The dense bullets rushed towards the dense forest in front of them like a storm. But the guerrillas of the rebels were all a group of smart people. After killing the centurion, they all lay down in the bushes and hid. In addition, the two sides were fighting at a distance. Except for a few people who were shot, most people were unharmed. Looking at the muzzles of the guns that popped out of the woods, Menhir's face turned black. He hurriedly took out the communicator and issued an order. Hide first and then fire. Remember, shoot at the tree trunks and the grass. After hearing the commander's order, the soldiers retreated while firing at the woods. Bang, bang, bang. The crackling sound of gunfire was like dense drumbeats, hitting the rebels ambushed in the woods. Under the strong fire suppression, some unlucky people were immediately shot into sieves by dense bullets, and those who were relatively backward were injured even if they did not die. Seeing his subordinates continue to suffer casualties, Sharuk, the deputy commander of the 20,000-man rebel team, widened his eyes in anger. In less than a minute, they were suppressed by the opponent when they were in a preemptive position, and his soldiers fell one after another. We must not let these lackeys of the kingdom army leave here alive. In extreme anger, he ignored the dissuasion of his superiors and subordinates, and immediately carried a recoilless gun and rushed to the front line of the position. Boom! The flames fired by the SHLs dragged a thick black smoke and flew towards the enemy position in the distance. Seeing this, Minier's eyes were about to bulge. Get out of the way! With a thunderous explosion, the soldiers at the forefront of the 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army were blown to pieces. The death of their comrades on the front line instantly aroused the anger of everyone in the 15th Detachment. They then threw all the ammunition they were equipped with frantically at the enemy's instigator. In the dense rain of bullets, no matter how much he dodged, Shahrukh was unfortunately knocked to the ground by the artillery fire. However, the revenge of the Kingdom Army never stopped. More and more ammunition poured into the woods. In order to win, they even ignored the laws of the kingdom and threw into the woods. In just a moment, the woods were ablaze. The rebels lurking in the woods fled around in flames and thick smoke. Seeing the rebels who were hastily avoiding the fire in the woods, Minier immediately ordered, "Hit me hard." Under the dual effects of the fire in the forest and the guns and cannons, the short-term advantage that Shahrukh sacrificed his life for was completely gone. More and more people died in the smoke of the fire or in the gunfire. The defeat of the rebels was certain. Despite the victory, there was no joy on the face of the 10,000-man commander Minier, because of the enemy's surprise attack. Their 15th Detachment also suffered a lot of losses. If the casualties on the battlefield were reported to the superiors, I am afraid that the capital and General Nert would denounce his stupidity and incompetence. It was just a group of scattered soldiers, but they caused the loss rate of the entire 15th Detachment to be as high as 50%. How could he save his face? Even if he hadn't reported it to his superiors, he could already imagine the faces of those people. Suppressing his displeasure, he immediately asked the surviving soldiers under his command to assemble. Prepare to march to White County in the southeast according to the original plan. If the operation in Ruby County goes well, then the 25th Detachment will work together with the 15th Detachment led by him to encircle the rebels who had just arrived in White County for reinforcement. Just as the army was ready to march to the southeast front, a scout several kilometers away suddenly reported a piece of news to them. A cargo ship of unknown origin was approaching their location. Upon hearing the news, Minier frowned. This is a mountainous area, and under normal circumstances, a cargo ship would not be able to fly here. Moreover, because of the war in the past few months, the several mining areas near the front line have all been ordered by the capital to stop exporting. So there is no possibility of cargo ships passing by. At this time, the appearance of this thing here makes people have to think more. Could it be to deliver supplies to the rebels? But where can those poor guys afford to rent a cargo ship to deliver supplies to them? Even if they occupied several mining areas during this period, they could not turn those ores into money due to the export ban issued by the capital. Otherwise, they would not be unable to replenish the consumed ammunition. Even the capital, which is not short of money, would not use cargo ships to deliver supplies to them. After all, it would be too expensive. They would definitely choose lower-cost aircraft or land transportation. Although he couldn't figure out the trick, it didn't prevent Minier from giving orders stop that cargo ship for me at all costs. If it is to deliver supplies to the rebels, there is no need to leave them alive. Hearing this, the scouts in the communication channel immediately replied yes. Just as the 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army was heading forward, the players in the sky knew nothing about it. At this moment, they were excited about the scene design of the new map. Oh my gosh! It's actually a forest. Is this a real jungle battle? Looking at the forest below filled with smoke and flames, Wu Song beat the tiger and couldn't help complaining. What's the matter with this activity? We haven't arrived yet. And these NPCs have already started fighting? The 1.5-meter tall soldier glanced at him. What else? Do you think fighting is taking a group photo? And you can only start when everyone is here? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Bubble Superman hurriedly made peace. We are reinforcements. And this setting is normal. Just as the players were discussing the new map, a loud bang suddenly came from the quiet forest below. The next second, the cargo ship that was originally flying steadily suddenly shook. The sudden change immediately interrupted the enthusiasm of the players' chat. What's going on? Wu Song subconsciously looked at the porthole, and then saw a flash of fire on the ground. The next second, something seemed to be rushing straight towards their spaceship. In just a moment, everyone was stunned. I thought the plot of the cannon shooting down the plane in the anti-Japanese drama was already ridiculous enough. But I didn't expect that this game would even have a cannon shooting down the spaceship. Damn! This is too unscientific. Right? The person driving the spaceship seemed to be an old driver. Seeing that the cannonball was about to hit the porthole, the spaceship rolled over and barely avoided it. And the players also experienced the thrill of riding a pirate ship for free. The height of the spaceship was raised beyond the effective range of the cannonball. And the driver's face turned pale. What should I do? It was too dangerous below. And the spaceship couldn't land at all. As soon as the voice fell, a fluorescent green slime took over the conversation. It's okay. We can jump down by ourselves. I don't know when. Gotham had already put on a parachute bag. And he was holding a huge thing like a cannon barrel in his hand. Obviously, he is eager to try. And like him, there are also the Avengers. Other members of the Legion. This group of daring players didn't need to be reminded at all. They had already put on their parachute bags and brought their weapons and equipment to the hatch. Hurry up. Open the door. I'm still waiting to get the first kill of the boss. Hearing the slime's impatient urging, the driver was stunned. Good man. Are these slimes so eager to die? Although I know that they are doing a job of begging on the edge of a knife. Isn't this too active? The extremely shocked driver finally opened the hatch obediently. The next second, airflow rushed into the cabin of the spacecraft. In the exciting strong wind, the players howled excitedly. The grandsons below are waiting. Your Gotham grandfather is here. Captain, wait for me. You jump? I jump. Yahoo! Exciting. Just like dumplings. The slimes jumped out one after another. Seeing that the Avengers had taken the lead, the other players on the spaceship were not to be outdone. They all put on their parachute packs and followed their example to become paratroopers. At this time, the Kingdom Army on the ground noticed that the spaceship in the distance dropped a bunch of unidentified objects one after another. Because it was far away and not very clear, everyone instantly became extremely alert. What is it? Explosive packs? How is it possible? Who would drop so many bombs in the same area? It's not like they have too much money to burn. Maybe it's supplies? A soldier whispered, maybe this cargo ship is delivering supplies to us. As he said that, he paused. It can't be delivering things to those rebels. Right? But did the superiors say that they would airdrop supplies to us? Just as the soldiers were discussing, Captain Munir gave an order: find a few people to go ahead and take a look. If it's supplies, bring it back. Yes. The soldiers who had just won a victory immediately drove the reconnaissance vehicle towards the airdrop site in the distance with great energy when they heard that it might be supplies from the capital. At the same time, the players who had just landed in the woods quickly completed the reloading of ammunition. Slimes were either lying on trees or ambushing in the bushes, quietly waiting for the enemy to fall into their trap. A reconnaissance vehicle was approaching us 1,000 meters ahead. Players with perception skills reported the nearby movements to their teammates in real time. Faye Kale, obviously. These guys are the pioneers of the exploration. The main force is behind. Who cares what they are? Come one by one. Come two by two. Gotham Iron Man stared at the woods in the distance, and a pair of black bean eyes ignited with vigorous fighting spirit. Everyone get ready. We will knock them down in a while. Yes, Captain. Driven by Gotham Iron Man, the commander-in-chief of this operation, the players were full of fighting spirit. The Avengers have secured the MVP and first kill of this battle. At this moment, the Vanguard team sent to check the situation knew nothing about this. In their opinion, the rebels are at the end of their rope, and there is no danger in this area. Those things that were airdropped just now are definitely not explosives. Otherwise, these things should have exploded the moment they landed. On the moving reconnaissance vehicle, the Centurion of the reconnaissance team, Crass, was holding a telescope to check whether there were any packages of suspected airdrop supplies on the ground nearby. However, nothing was found along the way. Strange. According to the distance and direction of the landing, it should be around here. Where did all the things go? At this moment, the players hiding in the trees, bushes and caves felt the movement of the car coming, and opened the safety of their weapons. Action! With an order, the crackling sound of gunfire suddenly rang out in the forest. The unprepared reconnaissance team was caught off guard by the players. Damn! We fell into the trap. At this time, Crass realized how stupid his previous idea was. However, it was too late. Before they could find a chance to dodge, a rocket launcher in the distance hit their reconnaissance vehicle with a lightning speed. Boom! After the deafening sound, thick smoke rushed into the sky. The entire reconnaissance vehicle was knocked to the ground by the rocket launcher. 3 of the 4 members of the reconnaissance team died instantly, and another was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Kras, who fell to the ground, had a blur in front of his eyes. The burning pain caused by the explosion spread all over his body. Looking at the blood flowing all over the ground, he felt that his life was slipping away bit by bit. Must quickly notify the rear troops. Otherwise, everyone will. He stretched out his hand and tried his best to pick up the communicator that had been blown away in the distance. But before he could reach it, his body had already lost strength. The next second, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. There was a sound of artillery fire in front. The reconnaissance team seemed to be attacked by the enemy. Not good. The reconnaissance team lost contact. Receiving the sudden news, the pupils of the 10,000 men were widened and his face was unbelievable. The second 10,000 men of the resistance army had been completely annihilated by him with. Why did they encounter an enemy attack? Could it be the reinforcements sent by Pierre? Looking at the smoke rising straight into the sky above the forest in the distance, Menhir's face was extremely ugly. The 3rd and 4th teams went around the back of the forest to encircle, and the rest of the people followed me. Yes. Chapter 376. Great Victory in the Green County Battle. Following the order of the commander, the 15th detachment of the Kingdom Army instantly divided into 3 teams and moved forward. The teams on the left and right sides surrounded the woods like 2 open wings, while the large force in the middle maintained the previous marching speed and rushed straight to the firefight in the distance. The distance of several kilometers was reached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the reconnaissance vehicle that was bombed and overturned on the ground in front, and the bodies on the ground that were in a miserable state and unrecognizable, Menhir's eyes suddenly turned red. These damn bastards. Now he wanted to pull out all the rebels and cut them into pieces. However, the woods were extremely quiet at this time, and no suspicious figures could be seen at all, as if the previous firefight was all an illusion. Faced with such a strange scene, everyone's heart sank. The vegetation here is not as dense as the woods where they had previously exchanged fire with the 20,000th rebel army, so there is no place to hide so many people. Perhaps the sneak attack on the reconnaissance team was just a few fleeing soldiers. Thinking of this, Menhir narrowed his eyes. Everyone, go into the woods and search. Catch one and shoot him on the spot. As soon as the voice fell, a violent bang came from the distance. It was not the sound of gunfire, grenades or mines. It sounded like artillery bombardment. But to make such a big noise, it must be a large caliber cannon of at least 800 millimeters. But the question is, where did those rebels get the large caliber cannon from? Just when Menhir was puzzled, a fire shot up into the sky in the distance, like a volcanic eruption. Looking at the car flying up in front of them, and the crackling flames, everyone present was dumbfounded. That seems to be their transport vehicle? Menhir stared at everything in front of him blankly, and the communicator in his hand, just in time, sent a terrified report. This is the 4th team. We just encountered a sneak attack. The target direction is not clear yet. Before the report was finished, a shrill scream came from the other end of the communicator. Then, a dazzling fire broke out again in the woods in the distance. Looking at the fierce exchange of fire in front, Menhir couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. What is going on? Hasn't His Majesty issued a statement prohibiting any country or force from providing arms to the rebels? Why do those guys still have such powerful weapons? He was extremely shocked. But this was not the time to think about this problem. Without any hesitation, Menhir clenched the communicator in his hand with his eyes bearing and roared. The 3rd team pulled the smoke. The 1st and 2nd teams followed me to raid. Obviously, these rats in the gutter were ambushed here from the beginning, in order to be able to sneak attack them unexpectedly. And they did succeed. The 4th team encountered such a terrifying attack. It might be too late to rescue them now. Instead, they might be severely beaten by the opponent. Therefore, they must interfere with the opponent's vision. Although this could not completely solve the crisis, it did give them a little breathing room. The smoke bombs had spread throughout the woods, and the originally clear vision instantly became blurred. This thing is a double-edged sword. The other side can't see them, but they can't see the other side either. But this is not a big deal for the Kingdom Army. After all, since the beginning of this battle, they haven't even seen what the attackers look like, and a large number of them have fallen. Whether to release smoke bombs has no effect on them who are in the light, but it caused a lot of trouble for the sneak attackers hiding in the dark. At least they can't see the target clearly. Fire! At Menhir's order, the 1st and 2nd teams pointed their guns and cannons at the foggy woods in front of them. The ammunition dragging with flame shot out from the muzzle and rushed into the woods, whistling towards the invisible enemies with an incomparable momentum. If it were the rebels of Heidel, they would be killed instantly under such dense firepower. It's a pity that these Kingdom Army didn't know that the opponents they encountered were not humans, but a group of slimes. These slimes are not even as tall as human calves, and their volume is only as big as a basin. How can they hit the target accurately at such a long distance and such a launch height? Although it is not ruled out that some unlucky players were taken away by the explosion because their hiding place was not concealed enough. But most of the experienced old players basically hid in the holes they dug in advance. And they were fine after the baptism of artillery fire. And the players hiding in the trenches had already taken advantage of this time to refill the next round of ammunition. After a round of artillery fire, the woods were in a mess. Countless trees were knocked down by artillery fire. If it were in the past, the Kingdom Army would definitely be criticized by the ministers of the capital for such behavior. But now, as long as they can completely eliminate the rebels, the capital will not even fart. Looking at the smoke that has not yet completely dissipated in the woods, Mynheer narrowed his eyes. Now these damn sewer rats are finally dead. Right? Just as he was thinking this, a whitish blue light suddenly appeared in the mist. Before he could see what the thing was, he heard a loud bang, and the military pickup truck in front was instantly blown to pieces. The flames and the shock wave of the explosion swept all the people around. In the midst of the woods, Wusong, who hit the tiger with one shot, was immediately happy when he saw the prosthetic transformation charging hand cannon in his hand. This money was not wasted. After completing the lurking mission in Storm City, he received the task reward of jet power boots. Although this prop is quite practical, he still wants to match it with a cool offensive weapon. Later, the game store put the prosthetic transformation charging hand cannon that the team had participated in the evaluation on the shelves. So he discussed with his teammates and collectively raised a sum of money to bite the teeth and buy this expensive weapon and equipment. I have to say, this expensive thing is easy to use. Come on, lend it to me to play with it too, Wang Daxian on the side urged impatiently, reluctantly handing the charged hand cannon to his companion. Wusong Tiger immediately moved to the next shooting point on his jet power boots. The smoke had not yet dissipated, so it was no problem to take this opportunity to shoot those guys in the back. It was not only Wusong's group that launched a counterattack against the Kingdom Army, but also the largest player group on the Green County front, the Avengers. Compared with other weak individual players and player teams, these guys in front of them were much less human. Each of these guys was holding a Gotham-made improved laser hand cannon and running around in the woods, deeply following the essence of guerrilla warfare. Changing places after firing a shot made the Kingdom Army soldiers defenseless. In particular, many of these players have high perception points, so their perception of the enemy is quite accurate. Often, the Kingdom Army was knocked down by the players before they could react. Under the protection of the smoke, these slime players were like flexible moles, running around in the woods, leaving the Kingdom Army helpless. They didn't understand why those guys could find their position so accurately when there was smoke in the woods as a cover. Could it be that these guys had opened their eyes? In the continuous attacks, the soldiers of the 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army felt extremely desperate. They had clearly already poured a round of firepower into the woods, and even almost used up their ammunition. But the other side seemed to be fine. Not only that, their attacks were getting more and more fierce. This made them wonder if the people fighting with them were really human. Otherwise, why did the SH/LS fly from the east and then from the west? Were they fighting a group of ghosts? Sir, they are too fast. We can't keep up at all. We need more powerful firepower support. Hearing the anxious reports from his subordinates, Mynheer felt overwhelmed at this time. The reason was simple. They had no ammunition. After 2 consecutive battles and no supplies, their current ammunition inventory was even emptier than the granaries of those farmers. It was not only Mynheer, the commander, who fell into despair, but also the entire 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army. They had never encountered such a weird way of fighting, nor had they encountered such a difficult opponent. Listening to the crackling explosions, they could only run around like fools. However, where could they escape to? It was as if they were equipped with tracking devices. No matter where they fled, the bullets or guns could always find their positions accurately. How did they do this? During this period, the Kingdom Army won victory after victory, so that everyone thought that the rebels were at the end of their rope. But now, they felt like they were hit hard. But they didn't know how they were hit. Within 10 minutes of the start of the war, all the vehicles of the Kingdom Army in the woods were destroyed. Even their proud weapons and elite troops were shattered in the explosions. The encirclement plan proposed by Mynheer earlier was like a joke, because his strategy directly facilitated the reckless suppression of these invisible ghosts. The encirclement has collapsed, and no one can stop the players from charging. Seeing that these guys were out of ammunition and food, the players no longer wasted ammunition, but chose to use their skills to kill the remaining remnants. It was at this time that the soldiers who had survived the fog finally saw the instigator, who fired cold guns and cold cannons at them. When they saw a group of colorful jelly gel creatures suddenly emerge from the woods in front of them, everyone's face showed a look of fear. So they had been fighting with these things just now? Before the group could be shocked, they were frightened by the performance of these slimes. I saw a slime running towards a soldier not far away. The next second, the soldier flew straight out more than 10 meters away, like a kite with a broken string. On the other side, the body of another slime suddenly became extremely huge. It saw it split several tentacles, and suddenly grabbed the soldiers on the ground and threw them far away. Some slimes can even split into countless bodies in an instant to attack them. Monster! Monster! These are all monsters! Mynheer, with a horrified look on his face, had no time to command his men to retreat. He just wanted to escape from here. His intuition told him that if he stayed here, he would probably die. Thinking of this, he ran back the way he came without looking back. However, at this moment, he stumbled, and then his body lost its balance and fell to the ground. The next moment, his body was dragged back by a huge force. No! Don't! At this time, he had already lost his initial planning and composure, leaving only endless panic and fear. He was completely unable to resist the powerful force, and his body was thrown into the sky by the slime like a rocket ejected from the sky. Then he landed heavily. He fell from the sky and was killed in one blow. The Captain Mynheer died instantly. With the death of the commander of the 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army, the entire 15th Detachment instantly entered a state of chaos without a leader. Those soldiers, who had not yet been killed by the slime, were even more pale-faced and fled around the woods like a group of headless flies. However, this was in vain. Under the surveillance of the highly perceptive players in the team, they were like Sun Wukong, who could not escape from the palm of Tathagata Buddha, with the last fleeing soldier of the Kingdom Army being killed by the players. The first battle of the Heidel Civil Rebellion. If it also came to an end. Great victory in the Green County battle. The players severely damaged the 15th Detachment of the Kingdom Army at the cost of very few casualties, directly helping the Heidel Rebellion to win the victory on the northern front. And all this is just the beginning. The battles in Ruby County and White County on the southern front are still going on. After recovering the remaining weapons and supplies of the Kingdom Army from the devastated battlefield, the players immediately moved to the southern front with high morale. On the southern front, more than 100 kilometers away from the northern front, Thomas, who had finally waited for his subordinates to clear the mines, had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief before he received the news that the 15th Detachment had been collectively killed. When he first heard the military report, he suspected that the intelligence department had made a mistake. However, when he saw the extremely tragic battlefield photos in front of him, he couldn't help but take a breath. As generals of the Kingdom Army, he and Mynheer naturally knew each other. Of course, he knew exactly how well this guy led his troops. That guy led the most elite individual combat unit in the Kingdom Army. Under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem to beat those rebels to the point of peeing their pants. But why did they? Unable to bear the extremely bloody and tragic scene in front of him, Thomas closed the military newspaper. Even though he and Mynheer did not have a deep friendship, he could not help but sigh when he saw the news that he and his men were collectively killed. After a moment of sighing, the question returned to the starting point. How did Mynheer, who had elite troops, lose? This makes no sense at all. Even if he set fire to the mountain in disregard of the ban of the capital, he should have burned those rebels to death. How could he be beaten to this point by the other party? Thomas was puzzled by this. On the side, his adjutant frowned after reading the military newspaper. Strange. There were no bullet holes on the body of Mynheer. The captain of 10,000 men? The adjutant paused as he spoke, and it seemed that he had fallen to death. Maybe he was blown away by the explosion. Thomas answered indifferently. But there were no marks of explosion on his body. Not even scratches from shrapnel. The adjutant frowned. He looked more like he had simply fallen to death due to some external impact. Hearing this, Thomas looked at him impatiently. What do you want to say? His cause of death does not look normal. It is impossible that he was injured on the battlefield. The adjutant said, I guess this is probably related to the slime mercenaries mentioned earlier. If the intelligence department is sure that it is not wrong. Hearing this, Thomas immediately opened the military newspaper and carefully checked the photos and videos on it again. After a careful comparison, he who was originally not very concerned gradually frowned. As his adjutant said, Mynheer's body did look a little wrong. Not only him, but also some soldiers. They also looked like they fell to death. No, not only fell to death. Some were even killed by cutting their necks with knives. A closer look reveals that the causes of death of the soldiers in this battle report are all very strange. This is very abnormal. What is going on? Chapter 377 The Horn of War. Do a group of slimes really have such great capabilities? To be honest, even if it was the words of his most trusted adjutant, Thomas was not very willing to believe that there were such incredible things in the world. But the battle report in front of him put all the unbelievable things on the table, making people have to believe. What should we do now? After a long silence, Thomas said, since you have heard about the deeds of these slimes, you must know how to deal with them. Right? However, the adjutant was silent. You don't know either? Thomas's face was not very good. As the adjutant of Thomas, the commander of 10,000 men, the other party should not be a coward who boosts others' ambitions and destroys his own prestige. In his opinion, even if they knew that the opponents they were about to face were a group of very difficult guys, they had to find a way to deal with them, instead of doing nothing and saying nothing. Unable to get the answer he wanted from his adjutant, Thomas looked at him with regret, and then regained his previous calmness. Things may not be as bad as we thought. The reason why the 15th detachment failed is that they lack heavy weapons. As a unit good at single-soldier combat, it may be okay for the 15th detachment to fight guerrilla warfare in the jungle. But once they encounter an armed force stronger than them, those elite infantrymen will seem a little inadequate. But we are different. No matter how powerful those slimes are, they cannot resist the power of 900mm artillery. Hearing this, the adjutant nodded slightly. You are right. I am too worried. Just when the senior officers of the 25th detachment felt uneasy because of the collective death of the 15th detachment, a burst of angry roars came from the majestic palace hall in the capital far away in the north of the Shida Star continent. A bunch of bastards. Throwing the battle report that had just been delivered to the steps below the hall. King Ferdinand's face was filled with extreme anger. From his bloodshot eyes, it can be seen that he has not had a good rest for a long time. This is exactly the case. Ever since the miners and slaves rose up, he has been unable to sleep every night. The emperor's anger was vented on the heads of his ministers, making everyone afraid to say a word. The reason why the king was so angry was because of what happened in Green County in the past 2 days. The 15th detachment of the Kingdom Army was annihilated. What made him even more angry was that it was clearly reported in the court 2 days ago. But he only knew about it today. This makes him, the king, look like a big fool. At this time, Ferdinand almost bit his teeth. The 15th detachment is the most elite infantry of the entire Kingdom Army. Once upon a time, he had placed extremely high hopes on them. But now the entire 15th detachment is left with no one alive. In the court report, the soldiers died miserably, and in all kinds of strange ways, which made people have to suspect that this was done intentionally by the rebels. Their purpose was to humiliate him. Humiliate the entire capital. This is simply a disgrace to him as a king. Thinking of this, Fernando's clenched fists turned white at the knuckles and his teeth creaked. Good. That's really good. Originally, he was thinking of being merciful and giving the rebels a quick death. But now, I'm afraid that won't work. Pass the order down. All the 3rd, 4th, and 5th detachments of the Kingdom Army will rush to the front immediately. Anyone who catches a rebel will be sentenced to death by hanging and hung on the city gate for public display. Hearing the king steal like cold and hard order, the ministers below bowed their heads and trembled in agreement. It takes at least 3 days to rush from the capital to the 3 core counties of the frontline war zone. And this can only be achieved by marching at a rapid speed. But even so, none of the generals of the 3 teams dared to complain, because they knew in their hearts that the situation on the front line did not seem optimistic. Otherwise His Majesty the King would not send them, the monarch's guards, to the battlefield. After all, the 1st to 5th detachments in the Kingdom Army are all the king's relatives, and the 6th to 10th are the guards of other members of the royal family. Only the 11th and even later detachments belong to the formal army. Of course, in addition to the Kingdom Army stationed in the capital all year round, each province and county on the planet has its own garrison. The command and mobilization of these garrisons belongs to the local noble lords. This time, The miners and slaves directly killed all the noble garrisons in several local counties, which led to the situation where the capital came out to suppress them. As for why the other provinces that have not been affected by the war were not allowed to help, there are naturally considerations of the king himself. The planet is so big that it is hard to guarantee that the noble lords, who are in theft outside, will not have second thoughts. In addition, the current situation is complicated. If the noble lords take advantage of the chaos to rise up and directly establish themselves as kings, or if they join the rebels and kill them in the capital, then the throne under His Majesty, the king, will not be able to sit for long. It is precisely because of this that the king would rather transfer his guards from the capital to the front line than let the noble lords in theft in various provinces to suppress them. Although it was understandable, Kurd, the captain of the 3rd Detachment sent to White County to carry out the suppression mission, was still extremely worried. He knew a little about the situation on the front line during this period. The 15th Detachment was completely wiped out, and the other teams fighting on the 2 fronts in Ruby County and White County were not as tragic as them. But they did not end up well. After changing the decline in the past month, this group of rebels suddenly became extremely brave, and the reason for all this seemed to come from those mercenaries called slimes. From the battle reports from the front line, these slimes can either make their bodies extremely huge, or have infinite strength, or can confuse people's minds. In short, they are so weird that people can't guard against them. What's more terrifying is that they don't seem to be afraid of bullets. The more he knows, the more frightened Kurd feels. But fortunately, these guys are not completely without any weaknesses. At least when they encounter high-intensity explosions or artillery attacks, they will still be injured. It is precisely because of this that the 25th Detachment, which had just faced the rebels, was able to fight them back and forth. After all, the 25th Detachment was equipped with many heavy weapons. They had 3,900mm artillery pieces. These weaknesses of the slime were also tested through their battles. Thinking of this, Kurd thought, under this situation, perhaps he would not need to take action himself, and the 25th Detachment would be able to send the good news of the triumph back to the capital. On the 3rd night after leaving the capital, the 3rd Detachment of the Kingdom Army, which had been rushing all the way, finally arrived at the west side of White County. Unlike the mountainous Green County in the north, the terrain here is mostly hilly and rich in water veins. Countless tributaries run through this place and merge into a huge lake called White Crystal. Including this lake called White Crystal, the entire rich White County once belonged to the territory of a noble earl. It's a pity that the earl died of a gunshot on the 20th day of the slave uprising, and his children also framed each other for the family property and ended up in an embarrassing situation where there was no descendant to inherit it. But even if they didn't kill each other, they would eventually die. After all, the whole family of Viscount Marhat, the lord of Green County next door, was beheaded by the rebellious slaves. Compared to being killed by the rebels, it might be more decent to die fighting for the family property. You are too late. Thomas, the captain of the 25th Detachment of the Kingdom Army, looked at Kurd, who led a large group of troops, and said, "Just now, we used 900mm artillery to annihilate hundreds of slimes. Many of those rebels also died. This war will soon be over, and you can go back to where you came from now." Hearing Thomas's impolite words, Kurd was not very angry. After all this was expected by him. What's more, the other party has been talking badly for a long time. These regular troops of the kingdom, who have been born and died on the battlefield, have never dealt well with the guards, who guard the king. In the eyes of those people, these guards seem to have no other role except serving as the guard of honor around the king. In the eyes of their guards, these people are just a bunch of pitiful people who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Even if it is jokingly called the honor guard, not everyone is qualified to join this team and accompany His Majesty the King, knowing that the other party just wants to stab him. Kurd doesn't care much. Without answering Thomas's words, Kurd said, "Since you are here, it doesn't matter if you stay for 2 more days. Anyway, our garrison here will not consume your food and ammunition." Hearing this, Thomas frowned, but didn't say anything in the end. "Stay if you want to. Anyway, he has already sent out the victory report of the battle, and this guy will not have the opportunity to steal his credit. What's more, he still needs people to help clean up the battlefield." After thinking this through, Thomas did not continue to argue with the other party, and only arranged for his subordinates to clean up the mess. As he had previously speculated, those slimes really couldn't resist the attack of heavy weapons. In the past 2 days, countless slimes, and even rebels, have died under heavy artillery fire. Even if those slimes have amazing abilities, they can only be turned into pieces of slag under the strong firepower. Thinking, Thomas looked at the smoke slowly drifting away in the distance. The war will soon be over. However, Thomas didn't know at this time that death was just a return. Those slime mercenaries, who died in the bombardment, will soon sweep towards them with a more courageous attitude. And the unlucky ones, who died 2 days before the event, had already boarded the spacecraft and quietly arrived at the Shida star with more powerful weapons and ammunition. As a feudal monarchy planet country that relies on the export of ore to make a living, the technological strength of Shida star is not strong. In addition, it is a vassal planet of the future alliance, so it is not allowed to have 100% air supremacy. Even the spacecrafts that their royal family rides are imported from the future alliance. It is precisely because of this that the spacecraft that go to Shida star for smuggling only need to add stealth functions such as optical camouflage to avoid the eyes and ears of the royal family. Because the first time the slime was transported, it encountered an unexpected attack. So this time, the spacecraft pilot from the Black Phantom Company did not remove the stealth function of the spacecraft even when it was about to land. Compared to the excitement of the first departure, the players were obviously much calmer this time. After all, they had been offline for 2 days. God knows how hard it was for them during these 2 days. After finally resurrecting, they had to be careful not to die again. Otherwise, they would not have had a chance to fight the boss when the event was over. That would be too uninvolving. When the first batch of players who died and returned successfully arrived in Zidar, the 25th detachment of the Kingdom Army on the other side also took advantage of the opportunity to attack the western front of White County and had a fierce exchange of fire with the 30,000th detachment of the rebel army stationed on the east side of the White Crystal Lake. Although the 250,000th detachment had consumed a lot of artillery before, they still had a considerable advantage over the rebels, who were not well equipped. However, this advantage disappeared when the players went to the front line with 100mm giant artillery and 100 Slime No. 1 tanks equipped with high-energy ion cannons. Slime No. 1 tank was originally prepared for the attack on Storm City. However, because Wusong destroyed the batteries of the antique tanks hidden in the underground warehouse of Storm City in advance, the prison committee lost the ability to resist and counterattack. So these things were not used in the end. Now it is a bargain for the Kingdom Army of Heidel. Of course, it is not easy to get all the tanks on the cargo ship. Therefore, they had to split these things into parts, transport them to Heidel Star by several ships, and then assemble them locally. Thomas was completely unaware of this. In order to end the war quickly, he ordered the soldiers below to pour fire on the enemy positions crazily. Get down! Listening to the sound of artillery fire, the captain of the 30,000 team of the rebel army lying in the trench looked desperate. Once upon a time, they were so close to victory. But in the blink of an eye, all the battle lines that were hard to win were recaptured by the Kingdom Army, no matter how incredible their abilities were. The slime mercenaries hired by General Pierre could not withstand such powerful fire suppression. The SHLs covered every piece of soil on the battlefield like a downpour, baking the ground extremely hot. The flying dust covered the living and even the dead. Looking at the pictures from the front line, Thomas's face showed a determined smile. He didn't believe that these rebels could survive such intensive artillery fire. On the side, his adjutant couldn't help but remind him, "Sir, our ammunition has been consumed by 2/3. The implication is that they can stop firing. After all, according to the current situation, no matter how much fire is fired, it is just a waste of ammunition." Thomas frowned when he heard it. Got it. The artillery stopped firing and let the infantry rush to the enemy's position with guns and grenades. Yes! The sound of artillery stopped, and the charge horn sounded. The infantry of the 25th detachment immediately carried their guns and marched towards the enemy camp. On the other side, the rebels who had just experienced a life-and-death catastrophe had no time to catch their breath before they hurriedly climbed out of the trenches and engaged in close combat with the opposite side. Kill! 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 The sound of killing echoed in every corner of the battlefield. The rebels roared with red eyes and rushed towards the royal army. At this point, they did not think of leaving the battlefield alive. They rose up because they were tired of oppression. They never wanted to experience the days of being treated worse than pigs and dogs in the past again. Even if the price of resistance was life, they had no regrets. The hatred for the royal family and the nobles made everyone in the rebel army turn into fierce tigers and leopards and pounce on the claws of the royal power. Charge! Use your guns. Use your hatchets and daggers. Even stones on the roadside. Kill them with everything you can use. The sound of machine guns rang out, and explosions rang out on the battlefield. The light of fire and blood intertwined, colliding with the light of revolution. On the battlefield, there were many rebels falling down, but many royal soldiers also lost their lives. But even so, no one retreated. The latter was because the military order was as firm as a mountain, while the former was to earn a hope of life with blood. The father of a child fell down, and then a teenager went to the front line. They were all miners in the nearby mines, before following General Pierre to revolt. They were all people living at the bottom of the entire Zidar star, compared with the farmers who farmed for the nobles. These miners who signed the death contract could only work day and night in the dark mines until they died. Their treatment was even no different from those slaves. Even if they died of exhaustion in the mines, they would not get any compensation. After experiencing the tragedy of their family members dying in the mines one after another, and the pain of being insulted and beaten by the mine owners, they suddenly woke up. It is impossible to expect these people to find their conscience. In this case, they can only rely on their own strength to earn their dignity as human beings. One insurgent fell, and then thousands of others stood up. Each of them used their flesh and blood to turn into bullets and shoot into the bodies of these royal hyenas. Under the stubborn resistance of the insurgents, the 25th Detachment of the Kingdom Army was actually forced to retreat 5 kilometers. After receiving the battle report from the front, Thomas's face became extremely ugly. This group of rebels is like rats in the gutter. If you kill one, there will be another nest. If you kill one nest, hundreds or thousands will emerge. Thinking of this, he no longer cared about the adjutant's previous reminder and directly ordered: infantry retreat, artillery preparation, aim the muzzle at the enemy position, hit hard. The SHLs poured into the rebel camp. This made the rebels, who had just charged halfway, to avoid in a hurry. However, there was almost no cover on the position. Under the powerful firepower, they could only be baptized by artillery fire like human targets. So far, all the surviving soldiers of the 30,000th Regiment of the rebel army were wiped out. The entire rebel army only had the 10,000th and 40,000th regiments led by General Pierre in person in the rear. After pushing the front line back, Thomas's gloomy face recovered a little. Although he almost exhausted all his ammunition in this battle, he has no regrets at all. Anyway, the capital will send him supplies. The 30,000-man army in front of them is just the beginning. Pierre and his men can't hold on for too long. Just when Thomas called off the troops, on the west side of White County, a number of Slime No. 1 tanks were running on the flat road with billowing smoke and dust. The Slime tank unit, which had completed the resurrection and assembly, was already heading to the forefront of the battle line. According to the information provided by the scout players ambushed near the battlefield, the 25th Detachment of the Kingdom Army had exhausted all its firepower. If they launched an attack at this time, they could put the tank gun barrel into the faces of these guys. For the next battle, the eager players have been looking forward to it for a long time, especially after seeing the Avengers and other player legions blow up the Kingdom Army. The guns and gun barrels in their hands have long been thirsty. If those guys in Gotham can blow up the boss, then why can't they? They are no longer the same as they were a few days ago. They still have tanks in their hands. Giving up single-soldier combat, they will only get stronger. So what if the boss has heavy weapons? Then let's see whose caliber is bigger and whose SHLs are stronger. In addition to them, the players who died in the past 2 days will soon return to the battlefield on spacecraft. A group of immortal non-human soldiers, plus heavy weapons improved from the future alliance. They will definitely bring the victory of the war back to the Forum and back to the desolate planet this time. Driving a tank, the mighty and indomitable suddenly felt the blood boiling. On the turret above my head, Rim is my wife shouting excitedly, "Brothers, our great mighty Thunder Corps must let those guys see how powerful we are this time. We can't let those grandsons look down on us." As soon as the voice fell, the players in the team shouted excitedly, "Yes, Deputy Captain." Chapter 378. The Kingdom Army was blown up. Just as the players who died and revived were heading to the front line with a torrent of steel, the players who died on the battlefield not long ago also returned to the game forum. Brick Moving Boy, my god. What's going on? Is there a bug? Why can't I log in? Fried Kidney, there is no bug. We were bombarded by artillery. Brick Moving Boy? Brick Moving Boy, isn't it? Isn't there someone in our group with defensive skills? Fried Kidney, that can't withstand a few bombardments of 900 millimeters. Covering face. Brick Moving Boy. Damn. Hey Gulong Dongqiang. Sigh, wait for resurrection. By Wuchang, those grandsons are really unrighteous. They actually used cannons to bombard slimes. Ping Shanqi, shame, what morality is there on the battlefield? I am your father, what's going on? You are all wiped out? Brick-carrying boy, goodbye, let's not talk about this. We are still good friends. I am your father, 6666. I am your father, squinting smile, it seems that growing mushrooms is safer. Scorching sun, touching chin, it seems that investing is safer. I want to be red, nodding, it seems that opening a big canteen is safer. Brick-carrying boy, angry, angry, angry. Fried kidney and I want to be red to open a big canteen, does not need power armor. Give it to me. Squinting smile. I want to be red, turning around cautiously, don't even think about it. Big-eyed cute girl, patting shoulders, it doesn't matter if I die. I will be a hero again in 2 days. Fried kidney, by the way. Why didn't I see Gotham? Didn't we die together? Gotham Iron Man, rolling eyes, who said you were you? I died heroically. White impermanence, picking nose, if you blow yourself up, you will explode. And you will die heroically. If you don't know, you will think you are a revolutionary martyr. Gotham Iron Man, angry, 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 my self-detonation at least sent away a company. Okay. By Wuchang, rolling eyes, you can brag? I think it's probably just a platoon. Gotham Iron Man, bullshit. My. Blind your titanium alloy dog eyes. Second stage can convert the body into light energy SH. LS. How can it be so destructive that it only sends away a platoon? Hey Gulong Dongqiang, ahem. Let me be fair. Although Gotham is usually a bit unreliable, he did send away a large group this time. Sheep Village Fiangyang, I saw it too. Gotham Iron Man, sunglasses, grin. Gloria, our captain is awesome. Aatrox, the captain is worthy of being the captain. Even if he dies, he has to take a group of people away. Gotham Iron Man, keep a low profile. By Wuchang, TSK TSK TSK. Gotham Iron Man, wait. Why are you coming down too? Aren't you with the rebel leader Pierre? At Ping Shanqi. Ping Shanqi. The second and third 10,000-man troops of the rebel army were all destroyed. And that guy is very depressed now. Anyway, there is no team fight yet. So I came down to check the situation. White impermanence, picking nose, isn't it normal to be destroyed? These guys don't even have heavy weapons. How can they fight the kingdom army? Stir-fried kidney, I agree. What's the use of just guns and mines and explosives? At least bring a few cannons. Gotham Iron Man, who made the rebels poor? Even these guns and grenades were bought with the money looted from the noble lords. Brick-carrying boy, as expected. The Emperor is rich. The dozens of cannons have been firing. Boom boom boom. These 2 days. And it feels like the LS are free. Rim is my wife, it's okay. The brothers have brought tanks to the front line for support. Brick-carrying boy. Stir-fried kidneys? Hey Gulong Dongqiang, are they the antique tanks in the underground of Storm City? Rim is my wife. Of course not. That thing can only be put in a museum as an exhibition. The slime number 1 tank developed by the Gotham boss we brought. Gotham Iron Man? Gotham Iron Man, where did you get it from? Aren't those tanks parked in the weapons warehouse in Storm City? Rim is my wife. Of course, it was given by the Patriarch. Mighty and unyielding, the Patriarch said that it's just sitting there anyway. So why not use it to its due value? Gotham Iron Man. I didn't expect the Patriarch to be so generous. Jean Victor provided cheap and large quantities of weapons to the Zidar Rebellion. But the Patriarch directly asked them to move the most advanced tanks and armored vehicles of the tribe. It really cost a lot to invest in those rebels. But if you think about it carefully, the Patriarch's arrangement is not unreasonable. After all, it is better to give timely help than to add icing on the cake. The situation of the rebels is not optimistic at present. At this time, if they invest in heavy weapons to help them win the war, they will remember the good of the slimes on the deserted planet in the future when they overthrow the dynasty. By then, the Republic Alliance will not only be able to make commercial investments on Zidar without hindrance, but also purchase their mineral resources at a more favorable price. It's a great win, as Gotham expected, after seeing the slimes driving avant-garde and cool steel torrents to support. Pierre, who was extremely anxious about the current unoptimistic war situation, was stunned. Not only the leader of the rebels, but the entire Zidar rebels were shocked by the scene before their eyes. Jumping out of the turret, Rim as my wife jumped and came to the front of the senior officer of the rebel army with dull eyes. Pierre came back to his senses and asked hesitantly, "What is this?" This is the Slime number 1 tank developed by the Slime clan. And it is also the weapon that our clan leader has provided to you on behalf of the deserted Star Republic Alliance. Rim, as my wife explained concisely. In addition to these tanks, we also brought 100mm giant artillery and sufficient ammunition. I believe that this time we can save the unfavorable situation. Looking at the tank in front of him, Pierre was stunned for a moment, and his eyes could not help but turn red. It was because of the lack of heavy weapons that they had been suppressed by the 25th Detachment of the Kingdom Army during this period. He even directly lost 2 10,000-man teams. When he thought of the dead brothers, his clenched knuckles turned slightly white. After a long time, Pierre bowed deeply to the Slime in front of him. Thank you. In the past few days, they witnessed how these smart and brave Slimes fought against the Kingdom Army. They knew exactly what the Slimes had endured. From the moment the Slimes landed on the Heidel Star, they began to engage in intense battles. As the leader of the rebels, he didn't even have time to exchange a few more words with the other party before the Slimes died gloriously, bombed into pieces by artillery fire, and perished together with the other party by self-detonation. Everything they did has completely subverted their imagination of the mercenary industry. Pierre has dealt with Jean Victor before. The arms dealer has always been very careful about business, even if he used benefits to lure the other party to invest in weapons for the rebels. In fact, the other party only sent some cheap ordinary guns and ammunition. If these Slimes are really mercenaries under Jean Victor, according to the other party's stingy personality, they are definitely unwilling to let them bear such heavy casualties. Not only Jean Victor, any mercenary company would not let its mercenaries bear such heavy casualties to work for customers. It is also impossible to use tanks and heavy artillery to support customers so generously. After all, from the perspective of a businessman, this is a completely losing business. Facts have also proved that these Slimes do not directly obey Jean Victor, because the other party just told him clearly that these weapons were provided by their patriarch on behalf of the Republican Alliance of the Barren Planet. This has nothing to do with Jean Victor. Realizing this, Pierre looked at the Slimes with more gratitude. Being stared at by the NPC like this, Rem was a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, "Where there is oppression, there is resistance." Last year, the farmhands and serfs in the eastern part of the Barren Planet also rose up in resistance. And now they have successfully lived the life they want. I believe you can do it too. Hearing these inspiring words, Pierre nodded slightly with red eyes, and his voice was resounding. Yes, we will definitely win. After yesterday's victory over the 20,000th rebel army, Thomas couldn't help but straighten his back when facing the Kurdish commander of the 3rd Detachment of the Kingdom Army. He used his actual actions to prove that His Majesty's decision was meaningless. The honor guard should stay in the capital. When it comes to marching and fighting, they are definitely better than the regular army. Although all the ammunition was used up in yesterday's battle, Thomas didn't care. In his opinion, Pierre is already at the end of his strength. They will never march towards the Kingdom Army at this time after suffering heavy losses. Doing so is tantamount to seeking death. Anyway, the next round of supplies will arrive tomorrow. Then he will give Pierre a heavy blow and completely eliminate these rebels. In fact, the current situation of the war has basically established the outcome of the defeat of the rebels. How can Pierre's few men fight against the powerful Kingdom Army? Almost no one in the Kingdom Army on the front line doubts this. Even without the help of the mercenaries of the Space Legion, they can win the victory with the strong artillery. At the latest by the end of the month, they will be able to return to the capital singing the song of victory. However, what Thomas did not expect was that before the supply from the capital arrived, the Slime Tank Army actually ambushed them first. Thomas, the captain of the 25th Detachment of the Kingdom Army, soon paid a heavy price for his underestimation of the enemy. 100 tanks equipped with high-energy ion cannons fired at the camp where the Kingdom Army was stationed, and instantly turned their positions into a sieve. Where did these tanks and these Slimes come from? Thomas, who was hiding in the trenches in a panic, wanted to ask the intelligence department more than once what they were doing. They didn't even find such important information. However, it was useless to worry about these things at this time. After the resurrection, the entire enemy camp was destroyed in the first battle, and the morale of the players was boosted. Mighty and Unyielding immediately ordered to continue the attack, intending to push down the enemy's rear along the broken front line. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Thomas didn't care whether he was embarrassed or not, and hurriedly asked for help from the 3rd Detachment of the Kingdom Army. Before that, he didn't choose to fight hard, but chose to hide in the foxholes with the remaining subordinates and the remaining guns and ammunition, intending to survive to the end. Unfortunately, the players were worse than him. Rim is my wife, all units. Pay attention. Once you find a suspected foxhole, or think there might be someone hiding somewhere, throw it directly. Okay. So, under the guidance of teammates with high perception, players with high strength took out their guns and threw them at the foxholes, forcing many people out directly. After that, it was a one-sided massacre. On the other side, Kurd, the captain of the 3rd Detachment, who received Thomas's distress signal, felt extremely overwhelmed. This was not because he was petty and was unwilling to help because of Thomas's previous rude attitude. It was because he just learned that the enemy's tanks had already driven towards the camp where they were stationed. And the ones driving those tanks were a group of slimes. All this happened unexpectedly. Although he came here to suppress the rebels under the order of His Majesty the King, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. Didn't Thomas say that the rebels could no longer cause any trouble? But what about these slimes and tanks? However, he didn't have much time left. He didn't have the chance to think carefully. Seeing that the enemy's armor was about to attack him, Kirk could only bite the bullet and let some of his soldiers take guns and ammunition to hide in foxholes and bunkers, while the other part set up recoilless guns to prepare to face the enemy head-on. As long as the enemy's armor is destroyed, they can win the game. Admittedly, everything Kurd did was based on the best judgment made based on the current situation. But the problem was that they didn't know the combat style of these slimes. The scout players, who had been ambushing behind the Kingdom Army, notified their teammates as soon as they saw the enemy's deployment. So the slimes driving the steel torrent automatically split the team into two and took a detour. The 3rd Detachment of the Kingdom Army, which was about to use recoilless guns to compete with the opposite side, didn't have time to react before being surrounded by the slime army from behind. And those soldiers who were scattered and hiding in bunkers and foxholes were completely orphaned by the players, just like the unlucky guys in the 25th Detachment. The soldiers of the Kingdom Army huddled in the foxholes, their air depleted by the bullets thrown into the holes, and they had no choice but to crawl out from underground in order to survive. However, this move also facilitated the players' precise strikes. Bang! 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 Boom! Gunfire rang out. Countless soldiers of the Kingdom Army fell. The trapped Kingdom Army did not intend to sit and wait for death. They raised their guns and began to fight back. However, the flying bullets could not pose any threat to the players. The most threatening anti-armor weapons, such as recoilless guns, had long been looted by players driving tanks. Seeing that the bullets fired were absorbed by the slimes one by one and bounced back at a faster speed, the faces of the soldiers of the 3rd Detachment of the Kingdom Army were full of despair. What kind of devil creatures are these slimes? Seeing that the bullets were not powerful, some infantrymen carrying grenades immediately opened the safety and threw them fiercely at the opposite side. Bang! The fragments produced by the explosion flew towards the players' camp. In a flash, the players with defensive skills in the team immediately opened the protective shield to directly isolate the fragment damage. The players were suddenly attacked by the Kingdom Army, and they were instantly angry. Do you have grenades? Brothers, hit them hard. Following Brother Rem's order, whether it was grenades or the players rushed towards the enemy. Under such fierce retaliation, the entire 3rd Detachment of the Kingdom Army was completely blown up by the slime army. Kurd, who was curled up behind a single bunker, couldn't help shivering. Even if he had a good temper, he couldn't help but feel resentful towards Thomas at this time. If the other party hadn't said that the war would end soon, he wouldn't have been beaten here in vain without even a heavy artillery. However, it was too late to say this now, because soon, Pierre led his troops here, and a fierce battle broke out with the infantry hiding in the foxholes and bunkers. Chapter 379, I think this is a good idea. Just as the 10,000-man rebel army led by Pierre defeated the 3rd Detachment of the Kingdom Army with the help of the players, a huge change also took place in Gordon County, 2,000 kilometers northwest of the capital. A group of miners successfully rebelled. In fact, as early as when Pierre and other miners rose up to defend their dignity and freedom, several other mining areas on the Zidar Star also followed suit and revolted. It's a pity that those people were not as successful as the miners in Ruby County. Unlike the situation in Ruby County, the noble lords in those areas were all a group of ambitious and ruthless people, and many of them raised private soldiers. Therefore, those rebels were ruthlessly killed in the mines by these noble lords with armies before they became big, and Gordon County was one of them. A few months ago, Duke Leonardo, the Lord of Gordon County, sent troops to suppress the riots of miners and slaves. At that time, they did succeed. But what people didn't expect was that only 3 months after the end of the armed suppression, the slaves and miners rioted again. However, this time, the situation was completely opposite. Those rioting miners and slaves actually crushed the private soldiers of the noble lords and rushed into the Duke's mansion with great momentum. Facing these united miners and slaves, Duke Leonardo, who always looked down on others, felt what it meant to be fear from the heart for the first time. However, the pride of being a noble did not allow him to lower his noble head and beg for mercy from the opposite side. Seeing that he was about to die at the hands of these dirty slaves, he chose to commit suicide without hesitation. But his descendants did not have such good luck. They did not choose to commit suicide and failed to escape from the mansion in time. So they could only let these people humiliate them. Karma and reincarnation. They used to treat people as non-human beings. And now they are suffering from this. It was natural to take over the property of Duke Leonardo. And the insurgents in Gordon County also established their own mountain and supported their leader Manga as king. Changed Gordon County to Gordon Kingdom. After such a drastic change, some people had already escaped when they saw that things were not right. And most of those who stayed were people who could not escape or were at the bottom of the society. The latter were either farmers who planted land for nobles or miners who mined in the mines. If you insist, they and their new king Manga actually had the same origin. It was precisely because of this that Manga, who came from the bottom, would definitely become a good emperor. At the very least, he would definitely not use his current status and power to oppress them. But is this really the case? The miners and slaves who followed Manga to overthrow Duke Leonardo have now transformed into various officers and guards. On the other hand, those who did not choose to join them at the beginning because of lack of courage are still mining in the mines. They still work hard in the dark underground every day, get pitifully little pay, eat hard to swallow food, and they have to endure the bullying of the new leaders in the mine from time to time. Things didn't seem to have changed much. Sometimes they even doubted whether Monk's uprising was really successful. If it was successful, why was their life so hard and difficult? What went wrong? The miners could not get the answers to these questions. They only felt extremely resentful and angry. And this anger would also turn into new nutrients. And a new storm began to brew quietly in this dim underground mine. However, Monk, who had just proclaimed himself emperor in Gordon County, knew nothing about it. Right now, he was intoxicated with the pleasure brought by power. Shaking the red wine in the tall crystal glass, a blush of excitement appeared on his face. It feels good to be in power. This feeling makes people palpitate and can't stop. And it is also something that Monk, a miner in the past, has never experienced. Just a duke can enjoy it so much. It is hard to imagine what kind of fairy life the king of the capital lives. But Monk also thinks that such a life is already very good. At least, he doesn't have to worry about whether someone is trying to usurp the throne, like the king of the capital. Nor does he have to worry about the rebels led by Pierre coming over. The capital's attention is all on the southern region where Pierre is. And it doesn't notice that the remote Gordon County in the northwest has already changed its flag. If Pierre can overthrow the royal rule in the future, he may be able to discuss with the other party about dividing regional autonomy. Even if Pierre fails, it doesn't matter, because by that time, he has already had enough control over this area after working in Gordon County for a long time. At that time, he will have a greater chance of winning if he raises an army to march towards the capital. After all, the Kingdom Army has been fighting with Pierre for so long. And I believe the capital has also lost a lot of manpower and material resources. And he took advantage of the opportunity to reap the benefits. This is simply the wisest choice. As Manga expected, the capital of the king does not have the energy and attention to pay attention to the affairs of the remote areas of the continent. Just now, the battle report came from the front line. Pierre led the 10,000th rebel army to a great victory. The 25th detachment of the Kingdom Army was completely wiped out. And the 3rd detachment of the Kingdom Army was defeated with a casualty rate of up to 2/3. Now, the remaining remnants are retreating with the logistics troops and intend to join the 4th and 5th detachments stationed in Black County on the southeast side. When King Ferdinand received this news, his face was more than just ugly. Obviously, Thomas had brought the good news of a great victory in the battle not long ago. But the situation was reversed in just a few days. Who would have thought that the rebels actually had an armored unit in their hands? No. Strictly speaking, it was not the rebels' armored unit, but the armored unit brought by the slime mercenaries they invited from nowhere. But no matter who this armored unit belongs to, and how it came to the Heidel Star, it is no longer the most important thing at the moment. They really threatened the king, and threatened his authority as a king. which is the most important thing. At first, in order to completely kill these bugs in the mine, he ran around, asking for help from the Future Alliance and putting pressure on various forces outside the planet, thus preventing those weapons and supplies from falling into the hands of the rebels. He thought he had cut off the opponent's retreat, and the Voles wouldn't be able to struggle for long. But who would have thought that even this couldn't stop them? I don't know how Pierre did it, but he actually found a group of slime mercenaries to help him. Speaking of slimes, although he had vaguely heard rumors about this creature before, he didn't take it too seriously. But who would have thought that this soft and harmless creature like Jelly Gel would have such unexpectedly terrible combat power? For the failures of the Kingdom Army in these few times, slimes must definitely take 80%. No, even 90% of the responsibility. And the remaining 10% belongs to the generals and soldiers of the Kingdom Army. As a human being, they can't even beat a group of slugs. What a bunch of idiots. Subconsciously, the king immediately turned into a desktop cleaning master and wanted to smash things hard to vent his anger. However, there was nothing in front of him to smash. Seeing this, the waiters on the side lowered their heads and tried their best to reduce their presence, for fear of offending His Majesty the King and getting burned. Just as the waiters were anxiously waiting for the king's rage, looking at the empty table, Vernon's raised right hand finally slowly lowered. "I want to see the chairman." Hearing this, the waiters slightly raised their eyelids and looked at the distinguished king in front of them. After a moment of stunned silence, the chief steward beside him immediately understood the king's intention and hurried to make arrangements. The chairman Fernan was referring to was naturally the head of the Future Alliance Chairman Traka, as a vassal planet of the Future Alliance. In this situation, only the suzerain father can help him through this crisis. Zidar Star cannot develop and manufacture weapons on its own, and all their industrial products rely on imports. Even the rebels, the weapons they have are all from alien planets. The only difference is that the other party obtained them through smuggling, while Wandu obtained them through legal channels. Since those guys can get tanks, then he can too. But dozens of 900mm heavy artillery can no longer satisfy him. Those sewer rats are harder to kill than cockroaches. Seeing the situation gradually getting out of control, he can only choose to use more radical and more powerful weapons to suppress these rebels. Perhaps the chairman is willing to sell him the new weapons that the Future Alliance is developing this time. Even if it is not the latest weapon, the old model that has been eliminated will do. Or it can be the ground-to-ground missiles of the old era, or even more lethal nuclear bombs. No matter what it is, as long as he can kill those sewer rats, he is willing to pay any price. Thinking of this, the king, who was still angry before, was instantly refreshed. The little uneasiness and worry in his eyes were instantly replaced by surging fighting spirit. Just destroying a few Kingdom Army troops and want him to surrender? Stupid. He will use practical actions to tell the other party what the consequences of angering the king and the capital are. Future Alliance. Beta Star. The Alliance building located in the center of the city is one of the most prominent landmark buildings in Glory City. On the top floor of the towering white building, Tekla, chairman of the Future Alliance, was busy mediating the conflict between the two factions within the Future Alliance. The military department requested to increase the military budget, while the Ministry of Finance rejected the other party's request on the grounds that the military budget was too high and would lead to a fiscal deficit. The two sides argued about this for a whole morning, which made Tekla's head big. He wanted to put noise-proof earplugs in his ears, and even wanted to leave. But he couldn't do that, because doing so would not only expand the contradiction between the two sides, but also put him in an unfavorable situation of being attacked. Although he was the head of the Future Alliance on the surface, in fact, everyone in the military, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Finance could glare at him, who made the position of the chairman of the alliance be internally elected and replaced every 3 years. He was helped by these people when he climbed to this position. If he turned his face and refused to recognize them now, he would not be able to sit in this position for long. Throughout the history of the establishment of the Future Alliance for hundreds of years, there have been cases where the chairman of the alliance, who had not completed his term, was abolished. Therefore, whether he wanted to or not, he had to sit here honestly and listen to the leaders of the two departments quarreling. Anyway, this scene is not the first time I've seen it. If they argue a few more times, maybe they can come to a conclusion. Watching the two people on the opposite side arguing with red faces, Traka rubbed his ears, which were a bit painful, and calmly took a sip of the refreshing drink that the secretary had just brought in. At the same time, the secretary beside him handed him a tablet and whispered a few words to him. In just a moment, Traka's uninterested face suddenly changed. Putting down the drink in his hand, he coughed and interrupted the Minister of the Army and the Minister of Finance, who were still arguing. Sorry. There is an important matter that needs to be temporarily disturbed. Hearing this, the two stopped suddenly. Minister of the Army Meg frowned. Her short silver-white hair curled up angrily, and a little impatience appeared in her eyes. What else could be more important than what we are discussing now? Finance Minister Susie's pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and looked at Traka calmly, obviously waiting for him to explain what the important matter was. Traka did not answer immediately, but fiddled with the tablet in his hand for a moment. And then a huge holographic projection screen appeared in the center of the conference hall. In the screen, an old man in luxurious clothes suddenly showed a happy smile on his face after seeing the three people on the scene. Mr. Chairman, you finally answered the message. Seeing this face, Meg's brows tightened instantly. Although Susie still had an icy face, the temperature in his eyes obviously dropped a lot. Meg looked at Traka with some displeasure. Is this the important thing you said? What can the king of a vassal planet country do that is greater than the military expenditure of their future alliance military? Feeling the displeasure of the two big Buddhas, Traka's heart trembled, but his face remained calm. King Fernan, if you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. Without paying attention to the strange atmosphere in the picture, Fernando immediately stated his purpose. It was still about those rebels. I hope you can sell us more powerful weapons. It would be best if it was a new starship developed by the future alliance military. Hearing this, not to mention the hot-tempered Meg, even the finance ministry's Bujan Susie's, who always kept his emotions to himself, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. How dare this guy make such a brazen request? Meg opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to say something sweet, but was rejected by Traka, who was in charge. I'm sorry. The development of the starship has not been completed yet, and we don't plan to sell it for the time being. Meg was a little dissatisfied, not only because Traka interrupted him, but also because he was too polite to this shameless old guy. In his opinion, such people should be severely punished to prevent them from daydreaming all day long. Fernan did not notice Meg's gloomy face. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. However, he had expected this kind of thing, so he didn't care too much. Other weapons are fine if it's not a starship, as long as it is powerful enough to help me completely get rid of those hateful rebels and slimes. It will be fine. Traka did not respond, but just turned his eyes to Meg on the side calmly, and said that you can directly contact Meg, the minister of our military department, about weapons. I believe he will be able to pick out the weapons you want. As soon as the voice fell, Meg's eyes widened and her eyebrows stood up. What's going on? He pushed this matter to him. Does Traka want to die? Susie's did not express any opinion on this matter. He just leaned back on the chair with a faint expression. However, the interest revealed in his eyes still exposed his true thoughts. Meg did not notice the other party's gloating. At the moment, he just wanted to push away this troublesome matter. However, before he could speak, he heard Traka say, Isn't the military short of military funds? Sell some unused weapons in the inventory, and the military funds will come. Right? As he said, he looked at Susie's, who was silent on the side. What do you think? Minister Susie's? Susie's slightly curled the corners of his mouth. I think this is a good idea. Chapter 380 Changes in the Civil War. Just as the future alliance leaders were preparing to sell the scrap copper and iron that they could not use temporarily to Fernan, news about the civil war in Zidar was also being broadcast in the Slime Daily, and on the TV and radio programs in Sand City and Storm City. As the former oppressed, most people on the deserted planet sympathized with the lower-class people who were oppressed by the Zidar royal family and nobles. When the miners' uprising broke out on Zidar, everyone couldn't help but sweat for these people. After all, there was no smart and brave slime tribe to lead them forward on Zidar. Those poor people could only rely on their own strength to resist the powerful. It can be said that the road taken by the Zidar rebels is destined to be more thorny than they were at the beginning. It is precisely because of this that the resistance of these people seems extremely brave and precious. Unlike the size of the people in the eastern part of the deserted planet, the people in Blackstone Town had different ideas. The miners and slaves actually defeated the King's Kingdom army? This is simply incredible. The Zidar Rebellion army won a great victory. Slime mercenaries severely damaged the Kingdom army. The front page of this issue of The Gospel of Poseidon neither published a hymn to Poseidon nor arranged the latest update of The Legend of Doc Jack. Instead, the above title was printed in bold font, coupled with the battlefield photos provided by the frontline players. This news is particularly eye-catching. What's the big deal? Didn't we have prisoners defeating prison guards here before? Someone in the crowd suddenly complained. After the voice fell, there was silence at the scene. For the residents of Blackstone Town, that incident can be regarded as an extremely disastrous and painful memory that they don't want to recall. Because of resentment, those prisoners not only pointed their swords at the prison guards, but also attacked the wealthy families in the town and ordinary people related to them. If the townspeople refused to join them as accomplices, they would be labeled as alien parties. During that time, everyone in the town was in danger. They thought the worst was over. Unexpectedly, the prisoner rebels were so bold as to set their sights on prison number 430, north of Boca Bay. They tried to overthrow prison number 430 in the same way, but they failed and were robbed by the other party. Now, their lives do not seem to be much different from the period when prison number 444 ruled. To be honest, their lives are even worse. At the beginning, the prisoner rebels ignored the wishes of the townspeople and tied the entire town to the chariot of attacking the prison. And the prison did not take the townspeople of Blackstone seriously. Whether it was prison number 444 or prison number 430, they all treated them as pearl-producing black-lipped oysters, and kept squeezing the labor value of the townspeople. Once there was disobedience, all those disobedient thorns were thrown into prison. The guys in prison number 444 still fabricate charges, but prison number 430 doesn't even fabricate charges. They directly use actions to warn the people in the town that they are the real rulers of this bay. Even the slaves who had been trapped in the dark underground mines of Zidar for years could not endure this kind of oppression, let alone these free people who had never committed any crime. The news about the uprising of Zidar miners and slaves published in the newspaper was like a seed planted in everyone's heart. However, some seeds are still dormant, while some have begun to stir in the dark underground and are ready to break through the ground. Let's not talk about the movements of Blackstone Town for now. Fernan, the king of Zidar, who had just reached a deal with the Future Alliance military, had not yet informed the ministers of the good news. But the general manager on the side handed over a court report with a pale face. Gordon County declared independence? Munga established the Gordon Kingdom? After reading the above content, Fernan's old face full of flesh kept twitching, and anger had instantly washed away his good mood. He clenched the court report in his hand and asked calmly, "When did it happen? And who is that Munga?" The chief steward, who dared not look at the angry king, lowered his head and spoke quickly. "It was probably a few days ago. I heard that it was a miner." "Miner? Good. Very good." Fernan's voice gradually became deeper, and there was an indescribable coldness in his voice. This also made the surrounding palace people feel more and more uneasy. The suppression of the uprising in the 3 southern counties has not yet ended, and the northwest region has caused the trouble of Gordon County's independence. Not to mention that it was the miners who made these moths. The difference is that the rebels led by Pierre directly confronted His Majesty the King and the capital, while that Munga was like a mouse secretly making trouble in the corner where no one noticed. One came openly, and the other came secretly. Although these two people may not know each other, they have to admit that their identities are like a thorn that deeply pierces His Majesty the King's heart. However, the war on the front line is tight at the moment. Facing Munga, who is like a mouse, His Majesty the King can't spare his mind to deal with him for a while. Moreover, Gordon County is 2,000 kilometers away from the capital. If the army is really transferred there, no one can guarantee what will happen. As the palace people guessed, King Fernan really didn't know what to do. Pierre alone was enough to give him a headache, and now there is another monk. Moreover, the incident happened in Gordon County, far away from the capital, so he couldn't intervene even if he wanted to. These damn rats. Can't they just stay underground and dig? One by one, they all came to cause trouble for him. Just when King Fernan was anxious about the mess in front of him, the palace suddenly received a letter from Duke Baruto. "Dear King, I heard that a group of hateful rats in Gordon County did something shameful behind your back. As your loyal subject, I am very angry, since those guys dared to do this. It is obvious that they no longer take you and the capital seriously. If we ignore it, it will become a big problem in the future. The 3 counties of Ruby, White, and Green have already been caught in the flames of war on the southern front. If the northwest region is not stable, the entire capital will fall into the dilemma of being attacked from all sides. To prevent the guy named Munga from following Pierre's example and heading east to the capital, I am willing to go to Gordon County in person to suppress these traitors. Although this trip is dangerous, It is all for the sake of maintaining the glory of the capital. I hope your majesty will not keep me here. This ambitious guy. After reading the letter, His Majesty the King was not moved by Duke Baruto's courage, but threw the letter down the stairs angrily. Duke Baruto is his cousin. Although this guy pretended to be respectful to him on the surface, Ferdinand knew very well in his heart that the other party had always wanted to replace him. This guy left the capital under the banner of suppressing traitors. And others would not stop him, but would admire his selflessness. Thinking of this, King Ferdinand's face turned red with anger. Quick! Call Duke Baruto back for me. The waiter who delivered the letter was embarrassed when he heard this. He replied to His Majesty. Duke Baruto had already left the capital 2 days ago. Hearing this, Ferdinand's eyes widened, and he was so angry that his liver hurt. You bunch of rubbish. Why didn't you tell me that he was leaving? Seeing the king furious, the waiter buried his head in the ground in panic and said tremblingly, Yes. Yes. The Duke said that you are busy recently and don't want us to disturb you. He also said he was just going back to the fiefdom to attend the baptism of his grandson, and there was no need to trouble your majesty to see him off. Attend the baptism? See him off? Hearing this, Ferdinand's face turned green. These idiots! It was almost like he was going to explode his lungs. Below, the waiter who delivered the letter glanced at him quickly and asked timidly, Your Majesty, do we still need to send someone to chase Duke Baruto? What are we chasing? Ferdinand said angrily. I don't know where the person ran off to. Why are you chasing him? Seeing the king's rage, the waiter was so scared that he buried his head in the ground. Looking at the waiter who looked like a trembling quail below, and the king who looked like an angry rooster beside him, the chief steward said, Why are you still standing there? Now that the report is finished, get out of here. Hearing this, the waiter hurriedly got up from the ground and staggered away. Seeing that there was no one in the hall, the chief steward spoke up. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? How should I know? Ferdinand glared at him angrily, and then turned around a little irritably. Gordon County was far away, and he was out of reach. The situation on the front line was not optimistic either. Coupled with Baruto, who was making things difficult for him. It was a mess. Isn't it a mess? In stark contrast to the atmosphere in the palace, the rebels on the southern front were overjoyed when they heard that Gordon County in the northwest had declared itself king. They had even established a country. But those fools only knew about it now. The old emperor was really old and stupid. Who told the guy to just focus on us? But he got poked in the ass by the northwest without paying attention. Ha ha ha. It's so refreshing. The soldiers talked about jokes about the capital, not taking the king seriously at all. Only their commander Pierre said nothing. Noticing his silence, his deputy Dilek couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Are you unhappy? The old guy probably doesn't have the energy to cause trouble for us. No. Pierre shook his head slightly. Gordon County is too far from the capital. Even if something like this happened, the old emperor would not withdraw his troops to the northwest. I guess he will probably increase his investment in the southern front next, because only a quick battle can crush us to death. In this way, he can devote his energy to solving the Gordon County issue. Otherwise, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Hearing this, a trace of worry flashed across Dillet's face. What should we do now? With the military assistance of Slime in the past 2 days, their battles have been going more and more smoothly. But they can invite Slime as an external aid. Can't Ferdinand, as the king, invite other external aid? The king can not only spend money to buy more and more expensive weapons, but also has sufficient manpower to fight against them. If the other side puts all its troops on the southern front, they will be in danger. Seeing Dillet's face suddenly become extremely solemn, Pierre sighed and said, If this really happens, we can only find a way to move our position. As long as their supply lines are extended, their speed of movement can be limited. And don't forget, there are more than one mine on this planet. We are not the only ones who need to be liberated. Hearing this, Dillet's eyes widened slightly, and his expression suddenly understood. That's right. They are not the only ones suffering on this planet. The king can gather troops, and they can also unite those people. Even if they cannot unite, it will more or less promote the emergence of figures like Monk and Hidalgo. When more and more miners and slaves awaken, it will be futile for the king to send more troops to suppress them. As Pierre predicted, after the news of Gordon County's independence came out, the king did not immediately send troops to the northwest, but directly allocated tens of thousands of troops to the southern front. The rebels stationed on the border of White County did not even resist and evacuated the battlefield. Of course, This approach is not cowardly, but a correct consideration based on reality. When the number gap between the enemy and us is too large, we can only take such measures to preserve our own manpower. Although doing so will make the battle report look a bit ugly, the actual benefits are not less. The rebels relied on flexible guerrilla warfare and the long-range strikes of the slime armored forces to avoid being defeated by the encirclement of the Kingdom Army. On the other hand, the Kingdom Army was in a tight supply of food, ammunition and other materials due to the sudden influx of too many troops on the front line. Moreover, compared with the flexible guerrillas, the Kingdom Army was much more bloated and clumsy when marching and fighting, especially when the heavy weapons in their hands were exhausted. The advantage of large numbers became a burden. The situation on the front line was tense, but it did not affect other places outside the royal capital. For example, the Zymar Mountains, 1,000 kilometers west of the royal capital. Duke Baruto, who was hurrying, finally gathered with his entourage and the private soldiers who had been waiting here for a long time. Although he bid farewell to the king and left the capital on the pretext of suppressing traitors, he actually did intend to take action against Gordon County. After all, it is far enough from the capital, and it also has the largest metal mine group on the planet Heidel. He must take such a good place. The king is busy dealing with the rebels led by Pierre, and he can take this opportunity to enter Gordon County. If it goes well, he can take it and prepare for the future independence. If it doesn't go well, with the reason of suppressing the rebels, I think the king can't find any fault with him leaving the capital without authorization. The situation on the planet Heidel is treacherous, and the clouds of war are hanging over the entire capital. During this period, Fernan sent another 50,000 troops to the front line. However, the cunning rebels are like flies in the stinking ditch, and they can't be completely eliminated from this world. Often today they just carried out a wave of sweeping of the enemy's positions. But within 2 days, those guys popped up one by one. In addition, Gordon County, which has established itself as a country in the northwest, and Duke Baruto, who left the capital with ulterior motives. Fernan was so anxious that he had several blisters on his mouth. Just as he was getting anxious, a spaceship loaded with weapons from the Future Alliance military finally departed from the spaceship port of Alpha Star. When Fernan received the message from the Future Alliance military, he was in great pain because of the blisters in his mouth, and he didn't care about dying for a while, and immediately slapped the table and laughed. After laughing, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyebrows. "You damn bugs. Let's see how long you can hide now." Chapter 381 Ambush. Just when the new weapons purchased from the Future Alliance arrived at the front line, the rebels led by Pierre also quietly ambushed in the valley only a few dozen kilometers away from the Kingdom Army. After this period of guerrilla warfare, the rebels extended the front line from the 3 counties of the original Crusoto province to the Frank county of the neighboring Madrid province. Moreover, with the help of the players, they also liberated many local miners and slaves. As a result, many new forces poured into the rebels, which were originally severely injured. This made the original rebels of less than 20,000 expand to more than 50,000. Although there is still a big gap between this number and the number of kingdom troops sent to the front by the king. But the rebels are still full of hope that they will usher in the final victory. This is not only because their team is constantly expanding, but also because they have a group of solid and reliable partners. Although they are not human, these slime brothers are more worthy of respect than the hypocritical and cruel rulers on this planet. They do not think it is shameful to rely on a group of slimes for help in war. On the contrary, the more they come into contact with this group of creatures, the more they admire their wisdom. This is a very good learning opportunity. It took them only more than a year to make such a big change in the Wasteland planet, although this change has not yet reached the final completion state. But they believe that in time, the Wasteland planet may really get rid of the humiliation of the past and return to a normal, prosperous and harmonious planet from the exile of the future galaxy. And they can also learn from slimes and the Republican Alliance and find their own way. But before that, they must end the decadent and old past of the planet Zydar. Let the miners and slaves crawl out of the mines. Let the peasants and slaves who kowtow to the nobles straighten their backs. And let everyone regain their backbone. This is not an easy task. Otherwise, the Zydar planet would not have been able to maintain the royal rule for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, it is not that no one has raised the flag of resistance, but these flags were eventually submerged by the long river of history. Their efforts today may become an insignificant stroke in the history books in the future, becoming the most inconspicuous star among the stars in the sky. But they have no regrets. Countless historical records have proved that forbearance and compromise will only bring greater humiliation. Without carrying out the reform to the end, the hope of the new world will never come. The royal power represented by the royal family is the mountain pressing on each of their heads. As long as the mountain does not fall, they can only continue to work hard in the dark mine and never see the light. And now, it seems that more and more people have realized this. Along the way, more and more working people have joined their team. The fire cannot be extinguished, because this is not only the fire of hatred, but also the fire of hope. According to reliable intelligence, a batch of new supplies will arrive at the Kingdom Army station in the next few days. A large part of this batch of supplies is new weapons from the future Alliance Army. Once they get this batch of weapons, the hope of the rebels to win will become increasingly slim. Therefore, they changed their previous strategy. Instead of continuing to lure this group of kingdom troops to fight guerrilla warfare, they divided their forces into two. One part continued to move forward, and the other part followed the slimes to stay and infiltrate the enemy. And they were bound to destroy all the supplies. As the leader of the rebels, Pierre still chose to lead the way this time and become the group of people who stayed. And his most trusted subordinate Dillet led another group of people to continue to move deeper into the Madrid province. Although Dillet had expressed strong opposition when proposing this battle plan, but under Pierre's persuasion, Dillet finally gave in. Although this mission is somewhat dangerous, if it succeeds, the benefits will be enormous. What's more, he may not be in danger by following those slimes. Although this idea is not bright and upright, it is indeed true. Compared to the laborers who used to work hard in the mines, the slime clan is like a god descending to earth, with many incredible abilities. Recalling the rumors that the slimes on the desolate planet were the messengers of the god of the universe, Pierre felt more and more that all this might not be just groundless imagination. Maybe these slimes are really messengers sent by the gods. Otherwise, how to explain why they have so many extraordinary abilities? If this is the case, it must be safe for him to act with the slimes. The players didn't know what Pierre was thinking, but they took them on a fast journey and came to an abandoned village called Kale, recorded in the intelligence. There were still people living here until more than a decade ago. But as the local mineral resources were exhausted, the villagers who originally made a living by mining moved away one after another. Therefore, the village was gradually abandoned. According to the intelligence, the weapons transported from the future alliance will be transported here first by the spacecraft, and will meet with the logistics troops transporting food, grass and medicine. After that, the logistics troops will transport these things to the Kingdom Army's base dozens of kilometers away. The Yahar plain where Kaol village is located is flat, and there are few mountains and forests around it, which is not conducive to the hiding of a large number of people. Therefore, after arriving in Kaol, it was decided that the players would sneak in first, and the rest would ambush in the nearby abandoned mines, in order to ensure that the supplies could be seized before the Kingdom Army's people joined. The players quietly buried mines on the must-pass roads in the village. Every time a mine was buried, a corresponding mark was made on the map. In this way, other players in the team can avoid the location of the mine through the marks on the mission map. This dangerous job can only be done by players, not only because they can be resurrected infinitely, but also because the slime is small, soft and easy to hide. Just roll in the dirt, and you will become an inconspicuous clod of dirt. Thanks to this characteristic, Brother Tiger was able to lurk in Storm City so smoothly. In addition to these mines, some people also dug pits and set traps in the dark. In their words, this is called double insurance. Although mines can indeed threaten the lives of those people, this thing makes too much noise. Once someone is hit, it will alert others. Compared with those mines that make a sound when stepped on, the trap pits that are empty when stepped on are less noticeable. After completing all the deployments, Mighty and Unyielding found Pierre and asked them to take food and water and hide in the mine for the next 2 days, and not come out until they send a signal before taking action. Pierre readily agreed. On the afternoon of the second day after they set up the trap, the player who was sent by Mighty and Unyielding to scout the enemy in the front brought news. The logistics troops of the Kingdom Army have arrived, and the spacecraft loaded with weapons from the Future Alliance military department will soon arrive at Kaol village. Crouching in the half-human high grass, Beef barbecued pork bun, looking up at the extremely calm sky, he yawned a little bored. Ever since he received the intelligence from the front, he has been lying in ambush here waiting for the arrival of the spaceship. However, he has been waiting for most of the day. Not to mention the spaceship, he didn't even see a bird. This made him mutter, could the intelligence be wrong? Just as he was thinking this, a strong wind suddenly blew on the grass. Then, A huge shadow fell over his head. At some point, a silver-gray behemoth suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Obviously, this gust of wind was brought by the spaceship. After observing the spaceship, Beef Barbecue Pork Bun immediately snapped at the sky and took 2 photos and sent them to the chat channel. Target 2 has arrived. In fact, he didn't need to deliberately notify. As long as he had eyes that big spaceship flying over, he could see it. For a while, other players who were lying in ambush nearby quickly hid behind the shelters they were looking for, waiting for the spaceship to land in secret. At this time, the people on the spaceship didn't know that there was a group of slimes on the ground secretly observing them. They just wanted to complete the task of transporting weapons and report back. The military sent this pile of scrap metal to Zidar just to make some extra money. But this job was of no benefit to them. They were not from the military. So no matter how much these weapons could be sold, it had nothing to do with them. Besides, Zidar was in a mess right now. And the longer they stayed here, the less safe it would be. The players stared at the spaceship that was getting closer to the ground. Soon, the silver-gray giant landed on an open space not far away. On the other side, the logistics troops of the Kingdom Army, who had already received the news, also rushed here with a group of people. Seeing that the people who were supposed to meet them had arrived, the hatch of the spaceship opened immediately. A group of people in silver-gray uniforms came out of it. At the same time, the military transport vehicle of the Kingdom Army Logistics Department just happened to stop in front of the spaceship. A man about 40 years old opened the door of the back seat and got out of the car. When he saw the group of people in silver-gray uniforms, his face showed a happy but solemn expression. "You are finally here." Without waiting for the officer to speak, the silver-gray uniform leader interrupted and said, "All the goods are here. This is the shipping list. Please check the items on it. If there is nothing missing, hand it over." The officer from the logistics department smiled and took the shipping list and glanced at it and said, "I believe in your ability to do things. There will definitely be no mistakes." The silver-gray uniform leader could not deny the other party's flattering words. "Since the things have been delivered, we will go back first." The officer immediately tried to persuade them to stay. It was getting late now. "Would you like to go to the barracks with us to have a meal and rest for a night before leaving?" Seeing the other party looking at him in confusion, the officer hurriedly said, "That's it. Our general has admired Marshal Meg for a long time and hopes to take this opportunity to chat with the adults." The silver-gray uniform leader shook his head and said, "No need. We have to go back and report to our superiors. Moreover, we are not from the military department, so I don't think we can have a good chat with your general." Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across the officer's face. He thought that the people transporting this batch of arms were from the future Alliance military. But he had misunderstood. At this point, he couldn't keep them. So he just said a few polite words to the other party and asked his subordinates to move the goods away. After all the arms were unloaded, the spaceship left immediately. Looking at the huge thing rising into the sky in front of them, the soldiers of the Kingdom Army Logistics Corps couldn't help but show envy. If only they could also ride on such a big spaceship. According to the flying speed of this spaceship, they can reach the camp in just a blink of an eye. So why do they need to drive over mountains and ridges like they are now? Unfortunately, all this can only be thought of. Logistics troops, like them, have no qualifications at all. After all, in their Zidar, spaceships are precious things. Only the royal family can ride. Even nobles need to obtain a license issued by the royal family to be qualified to ride this thing. The situation is completely different from Zidar. I heard that in the future alliance, whether it is the military or other government departments, or even ordinary civilians, everyone is eligible to travel by spaceship. And the price they paid was just the ticket price. Thinking of this, the soldiers couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people want to go to the future alliance. That's really a good place. Envy notwithstanding, the soldiers didn't dare to complain. They moved the munitions onto the transport trucks with swift hands and feet. Just as they finished moving all the goods and were ready to leave, a deafening roar suddenly came from a distance. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly burst out on the road ahead. And then the transport truck at the front of the team was overturned to the ground by the shock wave of the explosion. The incident happened suddenly, and everyone was shocked. After a moment of stunness, Red, the head of the logistics department, reacted immediately. Not good. There is an ambush. The moment the voice fell, everyone jumped out of the car with their weapons to prepare for the enemy. But they never thought that as soon as they got off the car, the explosion sounded again. The soldiers of the logistics department were blown up by the mines that exploded under their feet before they could react. In an instant, the scene was full of flames, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Seeing their teammates in front of them die one after another, the soldiers who were originally preparing to get off the car did not dare to act rashly for a while. However, all this is just the beginning. The scythe of the god of death will not stop swinging because of their cautious actions. Because around them, the slimes that have been ambushing here for a long time have already aimed their loaded 100mm artillery at them. Opening the chat channel, the commander-in-chief of this operation, Waiwabai, ordered, "Hit me hard." Chapter 382, Set Fire. On the bridge of the Future Express spaceship, Zelda, standing in front of the porthole, looked down at the mountains and farmland below, while stroking the metal badge on his chest boredly. Unlike the other people on this spaceship, he is not from the Express Company, but a researcher at the Future Alliance Military Weapons Research Institute. In fact, according to the normal process, he should have just handed over the goods with the buyers on the planet Heidel with the people from Future Express. But he pushed this matter away. To be honest, he didn't want to see those people at all. If it weren't for the appointment of his superiors, he didn't want to get on this spaceship to come here. Although he also knew that the military did this to clear the inventory of weapons and earn military funds, he still felt very unhappy in his heart. All the weapons sold today are his hard work. Although these weapons were not put into use in large quantities due to various reasons, he was unwilling to sell them to a group of ignorant, conservative and ignorant guys in such a casual way. Not to mention that the price offered by the military was unbelievably low. This is nothing short of an insult to him. This is also the fundamental reason why he did not go down to hand over the weapons just now. Although he is just a small researcher in the Military Weapons Research Institute and cannot disobey the orders of his superiors, this does not mean that he cannot make a small resistance in his own way. It is like if there is no special person to explain. According to the IQ of those people, they will not understand how to use these weapons. Thinking of this, Zelda's face showed a smug smile. At this time, the logistics troops of the Kingdom Army on the ground were completely unaware of the bad intentions of the inventor of the weapons. At the moment, they are panicking and avoiding the sudden attack in front of them. Boom! Bang! Bang bang bang! The fierce gunfire echoed in the open plain, playing the music of death. There was no shelter around them except the transport vehicle. The soldiers could only keep their bodies as close to the ground as possible to avoid the bullets whizzing overhead. It's a pity that such measures did not play a big role. The open field, coupled with the sharp five senses of the players with high perception points, made these people more conspicuous than the mosquito blood on the white wall. Often, the soldiers were shot dead by the players with high perception points on the opposite side before they could even wail. These people did not think about counterattacking, but they had no chance to take advantage of the players' fierce offensive. Often, they just raised their guns, and the next second, they were shot in the head by the players who were hiding somewhere. It was precisely because of this that the soldiers did not dare to act rashly. They could only lie on the ground and wait quietly for the end of the round of firepower from the opposite side before making plans. At this time, Rettel, who was hiding under the transport vehicle, had a dark face. Obviously, the reconnaissance department had already explored the area before setting off, and determined that there was no danger, so they arranged the location of the arms transaction here. But who could have thought that the accident happened so suddenly? However, in just over 10 minutes, their car was blown away, and many people were killed. How do those scouts do their job? Cursing the group of incompetent scouts in his heart, Redder immediately called for help. This is the first team of the logistics department. We were ambushed by enemy guerrillas in Kaol village. We urgently need firepower reinforcement. After a noisy electric sound, a response came from the communicator. Received. Please report the number of enemies and the general situation of weapons and equipment. Upon hearing this, Redder's expression became more and more ugly. How do I know? They buried mines in the village. There is no shelter nearby. Now our people are being suppressed by them and can't observe at all. The person on the other end of the communicator was silent for a moment and then replied. Got it. Our support team is on the way. You hold on for a while. Received. You'd better hurry up. We can't hold on for too long. Redder answered quickly, and then curled up in the middle of the bottom of the car as much as possible. At the same time, the reinforcements of the Kingdom Army, who received the distress signal, also drove chariots and led a large group of people to the direction where the logistics department was attacked. However, just as they were rushing to reinforce the friendly forces, A big pit suddenly appeared on the flat road ahead. The driver fell into the pit with his car without paying attention. Damn! Where did this pit come from? Although they knew that this thing was most likely related to the rebels. The Kingdom Army, who were eager to rescue, did not care about it and immediately asked the rear team to detour from the edge of the big pit. But at this moment, more than a dozen rocket launchers with tail flames rushed towards the team in front. A group of people had no time to react and were blown up by the rocket launchers. Not only the people, but also the chariots were blown to the ground. Those soldiers of the Kingdom Army, who were lucky enough not to be killed by the RPGs immediately, had not figured out where the rockets came from, and were hit by the players, who were ambushing on this road. Bullets rained down like a rainstorm, and hundreds of lives were harvested in a short moment. Find a place to hide. Quick! The Centurion, the highest commander of this team, just opened his throat to yell at his subordinates, and was killed by a flying volley of bullets in an instant. Looking at the dead commander, the faces of the soldiers were full of fear and disbelief. However, before they could pay more tribute to the other side, they were hit by the fierce firepower all around them and couldn't tell east, west, south, and north, even if they fired indiscriminately around them. The firepower offensive still did not slow down. The battlefield was in chaos. They couldn't see where their enemies were at all. The reinforcement team was ambushed, and the logistics team trapped in Kale village on the other side was also extremely miserable. Under the threat of death, each of them desperately tried to get under the car, fearing that the enemy's bullets would hit them in the next second. However, the space under the car was very limited and could not squeeze so many people in. So soon there was a scene of you squeezing me and I squeezing you. This also made their figures more conspicuous. A grenade with a long tail of smoke hit the crowd in the distance, like a cart fighting for food. And then a huge bang broke out. Boom! In an instant, the soldiers who were squeezed under the car with their buttocks sticking out were blown away by half of their bodies. In the distance, the soldiers who were lucky enough to hide under the same car with their superiors turned pale with fear, looking at the comrades in front of him, who were only half of their bodies. He was so scared that he was sweating and stiff all over. The ground gradually felt hot and humid, and a fishy and unpleasant smell surged in the small space. On the side, his superior seemed to feel something and cursed in a low voice. Coward! You actually peed your pants at this time? Do you hacking want to die? However, no matter how the superior next to him cursed, he was so scared that he didn't react at all. This was completely different from what he imagined. In his impression, the logistics department that did not have to go to the front line was the easiest and safest department in the entire Kingdom Army. But who would have thought that the accident would come so suddenly? Obviously, not long ago, the rebels had been avoiding a head-on confrontation with the Kingdom Army. At that time, the whole army of the kingdom felt that these rebels were just a spent force and could not cause any trouble. In addition, they now had more powerful weapons to assist them, so they did not need to worry about these grasshoppers. However, now, they were all slapped hard by reality. Some people seemed to be unable to bear the feeling of waiting to die passively, so they gritted their teeth and climbed up from the ground and tried to break out of the siege. However, crack, with a barely perceptible sound, a violent tremor came from under their feet. Then the shock wave of the explosion directly lifted the unlucky guy who stepped on the landmine into the sky. Those soldiers who originally wanted to escape immediately shrank back and dared not move. Damn it! Rettel, who was lying under the car, could not help cursing. Don't these careless guys know how to lie on the ground and hide? No matter how scared you are, you can't step on the landmine. But now that things have come to this, no matter what you say, it is impossible to bring the dead back alive. On the side, his adjutant cautiously poked his head out and glanced quickly, lowering his voice. Sir, it seems that their offensive seems to have slowed down a lot. The ammunition must have been almost consumed. Rettel narrowed his eyes and then picked up the communicator in his hand. Now the guys who are still alive, hurry up to get weapons from the car and prepare to fight back. Unexpectedly, this batch of new arms from the future alliance has not had time to play a role on the front line, but instead let their logistics troops get ahead. However, in an emergency, the commanders on the front line should not blame him for taking the initiative. Hearing the order from the superior, the surviving soldiers hurriedly climbed out from under the car and moved things from the car at a speed never seen in their lives. It doesn't matter what is taken down, as long as it is a weapon. However, when the weapons were distributed to each of them, everyone was dumbfounded. This thing. How to use it. Not only the soldiers, But also Rettel was stunned. The palm-sized black object in front of him was square, with no buttons, switches, holes, or even a crack. This made it hard to know where to start. Could it be a collision bomb? In doubt, Rettel immediately asked his men to crawl out from under the car and throw one out to try. Seeing the logistics soldiers suddenly move in the distance, the players immediately became alert. All retreat. Keep a safe distance. The next second, a black object flew towards them. Wai shouted, "Get down quickly." At his reminder, the nearby players all pressed their bodies to the ground. However, 1 minute passed. Nothing happened. Looking up, I saw a black cube lying quietly in the grass not far away. Perhaps because the person who threw it was not accurate enough. The thing finally just rolled in the open space in front, and did not fall into the players' camp. Seeing this, everyone was relieved. Scared to death. I thought it was a bomb. The people in the logistics department never thought that the thing they threw out was completely useless. However, at this time, they didn't care to investigate why it didn't work. Because the players on the opposite side, who had changed the magazines, had already started the second round of attacks. Bang bang bang. Damn it! In a moment, the soldiers hid under the car again in panic. However, this time, the players' attack was even more fierce. There was a whoosh sound, and a rocket came and hit the carriage of the transport vehicle. The high-temperature metal flow generated by the explosion instantly blew up the entire car compartment. The flying glass and body fragments hit everyone's head and face. Damn! Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Listening to the crackling sound of electricity in the communicator, Rettel was extremely anxious. Could something have happened to those guys? When he thought of this possibility, his heart sank. But soon, he tried his best to convince himself. It must not happen. The rebels may be able to deal with their small logistics troops, but they can't fight against the huge number of the Kingdom Army. Although he comforted himself in this way, as time passed, the number of casualties around him increased, and he felt more and more uneasy. He tightly grasped the communicator in his hand and tried to call the rear again. "This is the first team of the logistics department. We are under intensive enemy fire attack. Please reinforce as soon as possible." However, there was still no response from the other side except for the crackling sound of electricity. About a minute later, there was finally a response from the other end of the communicator. "Ah!" Boom! Hearing the familiar sound of gunfire and shouting inside, Rettel's heart completely fell into an ice cellar. Then, an urgent voice came from the communicator. "This is the 10th detachment of the Kingdom Army responsible for reinforcement. We were attacked on the way to support, and the two sides are now in a fierce exchange of fire. At present, more than half of the team has been injured, and I am afraid that we can't move forward." Ah! Hearing the shrill screams in the communicator, Rettel's breathing suddenly stagnated. It's over. It's completely over. No one can save them at all. They will die here today. Looking at the artillery flying from a distance, Rettel lowered his hands and closed his eyes tightly, as if he had recognized his inevitable fate. But soon, he clenched his fists again. "I can't die like this. As an officer of the Kingdom Army, it would be too cowardly to die here without knowing why." Opening his eyes, Rettel revealed a sharp look like an eagle. Without hesitation, he immediately switched the communicator to the command channel and ordered loudly, "Everyone evacuate the bunker and crawl forward in all directions. Eliminate all enemies that appear in front of you. Whoever dares to continue to hide under the car is a coward. I will shoot him now." "Yes." Hearing such a tough order from the superior, the soldiers who had already been frightened had to bite the bullet and crawl out from under the car with their guns. The surviving soldiers crawled towards the surrounding bushes, trying their best to open their eyes wide to search for the enemies ambushing around them. Looking at the soldiers advancing towards them, Rem was my wife, and couldn't help but be amazed. I have seen people seeking death, but I have never seen such a death-seeking one. Although the best defense is offense. But unfortunately, they have missed the best time. If they acted when the players just opened fire, they might have a chance of winning. But now the team has suffered heavy casualties. At this time, doing this is no different from the gourd baby saving his grandfather, which is no different from sending him to die. Once you miss the first opportunity on the battlefield, the chances of winning later will become increasingly slim. Mighty and Unyielding smiled when he heard this. "Isn't that just right? We can just take them all down at once." As he said that, he immediately opened the chat channel. "All units, pay attention. Evacuate the bushes immediately. Get ready. Set fire." Chapter 383, Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. A bunch of was thrown from the air and flew towards the endless wilderness in front of him. The moment the flames touched the dry grass, a raging fire broke out. The soldiers of the logistics department of the Kingdom Army crawling in the grass also wailed in pain due to the fire. In just a moment, many people crawled out of the grass, looking terrified and trying to put out the flames on their bodies. However, whether it was taking off clothes or trying to roll on the ground, it was useless, because they were surrounded by flammable materials. The fire had already connected from a point to a piece. They couldn't escape this fire net at all. Looking at the soldiers who were burned into firemen in the distance, Dallon couldn't bear to watch. It was too miserable. On the side, Rem was my wife and nodded in agreement. It was indeed miserable. The bird of paradise in the same regiment hesitated. Wouldn't it be a bit inhumane for us to do this? He was the last one to join the group in Dawei Tianlei. Compared with Rem, Weiwu and Dallon, who joined the game in version 1.14. He was selected for the closed beta test in version 1.29. It happened that the game updated the Legion gameplay at that time, and the three of them took one character from each ID to form Dawei Tianlei. And because the character Tian was missing, the three of them recruited him. It was also because he joined the group the latest that he was far less adaptable to the game than the old players. After all, the realism of this game is too high. Even if the players' cute slime identities will dilute some of the authenticity, and the game will mosaic some of the more bloody and cruel scenes, it will still make people feel uncomfortable sometimes. Just like the soldiers who were burned to death by the fire in front of him. Previously, shooting with guns and bombarding with artillery basically killed them in one shot. So he felt like he was playing real CS at most. But the in front of him was completely different. Those soldiers died slowly. This way of dying is very cruel. As if sensing his thoughts, Mighty and Unyielding looked over and said, "This is just a game." What's more, the Kingdom Army had used before. The 20,000th rebel army was burned alive in the woods by them using. Bird of Paradise opened his mouth and subconsciously retorted, "But that was done by the 15th detachment of the Kingdom Army. The one in front of him is just a logistics unit. Is there any difference?" Mighty and Unyielding said, "They all belong to the Kingdom Army. They are all loyal to King Heidel. The arms and supplies they transported are also supplied to the regular troops of the Kingdom Army. Those weapons will eventually be directed at us, at the rebels. Although this is just a game, I still need to remind you. Sympathizing with the enemy on the battlefield is cruel to yourself. Don't forget what the rebels are fighting with." Hearing this, Bird of Paradise was stunned and said no more. How could he forget? The authenticity of this game is not only in the five senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste and touch, but also in that the NPCs in this game can die. And NPCs will not be resurrected after death. Players can be fearless of death. But for the NPCs of the rebels, they only have one life. He could not forgive or be merciful from a personal perspective, or criticize the players for being inhumane. Doing so seemed to be disrespectful to the rebels, who had exchanged their tragic lives for freedom and equality. In fact, think about it from another perspective. How can there be no bloodshed and no deaths in war? This is a serious and cruel thing. Although everything they are doing now is covered with the SHL of the game, in addition to the entertainment brought by the game itself, everything behind it is worth pondering and reflecting. Unlike the fierce battle in Kaol village, the Kingdom Army's garrison more than 50 kilometers away is peaceful. Although the logistics department called for help from the headquarters not long ago, no one took this request for help too seriously. The guerrilla warfare that won without fighting during this period gave them an illusion that the rebels, who had been half crippled by the Kingdom Army, would not be able to cause any waves. Otherwise, they would not hide like a mouse. After all, when it comes to guerrilla warfare, that is what the rebels are best at. But now they are having such a hard time even fighting what they are best at. So you can imagine how weak they are now. The reason why the logistics department was attacked is purely because they are too few in number and too weak. They only pick on the weak. Not to mention the rebels. Even they themselves are the same. Anyway, the 10th detachment has set out to support. It is estimated that it will not take long for them to deal with those bugs and return to the camp with tons of ammunition and supplies. At the edge of the camp, a man wearing an officer's hat lit a high-quality cigar, looking at the mountains and forests in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. The man's name is Bonin, and he is the captain of the 10th detachment of the Kingdom Army. He did not personally participate in the operation to support the logistics department this time. In his opinion, such trivial matters can be handed over to his subordinates. As a commander, he does not need to run all the way to TOS. Anyway, Dealing with those remnants can be solved with a few cannons. Just as he was puffing out a cigarette, the communicator hanging on his shoulder suddenly vibrated. The matter should be resolved. In an instant, such a guess flashed through Bonan's mind. Thinking of this, he pressed the answer button. However, before he could ask, he heard the crackling sound of gunfire from the other side, accompanied by the terrified voice of the communicator. We were ambushed on the way to support. They dug pits and buried mines on the road we passed. They were even equipped with rocket launchers. At present, all armored vehicles have been destroyed. More than half of the personnel were killed or injured. We urgently need support from the rear. Hearing this report, Bonan, who had been smiling before, froze. He had previously boasted that their 10th detachment would be able to easily solve such a small matter. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the development of things was completely beyond his expectations. Digging pits? Mines? Rocket launchers? These rats in the gutter actually tripped him up at this time, causing him to lose so much face. Unforgivable. Putting down the communicator, Bonan's face suddenly darkened. Although he knew that if he reported this matter now, he would definitely be ridiculed by others. And in serious cases, he would even be punished by His Majesty the King. But since things have come to this point, he couldn't just ignore it. This group of rats is more difficult than he expected. If he wants to completely destroy them, he has to take real action. When Bonan reported the matter to General Nert, the commander-in-chief of this operation, under pressure, no one noticed that a round clod of earth moved beside the tent of the Kingdom Army, and then jumped into the nearby bushes at a lightning speed. This is Wong Tai Sin. The enemy just decided to send another 10,000-man armored force to your place in order to rescue the besieged reinforcement team. After a short pause, the voice of the 1.5-meter tall sergeant came from the communication channel. Received. We will withdraw now. Wong Tai Sin? Retreat now? Aren't you going to fight? Sergeant 1.5-meter tall. No more fighting. Anyway, they have been beaten to a pulp by us. What's more, our mission is just to delay the enemy reinforcements and buy time for friendly forces. But we also left a little surprise for those guys before we left. Wong Tai Sin puzzled. What surprise? You will know in a moment. Seeing that the sergeant seemed to want to keep the secret to the end, Wong Daxian did not continue to ask. What is the situation in Kaol village? The logistics troops were all wiped out. The sergeant, 1.5 meters tall, paused and said that in the battle report sent by Weiwu just now. Great. Wong Daxian was relieved immediately. Sergeant, 1.5 meters tall, they are ready to withdraw. As for the munitions and supplies, Pierre has sent people to recover them. You should be careful not to be discovered by them. Wong Daxian rolled his eyes and knew it. This is not the first time I have done reconnaissance work. What's more, I have a guardian deity on me, who will definitely protect me at the critical moment. Sergeant, 1.5 meters tall. He was about to say, come on. What guardian deity cares whether you die or not while playing games? If it was so powerful, he would not have been burned to death when he went through the gate of God with Gotham. But then he thought that if he said that, he would be criticized by the other party. So he kept silent. At the same time, General Nert, who had just received Bonan's report, did not care to investigate the other party's dereliction of duty, and immediately sent the 11th detachment of the Kingdom Army to rescue. But what they did not know was that the information that they sent reinforcements had already reached the ears of the enemy. After collecting the undamaged munitions and supplies on the battlefield, Pierre immediately led his men to follow the players to withdraw to Frank County in the province of Madrid according to the original plan, and joined another team of rebels who had stayed behind. All that was left for the Kingdom Army was an empty deserted village and traps and mines buried in various parts of the village that had not been triggered yet. Being able to beat the 10th detachment like that, it seems that the opponent's combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Wild, the adjutant of the 11th detachment, said solemnly, although he had previously ignored the rebels like Captain Bonan of the 10th detachment, he had to take them seriously now. I don't know if it's because they've been in the dark mine for too long, but these guys are like rats that can't stand the light. They always hide in the dark and bite you hard when you're not prepared, making it hard to guard against them. You thought you had eliminated them, but in fact you hadn't. Just like the rats in this world can never be completely eliminated. On the side, Joseph, the captain of the 11th detachment, sneered. Did you know that? According to the original plan, the Kingdom Army would be able to completely end the suppression of the rebels this month. But I never thought that all the teams sent out before were defeated. It is precisely because of this that they were sent to the front line for support. Not only them. His Majesty the King even sent out his personal guards. Although those honor guards did not play any role. They were defeated as soon as they came on the field. Which made His Majesty the King lose face. But it can be seen from this that the situation of the entire war is not optimistic. Even if it is openly their kingdom army fighting and the rebels fleeing. But he always feels that this group of cunning rats must have a trick up their sleeves. It seems that since the so-called slime mercenaries entered the field, the whole situation has become subtle. It is precisely because of this that when the two armies fought, they put the primary target of attack on the group of slimes. As long as they were killed, the rats of the rebels would be isolated and helpless. Although they did kill a lot of slimes with heavy weapons at the beginning. But as time went on, they were surprised to find that these slimes were like cockroaches that could never be killed. They didn't know when a large group of them would emerge from some corner. If they were not sure that there were no immortal creatures in this world, they would even doubt whether these slimes had incredible resurrection abilities. The endless slimes, and the rebels who were unwilling to confront them head-on made this war more and more difficult. The end of the war seemed to be far away. Although these senior officers had privately discussed how to turn these slime mercenaries over, they had not had the opportunity to contact them so far. If this plan could succeed, it might change the current stalemate between the two sides. It was said that these slimes could speak human words and were very smart. If so, they must be able to understand the seriousness of the matter. Should they risk offending the Heidel royal family to help a group of minor slaves? Or help the royal family clear obstacles in return? Anyone with a brain would know what to choose. Of course, all this is based on the premise that creatures like slimes really have brains. But if they don't, or if they refuse to talk, then the situation is not good. At this time, Joseph, who was lost in thought, did not notice that a drone the size of a bee was hovering above their heads. Wu Song beats the tiger. The target has entered the trap range. After receiving the picture transmitted by the drone, the 1.5 meter tall soldier opened the communication channel. Let's start. Bang! Boom! 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 Countless time bombs hidden in the middle, and on both sides of the road exploded one after another. In just a moment, the 11th detachment that came to support was blown up by time bombs one by one. The flames of the explosion flickered on the road, and more than a dozen vehicles were blown into scrap copper and iron in an instant. And a quarter of the 10,000-man army was killed or injured. Looking at the sudden change in front of them, the faces of the soldiers of the Kingdom Army were full of disbelief and horror. They hadn't reached the support location yet. So why were they attacked? Could it be that the rebels had already ambushed here, just to give them a head-on attack? Joseph, who was almost blown up by the armored vehicle in front of him, felt a chill on his back. But as a commander, he quickly woke up. He picked up the communicator and shouted, "There is an ambush! Everyone be alert! Fire at the bushes on both sides of the road!" As soon as the voice fell, the frightened soldiers immediately raised their guns and did what the commander said. Bang bang bang. Whoosh 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 da da da. The fire of the bullets burst on both sides of the road. In the distance, Wu Sandahu, who was observing all this through a drone, was immediately happy. These cowards are really scary. Instead of firing blanks here, it is better to keep moving forward. In this way, you may encounter the fleeing soldiers of the Kingdom Army who have escaped from the front. Otherwise, if you go too late, you can only collect their bodies. But it was obvious that these frightened guys had no time to care about these things at the moment. Once people are frightened, they will become suspicious when they encounter a little movement. It is precisely because of this that they will miss the best opportunity. This is the so-called way of using troops. Attacking the heart first. The people in the logistics department were also scared by the brothers of Dawei Tianlei, so they did not dare to fight back immediately. In this way, they missed the best opportunity to counterattack in the end. On the battlefield, once the opportunity is delayed, the possibility of winning becomes increasingly slim. Goodbye. After seeing enough of the excitement, Wu Song put away the drone and turned into the bushes. The mission was completed, and he had to reunite with his brothers. Chapter 384 Singing All the Way. The small village of Kaol lost a logistics unit and 2 royal armies. Although the latter was not completely wiped out, dozens of armored vehicles were lost in vain. Even the supplies and the munitions that His Majesty the King bought from the future alliance were all gone. Hearing the war damage reported by the front line, General Nert, who was in charge of the general command, had a gloomy face, and his clenched fists turned white. It seemed that he would go out with a gun and kill in the next second. However, compared with the anger of being ambushed by the enemy, His heart was bleeding more wildly at this time. These damn sewer rats. That was equipment worth tens of billions of Heidel coins. This did not include the supplies such as vehicles and fodder destroyed by mines and rocket launchers, as well as the pensions for the soldiers who died in the war. So many things were gone just like that. How could he face His Majesty the King? Should he write in the war report that the logistics department was attacked, and the newly purchased weapons were either blown up or robbed by the rebels? He believed that once he reported it like this, it would not take long for the capital to send a confession and ask him to die to pay for his crime. Thinking of this, Nerd closed his eyes, feeling exhausted. Originally, he thought that with the arrival of new weapons and the increase of troops on the front line, he should be able to defeat the enemy. As a result, in just 1 or 2 days, the Kingdom Army had lost 30 transport vehicles, 20 armored personnel carriers, and more than 20 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, in addition to the robbed supplies and munitions. This is not just a mistake on the battlefield. This is simply rubbing the face of the entire Kingdom Army and His Majesty the King on the ground. He must save all this. Otherwise, not only will the ministers in the capital collectively impeach him, but even His Majesty the King will think he is incompetent and weak. Thinking about it, Nerd opened his eyes and looked at the 2 trembling 10,000 men in front of him with a pair of sharp eyes. The 10th and 11th detachments were defeated, with countless casualties. But these 2 commanders were not hurt at all. The former was because he didn't go at all, and the latter was because he happened to be at the end of the team and avoided serious damage. No matter what the reason is, failure is failure. This is an irrefutable fact. It is precisely because of this that the 2 people felt that they couldn't stand up straight under the sharp gaze of their superiors. Nerd knew that it was useless to blame his subordinates for incompetence at this time. At present, everyone's strength must be twisted into a rope, so that they can continue to move forward, moving away from the scrutiny of the 2. Nerd said, "I know what you are thinking. I can let go of the past, but you must take full responsibility for this failure." Hearing this, Bonin immediately looked up. "Don't worry. I will definitely not let you down this time." Nerd didn't take Bonin's promise too seriously. To be honest, in his opinion, this kind of promise, which was almost like a blank check, was really meaningless. Before this, didn't all his captains boast that they would definitely take Pierre's head before going to the battle? But so far, let alone the head, he didn't even see a single hair of that guy. Rather than believing in the promises of these guys, he might as well believe that His Majesty the King will go to the mines to mine in person. Nerd said, "Those guys' weapons can deal with our armored vehicles. We can't send the Kingdom Army's property to the enemy in vain. From now on, all armor will be collectively withdrawn. The frontline charge will be topped by infantry and artillery. In addition, the 10th and 11th detachments will be reorganized. This team will be jointly responsible by the 2 of you." Responsible together? Hearing this, Bonin, who had been eager to try before, was stunned. On the side, Wild, who had never spoken, was obviously a little confused. There are 2 commanders in a team. How to fight this battle? You 2 can discuss it by yourselves. Nerd looked at Bonin. You guys were too stubborn before, and that's why you are in the current situation. Having someone watching you won't make you go astray. Seeing the general say this, Bonin, who originally wanted to dissuade him, had to swallow his anger. Wild did not show any obvious likes or dislikes about this arrangement, but just lowered his head slightly, and acted like a submissive person who obeyed his superiors. Nerd did not have the leisure to explore the 2 people's inner thoughts, and only said in a deep voice, "Get ready and head to Frank County quickly. We must take back all the things they stole before the accusation letter from the capital is delivered, if you still want your head to grow properly on your neck." Hearing this, the 2 looked stern. "Yes, General." With the order of the Commander-in-Chief, the armored vehicles that were originally responsible for clearing the way retreated one after another. Instead, they were replaced by a single soldier combat unit composed of the 10th and 11th detachments. It was very risky to let the infantry clear the way in such an open terrain, but they had no other choice at the moment. They could no longer bear the loss of armor being blown up by the enemy. Previously, His Majesty the King was dissatisfied with their delay in bringing the news of victory back to the capital. If he knew that they not only let the rebels blow up their armor, but also lost their ammunition and supplies, I'm afraid His Majesty the King would be angry and chop off their heads and hang them on the city wall. However, things are not completely hopeless, as long as they can make up for the mistakes they made. Even if His Majesty the King knows about their mistakes later, he won't pursue them too much, although there are only grass and slightly undulating hills on the whole field as cover. Without the burden of armor, their mobility has become much more flexible. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the gang of sewer rats will not set up an ambush on their way forward. However, this is completely impossible. After all, there are always a few small tails behind the large army of the Kingdom Army. At the same time that Nerd gave the order, the players lurking in the Kingdom Army's base had already uploaded their latest deployment to the game forum. Compared with humans, the body shape of slimes is really suitable for performing lurking reconnaissance work. From the moment the Slime Clan intervened in the battlefield of Zidar Star, the players' eyes have been fixed on the Kingdom Army. Therefore, no matter what deployment the Kingdom Army makes, they will eventually see it clearly like an X-ray. Otherwise, how can we say that war in the 21st century is information warfare? Even if the Zidar planet, which was still in the era of monarchy, had more weapons and troops, it did not have the brains for modern warfare. The natives of Zidar planet could never have imagined that their carefully deployed plans had long been discussed by tens of thousands of people in another world in a place called a game forum. Moreover, some people who are busy with things would give advice on the forum and tell the players on the front line how to deal with them. There are also various insidious plans. Whenever he saw these, Xiao Ming, who had been watching the excitement on the deserted planet, couldn't help but sigh. The dogs are still these netizens. So, under the leak of the players, the reorganized Kingdom Army encountered a new round of ambushes before it could take revenge. The 40mm prefabricated fragmentation bomb swept towards the large troops in the field, and explosions rang out one after another. The flying pieces of meat and the flames of the explosions, accompanied by the shouting and killing all over the mountains, intertwined into a war song of blood and fire. The Grim Reaper's scythe passed through the soldiers' necks, instantly harvesting a large number of lives. In such a fierce battle, the soldiers of the Kingdom Army were afraid. They didn't know how these rats knew their battle deployment. They were hit head-on by the other side before they even had time to attack. This feeling was so aggrieved. However, this aggrieved feeling was not just this time, last time, and the time before that. At this moment, they wanted to abandon their honor and loyalty to His Majesty the King and become a deserter. But with the rebuke and curse of the superiors behind them, they had to bite the bullet and fight the other side. However, the 40mm prefabricated fragmentation bomb was just an appetizer. Following closely behind were the new weapons from the Future Alliance that the players had seized from the Kingdom Army's logistics troops not long ago. At that time, the Kingdom Army's logistics troops had not studied their correct use. But this did not stump the smart little players. After all, the father of Gotham's partner, the white-haired boy Rank, was a senior military official of the Future Alliance. With his help, these weapons soon played their due value. The magic cube, composed of dozens of black blocks, floated into the air, and then slowly flew towards the large army in the distance. On the battlefield, the Kingdom Army, which was originally fighting fiercely, suddenly caught a glimpse of the black object in the air and became alert for a moment. Bonin fired a few shots at the thing without hesitation. But something unexpected happened. The bullets shot out floated in the air as if they were weightless. Not only bullets, there were also other soldiers around, including the military caps on their heads, and even the guns in their hands. Everything flew into the sky as if it was out of control. All this happened too suddenly, and people had no way to react. Bonin's face was full of astonishment. As if in disbelief, he tried to shoot at the thing again. But at this moment, an extremely domineering pressure pressed down hard from above his head. In just a moment, the soldiers who were floating in the air like him fell heavily to the ground like falling objects from high altitude. Bang! Boom! The dull sound made people dizzy. Bonin tried to get up from the ground, but he couldn't do it. At this time, it seemed that there was an invisible hand on his back that was desperately pressing his body down. Under this terrible pressure, he felt that his bones and internal organs seemed to be dislocated. This is a local gravity collapse device studied by the Future Alliance military. They named it the Gravity Cube. It can control the collapse of the gravitational field within a kilometer in diameter. This technology is very scary. For example, if a star with a mass exceeding the Chandrasekhar limit undergoes gravitational collapse, then the star will eventually collapse into a black hole. Although the current strength of the Future Alliance military is far from being able to increase the energy of this weapon to the same level as a black hole, with the development and progress of science and technology, it is really hard to say whether it can be developed in the future. Unfortunately, since this technology requires long-term investment, it is time-consuming, labor-intensive and expensive, so the military does not intend to continue to develop it. After all, weapons are consumables. If the cost is too high, they will lose their production value. Moreover, as long as weapons have strong destructive power and lethality, it is enough. With the same investment of funds and manpower, they can completely develop something more cost-effective. Although this gravity cube looks awesome, its actual combat value is very low. Not to mention that the combined cube can only be used once. The collapse range of 1 kilometer converted to the entire universe is just a negligible force. Not to mention using it to deal with their old rival, the Space Corps. Even if it is used for cross-galaxy colonization in the future, it is not as good as the starships being developed. It is precisely because of this that the Future Alliance Military Department packaged this chicken rib and resold it to King Heidel. However, no one expected that this thing would eventually fall into the hands of a group of slimes. It even became a weapon for them to help the rebels deal with the Heidel Kingdom army. The big hand from gravity pressed the entire army to the ground, completely depriving them of the power to resist. Not only the Heidel rebels were stunned, but also the players. Damn! Is this gravity cube so awesome? Looking at the spectacular scene of prostrating oneself in the distance, Rem, my wife, couldn't help but sigh. The Future Alliance Military Department is willing to give such an awesome thing to these rabble who know nothing? What a waste! Dalong nodded in agreement. Isn't it? Fortunately, we got it. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Mighty and Unyielding rolled his eyes and thought too much. Even if they got it, they wouldn't use it. After all, the soldiers of the logistics department threw this thing as a grenade before. So you can imagine how these idiots would waste it. Thinking about it, Mighty and Unyielding came to his senses and glanced at the opposite side. It's almost time, and we should end this battle. Although he said so, everyone knew in their hearts that this battle was actually over. Under the suppression of the gravity cube, the entire 10,000-man team was like fish on a chopping board and could only be slaughtered. Even though only the 10,000-man team was crushed to death, the terrifying impact of the gravity cube had deeply shocked everyone. This impact will then be transmitted to the rear of the Kingdom Army in the form of a battle report. They didn't even know who their opponent was before they were pinned down by an inexplicable force. How can they fight this? Whether it was the soldiers lying on the ground unable to move on the battlefield or General Nerd, who was watching the battle report from the front line in the rear, everyone's face was full of despair. On the other hand, the rebels had already pointed hundreds of artillery and guns at them. Coupled with the encirclement of the slime, these guys had no choice but to admit defeat. The defeat was like a landslide, since they were taken away from this batch of arms. The situation of the entire war has reversed 180 degrees. No one dared to believe this was true, whether it was the arrogant Kingdom Army or the rebels who had been fighting hard all the way. The former never thought that they would lose so miserably, and the latter never thought that they would win so easily. But the fact is that it is shocking. Looking at the enemy army in the distance, which looked defeated, an old soldier with the vicissitudes of life in the rebel army was stunned for a moment. And then he shouted excitedly, "Victory! We won!" In this excited shout, more and more people were encouraged. They raised their guns and shouted loudly, "Win! We finally won! Great! Ah!" At the same time, the faces of those surviving soldiers of the Kingdom Army were full of humiliation. Who would have thought that they would lose again and again? And they lost inexplicably. However, no matter how much regret they had in their hearts, they could not change the reality. The defeat of the 10th and 11th mixed detachments was just the beginning. Through this victory, the rebels not only seized many weapons of the Kingdom Army, but also quickly strengthened their momentum. After months of frustration, the rebels regained their indomitable momentum and rushed straight to the capital with an unstoppable momentum. Faced with such a surging momentum of this group of people, the Kingdom Army was completely stunned. After more than a month of continuous defeats, the entire Kingdom Army suffered heavy casualties and could not even gather a complete detachment. In order to continue fighting, the Kingdom Army had to recruit soldiers as an exception. Many recruits had never even touched a gun and were forced to come to the battlefield. However, facing the rebels who were getting stronger and stronger, these inexperienced recruits had no choice but to be chased by others. Not only these guys, but also the officers in charge of command. It was already cowardly enough to fight like this, but now that things have come to this, they can only continue under pressure. After all, news just came from the capital that if they failed to stop these rebels from entering the capital, they would be charged with treason. To be honest, at this point, they didn't know whether it was better to die on the battlefield as a hero, or to be executed by the king as a traitor. Anyway, it was death. They had no choice at all. Looking at the smoke in the distance, Nerd let out a deep sigh. For now, they could only grit their teeth and hold on. Chapter 385: The King's Self-Rescue. Earth. Official Forum. Battle Report Update. Great victory in Fran County. Players who participated in the battle severely damaged the 10th and 11th to 10,000 detachments of the Kingdom Army, and captured 5,413 enemy combatants, including 2 enemy commanders, 8,000 captains, and 20 centurions. Seized 55 self-propelled artillery, 11,000 light weapons, and 1 million rounds of ammunition of various calibers. In addition, seized 20 reconnaissance vehicles, 23 infantry fighting vehicles, 40 troop transports, armored vehicles, and supply trucks. The main force of the Kingdom Army is now evacuating to the north. Please pay attention to it. This battle is rated S level. Ranking by points. 1. Great Thunder Corps 43,000 points. 2. Tiger Corps 40,200 points. 3. Duping Corps 38,000 points. 4. 10. Avengers Corps 2,700 points. For more event information, please follow the official website of WildStar World. Since the official launch of Sea Civil War, in order to allow more players and cloud players to have a sense of participation in the event, the official forum has begun to update the event report simultaneously. Although not all players participated in this event, it did not prevent them from watching the fun. Even if they have never been to Zidar Star, they don't know what it is. But this is a new map that will be unlocked soon. Even if it is not a territory ruled by slimes, it is very worth looking forward to. Gotham Iron Man. Damn! Why is our group's score so low? Bai Wuchang, surprised face, have you joined the group? Gotham Iron Man, rolling eyes, aren't you talking nonsense? Bai Wuchang, picking nose, so appearing at the end of a team battle can also be counted as joining the team? If that's the case, then just ignore what I said. Gotham Iron Man, can we be blamed for this? Who made the timing of the resurrection in this game so accurate? You can't switch to a new map with one click. We were still flying in the sky when you started fighting. Stir-fried kidney flour. This reason is perfect. Funny face. Brick moving boy, speak less. Give our Gotham brother some face. Sideways smile. Gotham Iron Man, percent, Ewan. Although some people have doubts about the score settlement of this battle, most people don't care too much about it. Most of the people who can join the team are old players with a certain amount of experience in Desolate Star World. At this stage, they don't care too much about the number of activity points. After all, playing games is the most important thing to have fun. Before they participated in this war, the rebels had always been in a relatively weak position in terms of manpower and weapons and equipment. Until the victory of these battles, the morale of their allies was greatly boosted, and the equipment was upgraded. The whole army finally became strong after changing its past frustration. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. However, looking at the overall situation, the players also knew that these were only temporary. After all, the Kingdom Army had not been completely defeated, and the King's capital was still eyeing them covetously. But they were not afraid, because no matter what, they will eventually help the rebels win this revolutionary war. And this is the significance of their participation in this event. When the news that the rebels defeated the Kingdom Army with overwhelming force and General Nerd had to temporarily go north to avoid it reached the capital, the whole city was in a panic. Everyone was worried that the rebels would come to the capital. However, no matter how worried they were, it would be useless for the common people. After all, they were insignificant and could not influence the overall situation of the whole thing. In this case, it is better not to think too much. Anyway, one day is one day. Besides, there are tall people to support the sky if it falls. His Majesty the King and those nobles have not run away yet. What do they have to be afraid of? However, what they don't know is that at this moment, His Majesty the King, who is tall, is also a little bit overwhelmed. Although he had already issued a life and death order to Nerd, requiring him to stop the traitors and prevent them from going to the capital at all costs. Otherwise he would be charged with treason. But even so, he still heard the bad news that the Kingdom Army was defeated and retreated to the north. Although he still looks like he is sitting on the throne steadily, his heart is already a mess. He invested so much military funds in the Kingdom Army, but the useless Nerd still made the war into this mess. Not only did he lose the munitions and food, but he also lost so many of his troops in vain. If this guy is still in the capital, he must chop off his head to vent his anger. Although he was extremely angry, Ferdinand, who had almost no cards to play at the moment, could not do anything even if he was angry. Moreover, compared with being annoyed with Nurt and the incompetence of the kingdom army, he was more afraid that the traitors would attack the capital. The war has spread from the 3 counties of the original Cressoto province to the Madrid province, and the Madrid province is adjacent to the Sissoko province, where the capital is located. It only takes 2 or 3 days to drive from Frank County in the Madrid province to the capital. There are wide plains between the 2 places, and there is not even a high mountain that can block them. If they really attack, he dare not imagine what the consequences will be. The local nobles who died in the hands of the rebels before are his lessons. Thinking of this, Ferdinand felt more and more uneasy. Who would have thought that a group of lowly miners and slaves could stir up such a big storm in Zidar? If he had known this, he should have sent a large group of troops to suppress them when these guys just emerged. Instead of sending them out one team after another, they let the other side grow into the current climate. However, things have come to this point, and no matter how much he regrets, it will be useless. In the palace, looking at the pale Ferdinand, the general manager's expression is anxious and cautious. Your Majesty, we don't have much time left. You should move quickly. Ferdinand's eyes instantly widened like a copper bell when he heard this. His face turned from white to red in an instant, and he shouted angrily, "Where can I go at this time? To the south is the rebel army, to the east is the sea, and to the north is the uninhabitable ice field. Not to mention the west. His ambitious cousin Duke Baruto is most likely waiting there to kill him. Besides, there is also the self-proclaimed king of Gordon County. Monk, how can he choose in such a crisis-ridden situation?" The more Ferdinand thought about it, the more anxious he became. He bit the blister in his mouth and grimaced in pain. The chief steward was also anxious. As a loyal servant of His Majesty, they shared the same fate. If the king died and the royal family was gone, his fate would definitely not be much better. Therefore, no matter how difficult the road ahead was, he had to find a way to save His Majesty's life. Facts have proved that the potential that can be stimulated when people encounter danger is unlimited. After racking his brains for a long time, the chief steward actually came up with a plan. Who said that the transfer must stay on the Heidel Star? Hearing this, Ferdinand, who was wandering anxiously in the palace hall, suddenly stopped. He stared straight at the face of the old eunuch in front of him, as if he wanted to stare a hole in his face. The chief steward bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Since Zidar is no longer safe, why don't you move to a safer place? For example, the future alliance." Looking at the stunned king, the chief steward said calmly that only the royal family in Zidar is qualified to take the spaceship. And those traitors can't leave the planet to catch up with you. Before those guys come, you can take the spaceship to leave here and go to Beta Star of the Future Alliance to seek help from Chairman Tekala. As the protector of Zidar Star in this galaxy, I think the Future Alliance will not ignore us. When you bring back reinforcements from the Future Alliance, it will be the death of those people. After listening to the chief steward's words, Ferdinand's turbid eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Yes! How could he forget such an important thing? After thinking for a moment, Ferdinand immediately decided, "Just do as you say." Having made up his mind, Ferdinand naturally did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly asked his men to pack their bags and spaceships to go to the Future Alliance. Although he knew that he was going to seek refuge and seek help, as a monarch, he had to maintain his remaining face. So he issued another decree saying that he would go to the Future Alliance to visit the chairman of the alliance, Tika. Of course, in order to avoid excessive speculation by the people of the capital, he also deliberately added a reason. This was to discuss cooperation on or exports next year. Although this reason seemed to be a bit obvious and could not be hidden from the eyes of some smart people, it was enough to fool the common people who knew nothing. And the ministers and nobles also saw the real intention of His Majesty the King through this decree. For a time, everyone's mind was floating, and they were all making plans for themselves. The bigwigs had different thoughts, but the servants of the palace had no time to care. At the moment, they were busy packing their luggage. The country was in chaos, and the king's decision to go on a diplomatic mission to the Future Alliance was made hastily. So they had to quickly prepare for the trip and mission to avoid losing face in front of the country. The news that the king was going on a diplomatic mission to the Future Alliance could not be hidden from the rebels. In fact, as soon as the king issued the decree, the news quickly spread to the front line through the rebel spies in the capital. Is the old emperor trying to run away? Dillet was a little surprised. He originally thought that the other party might hold on for a while longer. After all, the king had invested a large number of troops and munitions to the front line. Although these things were ultimately useless, at least so much was invested. Is it too early to give up now? What's more, they haven't even reached the Sissoko province where the capital is located. Pierre smiled and said, he is taking precautions. If we really wait until we reach the capital, it will be too late even if we want to run. Then, there is no need to run so far to the future alliance. Right? Is he planning not to come back in the future? Having said that, Dillet always felt that the old emperor should not run away with his tail between his legs like this. After all, this guy is very face-conscious. Of course not. The smile on Pierre's face faded. He went to the future alliance to ask for help this time. What diplomatic visits, and what talks about cooperation in mineral exports are all pretexts. Upon hearing this, Dillet's expression suddenly became serious. Do you mean that he wants to ask the future alliance to send troops to deal with us? Pierre shook his head slightly. I can't say. Even if not, we will seek other military assistance from them. Just like the weapons they looted from the logistics troops of the kingdom army before. No one can say what Ferdinand will bring back from the future alliance this time. It may be weapons. It may be troops. It may also be that he will not bring back anything. Or bring back something more terrible than these. At this moment, the players who also received the news that King Heidel left the capital for the future alliance were also discussing this matter. However, unlike the worries of the rebels, the players did not care much about the old king's behavior, but instead made fun of it on the forum. I want to be read. Why do I feel that King Heidel is so much like the president of Ukraine? Stir-fried kidney flour, squinting smile, because I also like to show off. Pork stewed with vermicelli, laughing, the truth is out. Weak countries have no diplomacy. They have seen countless cases of people like Zidar, who rely on the strong to survive in the real world. Gotham Iron Man, if you want Big Brother to protect you, you have to pay a price. The Americans have always done this. Peng Zhanqi, although the future alliance cannot be equated with the Americans. According to normal logic, the future alliance should not send troops for Zidar's internal affairs unless it is profitable. Gotham Iron Man, I agree. If King Zidar can give a satisfactory bargaining chip, for example, the mining rights of various important minerals on Zidar. In that case, the official future alliance may hesitate. However, war is by no means a trivial matter. Once the future alliance intervenes in Zidar's internal affairs, the peaceful personality it has always advertised will collapse. And it may also attract the Space Legion to follow and stir up the muddy water of Zidar. After all, the Zidar royal family has not hired mercenaries from the Space Legion to suppress the rebels before. If it really happens, it would be a natural outcome. Anyway, the customer's order has not been completed yet. By then, the situation will be complicated. The Zidar Star may become a battleground between the two major forces of the future alliance and the Space Legion. Stir-fried kidneys, sure. Gotham, you made a very clear analysis. Squinting smile. Gotham Iron Man, sunglasses, keep a low profile. Peng spreading wings. Gotham is right. Compared to the benefits that Heidel can give, it is obvious that the price that the future alliance needs to pay for its exit is greater. If their leaders are not stupid, they should know how to make choices. This time, King Heidel will probably return disappointed on this mission to the future alliance. At this time, Ferdinand did not know that on another world, a group of people in a place called Forum were analyzing his actions. At present, he was rushing to Beta, the future alliance, on a spaceship, although he knew that his mission might make the Heidel royal family lose its dignity in front of the future alliance. He had no choice. If he did not want to become a king of a fallen country, he could only hold on to the thickest thigh he could hold now. Looking at the vast galaxy outside the porthole, Ferdinand's face revealed a hint of worry. Although he was full of confidence before the trip, he couldn't help but start to think more when he actually set out on this journey. Chairman Tekala. No. In the future, the official alliance should agree to his request. Right? After all, that is the mining rights of the most valuable and largest mine in Zidar. Chapter 386. The results are the same. Future Alliance. At the spacecraft parking station of Beta Star, a group of young men in silver-gray uniforms are standing on both sides of the road to maintain the order of the parking station. Of course, they are also responsible for checking and verifying the identity information of the aircraft coming and going. Although this work is trivial, it is not busy. As the administrative center of the future alliance, Beta Star has very strict management of the entry and exit of spacecraft. Not everyone can come and go as they please. Sometimes, There are only a dozen spacecraft coming and going in a day. Therefore, it is not complicated to check. However, the situation today is slightly different. Accompanied by a familiar bell ringing. A huge spacecraft, with a golden fuselage and a blue diamond emblem printed on it slowly hovered above the parking station. It is the ship of the Heidel royal family. The staff of the parking station recognized the logo on the spacecraft at a glance. Thinking of the news they heard recently, everyone immediately understood the meaning of the other party's visit. For a moment, the staff at the berthing station began to grumble. These people are so shameless. They come to us when they can't clean up their own mess. Isn't it? Relying on their diplomatic immunity. They don't even apply for a berthing space now. You should know that a large tonnage spacecraft like this needs to submit an application report to the spacecraft berthing station on Beta Star before arriving, filling in the model and flight time of the spacecraft. This is also done to apply for a suitable berthing space in advance and reduce unnecessary troubles for both parties. After all, most of the spacecraft at the berthing station are ordinary passenger spacecraft or cargo spacecraft. It is rare for the royal family of Beta Star to be so rich and willful that they specially let the aircraft manufacturer build such a huge spacecraft in order to show off their strong national strength. Even the leaders of their future alliance will not be so ostentatious when traveling. Thankfully, the capacity of the berthing station today is not too busy. Otherwise, there may not be a place for them to park such a large spacecraft. Okay. Stop talking. Hearing the complaints of his colleagues, the person in charge of the docking station whispered a reminder, and then strode forward. At this time, the spaceship on the opposite side just lowered the gangway. After a while, a man dressed as a waiter came out. He glanced down and frowned, obviously dissatisfied. Where are the people and cars to welcome? His Majesty the King has arrived. Hearing this, the staff below secretly rolled their eyes. Who does this guy think he is talking to? He is still showing off his king's power here. That's it. I don't know who came uninvited first. Although they were indignant, they didn't dare to say these words loudly in front of the other party. After all, no matter how much they looked down on these people, it was not their turn to point fingers at the other party. If they caused any trouble, they couldn't afford it. The person in charge took a deep breath and replied humbly, everyone came in a hurry this time, so the welcoming team didn't have time to prepare. As for the car to pick up His Majesty the King, it should be on the way. Please wait a little longer. The waiter didn't say anything after hearing this. He just nodded and went back to report. After all, they were in the territory of the future alliance, so they couldn't be too presumptuous. And His Majesty the King said that they came here to ask for help. If the future alliance authorities were unhappy, then the request for troops would most likely fail. As a servant, he certainly couldn't bear such a big responsibility. So, facing the unreasonable and perfunctory attitude of these people, he could only endure it secretly. Anyway, it was just a little wait, so it wouldn't make His Majesty angry. The news that King Ferdinand arrived at the Beta Star spaceship parking station spread like wildfire. Soon, a bunch of people came to the parking station. Some of them came to watch the excitement because they lived nearby, and some were reporters from the news media who wanted to come and interview the king, worried that the sudden influx of people would affect the normal operation of shipping. The parking station could only send people to maintain order on the scene. In addition, they did not forget to report the matter to their superiors, hoping that they could take away this trouble as soon as possible. Fern had no idea what these people were thinking. At this time, seeing the bustling scene outside, he was extremely surprised. He didn't know that he was so popular with the local people. For a moment, the face-loving King Ferdinand suddenly felt like showing off. He ignored the dissuasion of his attendants and walked to the gangway and waved to the crowd below. In just a moment, the crowd burst into excited cheers and shouts. This also made him feel more and more excited. I didn't expect that the people of the Future Alliance would like him so much. It seems that the people of the Future Alliance are on the side of the Xidar royal family. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to get what he wants on this trip. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard a voice suddenly from the crowd below. Your Majesty, we are reporters from the Beta Star Glory City branch of the Future Alliance News Weekly. May I ask if you really came to Beta Star just to discuss cooperation on or export? Or did you come here to seek refuge because of the unstable situation on Xidar Star? As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. The general manager beside him turned pale when he heard it, and his expression was shocked and frightened. These daring guys. They dare to ask anything. His Majesty will definitely be angry now. As expected, Ferdinand, who was originally smiling, changed his expression slightly. His face turned red, and he was obviously extremely ashamed and angry. Nonsense! Who is spreading these false rumors here? They are just a group of traitors. As the leader of a country? How can I be afraid of those guys? It won't be long before the cavalry of the kingdom army will flatten the enemy's position and trample all the rats in the mines into mud. Hearing King Hilder's resounding declaration, the reporters below recorded these words one after another. In fact, not many people believe Fernand's show-off answer. Anyone with a little political sense can detect that something is wrong with this matter. The planet Hilder is in chaos at the moment. Fernand, as the ruler, does not stay in his own territory, but comes here instead. His purpose is self-evident. It seems that the situation inside the Zidar Star is already very serious. Maybe the rebels are already at the gates of the city, and the king has nowhere to hide. So he left his homeland. Even if the situation is not so serious, he is not here to seek refuge, but to seek help. The former is a refugee, and the latter is a beggar. In comparison, the identity of the latter does not seem to be much better. Looking at the timid King Zidar on the gangway, the reporter Birmingham in the crowd suddenly had an idea. Perhaps the era of Zidar royal family rule is coming to an end. As the king of a country, Fernand can't even control the situation in his own country now. If so, his throne is probably going to end. Even if these people cover up well, it still can't change the fact that it is already corrupt. Then the question is, facing King Fernand, who came all the way to Beta to beg, will the future alliance authorities be willing to help? This question is not only of curiosity to the news media practitioners of Beta Star and the entire future alliance, but also to the top government officials of the future alliance. Although King Fernand had already publicized his visit to Beta Star in Heidel before he set off, but the top leaders of the future alliance did not receive this news until last night. They did not expect that King Heidel, who had just imported a large number of arms from the military not long ago, would come to them again. And the reason for his visit was to discuss cooperation in the export trade of minerals next year? This made the top government officials of the future alliance speechless. Heidel was in such a mess, and Fernand was still thinking about coming out to discuss trade cooperation? Did he treat them as fools? I am afraid that even a passing dog would know that this guy had other intentions. This Fernand is most likely to come here for political asylum, and he might even want to get some benefits from us. Foreign Minister Murphy said pointedly. Minister of the Military Meg frowned. Last time, we had already sold all the unused weapons in our inventory to them at cost price. What else do they want? What else can they want? Mofiel curled his lips. Of course, they want us to help them deal with their bad debts. None of the senior government officials present were stupid. Soon, they reacted. He wants us to send troops? He is dreaming. Meg slammed the table. His face as black as the bottom of a pot. This Fernando is really shameless. He wants both. Does he really think he is a 3-year-old child asking adults for candy? Even if he wants to be a child, he has to consider whether their future alliance is willing to be this loving mother. Looking at Meg with an unpredictable look, the people around him shut up one after another. No one dared to speak to offend him. This is not only because they understand this guy's temper, but also because this matter involves the military, and they are not convenient to intervene too much. There are 25 departments in the future alliance, and each department operates independently without interfering with each other, unless it involves major events that are closely related to the entire future alliance. The leaders of all departments will gather together to discuss together. For example, the current situation. Everyone knows that King Hilder has other purposes, but how to deal with it next is the most important thing. It is impossible to send troops. Once the future alliance is gone, there will be some changes on the Space Corps side. A mere Zidar star is not enough for them to fight against those tough guys. Although the Space Corps has always shown an appearance of being at peace with the world in recent years, they all know in their hearts that all this is just an appearance. The reason why those war maniacs did not create chaos like in the past is purely because they have a new goal. Cross-galaxy expedition colonization. I heard that they have been looking for a way to leave this galaxy. To this end, they have been secretly developing faster, stronger and more deterrent space-class flying warships. It is precisely because of this that the military will jointly develop starships with the Ministry of Science and Technology. This is not only a suppression of old opponents, but also because they have the same ambitions. They hope that even if this galaxy really gives birth to a cross-galaxy colonization fleet one day in the future, it must belong to their future alliance. Let's get back to the point. Although the Space Corps is focused on cross-galaxy colonization in recent years, it does not mean that they are not paying attention to other things in this galaxy. In fact, They have been paying close attention to every move of the Future Alliance. The fact that King Ferdinand of Heidel visited the government authorities of the Future Alliance on Beta could not be hidden from the other party. They were sure that once the Future Alliance authorities showed the slightest intention to send troops to Heidel, those guys would definitely send troops to Heidel under various names. Indeed, Heidel was indeed a vassal of the Future Alliance on the surface. But secretly, they had always maintained a close, but not distant relationship with the Space Corps. The main goal was not to offend anyone. Otherwise, in the early days of the civil strife, the Heidel royal family would not have asked the mercenaries of the Space Corps to help suppress the rebels. Thinking of the situation behind this, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became a little strange. This King Heidel was really great. He was clearly a vassal of the Future Alliance. But he flirted with their mortal enemy. Now he even dared to come to them with a thick face to ask for their help. Why is he so shameless? At this moment, Traka, who had been silent since the beginning of the meeting, suddenly smiled. It's just an insignificant guy. Don't take it too seriously. No matter what he asked for this time, I won't give in. Hearing this, Finance Minister Suzy's raised his eyebrows slightly. What if he exchanges the mining rights of Heidel with you? It depends on what kind of mining rights and how much. Traka smiled. As the Minister of Finance, I believe you must know more about the return on investment than me. If the other party doesn't give enough chips, then naturally they don't have the qualifications to drag us down. Hearing this, Suzy's narrowed his eyes. So you mean, if he gives enough benefits, you are willing to give in, right? Otherwise? Traka looked like you were asking a stupid question. If the other party gives enough benefits, so much that they can ignore the possible impact of the Space Legion, then what is there for him to hesitate about? It's just to help suppress the rebels. But, is King Ferdinand really willing to pay such a high price? If he wants the Future Alliance to ignore the threat of the Space Legion, then the reward he has to pay is not just the mining rights of 1 or 2 mines. This price is likely to empty his entire family. And other people on the planet Zidar may not be willing to pay such a high price. Therefore, the result is the same after all. Chapter 387 Changes in Chaos. The people of the Future Alliance were only interested in King Heidel's visit to Beta to meet with Chairman Traka for 2 days before they stopped paying too much attention. After all, everyone can guess what this guy is up to, no matter how hard the king tries. It's just an attempt to cover up the truth. But even if they understand, it doesn't stop people from having fun. Compared with other planets in this galaxy, the residents of the Future Alliance have plenty of food and clothing, and don't have to worry about survival, education, medical care, and retirement. The Future Alliance's perfect social security system has arranged their entire lives. It is precisely because of this that their lives are carefree but extremely boring. In this life trajectory that can be seen at a glance, having fun is what the residents of the Future Alliance are most happy to do. And now, King Heidel, who took the initiative to deliver himself, is the best material. The outrageous words that Ferdinand made at the spacecraft docking station that day were not surprisingly on the headlines of major media news in the Future Alliance. Compared to the serious war topic on the Zidar star, the king is full of humorous colors. In addition to the fact that the other party himself is somewhat confused about the situation. This is also due to the exaggerated description of him by these news media. This has changed the image of the king from the original arrogant upstart to the current arrogant fool in the hearts of many people. So, when the latest Future Alliance News Weekly was launched, Fernando, who read the article, was furious. Outrageous. These guys dared to slander me like this. I will chop off their heads. Your Majesty, calm down. Looking at the handheld terminal that was broken into pieces in front of him, the waiters around him shrank their heads. The general manager glanced at the title above calmly, and lowered his head with his eyes and nose and heart. Who would have thought that the reporters of the Future Alliance would write this in the news? No wonder His Majesty was so angry. After all, anyone would be angry if they were rumored to be a beggar, especially as the king of a country. On the other side, Fernando was still immersed in the extreme anger after seeing this report. Calm down? How can I calm down? He slapped the table and said, I just want to discuss the cooperation of mineral export with Chairman Traka this time. And talk about borrowing troops by the way. How can I become a beggar? I won't take their benefits for nothing. Looking at the king's chest rising and falling due to anger, the general manager silently brought a cup of tea from the hand of the servant beside him, and said in a gentle voice, Your Majesty, why should you be angry with those mediocre people? If they don't write like this, how can they attract people's attention? Don't forget to turn black into white. Which is what those reporters are best at. Has your majesty forgotten? Even in our Zidar, don't there exist such guys who like to exaggerate and throw dirty water on others? However, the general manager's consolation did not play much role. This only made Fernando even more angry. That's different. In Hidalgo, I could chop off the heads of those guys and cut off their tongues. They wouldn't dare to fart. But here, I can't do anything. As he spoke, Fernand's face became darker and darker. What makes people upset is not only the rumor spread by these reporters, and the frustration of not being able to punish these rumor makers. He stayed on Beta Star for 2 consecutive days, but Chairman Traka never saw him during these 2 days. Even when he sent someone to ask for an interview, the other party refused to see him on the grounds of being busy with official business. Not only Traka, he also failed to meet senior officials from other government departments of the future alliance. He asked his subordinates to invite the Minister of the Military, Meg, to have afternoon tea on his spaceship, but was turned away, unwilling to give up. He used a roundabout way to invite the Minister of Finance, Susie's, to discuss the cooperation of mineral trade, but was also turned away, not being able to meet the person he wanted to meet, and being rumored by the news media, and not being able to get angry in front of these people. Fernand suddenly felt that his life had never been so aggrieved as it is now. Even when his cousin left the capital secretly on the pretext of suppressing the rebels, when the rebels threatened to invade the capital and overthrow him, and when Gordon County declared independence, he was not as angry as he is now. However, compared to these, he was more worried that his patients would not get what he wanted in the end. For 2 days, because he could not see anyone, he had to convey his thoughts to Traka by submitting a letter. However, the letter finally fell into oblivion and did not receive any response at all. So what is the attitude of the future alliance? Whether they are willing or not, at least give a definite answer. In this way, he can find the possibility of continuing communication according to the other party's attitude. When he thought of the covetous forces on the Zidar star, he became more and more anxious, counting the time spent on the road. He has been delayed for several days. If he doesn't hurry up, I am afraid that by the time he invites reinforcements back, the country will have changed hands. Just when King Fernand was anxious about his future, the planet of Heidel, which had lost its king, was also in chaos. This was not because the rebels had attacked the capital, nor because the rumors that the king had abandoned his subjects and fled the capital under the guise of going to the future alliance to discuss mineral trade cooperation had shaken people's hearts. It was because the king's cousin, Duke Baruto, rebelled. This incident was beyond the expectations of most people. After all, before leaving the capital, this man had said that he would help His Majesty suppress those traitors. But in the blink of an eye, he became a traitor. This plot can be said to be both reversed and ironic. However, some people are not surprised by Duke Baruto's rebellion. After all, before leaving, Duke Baruto said that he would return to his fiefdom to attend his grandson's baptism. In general, helping His Majesty suppress the rebellion and attending his grandson's baptism were just excuses for the other party to leave the capital in a logical way. Now that His Majesty has left Heidel, the defense in the capital is almost empty. Most of the royal army was fighting the rebels on the front lines. So how could they care about the fire in the rear? Even if the royal army generals wanted to help His Majesty the King teach his cousin a lesson, they were powerless at the moment. It can be said that King Ferdinand's approach to the future alliance for help this time is both a way to save himself and a dangerous way that gives the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. Not only were the subjects of the capital dumbfounded, but even the royal army and the rebels who were fighting happily on the front line were also dumbfounded. Rebels, good man. Why are there more and more enemies? Royal army, His Majesty the King has only been away for a few days. Why did Duke Baruto rebel? For a while, both sides fell into a long silence. The former was worried that Duke Baruto would come to deal with them, while the latter was hesitating whether to quell the rebellion. If they wanted to quell the rebellion, they had to deal with the rebels in front of them first. However, by now, these guys are no longer the bugs that could be easily crushed to death. They can't even deal with these people in front of them. How can they deal with Duke Baruto, who is thousands of miles away? Not to mention that the other party's success is probably premeditated for a long time. If they attack rashly, they will probably fail. But if they don't suppress the rebellion, when Duke Baruto takes over the capital and inherits the throne, the royal army loyal to the king will become a big joke. By then, not only will they lose the meaning of existence and fighting, but they will also be treated as traitors by the new king. For a time, The generals of the royal army deeply understood what it meant to be in a dilemma. Thinking of this, General Nuric couldn't help but curse the instigator Duke Baruto in his heart. This insidious guy just wanted to wait for him and Pierre's rebels to fight each other and lose, so that he could take the opportunity to reap the benefits. If His Majesty really fled from Heidel because he was afraid of the rebels attacking the capital and becoming the king of the fallen country, as the rumor said, then is there any need for him to continue to persist? In order to save his own life, he abandoned his subjects without hesitation. Is such a king worthy of the loyalty of the royal army? Nuric was very conflicted. According to the current situation, the capital is unlikely to continue to supply them with military pay. In addition, the Duke of Beirut is eyeing them covetously. Under such circumstances, he must prepare for the worst, even if the Duke of Beirut will not take action for the time being in order to let them deal with the rebels. Once the kingdom army and the rebels are both defeated, or one side falls into a clear decline, it is hard to say whether that guy will spare his hands to deal with them at that time. According to the current situation, the kingdom army is the most likely to fall into decline among the two armies. For a while, Nurt, who originally wanted to atone for his sins, began to think about this serious and realistic problem. So, should he also rebel? If they continue to fight with the rebels like this, they can only go to a dead end. If they fight, they may be able to fight for a way out. Just when Nurt was extremely entangled, the desolate planet 100 million kilometers away was calm. After the sandstorm ended, Fong Baocheng began to enter the intensive infrastructure project again, with the joint efforts of players and local residents. The first phase of the Western Transportation Construction Project has come to an end. 1/10 of the railways and roads leading to more than a dozen prisons under Storm City have been completed. In addition, infrastructure and urban greening construction in various towns are also being carried out at the same time. Compared with the barrenness a few months ago, it is not an exaggeration to say that Storm City has completely changed. Beautiful houses are built one after another, and the roads have become extremely spacious and clean. In addition, the players have also built a professional garbage sorting and processing plant. Looking at the modern town that has already taken shape in front of him, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. Storm City is really developing better and better. Who would have thought that half a year ago, it was still a dusty place? Although the current changes are only in Storm City and a few dozen kilometers outside the city. But he believes that in time, these changes will definitely spread from Storm City to the entire West, completely ending the barren era of the West with nothing to lose. Unlike the thriving Storm City, Blackstone Town is now in a state of panic. And the reason for all this comes from a newspaper. At first, no one in the prison cared about this Gospel of Poseidon. They all thought that this thing was just a missionary publication made by the local sea god priest and the sea god's loyal believers. Until one day, a prison guard accidentally found this newspaper from a dock worker and saw the serialized novel called The Legend of Dock Worker Jack in this newspaper. So, the situation changed dramatically. Anyone can see who this story satirizes. The prison guard, who was the object of satire, was even clearer. The prison guard naturally could not ignore such a treasonous publication. So he presented the newspaper to his superiors. Willman was extremely angry when he learned about this. He didn't even have time to report this to his superior, the respected Commander-in-Chief Mr. Abraham. He ordered his men to burn all the sea god gospel in the town, and warned the local townspeople that if anyone was found to have this newspaper in their home, they would throw him into the sea to feed the fish. This move immediately caused an uproar. However, it was not enough to just destroy the newspaper. Wellman even asked the prison guards to turn the entire Poseidon Temple in Blackstone Town upside down, in order to find out who published the Poseidon Gospel newspaper. Unfortunately, after a few days, nothing was found except for destroying several altars of the Poseidon Temple. The priests of the Poseidon Temple were shocked and frightened by this unexpected disaster, because they didn't know who published the newspaper. Although they had heard of this newspaper before, they thought it was just a private thing by a loyal believer, so they didn't care much. But who would have thought that such dangerous content would be published in this newspaper? When the prison found out and came to the door to ask for punishment, it was too late. Even if they didn't know who published the newspaper, the priests of the Poseidon Temple could only hold their noses and admit it, because the newspaper clearly said the Poseidon Gospel newspaper. Even if the prison guards smashed their altars and temples, they didn't dare to fart. This is really a dumb person eating bitter herbs, with no way to express their pain. The real founder of the Poseidon Gospel newspaper also felt very depressed, because of the actions of Wellman and his gang of prison guards. Elizabeth, Doug, the dessert trio, and Mary, who is responsible for distributing newspapers, have been hiding in the basement of the Desert God Temple for the past few days and dare not go out. At this time, Elizabeth was very glad that she did not use the name of the Desert God when she named the newspaper. Otherwise, it would be them who were smashed by the temple and the altar. Although she was lucky to escape, she felt a little unwilling. During this period, the sales of our newspapers have finally stabilized at 1,000 copies per issue. And this number even has a faint upward trend. As a result, now, it's all in vain. Chocolate Lava Cake comforted, this is also unavoidable. The prison will find this newspaper sooner or later. It's a miracle that it has been delayed until now. Mary, what should we do now? Stop publishing? Doug, this is the only way for now. Looking at the NPCs with pale faces around her, Chocolate Lava Cake seemed to have thought of something and grinned. Don't worry too much. Suspension of publication may not be a bad thing. Hearing this, everyone looked up and looked at her in confusion. Chocolate Lava Cake, the original intention of our newspaper is to awaken the people of this town, hoping that they can bravely stand up and dominate their own destiny. During this period, through The Legend of Dockworker Jack, we gradually have a stable readership. The reason why these people like this story is not only because people associate themselves with the protagonist's experience. It is also because the protagonist of the story, Jack, can do what ordinary people have always wanted to do, but dare not do. It can be said that Jack is the embodiment of every oppressed person in this town. Jack is their spiritual sustenance. Now the people in the prison want to destroy the newspaper, which is tantamount to destroying their spiritual sustenance. But times are different from the past. Those people are no longer the cowardly ones who were at the beginning. Through Jack's story, they found their own power and the courage to resist. If nothing unexpected happens, I think those prison guards will face strong backlash next. Chapter 388: The Sword That Splits the Mist. Although it is not autumn yet, for the residents of Blackstone Town, winter seems to have begun, and it all seemed to have started when the newspaper called The Gospel of Poseidon was ordered to be destroyed by General Wellman. Prison guards in black uniforms broke into the homes of the townspeople and searched everywhere, as if they would not stop until they found the newspaper. The prison guards worked so hard as if to show their loyalty to their superiors, and as if they were taking this opportunity to retaliate against those who had offended them or whom they disliked. For a time, the people in the town were in a panic. As a dock worker, Maury's home was naturally a key target of the search. But he was very smart. He did not hide the newspapers in a conspicuous place like the bottom of the bed in the closet, but hid them in the wall in the corner outside the house. The prison guards never thought that this brick wall was not actually built tightly. Some bricks can actually be pulled out, and Maury hid the newspapers here. Fortunately, the Gospel of Poseidon has only been published for a few issues. If it had been published for a few more issues, he would have had to remove a few more bricks from the wall to fit it. The prison guards seemed to be a little upset that they did not find what they wanted in his home. Before leaving, they kicked the waste paper boxes he had piled up at the door of his house. The neatly stacked paper boxes collapsed and scattered all over the floor in an instant. Maury naturally did not dare to argue with these people. He just lowered his head and looked terrified and cowardly. It seemed that they were pleased by his appearance. After venting their dissatisfaction, the prison guards left contentedly. After hearing the footsteps of the black uniforms going away, Maury raised his head. At this time, the fear on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a completely different calmness. He squatted down silently and picked up the waste paper boxes scattered on the floor. These were all what he had accumulated during this period of time and was ready to sell for money. Fortunately, these guys just kicked it and didn't deliberately set it on fire. Otherwise, he would really feel heartbroken. The black uniforms have searched this area, and I believe they won't come again in the short term. He has seen too many people suffer misfortune in the past 2 days. Some are because of the newspaper, but some are not. The former can be attributed to their own carelessness, but the latter is purely an unprovoked disaster. Renela, who lives on Poseidon Street, was imprisoned by the beast yesterday on the charge of discovering the Poseidon Gospel hidden in her home because she once rejected the courtship of her neighbor Koff. Koff was originally an idle gangster in the town. When the riot broke out in prison number 444, he took advantage of the chaos to join the prisoner resistance. Later, the prisoner resistance was suppressed by prison number 430, and he betrayed his old boss and joined prison number 430 as a good citizen and became a prison guard. According to the requirements of General Wellman, Anyone who was found to have hidden this newspaper would be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. However, Koff did not throw her into the sea, but locked her up. From this, we can see what this guy is thinking. There are many innocent victims like Renera in the town. But he can't help it all. He is not Jack in the novel. He doesn't have the ability to rescue the poor girl alone. Nor does he have the ability to unite everyone. He is just an extremely mediocre loser. Thinking of this, Mori could not help but feel a little frustrated. It would be great if this town could give birth to a Jack. In this way, he could lead all the oppressed people in the town to overthrow the rule of those black uniforms. After more than half a year of experience, he believed that many people understood one thing. This town does not need any ruler. Whether it is the black uniforms or the prisoners, everything they do will only make the town worse. The townspeople should not rely on any of them, but need to keep the power firmly in their own hands. However, even knowing this, the reality has not changed much. This town is still a town ruled by black uniforms, and it does not belong to any ordinary people living here. And now, the only fun left for these ordinary people has been deprived by these black uniforms. Thinking of this, Mori sighed. I hope the founder of the Gospel of Poseidon will not be caught by those black uniforms. And the author who wrote The Legend of Jack the Dockworker. He hopes that the other party can be safe. Even if he couldn't see the sequel now, he didn't want this story to become a swan song. Although the sky above Blackstone Town was shrouded in darkness, the flame of hope would never be completely extinguished by the oppression of evil forces. It would only turn into sparks and flicker in corners that others could not see. What Elizabeth and the others didn't expect was that since the Gospel of Poseidon was forced to stop publishing, the workers in Blackstone Town began to gather together spontaneously and verbally compile the sequel of The Legend of Dock Jack. At first, it was just dock workers, and later fishermen, bricklayers and tailors came. Later, even the town's teachers and priests of the Temple of Poseidon came secretly. They were all readers of the Gospel of Poseidon, although everyone had different identities. They hated the masters and thugs in the story, although they didn't know who founded the newspaper, and didn't know who the author of The Legend of Dock Jack was. Miss Slime. It didn't prevent them from reading it and empathizing with the characters in the story. The prison can destroy the newspaper, but it can't destroy people's love for this novel. Since the prison does not allow the newspaper to continue to be published, then they will write the sequel of the story themselves. One person may not be able to complete this difficult task, but when everyone unites together, the problem can be solved. As a loyal reader of The Legend of Jack the Dockworker, Mori naturally joined the task of writing the sequel of the novel. According to the development of the plot in the last episode, Jack should have united other people in the town and prepared to avenge the old man Grandet who killed his co-worker. In my opinion, just kill the old man Grandet. That guy has done so many evil things and should have gone to H.L. long ago. The bricklayer suggested. Mori immediately retorted, what's the point of killing Grandet alone? There are also the mayor and the police chief. That guy has received a lot of benefits from Grandet. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Yes. If it weren't for the mayor and others protecting Grandet, that guy should have been sentenced to death by hanging long ago. How about getting rid of the mayor and the others as well? I think this works. Are you sure you want to write it this way? The teacher who was in charge of writing the sequel looked at the others and asked, if the mayor and the police chief are killed, what will happen next? What do Jack and the others need to do? What will happen next? When they heard this question, everyone's faces suddenly flashed with confusion. The mason thought for a while and said, of course, we should choose a new mayor and police chief. The teacher asked back, who will be the mayor? Of course, Jack and the others. What will happen next? What will happen next? The answer to the question was stuck again. Then the story ends. Everyone is happy. Such a sentence suddenly popped up in the crowd. For a moment, everyone was stunned. And then, they all agreed. Yes. 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 The story can end here. Unlike those people, Mori neither agreed nor clearly opposed. At this moment, he was thinking. As the protagonist, Jack has led his companions to overthrow the rule of the master and the mayor and become the new ruler of the town. The story seems to have come to an end here, but he also felt that such an ending seemed a bit hasty and sloppy. There are still many problems to be solved in the town. For example, the dock workers still haven't received their wages, and the family of the deceased worker has not received the compensation they deserve. Moreover, although Mr. Granite is dead, there are more than one master in the story. This cannot be solved by simply writing the mayor and the police chief to death. It is not only him who realizes this problem, but also the teacher who wrote it. He also raised the same question. For a while, all those who were praising the good ending before shut up. Perhaps because of their unprofessionalism. The plot they continue to write does not seem to be perfectly connected to this story. Thinking about it, people's faces were full of dejection. At this moment, a noisy voice suddenly came from the street entrance in the distance. Looking up, it was a group of black uniforms laughing. The moment they saw the group of people, everyone's face changed. Because they saw a familiar figure. Koff, the little gangster who was famous in Blackstone Town. Now he has become a jailer in prison number 430. Seeing the group of people in front of him, his small and sharp triangular eyes narrowed immediately. Without waiting for the captain of the jailers beside him to speak, he immediately walked towards Mori and the others. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Do you want to rebel? As he said that, he burped with a red face. Seeing this, the people who had gathered together immediately dispersed. However, Koff did not let them go. He took out a police stick from his waist and hit the group of people in front of him fiercely. An older fisherman was unable to dodge in time because of his unsteady legs and feet, and was hit directly. In just one move, the old fisherman fell to his knees with a plop. Seeing this, Koff bit the prey in front of him like a shark that smelled blood. What are you doing here? The old fisherman trembled. We were just chatting together. Chatting? At this time? In this place? Who the hell are you kidding? Koff obviously didn't believe such a statement. He was sure that this group of people must have something fishy. Now that everyone else had run away, he only caught this old guy. In this case, he would pry the answer out of his mouth. He grabbed the old fisherman's collar and prepared to drag him back to prison for interrogation. The old fisherman didn't expect things to turn out like this, so he struggled desperately. However, this move angered Koff even more. For a while, the old man was punched and kicked by the other party. In a corner not far away, Mori, who witnessed all this, clenched his fists. This beast. It seemed that something in his mind was broken. Without thinking too much, Mori rushed out from the corner and pushed Koff away. Koff, who was caught off guard, staggered and fell to the ground without standing firmly. Ignoring this guy, Mori immediately helped the old man up to check his injuries. Koff never thought that someone in this town would dare to do this to him. He was filled with anger and alcohol, and got up from the ground, and was about to punch the man in front of him. Without caring about helping the old man to leave, Mori hurriedly raised his arm to block. But even so, he was still hit hard. Seeing Mori fall to the ground, a hideous smile appeared on Koff's face. Just as he was about to punch again, the captain of the prison guards, who had been watching the excitement on the side, suddenly said, Enough. Don't make trouble here. Take the people away quickly. You can do whatever you want in the prison. As soon as the voice fell, several prison guards on the side stepped forward and wanted to take Mori and the old fisherman away. Seeing Mori and the old fisherman being dragged away by the prison guards. At this time, the faces of the people who were hiding in the dark and dared not speak gradually showed resentment in addition to fear. We can't do this. Such a sentence suddenly came from the crowd. Hearing the voice, people looked at the person who spoke. It was a tailor. Although he participated in the meeting to write the sequel to the novel, he rarely spoke up to express his opinions. But at this moment, they clearly saw a cluster of burning flames in his eyes. Jack never gave up his companions. We must unite. Whether it is the thugs, Master Grandet, or the mayor, as long as we unite as one, we will definitely be able to defeat them. These words were like a sharp sword that split the fog that shrouded everyone's head. At this moment, the belated courage gathered together in a sudden way. The energy emitted by this courage is far beyond everyone's imagination. At this time, these prison guards never thought that their actions would bring about any serious consequences. Guys like Kraft thought that as long as they put on this black suit, they could have all the power and do whatever they wanted in this town. In their view, these townspeople are just a group of cowards. When the 444 prison was in turmoil, they did not dare to join the prisoners to brandish knives at the prison guards. Later, when the prisoner resistance army offended prison number 430 due to the failure of territory expansion, they did not dare to submit a letter of allegiance to the new prison guards to show their loyalty. Therefore, these people were oppressed because of their own faults. Who made them cowardly? In Blackstone Town, cowards can only be oppressed. However, this idea is wrong. Even rabbits can bite when they are anxious, let alone humans. When energy is oppressed to a certain extent, it is bound to rebound. And all this started when 2 innocent people were captured by prison guards. Chapter 389. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Blackstone Town rioted again. Although this is not the first time for this town. But this time is completely different. The townspeople who had been the background and the oppressed in the previous 2 riots stepped onto the historical stage for the first time. No one expected that 2 innocent townspeople who were arrested would cause such serious consequences. Although Blackstone Town has only tens of thousands of people, not to mention compared with the billions of people on the Heidel Star, even on a deserted star, it is nothing. However, for such a small town with a population of only tens of thousands, a riot of thousands of people can be called a subversion. Mori originally thought that he must be in danger. The black uniforms represented by Kraft would definitely make him go to prison upright and leave horizontally. However, what he didn't expect was that the members of the novel sequel meeting did not give up on them. Not only these members, but also other people in the town. Everyone gathered at the prison gate. They united everyone in the town just like Jack in the novel. A dockworker Jack may be just a small figure, but when thousands of Jacks stand together, they can gather into a powerful and frightening force. When Mori came to his senses, the black uniforms, who held him hostage, had all fallen to the ground. They, looking at the unconscious Kraft and others, Mori was stunned and surprised. Don't worry. They are not dead. The bricklayer said, we just knocked these guys out. The teacher on the side pushed his glasses. There were enough deaths in this town. Just killing them can't solve any problems. Mori was stunned when he heard this. Indeed, killing can't solve any problems. Otherwise, all the problems should have been over when the prisoners killed the guards of prison number 444. However, it was not the case. Later, the growing ambitions of the prisoner rebels not only cast a dark shadow on the town, but also led to their own destruction. The prison number 430 that replaced them began to use similar means to deal with them. The civilians. Everything was exactly the same as the situation during the reign of prison number 444. No, it was even worse than that time. A prison without prisoners was just an empty SHL. So, prison number 430 turned the entire Blackstone town into a prison. They wanted to imprison not only the bodies of the townspeople, but also their minds. Let them be enslaved by them forever. However, thoughts cannot be trapped. Those people destroyed the Gospel of Poseidon to prevent them from reading the story of dock worker Jack. But Jack's figure has long been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Those black uniforms are afraid of him. They are afraid that the townspeople will overthrow them like Jack in the story. That's why they are so furious and take such drastic measures. It is precisely because of this that they should unite even more. The flame of resistance has been ignited, and the raging fire will eventually settle everything. Just as a new storm was brewing in Blackstone Town, a thunderbolt on the other side of the planet Zidar also caused a huge storm. Duke Baruto led his troops to attack the capital. There were not many royal troops stationed in the capital, and now some of them were sent to the front by the king to fight. This made the defense of the capital extremely empty. Duke Baruto took down the capital with almost no effort. There were not many people in the capital to resist. The common people did not care who was the king. They only cared whether they could get this month's wages, whether they could have enough food, and whether they could have a place to sleep at night. And those nobles who were well informed had already fled in advance. And now those who stayed in the capital were basically careless. They felt that things were not as bad as the outside world said. Since His Majesty the King went to Beta Star, he would definitely return to the country with the reinforcements moved from the future alliance. Even if His Majesty the King did not succeed, and the rebels really came, they would not be able to escape far. It would be better to stay in the capital peacefully. The worst case scenario is to surrender to the rebels. But unexpectedly, the rebels had not yet entered the capital. But Duke Baruto took advantage of the opportunity. The capital finally changed hands. On the night of entering the palace, Duke Baruto ordered a banquet to reward the whole army. When Fernan left Heidel, he never thought that the capital would be robbed so soon. So he didn't take much with him. Not to mention those rare treasures. Even his harem and children and grandchildren didn't take any with him. When Fernan's princes and grandchildren saw their uncles/grandfathers leading the army into the palace, they were all stunned. Before these people could react, they were killed or imprisoned by Baruto. Sitting on the throne he had dreamed of, Baruto's wrinkled eyebrows showed unspeakable pleasure. He finally waited for this day. However, Baruto was not blinded by power. Although he took the throne when Fernan fled the future alliance. But the current situation on the planet of Heidel is not good. The rebels are gaining momentum. and the kingdom army is losing ground. In addition, the nobles in various places are ready to move. For example, Gordon County in the northwest has declared independence. The situation in Heidel can indeed be described as a mess. If these messes cannot be solved, the throne under his buttocks will not be stable for a few days. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. After thinking about it, Baruto immediately ordered, confiscate all the property of the nobles in the capital, imprison all of them, and kill those who violate the rules. On the side, the confidant standing beside him immediately said respectfully, war requires military expenses. He already has an army, and the rest is the issue of military pay. The war has been going on for almost half a year, and the treasury has long been out of money. The property in his fiefdom and the rare treasures in the palace are not enough to support this huge expenditure. Therefore, he can only start with those nobles who made these guys rich but not running. If you don't want to give up those golden mines, you are a fool. The capital city is undergoing earth-shaking changes. At the same time, the flags of the kingdom army are also flying in the wind on the front line. Before General Nerd decided whether to lead the remnants of the kingdom army to rebel, he received the bad news that Duke Baruto had entered the capital city. This day finally came. At the moment, he no longer had any choice. I heard that the new king had dealt with the princes and grandsons of King Fernan in the capital, and even confiscated the homes of all the nobles he had appointed and imprisoned them. Baruto treated those people like this, not to mention the kingdom army, who were loyal to the king and the royal family. There was a dead silence in the military tent, and the atmosphere of worry had spread to the entire kingdom army. The front line had been out of food for several days, and the capital had already stopped all supplies to the kingdom army. It was obvious that the new king wanted them to die on the front line. In this suffocating silence, Peter, the captain of the 5th detachment, clenched his fists. I really couldn't understand it. Without us blocking the front line, wouldn't Duke Baruto be afraid that the rebels would attack the capital? Of course he was afraid, Nerd said, but he didn't get the position properly. Compared with the rebels, he was more afraid that we would have different intentions and refused to be loyal to him. As he said this, he looked at his subordinates meaningfully. At present, the war is no longer just a war. It also involves the struggle for royal power. And the struggle for power is often dirtier than war. Perhaps Baruto needs troops to suppress the rebels, but it will definitely not be them. Their only role at present is to consume the number of enemy troops and die gloriously on the battlefield. But is this what they want? Of course not. As the kingdom army, they swore to be loyal to the kingdom and His Majesty the King from the first day they joined this group. Now the master they swore allegiance to has left, and the kingdom has become riddled with holes. In this case, who can they be loyal to? The new king? The other party does not trust them at all. They can't fall into the trap and flee back to the capital. That would only hand the new king a sharp blade to chop off their heads. Even if they don't return to the capital, going to other places will not change the fact that they are deserters. But dying on the battlefield in such a cowardly way is not their original intention of joining the kingdom army. Going back means death. Running away means death. And staying on the battlefield means death. The situation in front of us seems to have become an unsolvable deadlock. At this moment, a sentry suddenly opened the tent to report the news. General, there is a slime and a rebel outside. They claim to be the messengers of the rebels, and say they want to talk to you in person. Hearing this, there was a sudden silence in the tent. The officers of the kingdom army looked at each other in surprise. What is going on? Nerd did not respond immediately, but turned to look at others. What do you think? Peter was stunned, obviously a little confused by the enemy's move. But even so, he still answered with a stiff upper lip. Could it be that they are here to negotiate peace? On the side, the 12th Detachment's 10,000-man Captain Wall twitched his mouth when he heard this. How could it be possible? Are you dreaming? The two armies had fought so hard before, and both sides wanted to eat each other's flesh and drink each other's blood. In this situation, it is even more difficult to negotiate than for Duke Baruto to abdicate. Although he knew it was unlikely, Peter couldn't help but say, if they are not here to negotiate, then why did they send envoys here? They are not here just to be killed by us. Right? Wall. Newart didn't care about the confrontation between the two. Just looked at the soldier who reported the news. Let them in. General. Looking at the extremely shocked faces of his subordinates, Newart waved his hand calmly. They only have one person and one slime. Are we afraid that they will do something under our noses? Hearing this, the generals of the kingdom army, who wanted to dissuade them, immediately shut up. Newart didn't think so. I don't know what the other party is thinking. Instead of doing this, it's better to let them in and take a look. The 1.5-meter tall soldier didn't expect that he would come in so smoothly. Originally, he thought that they would definitely be embarrassed by the people of the Kingdom Army for a while. But he didn't expect that it would be so fast from notification to permission to enter. As soon as he entered the tent, the 1.5-meter tall soldier saw a man. Although the other party had an ordinary appearance, he had a superior temperament that was different from others. From this, he concluded that this man must be General Nuart, the Supreme Commander of the Kingdom Army. What do you want to talk to me about? Without waiting for the rebels to speak, the 1.5-meter tall soldier said, of course. We want to discuss cooperation. The officers of the Kingdom Army. Cooperation? This answer was beyond everyone's expectations. No. It was even more outrageous than the peace talks Peter had casually mentioned before. Ignoring the surprised eyes of everyone, the 1.5-meter tall soldier continued. You should have heard about the king's capital. Right? Duke Baruto has replaced Fernan as the new king. You, the Kingdom Army who are loyal to the old master, have obviously become a thorn in his eyes. In this case, you can't get any military support from the king's capital. If you continue to fight, you can't get any benefits from us. Hearing this, the faces of the generals of the Kingdom Army became extremely ugly. Is this slime here to humiliate them? Although they wanted to get angry, under the warning eyes of General Nert, the officers had to swallow their anger and shut up. Seeing the scowls of these people, the 1.5-meter tall soldier said nothing, and only continued. I believe you have realized this yourself. The current situation of the Kingdom Army can be said to be a dilemma. At this point, Nerd suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. What do you want to say? The slime in front of him suddenly grinned and raised a curved arc. Since the Kingdom Army can no longer return to the capital, it is better to join forces with our rebel army. Everyone in the Kingdom Army. Although I vaguely guessed the other party's purpose, it was another shocking feeling to hear it say this. In just a moment, everyone present had only one sentence flashing in their minds. This slime. No. The leader of the rebel army is not crazy. Right? In fact, it was not only the generals of the Kingdom Army who wanted to say this. When they heard the player's proposal, not only Pierre, but all the soldiers of the rebel army were stunned. Talking about cooperation with the Kingdom Army. Isn't that like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? But soon, by analyzing the pros and cons, the players finally convinced these people. As the leader of the rebels, although Pierre was not brave and good at fighting, he was indeed clear-headed. The change of the king's capital is not just a change of the king. Right now, Duke Baruto is counting on the rebels and the Kingdom Army to fight to the death on the front line, so that he can easily solve the problem during Fernan's reign. If they continue to waste time, weapons and manpower to fight the Kingdom Army, they will be dragged down sooner or later. Even if it is the Kingdom Army that is at a disadvantage from the current situation, it is impossible to say that the rebels will not be affected at all. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind. This is the famous saying taught to them by the slime clan. Duke Baruto wants to be the oriole, but they can't be the mantis and the cicada in vain. Since both sides are at a disadvantage now, why not cooperate? Anyway, the Kingdom Army has no one to be loyal to now. If they can persuade Nerd to join them, they can not only solve a big problem, but also have an extra helper. In fact, Nerd had the same idea after hearing the words of the 1.5-meter tall soldier. Although he was shaken, Nerd did not agree immediately, but asked a question in return. What good will it do for us? The Kingdom Army has become a traitor, and Duke Baruto will only have more reasons to destroy us. But the slime in front of him smiled and said, Do you think we can't beat them even if we join forces? Nerd was speechless when he heard this. That's not the case. They have seen the abilities of these slimes. The rebels who came from miners have become stronger and stronger under their leadership. Such a team is terrible as an enemy, but as a friendly army, it is a dream come true. Not knowing what Nerd was thinking, the 1.5-meter tall soldier continued to lobby. Compared with our rebel army, the capital is the biggest threat to your Kingdom Army. Right? Nerd fell into silence. Without paying attention to the other party's reaction, the 1.5-meter tall soldier continued to say, in order to show sincerity, we can release all the prisoners of the Kingdom Army captured during this period. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar at the scene. Are you serious? Looking at the stunned faces in front of him, the 1.5-meter tall soldier paused. Of course. But you also have to show corresponding sincerity. What sincerity? Put aside the past grudges and cooperate with us. After a long silence, Nerd raised his head and looked at him steadily. I can promise you about cooperation. But there is one thing I still want to ask. How can you guarantee that the rebels will accept the Kingdom Army? After all, not long ago, we were fighting each other on the battlefield. Hearing this question, the young soldier who had been following the 1.5-meter tall soldier suddenly spoke up. I can assure you on behalf of the rebels, Commander Pierre, since we have decided to cooperate, let's abandon the past grievances and look forward to everything. In just a moment, the scene became restless again. Obviously, many people in the Kingdom Army have already been tempted. Strike while the iron is hot. The 1.5-meter tall soldier added, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We now have a common enemy. In this case, what else do you have to worry about? That's all I have to say. Any smart person knows what to choose. Nerd is no exception. Looking at the man and the slime in front of him, he nodded slightly. Okay. I promise you. Chapter 390 The Game of Big Men. Just when the rebels and the Kingdom Army reached a cooperation agreement in private, the news of the fall of the capital spread all over the Heidel Star. The new king, Baruto, ascended the throne and established the Baruto dynasty. He also massacred all the forces of the previous king in the capital. In addition to the 18 nobles personally appointed by King Fernan, all of them were confiscated. The new king also said that he would send troops to suppress the rebels. Such a swift and decisive move not only shocked the entire capital, but also shocked the noble forces in other places on the Heidel Star. Anyone can see the true intention of the new king. The other party raised the butcher knife against those nobles purely because the treasury was empty and could not afford the military expenses. For a time, everyone in the upper class of the entire Heidel Star was in danger. Even some local nobles were uneasy about this, fearing that the big knife would chop their heads next time. The nobles of Heidel were trembling with fear, and the old King Fernan, who was far away in Beta, was not feeling well either. Who would have thought that it had only been a week since he left Heidel, and his cousin had seized his throne and palace. He even killed some of his children and grandchildren and imprisoned some. The moment he heard the news, he was so angry that he almost fainted. For a moment, the waiters who served him were in a mess. Your Majesty is dying. Call the imperial physician. Hearing this, Fernan, who was about to faint, rolled his eyes in anger. Shut up. You are dying. The eunuch, who was scolded by His Majesty, was stunned. He was not dying in the first place. What nonsense is His Majesty talking about? Fernan didn't know what the eunuch was thinking. Under a series of stimulations, he felt heartache and difficulty breathing at this time, and it seemed that he was really dying. Seeing the people around him in a panic, the chief steward scolded angrily. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and ask someone to send His Majesty to the hospital. His Majesty did not bring the imperial doctor with him this time. Upon hearing this, the eunuchs hurried out to find people from the embassy to help. Not only King Fernan's luxurious spaceship was in chaos, but also the nobles who were in theft in various places on the planet Heidel. Although some people were terrified by Baruto's act of stealing the country, some stubborn people were angry and dissatisfied. Not only did they denounce Baruto's barbaric actions against the nobles and the royal family during this period, but they also refused to recognize his right to inherit the throne. They said that Baruto was an evil thief and was not worthy of being the king of Heidel. They only firmly supported His Majesty King Fernan. Such an impassioned speech was not known whether it was from the heart or for the purpose of having a pretext for raising troops against the capital in the future. This made the situation on the already chaotic planet Heidel even more complicated. The power struggle among the bigwigs stirred up the situation on this land, and also brought a new era of cruelty and opportunities to the lowest civilians on the planet Zidar. As for the former King Fernan, who was still receiving emergency treatment on the planet Beta, he was destined to withdraw from the political and historical stage of Zidar from the moment he left Zidar. However, for Fernan, who lost his throne overnight, such bad news was hard for him to accept. 2 days later, he finally woke up from the hospital bed and did not take care of recuperation. He struggled to get up and personally asked to see Traka, the chairman of the Future Alliance. He hoped that the official of the Future Alliance could come forward to help him to deal with the group of traitors. This time, Traka finally did not make excuses. However, before Fernan could be happy, he heard a rejection. Looking at the pale former King Fernan in front of him, Traka folded his hands. This is the internal affairs of the Heidel Star. If there is any problem, you should solve it yourself. We are not a wishing machine here, and there is no way to meet any of your unreasonable requests. After that, regardless of what the other party thought, Traka asked the secretary to send him away. The meeting was over. Whether Fernan was willing or not, he was ordered to leave. They did not intend to take over this mess of the Heidel Star. Fernan, who had lost the throne, was even less qualified to ask them for anything. Fernan, who failed to ask for help, was once again greatly stimulated. Before he could denounce the other party for being cold-blooded, he was robbed of consciousness by a dizziness. When the former king was carried out of the office of the chairman of the Future Alliance, people in the government office building were whispering whether he could survive this time. After all, it was only 2 days since he was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment last time. In addition, the other party is so old and does not pay attention to physical maintenance. It is possible that he will die. But this has nothing to do with them. Anyway, he is no longer a king. Since he is not the head of a country, his life or death has nothing to do with the Future Alliance. Wilkie Continent, Paradise Port. After receiving the news of the coup on Heidel Star, Jean-Victor Wilmani looked thoughtful. On the side, his subordinate Dulak hesitated. Boss, do we still need to invest resources in Heidel Star now? No wonder he asked this question. After all, the situation on the Zidar Star is chaotic. In addition to the newly crowned king, there are also the forces of the great nobles in various places who are ready to move. In addition, there are the rebels and the kingdom army whose situation is still unclear. Under the competition of multiple forces, no one can guarantee that the rebels they support will definitely be the one who laughs last. If the rebels lose at that time, then their investment during this period will be equivalent to a waste of money. The previous investment in the rebels was purely because they were the second force that suddenly emerged besides the royal family. But now there are so many forces emerging, and they don't need to hang themselves on one tree. The most taboo in investment is to put all your eggs in one basket. If you can get along well with every force, then no matter who wins, their business will not be affected. To be honest, Dulak's idea is indeed correct. It's just that he has a boss who doesn't follow the usual path. After hearing this, Jean-Victor did not answer immediately, but asked a question in return. So do you think those local nobles are more likely to succeed? Or do you think the newly appointed King Baruto will be easier to talk to than the previous King Fernan? Dulak was speechless. How could he be sure of such a thing? After all, he had never even met those people. It was because he was not sure that he needed to cast a wide net and focus on catching fish. Without waiting for his answer, he heard Jean-Victor continue. Since we can't be sure that they will win, is it necessary for us to invest in them? It's not like we have too much money to burn. Dulak, it seems to make sense. Jean-Victor smiled, raised the goblet in his hand, and shook the liquid in the goblet. Instead of spending time and money on uncertain things, it is better to concentrate all efforts on the object that is most likely to win. The ancestral motto of the Wilmani family told me that if it is not the best, don't take it. Since we are going to gamble, we have to bet on the fastest horse. Hearing this, Dulak suddenly seemed to think of something and looked at his boss. Then how can you be sure that the rebels must be the fastest horse? After all, before those slimes were put into the battlefield, their performance did not seem to be satisfactory. It is precisely because of this that the boss persuaded the slime clan to join the war of Shida Star as mercenaries to help the other side. It can be said that without slime, there would be no victory of the rebels today. But slime is only a war weapon to help them fight. After the war, the problems left on the planet have to be dealt with by themselves. In addition, whether the new regime established by the rebels can be stable is still uncertain. After all, in the past history of Shida Star, there has never been a dynasty dominated by a group of miners and slaves. Even the most advanced and prosperous future alliance in this galaxy has never had such a situation. Although the deserted planet has currently established a Republican alliance represented by farmers, workers, and other ordinary people, it is ultimately a regional organization, and its influence is not spread throughout the deserted planet. Not to mention their will continent. Even in the central continent of the deserted planet, a large part of the land is still under the rule of warlord forces such as prisons. Do the rebels, who are just a group of miners and slaves, have the energy to lead the entire planet of Zidar? Dulak was skeptical about this. Jean-Victor was not angry when Dulak questioned him, but thought it was a good question. I am not sure that they are the fastest horse, but I am sure that they are definitely the most likely to win among all the options. Dulak was a little surprised to hear that the boss gave such a high evaluation. Please give me some advice. What advantages do you think the nobles have compared to the rebels? Dulak was stunned when he heard such a question. Money? Land? Soldiers? Hearing a satisfactory answer, Jean Victor smiled and said yes. From the starting point, it would be much easier for the nobles to rebel than those miners and slaves. It can be said that the rebels have nothing but people and passion. But in such a bad situation, they were still able to pull the team together, and even stalemate with the kingdom army on the battlefield for several months. All of this happened before the Slime Clan came forward to help them. And before that, the weapons we provided them were just some ordinary cheap goods. Compared with those nobles and the kingdom army, the weapons they used couldn't be more crude. The ability of the rebels can't be underestimated to be able to do this under such a disadvantage. On the other hand, the kingdom army and those great nobles have no shortage of money, food, or weapons, but they still fight the war like this. Do you think they still have any investment value? After listening to the boss's analysis, Liko suddenly understood. That makes sense. Of course, there is a more important point. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Jean Victor handed over the handheld terminal on the table. Liko took it with a suspicious look, lowered his head and glanced at it. Then his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. The rebels actually formed an alliance with the kingdom army? Jean Victor nodded slightly, his face full of admiration. Being able to pull the former enemy to their own camp. Isn't this enough to show that they are indeed the most powerful horse? At this point, Liko was completely convinced. He admitted that he was a little too hasty under the stimulation of the external environment. But after the boss's reminder, he repented again, since he already had a piece of gold ore in his arms. Why should he waste his energy to pick up other stones that fell at his feet? Even if this stone might produce valuable diamonds, the probability was too small, and it was even less than the gold mine in his arms. Jean Victor said, while the situation in Zidar is still unstable, we can also deliver a batch of new arms to the rebels. Hearing this, Liko was stunned and asked, is it the same as before? No. This time we have to send better ones. It is not only political speculators, like Jean Victor, who are concerned about the situation of the Zidar war, but also the players. After all, this is the first battlefield opened on a planet outside the local forces of the slime since the closed beta test. Although the players are just a group of mercenaries, volunteers, this does not hinder their gaming experience. Of course, for those players who are unable to participate in the battle because of insufficient levels, reading the battle reports on the forum every day and listening to the bragging of the dead and offline battle players can be regarded as an alternative participation. However, what these cloud battle players did not expect was that the kingdom army, which had fought them to death on the battlefield, suddenly became their own people. Such a plot reversal is really unexpected. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, isn't this plot quite real? The new king ascended the throne, and the army that was originally loyal to the old king naturally had to find another way out in order to survive. Stir-fried kidneys. Not only the kingdom army, but also the Duke of Baruto's stealing the house is quite real. I heard that he is the cousin of the previous king, and the inheritance of the throne originally fell on his father's head. But later somehow, it was inherited by his uncle. After so many years, I guess he has been holding a grudge. Ping spreads wings. When the new king takes office, the local nobles will also make changes if they are dissatisfied. Next, the Shida Star may fall into a situation of full-scale chaos. Brick moving boy, then how do we fight next? Scratching head? Stir-fried kidney. Just beat it like this. Anyway, we have only one goal. To help the rebels win this war. Ultraman of Light, this is not an easy task. Once the war expands to the entire Zidar planet, we will have to invest more troops to win. But so far, the number of people who have signed up for the Zidar Civil War event is only more than 2,000. How to fight this? Even if the player can be resurrected, it will take 2 days of death standby time. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and 2 days is enough for many things to happen. Not to mention that it will take another few days to run to the battlefield after resurrection. To be honest, it is really inconvenient. Speaking of this, many players on the forum began to complain. I mean, when can the official make a one-click transmission function for the event map? Even if this game focuses on reality, it doesn't have to be so real. Right? It really affects the game experience. Xiao Ming, who has been silently peeking at the screen in the background, naturally saw the players' protests. If it were in the past, he would have ignored these complaints 9 times out of 10. After all, Desolate Star World is a real world packaged as a game. Without the black technology of the slime summoning pool, he couldn't let players teleport with one click. However, after a long time, sometimes you may get a good thing when you fall asleep and get a pillow. not long ago, as the 10,000th player activated the game helmet and logged into the deserted world. He successfully unlocked the achievement of summoning 10,000 slimes. For this, the summoner rewarded him with a customizable drop location, the 6 slime summoning pool. This thing can solve the current problem. Not only the speed of resurrection and running. There is also the problem of manpower investment raised by the players just now. 2,000 players are still too few. Otherwise, he will relax the conditions for participating in the event and hold a second round of registration. This time, you don't have to stick to the level of the players. As long as you are willing to participate, you can come. Of course, the skills must still be activated. Otherwise, sending the new players, who know nothing to the battlefield, will have no meaning except to send heads. Maybe this time, the novice task can be set in the event battlefield? It is also a unique choice. It not only trains new players and accelerates their growth, but also allows them to adapt to the game as quickly as possible. The more I think about it, the more I think this is a good idea. So Xiaoming immediately opened the copy editor in the background and began to compile the game announcement for version 2.03. Chapter 391 2.03 version update. Earth. Official website. Desolate Star World. 2.03 version update. 1. The upper limit of closed beta players has increased from 10,000 to 15,000. 2. The second batch of volunteer registration window is open for the battle event. Civil War in Zidar. Participation method. Players can click to register on the event page. The second batch of registered players will join the reinforcements as volunteers. You can get points by completing the event tasks. Points can be drawn or exchanged for prizes after the event. Note: the registered player level must reach LV3 and activate skills. Players can participate in the registration as individuals or as groups, legions. Warm reminder: in order to take care of the game experience of all players, the playing team will temporarily open a login save point on Zidar Star. During the event, players can log in and out through the save point to save time running around the event. At the same time, in order to facilitate players to carry heavy weapons such as aircraft and tanks into the event map, the participating groups or individual players can register the name and quantity of the equipment they need to carry at the weapon and equipment registration office at the bottom of the event page. After registration, the equipment can be handed over to the clan leader, and then the clan leader will pack and transport all the weapons that are inconvenient to carry to the battlefield of Shida Star. 3. Fix a small number of bugs, add a number of NPCs, and optimize the scene modeling. After playing the deserted world for so long, today's players have long been accustomed to the official sudden update without any notice. For the sudden launch of version 2.03, I was not surprised but surprised. By Wu Chang, good guy. The official planner is really open-minded. I finally don't have to take a spaceship to run around Sheep Village Fiangyang, isn't it? Not only do I have to wait 2 days after dying once, but I have to take a spaceship to return to the battlefield. By the time we get there, the battle will have been over. Lout and pickled cabbage noodles. Damn! The second batch of registrations for the Shida Star battle event is open, and the level limit is only LV3. Then I have to register quickly. Pink Tractor, AA. Finally I can play in the new map. Steam Deck Conan, I don't believe it. I can't win this time. Mapo Tofu, haha, I won. I won. Spin Jump.jpg. Which cookie are you? I won too. Steamed Egg Conan, thank you for the helmet. Hug and Kiss.jpg. Southern Little Potato, oh why can't I win? Northeastern Golden Gradient, angry, 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 what's wrong with one more place for me in 15,000 places? Western Sale, angry, there is a shady deal. Why haven't I been in line for 3 versions? Taravsky, TSK. Only 3 versions? I haven't been in line since 1.20. Every time the official website releases a batch of new closed beta accounts, there will be people shouting that there is a shady deal in the lack of winning. Most people are used to this kind of scene. And some non-Africans, who have been waiting for more than a dozen versions, and still haven't won, have long lost their temper. With such a huge number of reservations, it is better to hope that the game can be quickly launched in public beta than to hope to win the closed beta qualification. They are willing to spend money to buy helmets. After all, the feeling of waiting for the chance to be selected every time an update is too painful. Not only the cloud players on Earth are suffering, but also Fernan, the former king of Heidel. After suffering the loss of the throne and the order of expulsion issued by Traka, his physical condition began to plummet. Now, he can't go back to Heidel. and can only survive in the future alliance. Although the people who accompanied him still called him Your Majesty, Ferdinand saw clearly how much respect was left in their eyes. Now everyone knows that he was usurped by his cousin. And the fact that he was rejected when he asked the future alliance to borrow troops has also been spread everywhere. Overnight, he went from an emperor admired by thousands of people to a jumping clown. Once he lost power, those who had been around him and said they were loyal to him all changed their faces. How could he bear this? Get out! The former king, who was angry and embarrassed, grabbed the cup on the bedside table and smashed it hard. Unlike the previous trembling and fear of not daring to move an inch, this time, facing Ferdinand's rage, the eunuchs below no longer knelt motionlessly to be hit, but calmly avoided it. This also made Ferdinand even more angry. Good. It's really good. You can't wait to go to the new master now. Right? I'm not dead yet. In his excitement, Ferdinand began to cough wildly, as if he would die in the next second. However, this time, the eunuchs no longer hurriedly asked for a doctor for their majesty. Instead, they stood motionless in the distance and watched quietly, as if everything in front of them had nothing to do with them. Looking at the indifferent crowd, Ferdinand suddenly felt a panic in his heart. He felt like he was abandoned by something. Since he lost his identity as a king, everything he had was gradually drifting away from him. Wealth, status, power, even these lowly servants in front of him. In this suffocating silence, he felt as if his chest was stuffed with many large stones, which made him feel anxious. The stones piled up more and more, as if they were pressing on his throat, making him unable to speak. This made him extremely panic. It shouldn't be like this. His life shouldn't be like this. He is the king of Heidel. He was, is, and will be. That traitor, Baruto, will never pull him off the throne. Looking at the increasingly crazy smile on Ferdinand's face, the waiters looked at each other. There is no hope. Absolutely no hope. Ferdinand, the former king of Heidel, went crazy. It seemed that he could not withstand the huge blow of reality and illness, and the old man eventually became a madman. However, when the news reached Heidel Star, basically no one cared. After all, in the eyes of most Heidel people now, Ferdinand is no longer their king. Whether he is sober or crazy has nothing to do with them. As for those superiors, they didn't take this stray dog seriously. From the moment he left the capital in Hilo, he had lost all his political bargaining chips. The one who stood at the table again was his cousin Baruto. In order not to hand over his hard-earned throne to others, Baruto, who had filled the treasury, immediately recruited soldiers. He said that he was preparing to suppress the rebels in the south. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that his intention was not just those miners and slaves. There were also the kingdom army on the front line. The players were not afraid of the aggressive new king. At present, 200 fighters from the future alliance were arriving at the battlefront of Shida Star through Xiaoming's package transmission function. In addition to these fighters, there is also the latest equipment from Gotham Weapon Workshop. Slime No. 2 Tank. This is the second work developed and designed by Ranka, a special weapon designer hired by Gotham Weapon Workshop. And it is also the second tank independently developed by the Republic Alliance. The shape of the No. 1 tank is avant-garde and unique, like a cyberpunk-style installation art. Then the design of the No. 2 tank is obviously much simpler. Whether it is the simple paint, the low body, or the tilted armor design, it has brought practicality to the extreme. Unlike the No. 1 tank, the main gun of the No. 2 tank does not use a high-energy ion cannon, but chooses a 155mm howitzer commonly used in the real world. This thing can destroy half a football field with one shot. Compared with the high-energy ion cannon, it may not be so high-tech, and its destructive power is not so amazing, but it is cheaper and easier to operate. It can be said to be the king of cost-effectiveness. Unlike the No. 1 tank equipped with a high-energy ion cannon, the ammunition is one less, which makes people feel distressed when using it. Although it is set in an interstellar background, in the deserted star world, not all planets have such high-tech development levels. There is no need to do those fancy things to deal with a backward feudal monarchy planet country. Caliber is justice. In addition to the No. 2 tank, this time the Gotham Weapon Workshop also made a drone bomb, which can accurately locate the target for bombing. Not to mention how high-tech it is, but it is practical. And it is also cheap. After all, fighting a war is a money-burning job. Even if the Alliance has a complete military industry chain in the future, it cannot be too expensive. Slime provided heavy weapons support, and the arms dealer Jean Victor also provided them with a large number of guns and ammunition. In addition to the Fuar Gauss rifle, there is even a Fu SMG Gauss machine gun. You know, the price of a Fu SMG is equivalent to 2 Fuars. When Gotham saw that Black Phantom Company actually shipped so many good goods, he couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that stingy arms dealer to be so generous this time. But on second thought, the other party did this in 9 out of 10 times to sell well here with the rebels. After all, the weapons and ammunition they provided before were really not up to standard. If it's still like before, how can they ask for benefits from the other party after the war is over? Even if these guns are stored, they can't be sold at a price far exceeding the market price. It's better to go with the flow and do a favor in exchange for greater benefits in the future, in addition to sufficient weapons. After the second round of registration was opened, the number of players participating in the event more than doubled. At present, there are 5,238 players deployed in the Madrid province. In addition, there are more than 50,000 rebels and more than 30,000 remnants of the Kingdom Army. Although for the population of Heidelstadt, which is as high as billions, such a small number of troops is just a drop in the bucket. But the strength lies in that these slime soldiers are immortal, and each of them has supernatural powers. Even the LD3 players, who have just passed the registration pass, can fight 1 against 5 with bare hands. Not to mention that the real combat is still equipped with weapons. In addition, after the 2.03 version update, players save the time of running maps, which greatly increases the number of players active on the battlefield. Now, all the troops are concentrated at the junction of the Madrid province and the Sissoko province, where the capital is located. It won't be long before they will launch an offensive against the capital. At that time, everyone will face a full-scale struggle with the new king. I just don't know how many troops King Boruto has. Thinking of this, Gotham looked towards the north, where the capital is located. I don't know what's happening to the scouts, who went to the capital to gather information. Chapter 392 Opportunity for Cohesion. In Sissoko province, a team of slimes was sneaking into the capital without anyone noticing. This team was the scouts mentioned by Gotham. The team consisted of a player with high perception and a player with high speed. The former was responsible for sensing danger and gathering military intelligence, while the latter was responsible for movement and concealment. After joining the battlefield of Heidel, the scout team formed by the players provided a lot of useful intelligence to the rebels. After all, slimes are small, soft and good at hiding, which is very suitable for undercover and reconnaissance operations. In the past, the Kingdom Army also wanted to catch slime scouts to prevent the other party from transmitting intelligence, but it was very difficult to do so in practice. After all, these slimes are as slippery as loaches, and it is impossible to grasp their true whereabouts. Later, the Kingdom Army and the rebels reached a cooperation agreement. In a blink of an eye, the enemy army became a friendly army, and the slime scout team became less and less scrupulous. As for the new king, although he had heard of the reputation of the slime mercenaries, his army had never really fought against slimes. So he didn't know the player's style of doing things. So much so that he didn't even know that 2 mice had sneaked into his territory. An orange bonfire was lit in the military camp in the southern suburbs of the royal capital, and soldiers with rifles on their backs patrolled around the camp. In the tent in the center of the camp, the new King Boruto was playing with a black diamond with a gleaming facet in the shape of a horse eye. That was Fernand's private collection. This black diamond, called the Eye of the Stone God, was produced from a diamond mine specially supplied by the royal family. Who would have thought that such a rare black diamond would be dug out from the mine that only produced red diamonds? Fernand regarded this as a gift from God, and ordered people to carve and polish this black diamond well, and then collect it, and not let anyone see it. But now, let alone this diamond, the entire royal treasury belongs to him. Putting the rare treasure in his hand on the table, Boruto looked at the subordinate who came to report. "What's the situation?" The confidant in front of him bowed his head and said, "The Kingdom Army has rebelled." Boruto's eyelids moved slightly. Although he was a little touched, he didn't seem surprised from his expression. In fact, this matter itself was within his expectations. The Kingdom Army is loyal to the king and the royal family. Now he has replaced Fernand and eliminated his crown prince as the spear and shield of the former king. Nert will naturally feel uneasy, not to mention him as the commander-in-chief of the Kingdom Army. Even the ordinary soldiers under him will feel confused and worried about the future. If he were the general of the Kingdom Army, he would also consider rebellion. After all, from their point of view, there is no place for them in the capital. Although Boruto himself does not mind taking over this army, that originally belonged to his cousin. He can't stand those people who don't believe in him as a traitor. In this case, there is no need for him to force it. Anyway, the population of Heidelstad is large, and he can form a new kingdom army. As for the original ones, let them go to another world with their former masters. The confidant didn't know what the master in front of him was thinking, so he just lowered his head and continued to report. Nert led them to join the rebels. Upon hearing the news, the man in front of him, who had no reaction, paused slightly. Then he slowly opened his eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief. Even though he didn't say a word, his confidant still understood what he wanted to express from his eyes. Is there something wrong with Nert's brain? Boruto originally thought that the rebellion was Nert leading the kingdom army to seize the hilltop and establish himself as king. But he never thought that this guy would get involved with the miners and slaves. This was completely beyond his expectations. Doesn't this guy know the identity of this group of rebels? They have fought on the battlefield for so long. How could the other side sincerely accept them? This guy must have been forced to jump off the wall. Otherwise, how could he make such a stupid decision? Thinking of this, a look of disappointment flashed in Boruto's eyes. Unexpectedly, the highest commander of the kingdom army is just like this. If this nerd dared to raise a big flag and declare independence, like Gordon County, he might look up to him. But the fact is that the other party not only did not risk it as he imagined, but also surrendered to the opponent. Even a despicable person like him couldn't stand such a behavior. How did his cousin arrange such a coward to be the supreme commander of the entire kingdom army? It's no wonder that the kingdom army lost miserably on the front line when they met such a coward. However, those idiots only attributed their failure to the slime mercenaries and the rebels who robbed their weapons, but did not take into account the incompetence of the generals who led the army. Seeing that the king at the top did not respond for a long time, the confidant who had been silent for a long time slowly raised his head. Your Majesty, what should we do next? What should we do? Boruto pulled the corner of his mouth as if he heard a funny joke, and then asked back, how long do you think their alliance can last? Hearing this question, the confidant was stunned and couldn't answer for a while. However, Boruto did not expect to get his answer, and just continued to talk on his own. Before this, both sides were mortal enemies. Both sides have many lives on their hands. In this case, even if Nert wanted to surrender to the rebels, the soldiers of the kingdom army would not agree, because the soldiers of the kingdom army could not believe that the rebels would accept them. And the same was true for the rebels, who would be willing to believe in the surrender of a group of executioners who killed their brothers. The kingdom army is afraid. And so are the rebels. Thinking of this, Boruto smiled, his eyes full of confidence. The rebellion of the kingdom army is not to be feared at all. We don't have to do anything to watch them fall apart. When they start killing each other, it will be a good time for us to take action. After hearing this, the confidant was stunned. Your Majesty is wise. Boruto did not agree with the flattery of the confidant. He leaned back slightly on the seat behind him. The rebel army and the kingdom army didn't cause much trouble. But the nobles, well, I mean the local nobles. Many of them have said they want to attack me. These guys are the biggest threat. The confidant paused after hearing this and said, I heard that the 3 counties in the southwest of Brule province have already made some moves. The Duke of Medellin has already started recruiting troops, and the slogan of fighting against the rebels seems to be more than just talk. Boruto was silent for a moment, and suddenly sneered. Otherwise, why do you say that nephews are like uncles? My good nephew wants to learn from me, and sees power legitimately in the name of rectifying the chaos. In the past, when Fernan was in power, each one pretended to be more loyal than the other. Now that he is on the throne, they all have their own ideas for a while. Do you think he is weak and can be bullied? The confidant did not respond. Having followed the master for many years, he knew very well what the expression on the other's face meant at this time. At this time, you just need to keep silent. Otherwise it is very likely to anger the emperor. After a while, Boruto said in a deep voice, send part of the army to Brule province to suppress it. While that kid has not grown up yet, we must firmly pin him down there. Yes. Outside the tent, in the dark corner covered by the night, a small shadow suddenly moved, and then quietly retreated to the edge of the military camp. No one knew that this secret conversation between Boruto and his confidant had already been heard clearly, and it was also transmitted to the front line hundreds of kilometers away through a medium from another world. Brick-carrying boy, I'm Zhao. What do you mean the rebels and the kingdom army can't make much trouble? Does this Boruto look down on people so much? Stir-fried kidneys, although what he said is not completely unreasonable. Although the top leaders of the kingdom army and the rebels have reached a cooperation agreement. It is obviously not the case for the soldiers at the bottom. In their view, they were fighting well. And suddenly the generals above them took them to the enemy. Such a situation is difficult for anyone to accept. As for the rebels, although the top leaders were prepared, when the matter was actually negotiated, the soldiers below were still not very willing to accept the fact that the enemy army became a friendly army. It is precisely because of this that there have been a lot of frictions between the two armies these days. This also makes many people doubt whether the approach of the 1.5-meter tall soldier is feasible. However, some people are optimistic that the friction is only temporary. After all, there are no eternal enemies in this world. But there are eternal interests. Apart from anything else, the new king is their #1 enemy. The rebels aimed their spearheads at the king and the royal nobles because they wanted to overthrow the mountain that weighed on the heads of ordinary people. But they never thought that Fern left and Baruto came. And now the kingdom army is also under the threat of the new king. From this point of view, the interests of the kingdom army and the rebels are completely consistent. In this case, what reason is there not to cooperate? Moreover, no one said that such cooperation needs to last a lifetime. After solving the current problems, wouldn't it be good for everyone to take revenge? However, compared with the small frictions between the kingdom army soldiers and the rebels, more people are paying attention to the Duke of Medellin, who clamored to set things right. This local nobleman is said to be the nephew of the current King Baruto. His mother is Princess Xania, the youngest sister of Baruto, and he is the youngest son of Princess Xania, who was born in her old age, because the children born to Princess Xania before either died young or died of illness. Duke Medellin became her only child, because he is the only child in the family. Princess Xania has been extremely doting on Duke Medellin since he was a child. This has also cultivated his character of being able to get whatever he wants and not fearing anything. In the past, his mother could still control him a little, but after his mother died, no one could stop him, seeing that his uncle succeeded in usurping the throne. He also had his own ideas. On the second day after Baruto announced his ascension to the throne, Duke Medellin announced that he would fight against the traitors and support King Ferdinand to the death. Whether his ambition can be realized is one thing, but he is a great chess piece that can be used to deal with King Baruto. Baruto wants to see the rebels and the royal army lose both. But don't they also hope that Duke Medellin and Baruto will lose both? Therefore, when the players sent this information to the rebel army and the kingdom army, the soldiers who were still secretly competing and disliking each other suddenly stopped fighting. The new king wanted the kingdom army to die on the front line and never return to the capital. Now most of the people in the kingdom army know it. They also know why General Nerd wants to take them to cooperate with the rebels. However, knowing is knowing. But it is not an easy thing to do in practice. From the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, they were taught to be loyal to His Majesty and to eliminate these rebels. But now that His Majesty has left, they have not had time to accept the fact that the Master of Shida Star has changed. And General Nerd suddenly announced that he would cooperate with their enemies, even if they know rationally that this may be the best option at present. It is not easy to accept emotionally. This is not only because of the deep hatred they experienced on the battlefield in the past, but also because they once represented the king and the honor of the kingdom. Cooperating with the rebels is tantamount to completely denying all their past efforts. They are no longer respected heroes of the kingdom, but rebels. Not everyone can accept such a gap. Moreover, too many people on the rebel side have died at the hands of their kingdom army. In this case, how can the two sides cooperate without any grudges? It is precisely because of this that several conflicts broke out between the rebels and the kingdom army in private during this period. Although they were eventually resolved by the superiors, everyone was still angry. It was not until the information from the new king's tent was transmitted back to the camp that the soldiers of the two armies, who were originally busy tripping each other, gradually calmed down. With the enemy at hand, it seemed meaningless to entangle these trivial feelings at the moment. The new king did not take them seriously. He just wanted them to fight to the death. If they continued to fight internally, they would only really do what the other party wanted. There was no place for the kingdom army around the new king, and the capital no longer welcomed them as in the past. At this moment, they finally realized this clearly and deeply. Since they had embarked on this road of no return, they could only go all the way. On the other side, the rebel soldiers were also annoyed by Baruto's attitude. Want them to fight to the death with the kingdom army and then take this opportunity to wipe them out. This new king has a really good idea. Sure enough, the king is not a good thing. For a moment, the two forces that originally hated and resisted each other instantly gathered together. And all this was due to the arrogance and disdain of the new king. looking at the two armies with a sudden change in the atmosphere in front of him. Dillet was a little surprised. At first, when the slime called the captain, proposed to cooperate with the kingdom army, many senior rebel generals, including him, strongly opposed it. After all, such an idea seemed to them to be a dream. Later facts also prove this point. Even if they were forced to get together, the two teams disliked each other. How many times has he dealt with disputes between the kingdom army and the rebels these days? But he never thought that because of the information in front of him, the soldiers who were still angry with each other suddenly calmed down this time. Is this the opportunity for unity that the captain mentioned? Regardless of whether it is or not, it has solved the problem that has been bothering him. It seems that he will not have to devote his attention to mediating the conflicts among his subordinates from now on. Chapter 393. You are still the coolest, brother. Boruto knew nothing about the changes that quietly took place between the rebels and the kingdom army. Now, with his instigation, the news of the kingdom army's rebellion has quietly spread in the capital. On the one hand, people were surprised that the kingdom army, which represented the glory of the kingdom, would turn against the rebels. On the other hand, they were worried that the kingdom army, which was in cahoots with the rebels, would attack the capital, bringing more uncontrollable influence to the already unpredictable situation in Heidel. But if you think about it carefully, the kingdom army's move is unexpected but reasonable. They are loyal to the king and the country. But now King Fernan has become a thing of the past, replaced by Boruto, who has changed the dynasty. This makes the status of these loyal ministers, who serve the old master, very embarrassing. While the kingdom army was fighting on the front line, the king in the capital not only left Heidel, but was also inexplicably usurped. This makes all their efforts during this period seem like a joke. The old king abandoned them, and the new king suspected them, and could not tolerate them. In this case, it is better to join the rebels and rebel together, so that they may find a new way out for themselves. Such a move is tantamount to setting fire to the house on the Shida Star, which is already leaking on all sides. To make it collapse faster, King Boruto, who had just entered the capital, had not yet sat firmly on the throne, and some local nobles began to raise the banner of resistance to express their firm support for King Fernan. But now, the news that King Fernan was seriously ill and insane had already reached Shida. Those people still support the former king, and you can imagine what kind of ghosts they are pregnant with. In the past 2 days, Boruto has sent an army of 50,000 people to the province of Brule in the southwest, which is said to be to deter Duke Medlin. After all, Duke Medlin has been saying that he wants to eliminate the traitor since the new king ascended the throne. What's more interesting is that he is the nephew of the new king. Anyone can tell whether such behavior is for the sake of justice or for other purposes. In addition to Brule province, there is also the Seine province in the northeast. After Brule province raised the banner of resistance, Seine province also took action. After that, there is Gordon County in the west. Although Gordon is only a county, they heard that the self-proclaimed King Munga also began to move to expand the territory. In addition, the fact that the kingdom army on the front line collectively turned to the rebels made the situation on the Zidar Star more complicated. For a time, all the civilians on the Zidar Star, including the capital, realized one thing. The sky of Zidar is about to change. This is not a good thing for most people. No matter which side provokes trouble, the wheels of war will eventually crush only insignificant little people like them. The kingdom army and the rebels have been fighting for more than half a year, and now Zidar Star is no longer as stable as before. If a few more battlefields were opened up, I'm afraid the entire planet would be drawn into the war. The people at the bottom of society are worried about their future. Of course, some smart people have seen a glimpse of opportunity in this chaos. Although the new dynasty has been established, the situation is unstable. Warlords represented by great nobles are ready to move all over the planet. These people pointed their guns at the new king, Boruto, thinking of bringing him down so that they can replace him. Once the war starts, the prices of food and medicine will definitely rise. In addition, there are various energy mines and gold. The latter are all in the hands of the royal nobles, and they, the small bosses and the people, cannot intervene at all. But the former still has a lot of room for operation. Due to the special geographical environment, some provinces basically do not produce food, and all food supplies can only be imported from other places. Although the kingdom army and the rebel army fought before, the military pay of the kingdom army was borne by the national treasury granary, so the price of food did not rise particularly outrageously. But the current situation is different. The nearly half-year war between the kingdom army and the rebel army has emptied the national treasury. When Baruto takes over the throne, he can only find ways to raise military rations by himself. Of course, if he is tougher, he can collect grain directly from the people. But doing so will make farmers and grain merchants hate him. And those local nobles, who are ready to make a move, will seize the opportunity to attack him. In order to consolidate his throne, Baruto can only confiscate the nobles' homes to fill the treasury himself. Local nobles, who own mines or land, naturally have no shortage of money and grain. But fighting itself is also a matter of consuming resources. Therefore, even they have to prepare in advance. After all, when the war sweeps across the entire Zidar star, the price of grain in the country will rise. If you can seize this opportunity, you may be able to cross classes in the future. In the capital, a Zidar grain merchant named Rune peeked into this great opportunity. As early as when the Kingdom Army and the rebel army were fighting, he had been quietly hoarding grain. After the new king ascended the throne, he even sold all his property and asked his confidants to purchase a large amount of grain from several other grain-producing provinces to prepare for a rainy day. Facts have proved that his move was indeed correct, because soon, the new king ordered the collection of grain from all over the country. And for a time, the grain price in the capital also soared. Relying on a batch of grain that he had hoarded in advance, Rune made a lot of money. As for the newly purchased batch of grain, he decided to keep it for the time being. Wait until a more suitable time in the future to sell it so as to maximize its value. Big people have big people's games, and small people have small people's ways of living. To survive in this turbulent vortex, the lower level people must learn to take advantage of the situation. Since it is impossible to change the established facts, it is better to go with the flow, and maybe there will be a new fortune. Not only the small grain merchant named Rune in the capital, but also those who live outside the capital went with the flow. Some of them voluntarily joined the local army to change their origins by making achievements. And some of them had crooked ideas and started the business of smuggling arms and drugs. No matter what choice is made, it is to gamble on the future. Heroes emerge in troubled times. Even hundreds of years ago, it was not Fernando and Baruto's ancestors who ruled the planet. Who can guarantee that he is not the founder of the next dynasty? With such ambitions, people turn their attention from the rebels and the Kingdom Army to the Brule province. As the second ignited powder keg on the planet Heidel, the situation here is naturally not very good. In fact, Medlin did not expect that Baruto would send 50,000 troops to the border so quickly, which caught him off guard for a while because he was not fully prepared. However, there is no turning back, since he has raised the banner of resistance. If he bows his head at this time, he will definitely die without a burial place. So, he can only fight. As a second-generation ancestor who has been used to enjoying himself since childhood, Medlin naturally knows nothing about fighting. He gave the task of fighting with Baruto's army to a captain of the knights in his fiefdom. Although he practiced martial arts, the other party actually did not have much experience. But the task has been thrown on his head, and he can only bite the bullet and fight. Compared with Medlin's grassroots team, Baruto's army is obviously much more professional. Without much effort, they defeated the local army of Medlin. Seeing that 1/3 of his territory had been occupied by the enemy, Medlin was anxious. He summoned his military advisors and staff, hoping to find a way to deal with the current predicament. But this is not an easy task. After all, the combat quality between the two armies is too different, and direct combat is not advantageous. Just when everyone felt helpless, a staff member offered a plan: let people poison the food and drinking water of Baruto's army. However, this method was rejected by all the generals in the army as soon as it was proposed. It's not because this method is insidious, but because it is not easy to operate. After all, the two armies are in battle. How can it be so easy to get into the enemy camp? Not to mention that Baruto has nearly 50,000 troops. How much poison would it take to deal with so many people? Although the generals were not optimistic, they had a boss who was addicted to personal food. Hearing this plan, Medlin laughed out loud and said it was a brilliant idea. He accepted the suggestion of his staff and immediately sent someone to poison the enemy camp. At this time, no one took Medlin's decision seriously. They only sympathized with the unlucky guy who was sent to poison, thinking that he was going to the enemy camp to die in vain. However, what was unexpected was that the guy who was sent to poison die was lucky and actually succeeded. On the second day of the poisoning plan, Baruto's army all showed symptoms of discomfort such as fainting and vomiting. Medlin's local army had not even tried hard, and the opponent had already fallen to the ground. From the initial retreat to the victory without fighting, Such a result was not expected by Boruto. Not to mention Medlin himself. Although such a result was not caused by the superb tactical command level of the generals of Medlin's army, or how elite his soldiers were. It was purely because they used a dirty trick. But for Madeline himself, how to win is not important. What is important is the result. They were chased around by the New Kingdom army for a while. But they turned the situation around in an instant, and tortured the New Kingdom army, which was well managed and well equipped, to death. Seeing his army being harmed like this, Boruto was so angry that his teeth were about to break. But now that things have come to this, no matter how angry he is, it will be useless. For a while, the New Kingdom army had to spit out half of the fat meat they had eaten and temporarily retreated to the border of Brule province with the remaining remnants. Seeing Boruto's army being defeated, Medlin naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. So he immediately ordered people to pursue the victory. And the local nobles in other provinces or counties around were like piranhas that smelled blood. And they also came to join in the fun and wanted to get a piece of the pie. In this way, the New Kingdom army, which was already seriously injured, was torn into pieces by these local troops. The development of this incident was beyond everyone's expectations. In the eyes of most spectators who paid attention to this incident, although the Duke of Medlin shouted loud slogans, he was actually no match for Boruto. When he was young, Boruto served in the Kingdom army. He was completely different from Madeline, a noble young man who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, and was spoiled by his mother since childhood. How could the army selected and trained by Boruto himself not be able to defeat a local army casually formed by a second-generation ancestor? But sometimes reality is so dramatic. Just when everyone thought that things would definitely develop in a certain direction, a big upset suddenly broke out that was completely opposite to it. When everyone thought that this noble young master with ambition but no strength would be beaten by the new king's army, the new king's army was beaten by the other side instead. Such a magical plot made many people on the Heidel Star doubt their lives. Was it that Duke Madeline pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Or did they think too much of the new King Boruto? The generals of the Kingdom army also wanted to ask this question, since they decided to form an alliance with the rebels and be the enemy of the new dynasty. They have been paying close attention to every move of the capital. They naturally knew that Boruto sent troops to the province of Brule. After all, the Duke of Medlin was very arrogant, and it was normal for him to anger the other party. However, they guessed the beginning but didn't guess the ending at all. Who would have thought that the idiot noble in their eyes could come up with such a method of poisoning? And it was successful? For a while, the generals of the Kingdom army felt a little complicated. Suddenly, it felt that the usurper Boruto was just like that. Unlike the generals of the Kingdom army, the players knew about this matter, and not only did not feel much, but they watched it with fun. Brick moving boy, if I were to say, these NPCs are the most slutty. And they can even think of poisoning the enemy. That's 50,000 troops. By Wu Chang, what's wrong with 50,000 troops? Don't forget that the epidemic in the past 2 years has spread all over the world. Brick moving boy, how can it be the same? This is on the battlefield. By Wu Chang, what's the difference? Hey Gulong Dongqiang, I just want to know if we are still going to fight this war. We have been stationed here for 2 days. Why don't we take action? Wu Songmehu, maybe it's because the boss suddenly went to suppress the local army. Do we need to wait for the boss to return to defend before we can push the tower? Knowing that the 50,000 troops he sent out actually lost to an idiot who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Yesterday, the angry Boruto personally led 70,000 troops to the Brule province. Now, there is no boss in the capital, and it seems that this war cannot be fought. On the side, Gotham Iron Man rolled his eyes disapprovingly when he heard this. I say you should expand your vision. Who said that you can't play if the boss runs away? Wu Song beats the tiger and is puzzled. What does it mean? Gotham Iron Man, what a good opportunity. The boss is not guarding the tower. Why don't we steal the tower? Black Gu Long Dong Chong. Brick carrying boy. By Wu Chang. Looking at the teammates in front of him, who suddenly realized. Gotham Brother said calmly, Boruto knows to steal the house when Fernan is not around. Why can't we steal his house when he is in a mess? Everyone. You are still the coquettish brother. Chapter 394 Airstrike. Sissoko Province. Krola Plain. Fighter planes are slowly taking off along a temporary simple airstrip. This airstrip was paved with shovels and mud by the players, who requested the rebels and the Kingdom army. Although it cannot be compared with a professional airstrip, the current environment cannot ask for too much. The Flying Slime is the first slime military fighter developed by the newly established Research Center of the Republican Alliance and the Gotham Weapon Workshop. Its shape refers to the F-16 developed by the United States in the last century, but it also incorporates the imagination of players and NPCs. After all, it is a plane designed for slimes. Compared with the original F-16, it is much smaller and has more hanging points for loading ammunition. Each flying slime fighter is equipped with 12 Golden Slime No. 1 air-to-ground missiles. Like the flying slime, the Golden Slime No. 1 air-to-ground missile is also a new product jointly developed this time. Although the NPCs of the Republican Alliance Research Center complained about the players' insistence on naming the missile Golden Slime, when Gotham said that this was to commemorate our great patriarch, the NPCs who were originally unwilling suddenly changed their attitude and strongly agreed to give the missile this name. As for the patriarch, he did not show any resistance or anger at the fact that the players named the weapon after him. So, the naming of the weapon was happily decided. Watching the small planes take off in the distance, the soldiers standing by the airport burst into exclamations. Especially the rebels. Some of them joined the team not long ago. Before that, they were ordinary people. And no one had ever seen such a scene. For a while, everyone's face was filled with incredible expressions. Is this a plane? Why is it so small? I heard that His Majesty the King. I mean the former King Ferdinand's plane was as big as half a mountain. You are talking about a spaceship, not an airplane. What's the difference? They can both fly anyway. Of course they are different. A spaceship can leave the Zidar planet, but an airplane can't. So that's the case? But why is that? How should I know? I don't build airplanes. If only I could sit on this thing and fly around. Forget it. This thing is so small. Wouldn't you crush it if you sit on it? Here, the soldiers of the rebel army were talking to each other. On the other side, the soldiers of the Kingdom army seemed much quieter. It's not because they were indifferent to the scene in front of them. On the contrary, after seeing these slimes driving planes into the sky, their hearts were already shocked beyond words. Although they knew that these slimes were as smart as humans. In fact, when they saw the slimes driving planes that they couldn't even fly into the sky, the shock they felt was indescribable. In fact, when they learned that these planes and the missiles they were loaded with were developed by the slimes themselves, they were so shocked that they were speechless. They didn't deserve to lose before. These slimes are really too powerful, not only in combat ability, but also in other aspects. The players didn't know that they just flew a plane and shocked the NPCs present. At this time, the slime pilots flying in the sky were heading towards their destination, the capital in the north of Sissoko province. Since they had decided to steal the house, the players naturally did a good job of investigation in advance. According to the information provided by the two scout players who sneaked into the capital, Baruto left 30,000 elite soldiers in the military camp 30 kilometers outside the capital before leaving. It is estimated that because he learned the lesson that the armored forces of the Kingdom army were defeated by the rebels before, he did not equip these people with armor, but equipped them with a lot of anti-armor weapons and individual combat equipment. However, even if they were fully prepared, they could not resist the advance of the rebels and the Kingdom army, because before they officially confronted the two armies, the slimes would solve everything in advance. This time, the players did not plan to fight on the ground at all, but directly launched an air strike. In the wilderness 30 kilometers away from the capital, there were 30,000 troops stationed by Baruto. Since His Majesty Baruto left the capital a few days ago, they have been worried that the rebels in the south would attack the capital. Now the whole of Heidel is not peaceful. Once the capital falls, His Majesty, who is fighting against Duke Medlin in the province of Brule, will fall into a passive situation. Although he did not think that His Majesty, who had experienced hundreds of battles, would lose to a straw bag who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. The battlefield changes rapidly and many things are unpredictable. Just like no one took the second-generation ancestor seriously at the beginning. But in the blink of an eye, the other party actually poisoned the 50,000 troops sent by His Majesty. If it were not for underestimating the enemy, they would not have been so easily fooled by the other party. His Majesty did not have to lead the troops to fight against Medlin in person. After this incident, they dared not underestimate the rebels in the south. One rebel army was difficult enough to deal with. And now there was also the rebellious Kingdom army. Once they came, even they didn't know if they could deal with it smoothly. Thinking of this, Bahar, the captain of 10,000 men who stayed here, looked at the dark and deep sky in the distance with a solemn expression. Somehow, not a single star could be seen tonight. Is it going to rain? Just as Bahar was thinking this, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant horizon. Looking up, A small, dark outline, like a bird, appeared faintly in the dark night sky. And the strange sound seemed to come from those birds. What is that? Not only Bahar discovered the abnormality, but also other soldiers patrolling the camp at night. Is it a bird? How is it possible? A soldier disagreed. What kind of bird likes to run around at night? And the call is so strange. Before he finished speaking, he heard a sound of breaking through the air in the distance. Then, something seemed to fall from the bottom of those strange birds and flew straight towards their camp. Not good. Get down quickly. Looking at the fleeting flames in the dark night, Bahar instinctively sensed the danger. However, the next second, there were explosions around the camp. Before the other soldiers could react, the missiles ignited the war on their positions. Even though the size was relatively small, the power of the Golden Slime No. 1 air-to-ground missile was completely unambiguous. In just a moment, the bunkers around the camp were instantly blown to pieces. However, all this was just the beginning. When the first batch of fighters finished a round of missiles, the second round came immediately. The flames of the explosion burned in the dark night, and the roar was like thunder and lightning, directly covering the entire camp. There were no rebels or kingdom troops. There was only a group of weird-looking mini-planes hovering above their heads. Caught off guard, the soldiers were blown to pieces. Everyone's face was filled with fear and despair. They didn't even see where the missiles came from before they were taken away by a strong explosion shock wave. Some people subconsciously raised their guns and wanted to fire a burst of bullets into the sky. But this was as stupid and useless as using a cannon to shoot mosquitoes. Not only did the bullets fail to hit the small planes, but the flashing fire of the gunshots exposed their positions. For a moment, a more violent airstrike came. Hearing the earth-shaking explosion beside his ears, Bahar, who was hiding in the trench, gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. He shook his dizzy brain, clenched the communicator in his hand, and tried to send a distress signal to the 70,000 troops in the Brule province. Unfortunately, in this round of rapid attacks just now, their signal contact base station had been completely destroyed. He could not contact His Majesty Baruto. Bahar held the communicator in his hand tightly, with a look of despair. In fact, even if the contact was made, it would not be enough to save the nearby fire. If the 50,000 troops sent to the Brule province had not been defeated, there should be 100,000 troops stationed in this camp at this moment. But now there are only 30,000 left. Before this, they had considered all possible situations, but only missed the airstrike, because Zidar had no air force, and those rebels could not fly planes at all. However, the small planes flying around in front of them showed that those who could fly planes were not necessarily people, but slimes. Who would have thought that those slimes could not only shoot and drive tanks, but also fly planes? However, it was obviously meaningless to regret these things at this time, because death has come. As if to highlight his despair, the light around them gradually dimmed. It seemed that a large dark cloud was covering their heads. Could it be? It's going to rain? Realizing this possibility, Bahar raised his head with joy. However, the next second, his pupils dilated. The joy in his eyes was gradually replaced by fear. That was not a dark cloud. That was a plane. A huge plane. At the same time, a shout of joy broke out from the huge Avenger heavy attack aircraft in the sky. It's really exciting. After showing off on the boss's battlefield, Gotham Iron Man immediately opened the chat channel to issue instructions to his teammates. Let's kill them in one go. We have to reach the capital before dawn. The next second, the teammates responded in a disorganized manner in the communication channel. It's the captain. Okay. Got it. They have been staying in Sissoko province for so long that they are almost sick. Now they can finally have a good fight. Damn traitors. I will chop off your heads. I will chop you all into pieces and feed them to the wolves. The old man's roar like a broken bellows came from the ward of a psychiatric hospital on Beta Star. The doctors and nurses in the hospital seemed to have long been accustomed to his crazy state. They just calmly stepped forward to fix the man on the bed with a restraint belt and injected him with tranquilizers. On the bed, the old man, who was originally as manic as a mad dog, gradually calmed down. From his messy hair and wrinkled hospital gown, it can be seen that his life is not satisfactory. Since Fernan went crazy, all the eunuchs around him have abandoned him. Even the seemingly most loyal general manager abandoned him not long ago. But before he left, he did his best to show his master-servant affection and arranged for Fernando to stay in this mental hospital, according to the assets owned by the former king, even if he did not sell his luxury spaceship. The rare treasures on the spaceship would be enough for him to spend the rest of his life in the VIP ward of this mental hospital. However, the mental hospital can only keep him alive, and cannot make his life as luxurious and worry-free as before. People are realistic animals, without the identity of a king. Who would hold a crazy old man? After all, this is the future alliance, not the Heidel Star. However, Fernando, who is lying on the hospital bed at this moment, knows nothing about this. Under the effect of sedatives, he has long been immersed in dreams and cannot extricate himself. There, nothing has changed, and he is still the king of Heidel. However, in fact, it has been nearly a month since the change of ownership of Heidel Star. In this short month, Heidel not only welcomed the new king, but also the most chaotic situation in history. Duke Medlin, who was the first to raise the banner against the new king, used insidious tricks to win back a city from Baruto's 50,000 troops. But the local army that won by luck eventually returned it with strength. When Baruto led 70,000 troops to the province of Brule, Medlin and his local army were completely unable to laugh. Under the huge gap in military power, not only was his territory eaten up by the other side by half, but even Medlin himself fled from the mansion in a panic under the pressure of the army. Medlin, unwilling to give up, wanted to repeat the old trick and continue to poison. However, it is impossible for a person to fall into the same pit twice. This time, before they could make a move, the other side had already taken the initiative. Under Baruto's order, the soldiers directly dropped a large number on the local army stationed by Medlin. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Medlin poisoned Baruto's army, and Baruto retaliated against his nephew even more fiercely. This offensive incendiary weapon, which was popular several centuries ago, was eventually banned by the entire Future Alliance because it was too anti-human. But now it is being used again in this backward land. White phosphorus only needs 30-40 degrees Celsius to burn. Neither isolating the air nor using water to extinguish the fire can solve the problem permanently, because this thing will burn once it comes into contact with air. Unless you stay in water or in a vacuum environment isolated from air forever, you will not escape the fate of being burned alive. Medlin never expected that his uncle would use such a vicious trick to deal with him. Completely disregarding family affection, looking at the figures wailing and rolling in the fire around him, he was shocked and frightened. At this time, he regretted his decision very much. Originally, he wanted to take a gamble while the situation was unstable. Maybe he could take the throne from Baruto's ass. But now, let alone taking the throne, he might not even be able to save his own life. The defeat was like a landslide. Although most people did not think that Medlin's local army could win, when Baruto took down the entire Brule province in just 3 days, many people were still shocked. Just a week ago, people were still thinking that this war might take a long time, and they should store more food and medicine for emergency use. In the blink of an eye, the Duke of Medlin was defeated. He didn't even last a week. However, compared to the defeat of Duke Medlin in Brule province, another more shocking news came out immediately. The 30,000 elite soldiers stationed outside the capital were attacked at night. The joint army of the rebels and the kingdom army attacked the capital. When this news reached Baruto's ears, he was leading the army to search for spoils in the Duke of Medlin's fiefdom. Hearing that the capital was robbed by a group of traitors, his lungs were about to explode. Who would have thought that the 30,000 troops he deployed outside the capital could not resist at all? Those were 30,000 elite soldiers. They were all his own troops. He did not bring these people with him when he went to Brule province to suppress Medlin, just to let them guard the capital. He even equipped them with many new weapons. Facing the remnants of the rebels and the kingdom army, the well-equipped 30,000 troops should be more than enough. However, the accident came so unexpectedly. Not only did they fail to repel the rebels, but they were beaten into grandsons by the other side. How did these idiots fight the war? Why couldn't they even stop a group of remnants? Looking at the extremely angry majesty in front of him, the subordinates on the side hesitated for a while, and handed over the battle report they had just received. It was an air raid. Their planes carried a large amount of ammunition and attacked our camp. Captain Baharwin did not expect to encounter such a situation. Hearing this, Baruto, who was still angry before, suddenly paused. Air raid? Airplane? Where did the plane come from? As soon as this was said, the scene suddenly became quiet, unable to count on his subordinates to give him an answer. Baruto continued to speak. I found it strange before. Ferdinand had strictly prohibited those interstellar arms dealers from providing weapons and ammunition to the rebels. But those people not only had weapons, but also hired a group of slime mercenaries. Later, they even had armored tanks. And this time, they attacked the camp. They actually used air strikes. How did these guys transport so many heavy weapons and equipment under our noses? It might be considered negligence once or twice, but it seems wrong when it happens too many times. Are the people of the Kingdom Army blind? There must be something fishy here. Chapter 395, Unexpected. After Boruto's reminder, the subordinates remembered this blind spot that had been ignored. The problem of transporting weapons. Unlike guns and ammunition, which are small and inconvenient to hide, the weapons that the rebels now have include armored tanks and even airplanes. It is impossible to transport such a large number of weapons to Shida Star without any movement. However, in fact, they did not hear any wind at all. This shows that there must be an invisible hand behind the rebels controlling everything. Through that force, they can get all the support they need. The question is, who is it? Can they disappear without a trace under their noses? Is there a ghost in the Kingdom Army? Even if they have monitored the intelligence, they did not report it. But this possibility is too low. Unlike the private soldiers raised by local nobles, the Kingdom Army is loyal to the king and the royal family. They represent the honor of the kingdom. They can't do such a thing of treason. Although it is a bit ironic to say this now. After all, those guys have already turned to the rebels. But from the standpoint of the two armies at that time, if the intelligence department of the Kingdom Army really found something, it would be impossible not to report it. But if it was not an insider who opened the door, then there was a problem with the transportation method. Although only the king is qualified to own a spaceship in Zidar, there are actually many spaceships traveling to and from this planet. Because the main business of the planet is minerals, there will be merchants from all over the galaxy in major or fields and or trading markets. They come to Zidar Star to purchase or either by driving their own spaceships or by taking special spaceship flights from several planets of the future alliance. And the trading markets of major mines will also have special spaceship parking points. If the other party drives an transport spaceship to the trading market to get a pass, they can enter and exit Zidar Star freely without arousing suspicion from others. Although Zidar's export business has been affected by the war for more than half a year, it is not all. There are still some mines on the planet that are not near the outbreak of the war and are still in normal operation. If the spacecraft transporting weapons came from those mining areas, it is normal that the intelligence department of the Kingdom Army could not find them. After all, the mining areas are related to the interests of many nobles, and they generally will not take the initiative to conflict with the other party unless necessary. However, if the other party really transported arms to the rebels through this route, then the position of those local nobles is worth pondering. As the actual owner and manager of the mine, who can believe that someone did not even know that someone secretly transported arms to the rebels through their territory? But if they knew about it, what did these people want? Are they trying to overthrow themselves after the miners succeeded in the rebellion? For a while, the subordinates felt that their minds were in a mess, and they could not figure out what the truth was. However, compared to delving into these past details, the big trouble that appeared at the moment was what they needed to solve immediately. Thinking about it, the subordinate looked at Boruto. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Of course, we should go back to the capital. Boruto closed the intelligence. Now the rebel army and the royal army together only have 50,000 to 60,000 people. At present, he still has 70,000 troops, plus the local troops of the Brule province that surrendered not long ago. He can also gather 110,000 to 120,000 troops. With twice the number of troops, those guys will just wait for death even if they occupy the capital. The subordinate was hesitant to speak after hearing this. But they have planes. The ammunition on their planes cannot be endless. Boruto interrupted. According to the news sent from the capital, they have already poured out several rounds of firepower in the barracks. According to this way of fighting, I am afraid they don't have much ammunition left. It will take 2 days to rush back to the capital from here at a rapid march speed. In such a short time, it is expected that their ammunition supply will not keep up. If we can act before the opponent's ammunition supply arrives, we may be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. By then, even airplanes would not be a threat. Having made up his mind, Boruto reorganized his army and ordered them to return to the capital within 2 days. Just as Boruto led his army to march north to the capital to teach those traitors a profound lesson, the Avengers Alliance formed by players on the other side had already made all preparations for the boss battle. The day after taking over the capital, more than 200 flying slime military fighters took off from the outskirts of the capital, assembled into a murderous square formation in the air. and headed southwest. They had made such a big mess in the capital, and it would not take long for this matter to spread to the province of Brule. It was said that Boruto had already eliminated the rebel forces in Medlin, and the other party would definitely lead a large group of people to return to take back the capital, including the troops taken over from Medlin's territory. Baru now has at least 100,000 troops. If they were to fight head-on, the coalition forces, which were now defending the city, would definitely not be able to defeat the enemies multiple times the number of troops. Therefore, they must not passively stay in the capital and be beaten obediently. Instead, they must take the initiative to attack and surprise the enemy. As for the capital, there was no need to leave too many people behind. After all, the noble forces in the capital had long been purged by Boruto, and now there were only some ordinary people left who could not cause any trouble. As for other local forces that were capable of causing trouble, they were too far away from the capital, so even if they wanted to imitate them, they could not put their ideas into action. After all, Heidel had neither planes nor air forces, so even if they wanted to attack the city, they had to travel through mountains and rivers by car to Sissoko province. Once such a big commotion occurred, the players who were keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions in the game would not be unaware of it. Brothers, charge! With an excited shout in the communication channel, more than 200 flying slimes, engines roared, and rushed towards the army entwined on the hillside in the distance, with overwhelming fighting spirit. Looking at the fighter jets flying like locusts in the distance, the Boruto army entwined on the hillside was collectively dumbfounded. What is that? Is it a plane? Why is it so small? All the soldiers were confused by the miniature fighter plane hovering overhead. It's a slime. It's a slime flying the plane. Suddenly, someone in the crowd howled, and some people realized that the cockpit of the plane was full of jelly-like creatures of different colors. When the slime flew a plane to attack the military camp at night 2 days ago, most soldiers didn't see clearly what was on the plane due to the light. As for those who really saw it clearly, they had already been killed. This also led to a large omission in the intelligence sent to Boruto. They didn't know who attacked the military camp at night. They didn't even know that it was the slime who did all this. Therefore, when the hum of the plane resounded throughout the sky, the entire Boruto army was dumbfounded. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would have thought that it was a group of slimes driving the plane? If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that these small planes that were no different from toy models in front of you could have such a great lethality? Before they could react, the air-to-ground missiles on the suspension points below the plane also sprayed out thick flames and flew towards the target that had been aimed at below. The dense rain of bullets intertwined into a net that covered the entire army. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Boom! Caught off guard, the middle section of the team that happened to be at the core of the target was blown up. This was a battle without suspense. When your enemy can fly, you who can't fly can only be as helpless as a fish jumping on the ground. Those soldiers were swept into the explosion and flames before they even opened the safety of their weapons. Is this the plane mentioned in the intelligence? Did those rebels rely on such things to destroy his 30,000 elite soldiers? In the distance, Boruto, who was behind the army, was in disbelief and extremely angry. These things were not mentioned in the intelligence. What on earth do those guys do for a living? As if he was angry, he picked up the hand cannon beside him and fired at the small plane that was diving towards the army in the distance. Just when he thought that the plane would be blown to pieces by the artillery in the next second, the thing was like a light bird and gently avoided the flying SHLs by turning sideways. Then, the plane that was originally diving towards the ground instantly rose up and rushed directly into the sky. At such a height, the range of the artillery could not do anything to it. Such a sensitive action made everyone's eyes stare straight. This was especially true for Boruto, who fired the cannon himself. Even if he couldn't fly a plane, he could tell from the other party's skillful flying movements that the guy driving this thing was definitely not an ordinary person. It turned out that a creature like slime could do this on the battlefield. For a moment, Boruto suddenly felt a serious sense of crisis. Not only because of the incredible fighting skills of the slimes in front of him, but also because his plan was completely disrupted. Those slimes were mercenaries of the rebels. Now that they appeared, the rebels must be not far away. The rebels who were supposed to be waiting for them to be liquidated in the royal capital unexpectedly appeared here. Suddenly, he felt that many things were out of control. Whoosh! Hearing the sound of breaking through the air from above, Boruto immediately came back to his senses. He saw the flying slime in the sky, and launched 2 golden slime air-to-ground missiles at them. Get out of the way! In an instant, His eyes widened, and he ordered the people below to get out of the way quickly. However, the vehicle under him was still a step slower. The missile equipped with charging electromagnetics drew a death trajectory, fell from the sky, and hit the front cover of Boruto's car directly. Life and death are determined. There is no chance of escape at all. Boruto can only watch the missile with tail smoke and electric light explode. And then he is sent to H.L. by a strong shock wave. Boom! Looking at the fire and smoke below, Gloria, who was driving the plane, excitedly howled towards the chat channel. Damn! I just killed the enemy boss! The next second, shouts and curses were heard in the channel. You actually stole the heads. Ha ha ha. The leader is not good enough. You are done. Lao Gu. The boss was specifically wanted by the leader. As expected of Lao Gu, he actually stole the leader's heads. TSK TSK TSK. Being teased by the team members. Gloria was not afraid, and just smiled thick-skinnedly. The leader will not care about me. After all, this is a team battle. Isn't the boss I took down the same as the boss we, Avengers, took down? The same. Gotham Iron Man. You are the only one who can talk. The roar of the plane echoed in the air like the chant of the god of death. After more than 200 planes fired, Boruto's army had already been defeated and fled in fear. A large part of these people were the surrendered troops that Boruto took over from Medlin. These local troops were not very good at fighting. They usually bullied the workers and slaves in the mines. They were not good enough to fight when faced with real swords and guns. So when the first round of air raids came, a large number of them ran away without hesitation. Even though Boruto's soldiers pointed guns at these people's heads and forced them to meet the enemy, they failed to force them to do so. Even the new King Boruto, the supreme commander of the army, was killed in the bombing. What future can they have with this group of defeated soldiers? If they continue to fight with those guys here, they will sooner or later be blown into pieces by artillery fire. These local surrendered troops know very well how to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would not have tied up their former master, Duke Medlin, and submitted a letter of surrender to Boruto at the critical moment of life and death in the hope that the other party would let them go. Now the new master who just switched is gone again. Only a fool would stay here. Chapter 396 Shocking Speculation. The roar of the battle resounded throughout the land, and the blue electric sparks dragged long tails and swirled around in the air, interweaving into a war song of blood and flesh. Under this dense firepower network, the coalition forces and the Boruto army were fighting hand to hand. In the battle, people kept falling. Some were rebels, some were kingdom troops, some were Boruto's new kingdom troops, and even the local troops of the Brule province, who did not have time to escape. The battlefield has turned into a sea of fire and swords. To be honest, Boruto's direct troops are not weak. Even when those local troops ran away collectively, they could fight back and forth with the joint forces composed of the Kingdom Army and the rebels. Through the battle in front of them, everyone realized that the reason why Boruto was able to rebel successfully was not only because he had the advantage of timing, but also because he had enough confidence. Although, it is meaningless to know this now. After all, their commander, the new king who had just ascended the throne not long ago, is dead, died by the airdrop missiles of the slime. But even so, this army still chose to fight stubbornly. This was not only because of their loyalty to their old master, but also because they had an important person who needed to be protected. Run away! Accompanied by the heart-wrenching shouts of a general, a young man was surrounded by several soldiers and stumbled out of the encirclement. This young man was Leonard, the youngest son of Boruto. This trip to Brule province to clear out the Duke of Medlin was his own initiative. His father had intended to give the crown prince position to his eldest brother. If he did nothing, he would definitely get nothing in the future. For his own future, he had to come this time. Not to mention that Medlin, that idiot, was not to be feared. And he would naturally not let go of this kind of military merit that was delivered to his door. The fact was just as he expected. The clearing operation went very smoothly. However, what people did not expect was that an accident happened on the way back. They actually encountered slimes. No! It was an attack by the joint rebels. Who could have thought that those traitors would move so fast? The capital was captured only the day before yesterday. But those guys had already turned back and successfully intercepted them halfway. How did they manage to march at such a fast speed? Leonard didn't know. Right now, he was too confused. His father was dead, and the army was scattered and in chaos. He was inevitably injured in the process of fleeing and hiding. But this was not the worst. The worst thing was that the enemy behind him would soon catch up. and there were only a few soldiers escorting him to evacuate. Recalling the slimes that had been chasing him on the battlefield just now, Leonard shuddered. God knows what those slimes were crazy about. When they saw him, they were like wolves seeing prey and began to chase him relentlessly. He was so low-key in the army during this trip, except for his father and his confidants. No one knew that he was the son of Boruto. How did these guys recognize his identity? For unknown reasons, a trace of unwillingness and resentment flashed across Leonard's face. This bunch of damn traitors. Although he wanted to tear these hateful guys into pieces, Leonard could only run around like a street rat. In this case, if he was caught up, he could imagine what he would experience next. However, what he never expected was that the players chased him not because they knew his true identity, but purely because they saw that there were people protecting him. So they guessed that he might be a small leader in the enemy army. In combat activities, once the enemy leaders are killed or captured alive, they can get activity points 2 to 3 times higher than ordinary soldiers, or even higher. Compared with killing, the points obtained by capturing alive are higher. But for some old players who don't care about the activity points reward, it doesn't matter whether the boss is dead or alive. What matters is to take this head. Especially the Avengers Alliance formed by Gotham Legion, which is full of daring and exciting people. For them, the game experience is the most important. It's a boss battle. If you don't kill the boss, can it still be called a boss battle? Therefore, when Gloria shot Boruto to death with a missile, the attitude of most people in the group was not that this idiot actually killed the boss, but that he actually stole my head. Fortunately, there is a thick information wall between the players and the native NPCs. Otherwise Leonard, who knows the real thoughts of the players, would be furious. Of course, since there are players like Avengers who prioritize excitement and game experience in the game, there are naturally players who prioritize mission rewards. Compared with the former, the latter accounts for a significantly larger base. When they found that there was a suspected important leader among the members of the enemy's rout, these players kept a close eye on the other side and chased them all the way. It was precisely because of this action that the above situation was created. In the distance, looking at the enemy soldiers running desperately in the mountains and fields, Rem is my wife, and couldn't help but be amazed. Are these people riding on wind and fire wheels? They are running so fast. Mighty and Unyielding rolled his eyes when he heard this. If they don't run, are they waiting to be killed by us? But we don't plan to kill them. Daong Chiao on the side added, at most, we can just capture them. After all, the guy in the middle has a high position in the army. It would be a waste if he was really killed. Thinking of this, Daong Chiao couldn't help but think of the big boss, who was killed by a certain Avengers core brother with a missile. And he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. If a big boss like Boruto could be captured alive, the points they could get would have to be doubled. As a result, they actually killed him. What a waste. Thinking of this, Daong Chiao looked at Rem on the side. It's my wife. You come or me. Although he asked this, Daong Chiao still hoped that Rem would do it. After all, although his skills are powerful, he may hurt people. On the contrary, control skills, like Rem, are much more convenient in catching people. Of course, other people, including Rem himself, thought so. He didn't be polite to the other party, and directly opened the skill panel. Skill, Invincible Cute activated. When the first skill is triggered, the player will exude an Invincible Cute charm, which can reduce the vigilance of hostile forces, and produce a strong confusing effect. When the second skill is triggered, the player can hypnotize the target by looking at it, making the target listen to him. P.S. This skill is only effective for humans, and has no effect on slimes, animals and monsters on deserted planets, or even other planets. Although the name of this skill sounds very shameful, it has to be said that it is very practical at certain times. The moment the skill was activated, Rem ran and jumped straight towards the target in the distance. The speed value in his data panel was originally the highest, and now it is more than enough to chase a group of exhausted fleeing soldiers, accompanied by a muffled sound of Dong! A slime with a blue-haired anime girl avatar instantly fell from the sky. At this time, including Leonard, the fleeing soldiers, who were blocked from the front, were collectively dumbfounded. Monsters. These slimes are all monsters. When fear reaches its extreme, the courage that has disappeared for a long time will suddenly emerge at this time. Subconsciously, everyone aimed the barrels of their guns at the slimes in front of them. But they forgot that bullets have no effect on slimes. At the moment the bullets were fired, they also looked at the colorful jelly gel in front of them. In just a moment, Everyone felt an indescribable dizziness. Before they could figure out what was going on, a strange voice came to their ears. Put down your guns. Stand in a row and don't move. The next second, everyone's consciousness was disconnected. And then the body moved involuntarily. Okay. It's done. Looking at the soldiers standing in a row in front of him, Bird of Paradise couldn't help but sigh. Your skill is simply invincible. Since you can control people, what kind of war are we fighting? You think too beautifully. Rim, as my wife glanced at him speechlessly. Even if my skill is turned to the second stage, it can only control 15 people at most. Hearing this, Bird of Paradise nodded suddenly. And it was true. If this skill was really so invincible, wouldn't the balance of the game be destroyed? Rim is my wife. Although what he said is indeed true. Why does it make people feel so uncomfortable? In the end, Waiwabai came out to make peace. That's it. Now that the person has been caught, take him back quickly. I don't think that guy is an ordinary officer. Maybe we have caught a big fish this time. The task of intercepting the Boruto army returning to the royal city was successfully completed. The players who fought heartily couldn't wait to go to the offline forum to brag with others. Of course, they also laughed at those rookies, who didn't even fight much but died and went offline early. The game forum on Earth was full of happiness. In contrast, the Dulanka province northwest of the capital was shrouded in a dark cloud. This was the fiefdom of Boruto before he ascended the throne. His eldest son Odo has been staying here since Boruto marched into the capital. It had only been a short time since the news of the capital being breached by the joint rebels of the uprising army and the kingdom army came. And the news of his father's death and his younger brother being captured by the enemy followed. In just 2 days, Odo suffered a double blow. However, compared with grief and worry, his emotions were more filled with anger. The 30,000 elite soldiers stationed in the capital were killed by the rebels. The 70,000 troops returning from the Brule province plus the 30,000 local troops taken over from Medlin. More than 50,000 died. 30,000 escaped. And less than 20,000 were captured by the enemy. What a shame! When did those rebels become so powerful? I heard that the main attack in this operation was a group of slimes. On the side, the confidant standing next to him paused and said, they are the mercenaries hired by the miner slaves. Although they didn't know how these rats in the mines hired such a powerful killer, they had to say that the slimes definitely played a key role in the reason why those guys were able to turn the tables so quickly. Hearing this, Odo narrowed his eyes, pursed his lips, and looked thoughtful. There are many different opinions on the origin of these slime mercenaries on Zidar. Some say that they are the rumored slimes from the barren planet, and now they are working for a big arms dealer in the future galaxy. Others say that they are new biological weapons from the Space Legion laboratory, and the battlefield of Zidar's civil war is the test site used by the other party to test new weapons. As for why they don't guess that it is the product of the Future Alliance laboratory, it is naturally because Zidar and the Future Alliance are close friends. Since they are good friends, they will naturally not betray their own people. Of course, this is just the idea of most of the Zidar upper class. As for how the Future Alliance views Zidar, only they themselves know. Among the two most widely circulated possibilities, Odo is more inclined to the latter. He saw the chaos on Zidar with his own eyes. Naturally, he also knows what the identities of those rebels are. Those guys will never have the opportunity to connect with those arms dealers, even if they have robbed more mines and have more wealth. After all, Fernan had already issued an order prohibiting any person or organization in this galaxy from trading arms with the rebels. Under normal circumstances, those arms dealers would never risk offending the lord of the planet country to send arms to the enemy, let alone mercenaries. But the fact is that the other party not only has arms funding but also slime mercenaries. Then the person who gave these things to the rebels is worth pondering. Although Zidar's power in the future galaxy is not as strong as that of the Future Alliance and the Space Corps, not everyone can step on it. Since the other party dared to ignore the ban of the former King Fernan, either he was bold enough to want money but not life, or the forces behind him did not need to be afraid of Zidar's ideas. In addition to the Future Alliance, the Space Corps is the only one in the entire future galaxy that has this possibility, and the former is impossible to attack them. Then the remaining option is only the latter. With such speculation, many details that could not be explained before can all be explained. It is precisely because these slimes are the products of the Space Corps laboratory that their combat capabilities are so strong. It is precisely because these slimes are the product of laboratory cultivation that they can die on the battlefield continuously, and can never be killed. Thinking of this, Odo suddenly felt that he seemed to have glimpsed a shocking secret. Could it be that, Even the uprising of those miners was a conspiracy planned in advance by the Space Corps for weapon testing? And the rumored barren planet slime. Could it be one of the experiments placed by the Space Corps on the barren planet? Chapter 397, A Brand New Storm. Looking at Odo, who was silent in front of him. His confidant beside him couldn't help but speak. Your Highness, what should we do next? What should we do? Hearing this question, Odo lifted his eyelids and looked at him. Although he had tried his best to cover it up, he still saw a trace of fatigue and helplessness. What can he do? If he knew, would he continue to stand here and struggle? If the truth of the matter is really as he guessed, these slimes are really biological weapons in the Space Corps laboratory, and the civil strife on the Zidar star is a pre-planned conspiracy, then no matter what he does, it will be useless, because the water hidden behind is too deep. He can't fight it with his energy alone. But if his guess is wrong, those slimes have nothing to do with the Space Corps. And all this is just the personal behavior of a daring arms dealer who wants money but not life. Then there may be a possibility of fighting it. Compared with the secret weapons of the Space Corps and the slime mercenaries of the barren planet, the former is definitely more deterrent. But even so, this does not mean that the latter is easy to deal with. In fact, no matter which situation, those slimes are not easy to deal with. They are obviously not human, but they have more terrible fighting ability and quality than humans. They are familiar with how to use weapons. Not only that, they also have special skills. What's more terrible is that ordinary bullets can't kill them at all. To eliminate slimes, you can only use more powerful weapons. Thinking of this, Otto's heart sank slightly. It seems that he has to pay a big price to win this war. But now that things have come to this, he has no other choice. His father died, and his younger brother Leonard was captured by the other side. If he, the crown prince, who has not yet ascended the throne, does not do something, then there is only one way left for him: death. But the problem is, what should he do? Not counting the local troops that fled. 30,000 elite soldiers plus the 70,000 troops led by his father himself. A total of 100,000 troops could not withstand the attack of these slimes. Of course, this was also due to their sneak attack and air superiority. But Odo knew that they had more than just that. After all, when the slimes fought the kingdom army earlier, they didn't fly planes. But didn't they beat those guys to a pulp in the end? Powerful weapons are not the only thing they rely on. Even though he hasn't officially confronted these creatures yet, he can still feel that these slimes don't seem to be afraid of death. They are like natural warriors. Smart, brave, calm, and they don't seem to have any of the weaknesses of human nature. This also made him more and more suspicious of whether the rumors about the Space Corps test subjects were true. Thinking of this, Odo paused. Wait, Space Corps test subjects? How could he forget such an important point? He might not be able to deal with these slimes, but there are people who can. For example, the Future Alliance that competes with the Space Corps. His crazy Uncle Fernan was stupid, but he did one thing right. That is to ask for help from the Future Alliance. However, there may be a problem with the way he asked for help. Otherwise, the other party's attitude would not be so perfunctory. If you want the Future Alliance to help, it is far from enough to just transfer the mining rights of the ore. You must grasp the deeper pain points. For example, the thorn in the eye of the Future Alliance, the Space Legion. He believes that once these slimes involve their mortal enemy, the top leaders of the Future Alliance will definitely not sit idly by. And what he has to do next is to convey the recent rumor in Zidar to the other party in its entirety, and then add fuel to the fire at the right time. The future will naturally help him deal with the things that come later. Having made up his mind, Odo immediately ordered his confidant to the side, send a message to Boyce, asking him to go to Beta Star when he leaves Zidar this time, and help me bring a message to the chairman of the Future Alliance. Just say that the civil war in Zidar is a conspiracy of the Space Legion, and the other party is using Zidar's battlefield to test their secret weapons. I believe that the chairman will be interested. Hearing what Odo said, the confidant's eyes suddenly widened, with an expression of disbelief. Is the civil war a conspiracy of the Space Corps? The Space Corps is using Heidel to test secret weapons again? When did this topic start? Why can't he keep up with His Highness's thinking? Although shocked by everything he heard, the confidant finally nodded without asking anything. Odo didn't pay attention to the slightly strange expression of the man in front of him, and only looked at the map on the table again. The original doubt on his face has been replaced by the calmness of everything being under control. Although the fall of the capital and the death of his father caught him off guard, now it seems that this is not a completely bad thing. Once his father died and Leonard was captured, his chance came. If the future alliance is willing to take action, then let alone those rebels and slimes. Even the Space Corps will not be afraid. Of course, the premise of all this is that Boyce can meet the chairman of the future alliance, and the other party is willing to believe him. Putting away the joy that had just emerged in his heart, Odo frowned and looked at the capital on the map. It is estimated that they will take action soon. The news that the new king of Zidal, Baruto, died, and the capital fell again spread all over Zidal, and even other planets in this galaxy. More than half a year ago, no one thought that a group of miners and slaves could actually rebel and overthrow the king above them. But now they not only did it, but also got involved with the kingdom army. In addition to being surprised, people also began to think about where the future of Zidal would go. Although they overthrew the new Emperor Baruto, this could not solve all problems once and for all. Who should govern Zidal without the king, and how? In addition, there are those local forces that are ready to move. The first to bear the brunt is Baruto's eldest son Odo. The crown prince has been staying in Baruto's fiefdom and has never come out. Now that he heard the news of his father's death and the news of the capital falling, he probably has already made plans in his mind. He will never give up. Pierre naturally knew this clearly. However, at the moment, he was worried about another thing rather than the former king's son, who might come to seek revenge at any time. The most important and crucial reason why they could cooperate with the kingdom army was that they had the same goal. In addition to the slime's lobbying, now that Baruto is dead, the relationship between the two armies seems a bit awkward. Although Baruto's son Odo is hiding in the dark and waiting for revenge, this cannot solve the problem between the rebels and the kingdom army, because this is a fundamental problem caused by the different positions of the two armies. The kingdom army is loyal to the king. Even if the king they are loyal to is no longer on the throne, the mark left on them by the royal power still exists. The original intention of the establishment of the rebels was to fight against the royal power, overthrow the royal power, and give everyone an equal society. Heidel has been ruled by the royal family for thousands of years. Facts have proved that the backward feudal system has not only failed to make this planet better, but has made it further away from civilization. To change the status quo, Heidel must undergo a thorough blood transfusion. Not only the king and nobles, all the order of this planet must be reestablished. This is also the consensus reached by all the rebels. If the position of the kingdom army does not change, then it is only a matter of time before they go their separate ways. But the problem is that Pierre has no idea what Nerd is thinking. Similarly, he does not know what the generals and soldiers of the kingdom army under him think. Do they want to choose a new crown prince from the branch bloodline left by Fernan? Or elect Nerd himself to be king? No matter which one they choose, it is far from the plan of the rebels. But he can't ask the other party directly about this matter at the moment. After all, the trouble about Odo, the son of Baruto, has not been resolved yet. If they have an internal conflict at this time, it will definitely be a troublesome and dangerous thing. In fact, it is not only Pierre who feels entangled. Even Nerd himself is thinking about this problem now. What should they do next? In fact, agreeing to cooperate with the rebels is purely because the other party is their only choice when they are desperate. Under the circumstances at that time, even if he led the remaining kingdom army troops to declare independence, the end would not be too good. Although he was nominally the highest general of the kingdom army, this huge army was established for the king and the crown prince. Most people are actually more willing to be loyal to the former than to him. Nerd. Although King Fernan is gone and his direct descendants have been wiped out by Baruto, this does not mean that the kingdom army will turn to him. After all, there are different factions within the kingdom army, and the relationship between the various 10,000-man detachments is also complicated. Although he is the commander-in-chief, because he is stationed in the capital, his control over the entire kingdom army is actually not as good as that of a 10,000-man detachment. In this case, if he chooses to establish himself as king, I am afraid that not many people will be willing to support him sincerely. By then, the kingdom army, which has already reached the end of the road, will only cause greater chaos. Although Nerd did not think he was a good person, he did not want the kingdom army to fall apart because of himself. Therefore, under the circumstances at that time, he took the kingdom army on the pirate ship of the rebels under great pressure. Apart from anything else, at least the kingdom army could still unite for a while in the name of revenge for His Majesty Fernan. But the goal will always be achieved. Now that Baruto is dead, they have fulfilled their duty as loyal subjects. After solving Baruto's eldest son Odo, who was looking for revenge, their cooperation with the rebels seemed to end here. Pierre, including the entire rebel army, would not agree to establish a new king. After this period of contact, He had a deeper understanding of these people's rebellion. They did not want to be appointed as prime ministers. Nor did they want to be the king themselves. On the contrary, they deeply hated the monarchy. It was precisely because of this that they chose to overthrow everything. How could the rebels with such ideas agree to support a new king? Wouldn't that mean repeating the same mistakes? Then everything they did before would be meaningless. Similarly, the kingdom army would never agree to idle following the future alliance and moving towards a republic, because that would be tantamount to depriving the kingdom army of the meaning of existence and erasing all the honors the kingdom army had in the past. This is something they can never accept. He knows these soldiers too well. For them, honor and face are equally important. Once the price of moving towards a republic is to make the kingdom army lose its meaning of existence, then those people will definitely turn against it. They may not care whether the emperor in power is Fern himself or his offspring. But the king must exist. Thinking of this, Nerd couldn't help but sigh. Although he had already anticipated that the falling out between the two armies would become inevitable in the future when they cooperated. After all, they were not on the same path, and the two sides would drift apart sooner or later. Although he also knew that there were various problems on Heidel Star. Perhaps moving towards a republic was the best choice at the moment. But as a representative of the kingdom army, he had to consider the rest of the group. Maybe the decision he made was not the most correct one, but it was the most suitable one for the current kingdom army. On this side, when Nerd made up his mind, the messenger boy sent by Odo also arrived at the Beta Star of the Future Alliance. And his arrival was like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest, bringing a new storm back to the Heidel Star. Chapter 398 Where to Go. Dear Chairman of the Future Alliance, Mr. Traka, I am Boyce, the envoy sent by Crown Prince Odo of Zidar. Since you have been reluctant to show up, I can only ask someone to pass on this letter. I hope you can take the time to read it during your busy schedule, because this is related to the peace and stability of the entire future galaxy. According to our investigation, the civil war on Zidar is likely to be a conspiracy of the Space Corps. The purpose is to test the biological weapons they are developing. They want to use a real battlefield to test these biological weapons. So they provoke conflicts and create wars on Zidar. Now those biological weapons have been used by the rebels. King Baruto died, and Crown Prince Odo's younger brother Leonard was also captured by the rebels. Those creatures called slimes are worthy of the name of war weapons. It only took a month to reverse the situation of the entire rebel army. One day, if the Space Corps puts these biological weapons in large quantities on other planets, the consequences will be disastrous. This matter is of great importance. I hope you can reply as soon as you see this letter. The letter arrived at the office this morning. The content inside is not long, but a few words clearly explain the identity and intention of the other party. Originally, Traka did not intend to open this letter. After all, the last visitor from Zidar Star asked them to send troops as soon as they arrived. At that time, Zidar's capital had not been breached. Now the capital has not only changed its owner twice, but even the father of the Crown Prince Odo has just died at the hands of the rebels. In this case, he can guess what the intention of the envoy he sent is even without thinking. 9 out of 10 times, he came to ask for troops like Fernan. If the secretary had not repeatedly told him to read the letter, he would not even open the envelope. He glanced at it hastily. As he expected, this was indeed a letter for help. But there was one thing that was beyond his expectation. The Space Corps actually secretly developed biological weapons? When did this happen? Aren't they developing expeditionary colonization space-class flying battleships? If it weren't for this, the military and scientific research departments of the Future Alliance would not have developed any starships. But now, this letter says that the Space Corps secretly developed biological weapons and provoked a civil war on the planet Zidar to test the performance of the weapon on the battlefield of the Civil War. Such a thing is simply too incredible. It was so incredible that he doubted whether the words of the person who wrote this letter were true or false. After all, the military intelligence department of the Future Alliance is not a freeloader. If the Space Corps really is secretly developing some new biological weapons, they can't have heard any news. So is this a lie deliberately made up by Crown Prince Odo to deceive his attention? Or is it really true? If it is the latter, then the Space Corps is too good at hiding. It can hide under the nose of the intelligence department for so many years. Thinking about this, Traka carefully read the letter in front of him from beginning to end again. Only then did he clearly see the content that he had just hastily skipped. It turns out that the slime clan that emerged on the desert planet last year was actually a biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps laboratory. For a moment, Traka's eyes widened and his face was full of shock. as the exile place of the entire future galaxy. No one would pay attention to a place like the desert planet. He was naturally the same. So when he heard that a group of intelligent creatures that could speak human language and were as smart as humans suddenly appeared on the desert planet, he just had the idea of reading a curious news at most, and didn't think much about it at all. After all, living in an era of information explosion, he receives all kinds of information every day. There are also all kinds of false news that exaggerate the facts. Therefore, every time he sees such funny news, he will ignore it. But now, the other party told him that these slimes on the desert planet are actually biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps. This feeling is tantamount to a wake-up call, which instantly made him confused. After the shock, he gradually calmed down, recalling the various rumors about the slimes on the desert planet that I had heard before. In fact, after being given the title of biological weapons, their strange origin seemed to make sense. The desert planet itself is in the blind spot of the public's vision, and generally no one pays attention to it. If the laboratory for cultivating biological weapons is placed on the desert planet, it will basically not be discovered. No wonder the intelligence department did not pay attention to this matter. As smart as humans, able to communicate with humans, and extremely strong in combat. Except for the different appearance. These characteristics are exactly the same as bionic combat robots. No, even surpassing those humanoid weapons. After all, it is difficult to be as smart as humans. Even if the appearance of bionic combat robots is made to look like humans, there is still an essential difference between them and humans. They can execute orders according to the master or preset programs, but they cannot do anything spontaneously. But those slimes are different. It is said that they can not only use human tools and weapons, but also create and invent many better and more incredible things, just like real humans. Of course, the more important point is, they cannot be killed easily, unless high-intensity explosives or blasting bombs are used. Ordinary bullets, swords, daggers, and other sharp weapons cannot cause any harm to it. Thinking of this, Traka's heart sank. Smart, strong combat power, and not easy to be killed. If these slimes are really intelligent biological weapons developed by the Space Corps, then this will be a very terrible thing. Although it is not known whether what this Zidar envoy said is true or false. The future alliance must pay attention to it. Thinking of this, Traka looked at the secretary beside him. Where is the person who left the letter? Waiting in the reception room outside. Hearing this, Traka immediately closed the letter in his hand. I want to see him. The secretary nodded slightly and said yes, and then went down to make arrangements. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Traka, who was arranging his cufflinks. By the way, send the contents of this letter to the military and other departments to take a look. If they prevaricate and say they are not free, you can tell them that this thing is related to the Space Corps and the future of the entire Future Alliance. Yes, who would have thought that the Future Alliance, which dominated the future galaxy, would face a threat to its survival again after many years? They had been in a stalemate with the Space Legion for many years, and the two sides had always maintained a delicate balance. And this delicate balance was suddenly broken by a letter today. After watching the secretary leave, Traka turned his head and looked at the glass curtain wall opposite. The crisscrossing sky tracks outside were like planetary belts surrounding and protecting the entire city. These were all built by the Future Alliance over centuries. Once a war breaks out, these things will most likely cease to exist. To be honest, he didn't want to see such a situation. But once things develop in the worst direction, they can only prepare for the worst. Just when the letter sent by Boyce was passed to the hands of the senior officials of various departments of the Future Alliance through Traka, Odo in the Dulanka province also began to mobilize for war in full swing. Although he used a trick to put on eye drops in the eyes of the senior officials of the Future Alliance, he could not guarantee that the other party would believe his one-sided words 100%. It is a very unreliable decision to put all hopes on the support of the Alliance in the future. Therefore, he must make a backup plan himself. However, what Odo did not expect was that his every move was actually under the surveillance of the players. Some of the soldiers who escaped from the battlefield a few days ago were directly subordinates of Baruto. And these people took advantage of the chaos to escape back to Dulanka province. It was they who sent the letter to Odo. By tracking them, the players finally found Baruto's hometown. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The two players lurking in Odo's mansion were lying on the ceiling and secretly observing everything below, while they were distracted and typing in the chat channel of the game panel. Shadowless Night, these grandsons are really thieves. They actually played a trick of borrowing a knife to kill someone. Bald Superman, how can you be the villain boss if you are not a thief? Shadowless Knight, it's strange. According to the previous plot, I thought that Boruto was the big boss at first. But he was killed so quickly. Bald Superman, so now there is one more. This Odo can be regarded as the son inheriting his father's business. A family member acting as the boss together can be regarded as a family inheritance. While the scout players on the ceiling were chatting casually, the players far away in the capital were invited by the leader of the rebels, Pierre, to provide opinions on the reform plan of the new authorities of Zidar. In the meeting room of the palace of the capital, Weiwubuka sat on the table and read the document drafted by the other party. This document is written in the common language of the future galaxy, which is also the official language of the future alliance. Although Zidar also has its own writing. Under the influence of the upper-class nobles, who worship foreign things for so many years, the entire Zidar has long been accustomed to using the common language of the future Galaxy Alliance language. Although there is not much difference between Alliance language and Wild Star language in essence. At least the players, who are foreign contexts, can neither hear nor see any difference. Therefore, when reading this draft, the players did not encounter too much difficulty. With the help of the game's translator and the language knowledge I have learned during this period, I was able to understand the content. To be honest, this reform plan is well written. It not only refers to the rules and regulations of the future alliance, but also copies the relevant laws of their deserted Star Republic alliance. For example, abolishing the monarchy, banning the slave trade, and equality for all. Another example is the establishment of a public education system, the abolition of private land ownership, and the abolition of agricultural taxes. Of course, there are also things they came up with themselves, such as public ownership of mines. And miners cannot work more than 8 hours a day. However, it is a patchwork of content, and some places do not take into account the actual situation. For example, if the agricultural tax is cut all at once, won't the fiscal revenue be even tighter? How can we support the army? The treasury of Heidel was already in deficit. Otherwise, Boruto would not have confiscated so many properties of the royal capital nobles at that time. But even so, that money is still a drop in the bucket for the huge military expenditure of the treasury. After all, no matter how extravagant those nobles are, they only wear gold and silver, hang gems, buy luxury artworks or imported goods, and at most raise a few more servants and concubines. Even if all this money is invested in the treasury, it will be gone in a blink of an eye, and the real big wealth may have been harvested by their former suzerain father, the future alliance. Of course, it is not convenient for him to say such words now. Thinking about it, Weiwubuka feels that he needs to analyze the problem for the other party. Everything must be done step by step, and we must always consider the actual situation when we do things. Even in the original Jinsha city and the eastern region, there was no exemption from agricultural tax at the beginning. Everyone paid grain in proportion to the output of the year after the land was divided. Although I can understand the eagerness of these miners to change the status quo, Shida Star still has a long way to go. There is no way to become a big fat man in one go. On the side, Pierre's deputy Dillet was a little puzzled. What do you mean by this? Don't we consider the actual situation now? Of course not. Once the agricultural tax is completely exempted, will your army have to starve to death? Hearing what Mighty Wubuka said, Dillet was stunned. Starve to death? What is that? Can you even starve to death? Mighty Wubuku. Well, that's not important. The point is that without the agricultural tax, the depleted treasury will have even less money to support the army. Hearing this, Dillet nodded suddenly. So that's the case. You're right. Then, let's increase the agricultural tax. Mighty Wubuku. Why is this guy so extreme? This time, before Mighty Wubuka could speak, Pierre interrupted first. The agricultural tax is already high enough, and it can't be increased anymore. Dillet was immediately choked. Just like Mr. Mighty Wu said just now, even if we want to change it, we can't take too big a step at once. Pierre paused and said that although the agricultural tax cannot be abolished, we may be able to reduce it a little on the original basis. For example, the exemption is proportional to the amount of land owned. The less land you own, the higher the exemption amount. This will not only fill the national treasury, but also prevent those poor farmers who make a living from being crushed by high taxes. However, the situation in Zidar has not yet been completely unified, and part of the land is still in the hands of those local nobles. It is still too early to raise the issue of agricultural tax. Mighty and Unyielding blinked when he heard this, and a hint of subtle surprise flashed in his eyes. Yes, this Pierre has already considered this level. Although there are still some flaws in the plan itself, it is already very good for him as a novice. Thinking of this, Mighty and Unyielding looked at the leader of the rebels in front of him with a face of relief. Oh no! Now, he should be called the President of the Zidar Federal Republic. Although this name was originally thought up by the players. In fact, the rebels wanted to call it the Zidar Alliance, or the Zidar Republic Alliance at the beginning. But considering that there are already two alliances in this galaxy, so in order to avoid confusion, the players proposed to call it the Zidar Federal Republic. The highest leader of the country copied the setting of the real world, and was named the President. In fact, in the barren planet of the Gulba period, the national leader at that time was also called the President. But as time goes by, fewer and fewer national or regional leaders in this galaxy use this title. Most countries and regions either follow the trend of the future alliance to set up a chairman, or copy the Space Corps to call it a marshal or head of state. Otherwise, it is a monarchy governed by a king like Zidar and Zukum. Of course, compared with the latter, the king of the former is obviously much more stupid. Mighty and Unyielding does not know whether the naming of the Zidar Federal Republic has been agreed by the Kingdom Army. But since Pierre has decided on this name, it means that the history of the Zidar Kingdom has become a thing of the past. And this planet is about to usher in a new chapter. Pierre said, looking at the slime on the side. What does Mr. Mighty think? Although it is not the first time to hear such a title, Mighty and Unyielding still can't help being embarrassed. But he is used to covering up. Just coughing. And said, I think the method you just proposed is very good. In addition to abolishing slavery, the 8-hour work system, and returning mines around the planet to public ownership, women can actually be encouraged to participate in production labor. Of course, the implementation of any new policy cannot be achieved without vigorous government propaganda. I think you can do more propaganda, which will also help the people to recognize the work of the new government. Hearing this, Pierre nodded. Your suggestion is very good. We will take it into consideration when it is implemented later. Seeing his humble attitude, he could not help but give more advice on their reform plan. After a meeting, the NPCs in front of them were stunned. For a time, these people's respect for the Slime Clan rose to a whole new level. Even governing the country is so handy. What else can these slimes not do? What's more amazing is that the slime in front of them, called Weiwu, is just an extremely ordinary one among the Slime Clan. This also makes them more curious about who the legendary Golden Slime who overthrew the nobles and liberated the long-term workers and serfs of the barren planet is. Weiwu Buki did not know what the natives of Zidar were thinking. At this moment, he only had one thing in mind. He had been so diligent in helping the local NPCs reform and build, so this hidden mission would not make him suffer too much. Right? Of course, he did not make random comments. He kept silent about some things he was not sure about. He would rather leave the topic for the next meeting than mislead the students. Anyway, it would be the same if he went to the forum or the internet to learn from them before continuing to talk to them. Of course, these NPCs did not disappoint his good intentions. In addition to the humble and studious President Pierre, even the rebel officers like Dillet, who could not read a few words, were listening seriously at the side, and even asked people who could write to help take notes. Seeing these people learning so seriously, Weiwu Buki felt quite accomplished as a teacher. With such a government leadership team, it feels that the future of Zidar Star will become better and better. Of course, the premise of all this is to solve the current troubles first. I don't know when the eldest son of Baruto will take action, since the other party chose to ask for help from the future alliance. They can't just passively take the beating. Thinking of this, Weiwu Buki narrowed his dark eyes. I don't know what's going on with Jiayoung boss. Will the Space Legion refuse to let people in? Chapter 399. Can you still sit still? In the northwest corner of the 7 planets of the Future Alliance, there is another huge force in the future galaxy, the Space Corps. This is a planetary group consisting of a main planet and several subsidiary planets. This planetary group is home to nearly 10 billion residents. Although nearly 10 billion people seem a lot, it is not too exaggerated to spread it across so many planets. Compared with the population here, what is really exaggerated is that more than 70% of the residents here are soldiers. This is also the special nature of the Space Corps. This is a huge organization with soldiers as the main body of society. That's right. It's not a country but an organization. The Space Corps specializes in exporting wars and weapons and is a veritable military organization. In this galaxy, the Space Corps is most famous for their military strength. Because of this, many countries that need weapons or mercenaries will come to them. Just like the mercenaries that Fernan invited to help the Kingdom Army fight were from the Space Corps Special Mercenary Force. In addition to exporting mercenaries and weapons, military expansion is also their main goal. Although they have not expanded for a long time because of the future alliance, the Space Corps has never given up its ambition to expand abroad. Of course, they are not stupid enough to confront their mortal enemy head-on. Instead, they set their sights on the vast universe outside this galaxy. In order to achieve the goal of colonial expedition, the Conquer the Future was born. Although this expeditionary colonial space-class flying battleship is still under construction, its deterrent power remains undiminished. Otherwise, the Future Alliance military would not have built a starship immediately after learning the news. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party was panicked because they heard that the Space Corps named this flying battleship Conquer the Future as the capital planet of the Space Corps. Ares naturally absorbed most of the population in the organization. This is not only the most densely populated place in the Space Corps, but also their most core strategic command center. Legend has it that the person who established this organization was a soldier named Note. He was a general of the Star Federation. As for the Star Federation, it is a longer history than the war more than 3 centuries ago. At that time, there was no Future Alliance and Space Corps, and the desolate star had not yet become Golba Star. The entire future galaxy belongs to a regime organization called the Star Federation. If you want to make an analogy, it is like the global village. After a long period of separation and reunion, the planetary forces of different cultures in this galaxy finally united together to form the Star Federation. But this union was very short-lived, lasting only 200 years before it ended. The reason is that the various organizations within the regime had disputes due to their different interests, and eventually drifted apart. After that, the Star Federation disintegrated, and the entire ancestral galaxy began to embark on a long and chaotic road of integration and reorganization. In the next 100 years, the Expedition Corps, the Federation, and Golba Star were born one after another. The first two were the predecessors of the Space Corps and the Future Alliance, while Golba Star was the predecessor of the Wasteland Star. Then, in order to compete for the greatest voice in this galaxy, a war broke out. Golba Star was defeated. In the 300 years since then, it has fallen from the third largest force that could compete with the other 2 major forces to the exile place of this galaxy. On the other hand, the Expedition Corps and the Federation, which stepped on Golba Star to rise to power, have increased their influence in this galaxy by an order of magnitude. Later, the Expedition Corps became the Space Corps. The Federation became the Future Alliance, and the original ancestral galaxy was renamed the Future Galaxy at the request of the latter. Although many pasts were eventually submerged in the long river of history, not everything will be forgotten. At least the vast majority of residents of the Space Corps remember the mission of marching into the distance. And this mission was planted by them since the Star Federation period. In fact, this is also one of the important reasons for the disintegration of the Star Federation. It was precisely because the Star Federation disagreed with external expansion at that time that General Note led the expeditionary force to break away from the Star Federation and establish the Space Corps. Although they have not been able to realize their vision due to various practical reasons since the disintegration of the expeditionary force, this military regime organization has not slackened at all. Over the years, they have accumulated a huge fortune for the Space Corps through weapons and war business. And this wealth will eventually be invested in the research and development and construction of the Conquer Future space carrier. As soon as Lu Yang arrived at Ares, he saw the magnificent semi-finished aviation battleship floating above the planet in the distance. It looks like a black manta ray. The body disc is diamond-shaped. One end is wide and flat, and the angle of the other end suddenly tightens, forming an extremely narrow triangular cone. From a distance, it looks more like a bow and arrow ready to be launched. On the belly of the manta ray, 3 suction cup-shaped power engines are distributed in an isosceles triangle. Although it is still only a semi-finished product, Lu Yang standing below can still feel a sense of oppression coming towards him. When it is completed and takes off one day, the scene will be so shocking. Even though Lu Yang has seen a lot of things, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide at this moment. Isn't it amazing? Julian's voice came from the side. I also watched for a long time like you when I first came here. As he said, he looked at the huge monster opposite with a sigh. But at that time, they were still building the structure. And now they have begun to lay the outer SHL paint. Hearing this, Lu Yang nodded slightly. It is really amazing. This giant in front of him not only consumed the efforts of countless people, but also consumed inestimable financial resources. Only in the game can you see such a spectacular scene. If you really want to build such a huge space-class flying battleship in the real world, I don't know how much it will cost. Julian smiled and said, "This thing won't run away. Let's come and see it later." The deputy commander's people are already waiting in front. The deputy commander in Julian's mouth refers to the deputy commander of the 54th Division of the Space Corps. He is the only connection of the deserted Star Republic Alliance in the upper echelons of the Space Corps. To be precise, it was Boss whose connections. The two knew each other thanks to the recovery potion developed by Elpis using purple giant spider silk. Today, the recovery potion produced by the deserted Star Republic Alliance has become the most favored treatment drug within the Space Corps. And Julian also made a lot of money with this product, and became one of the richest businessmen on the deserted star. In fact, since hearing about Otto's plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife, the players have been thinking about the corresponding solution. And the final conclusion is to use magic to defeat magic. It is precisely because the enemy of the enemy is a friendly army that NPC Julian and Liu Yang have the task of visiting the deputy commander of the 54th Division of the Space Corps. As the only NPC in the deserted Star Republic Alliance who has aligned with the Space Corps, the mission of the envoy to Ares naturally fell on him. Boss Julian, who made a fortune by relying on the slime and the deserted Star Republic Alliance, naturally did not forget the principle of repaying a drop of water with a spring. When he heard that the slimes needed to talk to the top leaders of the Space Corps, he readily agreed to the other party's request. Of course, Julian's role is mainly to act as a matchmaker. The players themselves are the ones who are really responsible for the negotiations. And this time, the negotiation task was naturally handed over to Jiaoyang Siwa, who is the best at negotiating business in the whole server. Before coming, Liu Yang made up for the settings of the Space Corps. Although the Space Corps, with a population of nearly 10 billion, has more than 70% of soldiers. But in fact, the formal army of the entire Space Corps has only 500 divisions in total, and each division has 10,000 people, which adds up to 5 million. As for the other soldiers, they are either in the reserve army or in the special mercenary force. The former is the cradle for training the formal army, and the latter is a special force specially established to undertake the commission tasks of mercenaries from all over the galaxy. Compared with the formal army, the status of the special mercenaries is slightly worse, because they are all soldiers who failed in the selection of the formal army. If you don't want to change your career and become an ordinary person, you can only change your career and become a mercenary in an organizational system like the Space Corps, which is based on military and politics. Military merit and rank are the goals of soldiers' lifelong struggle. Once you become a mercenary, you will have no chance of the former. Of course, mercenaries are not completely useless. Although their status is not as high as that of regular soldiers, they do hard work and earn as much as regular soldiers, and may even earn more than regular soldiers. The contempt chain within the Space Corps is not only between soldiers and ordinary people, but also between regular soldiers and mercenaries. Even within the 500 divisions of the regular army, there is considerable competition. The stronger the division, the higher its number, the better the treatment it can get. But the number is not static. If the annual assessment fails, the division's ranking will be downgraded. In short, the army is always changing. If you want to get a higher ranking and better treatment, you can only climb up, and the divisions in high positions have to be on their toes to avoid being overtaken by latecomers. Of course, the most intense competition is the top 50. The further you go, the less changes there will be in the ranking. The same is true for the 54th Division. As a nail house on the list, their ranking has not changed for nearly 5 years. However, this situation may be broken with the visit of the slime from the desolate planet. A row of officers sat in front of the long conference table. These are the core figures of the 54th Division. In addition to the Deputy Commander Ryan, who Julian knew well, there is also the Commander Landry, as well as the commanders of 10,000 and 1,000 men in the division. And they gathered here at this moment because of the sudden visit of a group of guests from afar. After all, there are still a few people in this galaxy who can be treated as guests by the Space Corps, although those recovery potions are a stepping stone. What really made these officers agree to this meeting is the information related to the future alliance. You mean, the future alliance intends to intervene in the civil war on the Heidel Star? Yes. Absolutely true. Hearing Liu Yang's answer, there was a whisper below. Not only Deputy Commander Ryan, but even the expression of Commander Landry beside him changed slightly. He stared at the brown slime in front of him, with a little scrutiny in his eyes. as if he wanted to see something from this jelly gel. Unfortunately, he saw nothing. Slime is not like humans, and there are no facial features or micro-expressions. In addition, the dark color of the one in front of him made it even harder to see anything. He even observed the other party's eyes and mouth for a long time before recognizing them. Of course, such a shameful thing is naturally impossible to say. Thinking of this, Elandri looked away calmly. Everything must be based on evidence. How can I believe your one-sided words? Being questioned, Lu Yang did not immediately defend himself, but silently took out a recorder. Then, a deep male voice came from inside. Send a message to Boyce, asking him to stop by Beta Star when he leaves Zidar this time, and help me bring a message to the future chairman of the Alliance. Just say that Zidar's civil war is a conspiracy of the Space Legion, and the other party is using Zidar's battlefield to test their secret weapons. I believe that the chairman will be interested. Although they didn't know who was speaking, the moment they heard the recording, everyone's expression changed. However, before they could ask which damn guy was throwing dirty water on their heads, they heard the slime in front of them explaining slowly. This is what Odo, the eldest son of the former king of Zidar, Beiruto, said, seeing that his father was dead and the throne was not secure. He made up such a lie to deceive the future alliance in order to gain their support to deal with the rebels. In short, you were used by someone. As he said, Lu Yang looked at the officers in front of him with different expressions. Being used as a gun by a crown prince of a fallen country. Can you still bear it? Under such provocation, a trace of anger flashed across the faces of many people. Obviously, they were very dissatisfied with this situation. After all, no one wants to take the blame for nothing, especially being calculated by the former crown prince of a feudal monarchy planet like Zidar, who has no status. What is going on? Although equally angry, Elandri still maintained some rationality. Why did Odo say that we should use Hilder to test secret weapons on the battlefield? As soon as these words came out, the officers who were still furious before suddenly calmed down. Indeed, there are obviously other better ways to deceive the future alliance. Why did they use such a reason? The intelligence department of the future alliance is not a fool. Will they believe such nonsense? Faced with such a question, Lu Yang naturally couldn't tell the truth. After all, this matter is also related to the Slime Clan. He couldn't tell them that it was because Odo mistakenly thought that their Slime Clan was a war weapon developed by the Space Legion Laboratory. Right? Since he couldn't answer, Lu Yang could only pass the blame. This question has to be asked to Odo himself. Why did he make up such a lie? Hearing this, Elandri frowned slightly. Lu Yang continued without blushing, although I don't know why he made up such a lie. His goal seems to have been achieved. The future alliance has already started to act. Can you still sit still? Chapter 400 Showdown. I won't pretend anymore. Hearing Lu Yang's question, the conference room was silent for a long time. The officers sitting at the conference table were slightly startled, with different expressions. Can you sit still? It seems that there is nothing to sit still. Although that Odo borrowed the reputation of the Space Corps to deceive and use the future alliance and drag the other party into the water. But in fact, this matter itself has nothing to do with the Space Corps. After all, they did not deploy any secret weapons experiments on the Zidar star at all. Those fools in the future alliance can believe it if they want to. Anyway, they will find out that this is a shocking scam sooner or later when they get there. What's more, even if the future alliance believed what Odo said and thought that the Space Corps really had a big conspiracy in Zidar, it would only lead the army to Zidar and would not come to Ares at all. Therefore, it has no effect on them. Thinking of this, many people's expressions gradually relaxed. They looked indifferent. A captain of 10,000 men said, although we are also very angry that someone is throwing dirty water on the Space Corps. If we think about it carefully, this matter seems to have no substantial impact except ruining our reputation. On the contrary, it is the future alliance. If they really believe the nonsense of those guys and run to help them fight, it is purely a waste of money for charity. In fact, it is not surprising that the captain of 10,000 men would think so. After all, in the Space Corps, whether it is weapons, soldiers, or war, they are all businesses that can be clearly priced. If you want them to take action, you must pay enough price. Otherwise everything is off the table. If the future alliance sends troops to Zidar Star to help that Odo to deal with his political enemies because of a few words from others, then they will really become fools in name only. After all, that Odo does not look like someone who would pay to fight. Seeing that all the officers in front of him had a disapproving expression, Lu Yong could not help but remain silent. No wonder these people have not made any further progress in their rankings for so long. It turns out that they are all a bunch of guys without ambition. They don't know how to seize such a good opportunity even when it is right in front of them. Although I feel tired. When I think of the mission, Lu Yong feels that he still has to work harder. Spending money on charity? Not necessarily. Lu Yong said calmly, even if we know that all this is just Otto's lies. The future alliance will not suffer this loss in vain. Don't forget what the specialty of Shida Star is. After speaking, the officers who had been calm before were stunned. The specialty of Shida Star. Or, the atmosphere in the conference room became quiet again, as if he had figured out the trick. Elandri frowned slightly. You mean? The future alliance will establish a colony in Shida? Lu Yong. It is worthy of being a space army that aims to colonize other star systems. Everyone they see thinks they are the same as themselves. It may not be a colony, but they will definitely make Otto pay the price he deserves. Apart from anything else, there is no problem at all in asking the other party for the mining rights of several important minerals on the planet. After hearing these words, the officers who had originally been indifferent suddenly became agitated. It was certainly irritating to be smeared, but it was even more heartbreaking that the opponent benefited from it. Now, they really couldn't sit still. However, no matter how restless they were now representing the face of the Space Corps. So the group had to suppress their inner restlessness. Elandri stared at the slime in front of him. So what do you want us to do? Even if he concealed his expression well, Lu Yong still saw a hint of fanaticism in his gray-blue eyes. Seeing this, Lu Yang's heart sank. Although it was the idea of the players on the forum to instigate the Space Corps to stop Odo and the future alliance. He knew it in his heart. In fact, the risk of this plan was very high. After all, these guys in front of him were not easy to deal with. If things go wrong, the future Zidar star will become the original Baron star and become a colony of these two major forces. At the beginning, the defeated Gulba spent a long time under the joint governance of the future alliance and the Space Corps. Until later, the environment became increasingly harsh and the planet lost its final value. And these people evacuated there. But there are still many mineral resources on the Zidar star now. It is not impossible to turn it into a colony after the two major forces are gone. Thinking of this, Lu Yong couldn't help but start to reflect on whether it was really appropriate for them to do so. Although he knew that this was just a game. Everything here was too real. Unlike players, NPCs will die. And once they die, they will never be resurrected. Behind each seemingly ordinary NPC is his own story. They are like real people. Sometimes he even had the illusion that Wild Star World is a real world. And they, the players, are gods. And their every move can affect the fate of these ordinary people. Thinking about it carefully, Lu Yong was unwilling to delve into the reasons why this game is set so realistically. Nor was he willing to explore the secrets behind it. He tried his best to pull his drifting thoughts back to the current affairs. These are all NPCs. No matter how entangled they are just a string of data set by the program. Right now, it is most important to complete the task. After persuading himself, Lu Yong looked at the Legion leader in front of him with a burning gaze. We hope that once the future alliance helps Odo, you can stop it. After a pause, he still felt guilty, and added, of course, I'm talking about if. Although the future alliance has made some changes, they have not yet sent their troops to the Heidel Star. We speculate that they may not have reached a consensus on whether to send troops. After all, as you said, their intelligence department is not a decoration. It is impossible for everyone to believe Odo's one-sided statement. If they did not intervene in the affairs of the Heidel Star as Odo thought, then you would not have to mobilize troops. Having said that, Lu Yong did not know whether his words could dispel the ambitions of the militarists in front of him. If the future alliance sent more troops to the Heidel Star, the Space Corps would definitely not sit idly by. Even if the future alliance did not participate later, there was no guarantee that the latter would not get involved in this matter. Although the ultimate goal of the Space Corps is to expand beyond the future galaxy to colonize other galaxies, this does not mean that they will give up the vested interests that may be obtained in their own galaxy. Although, as far as the current situation is concerned, the Heidel Star is the younger brother of the future alliance. The Space Corps will not take the risk of offending the future alliance to actively provoke this conflict. This is not because these war maniacs are afraid of them, but simply because it is not cost-effective. Facing the future alliance directly means that they may have to pay a considerable price to win this war. According to the attitude of the Space Corps to treat war as a business, they may not necessarily do such a loss-making business. But there are exceptions to everything. If the leaders of the Space Corps are dazzled by the rich mineral resources of the Heidel star, and do not play by the rules, it is not completely impossible. If so, then the future galaxy is likely to have a brand new conflict next. This situation is something many people do not want to see. As the two largest forces in the world, if they really fight, the entire future galaxy will have to tremble. Thinking of this, Liu Yang could not help but pray silently in his heart. I hope things will not develop to the worst situation. That's natural. On the other side, Elandri nodded slightly, and his expression was unclear. If the future alliance can find out the truth and realize that this is a ridiculous scam, then there is no need for us to come out and set things right. But if they continue to be deceived, then we can't just sit back and watch. Facing the eyes of the officer in front of him, Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This is a kind of murderous look that belongs only to soldiers, which makes people nervous. The business world is like a battlefield. He hasn't felt this kind of stimulating and palpitating feeling at the negotiation table for a long time. This is a feeling of being out of control. It's like a stock price that is about to collapse. And it's like a business that is about to collapse. Instinctively, Liu Yang feels that he should try to say something, just like he did at the negotiation table in the business world in the past. After calming down for a while, Liu Yang opened his mouth and finally told the other party the truth that he had not been able to say before. I'm sorry. What I said just now was just a test. I didn't tell the truth completely. The sudden words made the air at the scene stagnate. After a long silence, a trace of confusion flashed across everyone's face. Huh? Then I heard Liu Yang's voice faintly. In fact, the biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps that Odo mentioned referred to our Slime Clan, the officers of the 54th Division. The Slime Clan is a biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps? How come they don't know about this? After being shocked, they gradually calmed down. The appearance of the slimes on the desolate planet is a very bizarre event in itself. Until the year before last, no one in this galaxy had heard of them. These slimes seem to have suddenly descended on this world one day. By the time you find them, they seem to have spread to every corner of this galaxy. The outside world can neither trace the source of their birth nor why they can speak human language. They don't even know why they have been silent for so long in such an exile place as the desolate planet. There is only one legend that sounds funny. These slimes are the messengers of the god of the universe on their planet Ares. Even children may not believe such a story. In short, these slimes are full of mysteries. Many things don't make sense. But the universe is so big. There are so many things that don't make sense. Besides, it's not something that happened around them. So most people just listen to it and forget about it. Until now, they began to think deeply about the things that have been inconclusive in the past. Maybe these slimes are really biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps laboratory. It's just that they are not at a high level and can't know such high-level secrets. For a while, the officers present couldn't help but open their minds. Elandri frowned when he heard this. What's going on? Looking at the tense expressions of the people in front of him, Liu Yang suddenly felt that he seemed to have grasped something. For a while, a bolder idea emerged from the bottom of his heart. After calming down, Liu Yang said seriously, "Things are just as you think." As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. Things are just as they think. What is it? Could it be that these slimes are really the test subjects of the Space Corps' top brass? As if to verify their guess, they heard the slime in front of them say, "Sorry everyone. Actually what Odo said is true. We are indeed the intelligent biological weapons secretly experimented by the Space Corps' top brass." In just a moment, everyone's face was filled with shock. If these alien natives could speak Chinese, they would probably want to say, "Hack," at this moment. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Since he has decided to tell this big lie, Liu Yang can only bite the bullet and continue to make it up. Because this matter involves the top secrets of the Space Corps. I couldn't show you at the beginning. I'm really sorry. Although his voice sounded very calm, he was actually very nervous in his heart. If the other party doesn't believe it and runs to the top brass to verify it, then this lie will burst like a bubble in an instant. By then, he would not only fail to achieve the result he wanted, but also cause a lot of trouble. But this is only one possibility. Another possibility is that the other party will not go to verify the truth of this matter, but will believe what he said. Success is achieved through carefulness, and wealth is achieved through risk. Just like he was optimistic about an investment project with high risks but considerable profits, he was betting on the attitude of these people. He bet that Elandri would never ask the top leaders to verify this matter. After all, The nature of soldiers is obedience. Since the top leaders don't want the people below to know, they can only pretend not to know. In this case, how can they take the initiative to verify it? Wouldn't that violate the taboos of the top leaders? The officers in front of him didn't look like they were very enterprising. As the conservative faction of this huge organization, they must adhere to the doctrine of the mean in doing things. That is, if they can avoid trouble, they won't cause trouble. Unless the benefits brought by this matter are far greater than the trouble itself, they will not take risks. Thinking about it, Lu Yang looked at the division commander in front of him steadily, and continued to speak the words he had just prepared. We are indeed conducting secret combat experiments on the battlefield. But I never thought that this secret was accidentally discovered by Odo. Seeing that the situation was over, the other party wanted to take this opportunity to drag the future alliance into the water, to seek a glimmer of hope. Such a situation was unexpected by none of us. Alandry pursed his lips, and did not say whether he believed it or not. Since it is such an important secret, why did you tell us? Because you are the most suitable candidates. Lu Yang said half-truthfully. The adult in charge of this test mission is very optimistic about you. In order to prove that his vision is correct, he sent me here to test you. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room became restless again. Without waiting for them to ask questions, Lu Yang sighed immediately. We have no choice. The secret experiment must not be made a big deal. After all, this matter concerns the top secrets of the top leaders. So we hope that the Space Corps can come forward to stop Odo and the future alliance. But once this matter is reported, the people who caused these omissions will definitely be punished. Because this matter involves many people, we are thinking about whether we can solve it in a more gentle way. Elandry raised his eyebrows. A more gentle way? For example, if you can come forward to tell the future alliance authorities that everything Odo said is a lie, it would be great. After speaking, Lu Yang's heart was pounding. Although it was covered with a high-level secret, his previous and subsequent statements were too different after all, and it was hard to guarantee that the other party would not be suspicious. He had to be extremely alert to deal with the other party's doubts. Just when he thought Alandry would find some fatal loopholes in his words, he did not expect that the commander of the 54th Division gave an unexpected answer. Just like that? Will the future alliance be more suspicious if this is done? Hearing this, Lu Yang was relieved immediately. Going directly to the door will definitely be suspected. But if someone spreads this matter to you, you will have no problem arguing with the other party. Ordinary people will try to prove their innocence when they are slandered, let alone our Space Corps. Alandry seemed to understand his intention. So what you mean is? Lu Yang, I am the witness who came to complain.